Lin Hao's class awakening unlocks a new human class, the Insectomancer. Activating the Monarch of Insects system, he can travel between bug realms and contract various divine insects. His first spirit insect, the Gold-Eating Beetle, devours all things and is immune to fire and water. A class awakening with a death sentence? Impossible. My army of Gold-Eating Beetles will sweep through all the dungeons. Exploring new areas, tackling dungeons, caves, secret realms, abysses, forbidden zones, these terrifying death traps are Lin Hao's sacred ground for farming monsters, leveling up, and acquiring treasures. The Gold-Eating Beetles are too terrifying? I still have billions of purple lightning mayflies. Holy crap, he even has the ancient divine insect, the golden spotted blood mosquito? Chapter 1, Class Awakening, a Dual Prodigy. Daxia, Jiangning Province, Yangqing City. At the 8th Middle School sports field, several array masters are setting up the Class Awakening formation. Today is the day for the third-year students' Class Awakening. The more than 300 students lined up nearby were both nervous and curious. Students, today you welcome the most important day of your lives, your first Class Awakening. The principal stood on the stage, holding a microphone, and gave a motivational speech. In a moment, you will class awaken into different classes. Whether it's a combat class or a utility class, all are needed by society and have no distinction in status. After leaving school, you are the future of humanity and the pillars of the nation. Alright, don't be overly nervous. The class awakening will begin in 10 minutes. Lin Hao stood in the crowd with his hands in his pockets. His gaze was deep. He had waited a long time for this day. Studying theories in the classroom every day was incredibly annoying. He already hated studying in his previous life. Who could stand being tormented by it after transmigrating? Only after Class Awakening could he leave the classroom, pick up his weapon, and truly step into this world, conquering the wilderness and secret realms. Through various battles, he would increase his level and enhance his strength. Lin Hao had come to this world 5 years ago. He also learned from textbooks that many years ago, this world underwent a great change, and monsters ran rampant. Numerous interdimensional portals opened, and countless monsters poured into the human world. Humanity also counterattacked the monsters through the portals, gaining benefits and becoming stronger. For ordinary high schools, the first unified class awakening occurs at the age of 18. Class awakening classes, divided into combat classes and utility classes. They are also categorized by quality into 3 levels: common, advanced, and legendary. There is also a rare, almost unseen black hidden quality. That is, the new class that humans first develop. This type of class awakening is extremely rare worldwide. Those who possess it are extraordinary and often incredibly powerful. However, such individuals also have the possibility of a trash awakening. Zhang Shan, enter the formation for Class Awakening. An array master in a green robe, the host of this formation. It's starting. The students' hearts tightened. A boy with a flat haircut nervously walked into the Class Awakening formation. A burst of white light flashed. Zhang Shan, common quality, tailor. Student Zhang Shan's face turned ashen. He never expected to be destined to work as a tailor his whole life. Li Si, common quality, barber. Li Si stumbled. He had no talent for hairdressing at all. How did he become Tony? Wang Wu, chef. Zhao Lu, archer. An hour passed, and the class awakening was still ongoing. Lin Hao, out of all the students in the school, my expectations for you are the highest. Do you have confidence? Principal Mo came to Lin Hao's side, saying with great expectation. Others may not know, but I am very aware that your Lin family once had a dual prodigy. 20 years ago, your father stood right here and achieved legendary quality, becoming a great sword master, shadow dancer, electromancer, guardian, and healer. Unfortunately, 5 years ago, you were trapped in the abyss, and your whereabouts were unknown. Father? Lin Hao narrowed his eyes, a cold smile playing on his lips. When Lin Hao transmigrated, his father was already gone, so he didn't have much emotional attachment. He only sought his mother, who treated him very well, waste away from excessive grief and longing for his father. It was a good thing he was gone, otherwise, Lin Hao would have smashed his face with a brick. Principal Mo, unaware of Lin Hao's thoughts, continued to sigh beside him. 2 years ago, your sister Winter achieved even greater things. Also of legendary quality and a greatsword master, shadow dancer, electromancer, guardian, and healer class, he entered Qingbei Martial Arts University as the top scorer of the Jiangning Provincial Martial Arts exam that year. Sister Winter? Hearing this name, Lin Hao's heart warmed. Instantly, a figure of a slender yet stubborn woman flashed in his mind. In the years after losing their parents, the siblings relied on each other. Without his sister's care, Lin Hao, who hadn't adapted well after transmigrating, would have likely died several times over. However, it had been a year and a half, and there was no news of her. What had happened to her in the capital? At this moment, the principal looked at Lin Hao, his eyes filled with anticipation. Today is your class awakening day again. If you can also achieve legendary quality and have 3 outstanding individuals in your family, you will be the unparalleled pride and glory of 8th Middle School. The principal's words were soft, but several nearby students could also hear them. They couldn't believe that the dignified school principal paid such close attention to Lin Hao and had such high expectations for him. Principal Mo, I will do my best. Lin Hao nodded at the principal. In his heart, he didn't care about the Lin family or the glory of 8th Middle School, it meant nothing to him. He truly wanted to become stronger than anyone else. Something must have happened to his sister in the capital. He wanted to find her. However, Lin Hao had long known over the years that class awakening was unpredictable, and no one could guarantee the outcome. It wasn't even surprising if someone awakened as a Women's Federation Director class. After Principal Mo left, a beautiful woman in front turned to look at Lin Hao. Lin Hao, even though your Lin family is powerful, my Ning family is not weak either. Although I usually lose to you, I will definitely win against you this time in class awakening. She had delicate features, flowing black hair, and a slender figure, but her eyes were very cold. This was Ning, who had always been competing with Lin Hao for the top 2 spots in school. She was always suppressed by Lin Hao in academic assessments. Lin Hao was always so powerful, which made her proud self despair. Therefore, she always wanted to win against Lin Hao, even just once. Lin Hao, I won't always be beneath you. This time, it's my turn to be on top. She pursed her lips and said with a hint of annoyance. What a strange girl. Why does she have to win against me? Lin Hao turned his head away, not wanting to look at her. Having transmigrated and lived 2 lives, would he bicker and compete with a child like her? Ning, enter the class awakening array, the host shouted. Beside the class awakening formation, Principal Mo had a distressed look on his face. Master Zhao, an old man in a green robe, chuckled, What's wrong, old Mo? Are you not satisfied with this year's class awakening results for the school? Principal Mo sighed, not a single legendary quality. Old Mo, aren't you being too greedy? Legendary quality appears perhaps once every 10 years in Yangchang, and we've already had one in the past 2 years. That's true. Principal Mo, who always treated students like his own children, always wanted to nurture more and more geniuses. Principal Mo glanced at Lin Hao in the crowd. It was almost his turn. Oh, old Mo, here comes your hope. Ning? She's one of the 2 geniuses of our 8th Middle School. Principal Mo also saw Ning walking up at this moment. Master Zhao said, this young lady's spiritual power is extremely pure. With my experience, she has a high chance of awakening as a mage class, and her potential is very high. Ning placed her hand on the black class awakening stone within the octagonal class awakening formation. A golden light, 10 meters wide, shot up into the sky from the formation. Soon, the golden light transformed into streaks of lightning that descended. A class awakening phenomenon. Mo was startled, then overjoyed, golden legendary quality. Master Zhao nodded beside him, indeed, this is an anomaly that only legendary quality can produce. Ning legendary quality greatsword master, shadow dancer, electromancer, guardian, healer. Greatsword master, shadow dancer, electromancer, guardian, healer, that's a freaking awesome combat class. Gasps of amazement arose from the crowd, and envious gazes fell upon Ning. Confident, she walked back to the queue, like a proud swan, and stared at Lin Hao. Lin Hao, I won to lose to you this time, right? Indeed, legendary quality was already the pinnacle of class awakening. Lin Hao ignored her, his gaze passing over her and calmly fixing on the class awakening formation ahead. Humph. Ning, ignored by Lin Hao, stomped her foot. Lin Hao, enter the formation for class awakening. Lin Hao strode forward, heading towards the formation. It's Lin Hao's turn. Most spirits lifted again. Master Zhao, what do you think of this child? His potential is even better than Ning's. Honestly, his expectations for Lin Hao had been higher than for Ning previously. He hadn't expected Ning to be the first to achieve a legendary status. At this moment, he fervently hoped for double blessings today. This person? Master Zhao shook his head. Besides being quite calm, I don't see any outstanding strengths. For someone like this, awakening as a regular combat class would be good enough. Mo wanted to mention Lin Hao's family having 2 geniuses. Thinking about it, that really couldn't be a reason for judgment. But he still held a strong hope in his heart. His gaze followed Lin Hao until he entered the formation. The next second, suddenly, a black pillar of light shot up from within the formation, piercing the vast void. That pillar of light was more than 10 times thicker than Ning's. Huge magic power fluctuations swept outwards like a gale. The students almost lost their footing. The black pillar of light pierced the sky. The entire playground was instantly plunged into darkness. It was as if the world was ending. Chapter 2, Monarch of Insects System, God-tier Talent. What is this? Everyone present was shocked. Countless specks of light slowly appeared in the dark starry river. Upon closer inspection, the specks of light were revealed to be countless strangely shaped insects. The insects emanated a distant, ancient aura. A prehistoric pressure that made one tremble emanated from them. The more timid students collapsed to the ground. Principal Mo stared in disbelief. Master Zhao, what's going on? Is this a legendary quality phenomenon of this magnitude? Master Zhao was also full of shock, murmuring, "This is my first time seeing this too." As if struck by a realization, he suddenly stood up, trembling all over, his face full of shock. This is a hidden quality, even rarer than legendary, the first appearance of a new class. Mo and Master Zhao both looked at the class awakening crystal panel. Lin Hao hidden quality Insectomancer. Insectomancer. Principal Mo was excited and amazed. Master Zhao, I've never heard of this before either. Hidden quality means the first appearance of a new class for humanity. Principal Mo clapped his hands with joy. Well done, Lin Hao. I expected you to achieve legendary quality, but I never imagined you'd unlock a hidden quality. Truly astonishing. The Lin family truly has 3 outstanding talents. At this moment, as Lin Hao's class awakening phenomenon dissipated, the more than 300 students present slowly recovered from their shock. What was that phenomenon just now? It was so terrifying, so oppressive. One student's face was pale, seemingly still shaken. Didn't you see? There seemed to be countless terrifying insects in the black clouds. I saw them. They all looked ferocious. Amidst the stunned crowd, Ning was also sweating profusely, trembling all over from the shock of Lin Hao's class change phenomenon. Such a massive and terrifying class awakening phenomenon far surpassed her own. Could it be that even my legendary quality will lose to him? She could clearly feel that even after achieving legendary quality, she would have no way to contend with it. She murmured, "What class is this, to have such a powerful phenomenon?" Master Zhao, standing nearby, regained his composure. "Old Mo, don't get too happy just yet. A new class of hidden quality might also come with unforeseen complications. The key lies in the initial class skills upon awakening. Lin Hao, come here." Principal Mo called out loudly to Lin Hao, who had just stepped out of the formation. "Lin Hao, what are your initial class skills?" Lin Hao hadn't had time to check after his class awakening. Now, with a thought, he saw his status panel. Name, Lin Hao. Class Insectomancer. Level 1. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Spirit, 30. Constitution, 10. Class skills, Insect Contract, Pet Bug Summon LV01. Insect Contract: the Insectomancer can, within a certain range, form contracts with insects, turning them into their pet bugs. There is a chance of failure. Pet Bug Summon LV01: the Insectomancer can summon insects that have already formed a contract. The number of summons is related to the Insectomancer's level. Simply put, an Insectomancer is a class that first contracts insects to become their pet bugs, and then summons these pet bugs to fight. Lin Hao roughly explained the situation. Not bad, these class skills look very powerful. Mo nodded, relieved. He had truly feared that unforeseen complications might arise. Wait. Master Zhao frowned. If it grows, the Insectomancer class will undoubtedly be very powerful, but its early growth will be extremely difficult. The Insectomancer must find suitable insects and contract them as pet bugs to form their combat power. But in our world, there aren't many powerful insects. Even if there are powerful insects hidden somewhere in this world, searching for them would likely be incredibly difficult. Mo Yan's face turned pale upon hearing this. Then what should we do? He grabbed his own graying hair with both hands and muttered. If there's no combat effectiveness in the early stage, one step behind means being step behind at every step. Moreover, in half a month, it will be the National Martial Exam. Let alone Qingbei Martial Arts University, even a no-name university would be a long shot. Lin Hao, on the side, said softly, Principal Mo, please don't worry too much. I will find a way to solve this problem myself. Master Zhao nodded upon hearing Lin Hao's words, showing a look of appreciation. This student has a steady temperament. To remain so calm in such a situation is remarkable. At least, most people couldn't do it. He earnestly encouraged Lin Hao, saying, Lin Hao, I believe you can overcome this difficulty and become a strong figure on this continent. Thank you. Lin Hao bowed slightly to Master Zhao. Then, he returned to the queue. 10 minutes later, a fat guy came out of the formation laughing heartily and rushed to Lin Hao, shouting loudly. My Hao Gu, can you believe it? I actually class awakened into Greatsword Master, Shadow Dancer, Electromancer, Guardian, Healer, and it's even advanced quality. You know, my dream is to be a tank, and my favorite expression to see is when others can't stand me but can't kill me, looking frustrated. Brother Hao, let's go to the Emperor's room tonight, order 10 ladies to drink with us, and after drinking, have them give you a red flower. At this moment, his smile was very mischievous. Several people who had awakened into utility classes nearby wanted to hit him out of sheer frustration. You, Lin Hao's deskmate. A nouveau riche second-generation heir, usually a slacker. Before class awakening, he was well behaved and had already prepared to awaken into a utility class. He didn't expect to soar this time and make a comeback. Not bad. Lin Hao said calmly. He lowered his head slightly, not paying attention to the student's class awakening below. Because, at this moment, a ding sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has awakened the Insectomancer class. Binding the Monarch of Insects system. Extracting world origin, optimizing Insectomancer class. Skill optimization complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining God tier talent, skill enhancement level 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining God tier talent, position swap. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God tier talent, bug realm traverse. Lin Hao's spirit jolted. A system? It's been 5 years in this world, and it's finally here. He quickly looked at the descriptions of the 3 God tier talents. Skill enhancement level 1, all of the host's skills effects are enhanced tenfold. As the level increases, the enhancement magnitude will also increase. Position swap, the host can swap positions with any pet bug, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Otherworldly traverse, every 10 levels, the host can obtain 3 bug realm traverse opportunities. Holy crap! Even with Lin Hao's steady temperament, he was shocked. These 3 skills are indeed worthy of being god-tier skills. What amazed him the most was the bug realm traverse. What kind of skill was this? Could it allow him to enter another world? Bug realm. He had never heard of this place, and historical records never mentioned it. Could it be another dimension, ruled by insects? Lin Hao's mind suddenly recalled the different scene he saw during his class awakening compared to others. That distant world, with billions of strange insects, mountains of corpses and seas of blood under the insect army, countless white bones. Wherever the insect army passed, there were only screams of death. When he underwent class awakening, all the insects looked at him and bowed to him. He forcibly suppressed his excitement, really wanting to traverse into the bug realm immediately. At this moment, information about Lin Hao's hidden quality being a death sentence in the early stages, and a trash awakening, spread like wildfire among the hundreds of students. People were in an uproar. What? Lin Hao's new class awakening, Insectomancer, is actually a death sentence early on, a trash awakening? So, he has no combat power in the early stage? Then, when he goes to the dungeon upgrade organized by the school tomorrow, he won't be of any use there, right? Previously, Lin Hao's hidden quality new class had caused a huge sensation. Now, the reversal to trash awakening caused another major stir. Countless strange glances were cast at Lin Hao. Making such a big fuss, I thought he was that amazing. This hidden class Insectomancer, I'm afraid it's not even as good as a regular combat class. Combat class? I'm afraid it's not even as good as a utility class. Hilarious. Class awakening is the same as no class awakening. A kid with yellow hair ingratiatingly approached Ning, saying, "Sister Ning, that kid Lin Hao is useless. You are the number 1 in our school." Ning glared at the blonde guy but said nothing. She looked at Lin Hao, who had been looking down the whole time. Her gaze was complex. Principal Mo was heavy-hearted and watched Lin Hao from a distance with a worried expression. Such an excellent person, I wonder if he can handle this outcome? As a result, even getting 2 advanced quality items later didn't bring him joy. Chapter 3, Traversing the Bug Realm, a Confused Bug. Suddenly, Ning walked towards Lin Hao with a cold expression. Yu, who had been guarding Lin Hao, immediately stepped forward to block her. "Get out of the way," Ning said coldly. Everyone around looked over, as if they could smell the tension in the air. Many people wanted to see how Ning would crush Lin Hao. Ning, let's say you won against Lin Hao. But even if you won, there's no need to say such sarcastic remarks and rub salt in his wounds. You should go back. I won't let you hurt Lin Hao today. Ning looked at Yu, who usually trembled in front of her but now stood firm. Her gaze passed over Yu and settled on Lin Hao, and she said calmly, "Lin Hao, I finally beat you once. But I don't want to see you so dejected. If you need it, I can help you. If you can't afford to lose and are disheartened, I will look down on you. Tomorrow, the school will start organizing trips to dungeons for leveling up. I can team up with you and help you." After saying that, Ning turned and left. Who says you won? Brother Hao, we don't need this woman's help. We'll team up tomorrow to level up. Watching Ning's retreating figure, you turned to look at Lin Hao. Da Peng, today you have gained a guardian. You have the aura of a tank. Lin Hao patted you and said. At this moment, the class awakening ceremony concluded. He rejected Yu's absurd suggestion to open an emperor's chest and drink with a dozen ladies to celebrate. He went straight home. A dilapidated single-story house was where Lin Hao lived alone now. He closed the door. Although he had been calm before, Lin Hao was very anxious. If he couldn't summon a pet bug in time, he would truly be a trash awakening. It would take ages for him to grow. At the very least, he would definitely miss the national martial exam in half a month. Therefore, he had to traverse the bug realm to get his first pet bug. He calmed his mind for a moment. Then he softly called out, "Bug realm traverse." Instantly. Whoosh! He suddenly felt connected to a plane in an unknown spacetime. He entered another world. A generally ancient, archaic aura. He found himself standing on soft fallen leaves, the smell of damp, decaying foliage entering his nostrils. The air was also somewhat stuffy and hot. He looked around, and as far as his eyes could see, there were towering ancient trees. This must be a primeval forest. This place probably hasn't been visited by humans in millions of years, right? Ha! My mental power is rapidly depleting. At this rate, my current mental power will only allow me to stay in this world for less than 5 minutes. Why is this happening? Is it because my level is too low and my mental power is too weak? Never mind that for now. I need to quickly find a combat-capable insect to be my pet bug. He could feel that in this vast primeval forest, of unknown dimensions, lived countless powerful insects. Snap, snap, snap. Lin Hao was very careful, but still made quite a bit of noise as he slowly searched the ancient forest. Drip, drip, drip. Soon, 4 minutes had passed. Lin Hao still hadn't found a suitable insect. The depletion of his mental power made him feel weak. Suddenly, on the trunk of a towering ancient tree, more than 20 meters wide, appeared a mantis. It was larger than an adult, holding 2 giant scythes in its hands. Lin Hao gasped. Without a doubt, it could kill him at any moment. Lin Hao instantly felt a deathly pressure from it. Undoubtedly, the mantis before him was powerful. Insect contract. With a thought, he activated his class skill. Lin Hao instantly felt his spiritual consciousness connect with another soul. The unique affinity of an insectomancer infected the other party. The opponent's defensive stance gradually softened. Is it going to work? Lin Hao rejoiced. Suddenly, the insect spirit, which was about to be tamed, struggled, and its struggles became more intense. Lin Hao's already limited mental power could no longer suppress it. Snap. The bond connecting the 2 souls instantly snapped. Oh no, it failed. The mantis coiled on the tree became extremely enraged. It didn't know what it had done to this human in front of it. Its scythe unfurled. Whoosh! A branch the size of a human being snapped in 2 in front of Lin Hao. With another leap. Bang! Amidst the swirling dead leaves, it landed right in front of Lin Hao. It raised its scythe, ready to deliver a lethal blow to Lin Hao. Just at that moment, Lin Hao's mental strength was completely drained. In an instant, Lin Hao transformed into a beam of white light and vanished from the spot. Whoosh! Lin Hao suddenly opened his eyes in that dilapidated house. He was panting heavily. His face still looked somewhat pale. That alternate world called Bug Realm is incredibly dangerous. The success rate for insect contracts seems quite low as well. Lin Hao frowned. This time, the mantis contract failed because that insect's level was too high, and its mental power too strong. I couldn't form a contract with it myself. Bug Realm Traverse. Lin Hao rested for a moment until his mental power was almost restored and, using his ability, he soon appeared again in that ancient and mysterious alternate world. This time, he found himself on a desolate plain. In this barren landscape, sparse strips of dead grass stood like upright iron wires. Boom! A loud sound erupted. Suddenly, in the distance across the plain, a massive explosion sent up a great shower of sparks, blocking out the sun and looking terrifying. A snake-like soft-bodied creature, thousands of meters long, erupted from the air, shooting blazing flames downwards. And on the ground, countless streams of green liquid surged upwards. This time, he unexpectedly stumbled upon several insects engaged in a fierce battle. Within 1,000 miles, all flying insects and wild animals were scattering. If I were to appear near them, I'm afraid there would be nothing left of me, not even a shred. Lin Hao gave a wry smile. He was currently hiding in a depression of a hill, not daring to move recklessly. Those insects were undoubtedly extremely powerful. Human experts would probably fall with a single strike. If only they could become my pet bugs, how wonderful would that be? But Lin Hao also understood that they were not the kind he could summon at the moment. Perhaps, when he leveled up, he would have a chance. 5 minutes later, Lin Hao transformed into a beam of white light and vanished from this alternate realm. Lin Hao awakened again from the house. Looking at the information on the panel, Bug Realm Traverse one time. Only one chance left. He took a deep breath. If the last attempt failed, he would have to wait until he reached level 10 for another chance. Bug Realm Traverse. Lin Hao resolutely said. He once again appeared in the Bug Realm. This time, he found himself at the foot of a volcano. Boom, boom, boom. A gigantic mountain towered almost into the sky, with red flames erupting from its peak. The enormous flames spread out, blocking out the sun. This time, I must have come to the wrong place again. At the foot of the volcano, everywhere was covered in volcanic ash. In such an environment, no living being could possibly survive. It seemed to confirm Lin Hao's judgment. He sensed around him and found no trace of any life activity. More than 4 minutes passed. Lin Hao could not find any insects. He didn't even see a single ant. Oh, did I fail again? Just as he was about to disappear from the bug realm, a beetle-like insect awkwardly flew past Lin Hao. This beetle was about the size of a fist, its shell hard. It curiously glanced at Lin Hao. Without stopping, it continued to fly ahead. I can't believe there's actually an insect surviving in such a harsh environment. However, this beetle didn't seem powerful. Oh, did I encounter such a weak bug on my last chance to traverse? Should I catch it? If I don't catch it, I'll definitely have to wait until I reach level 10 for another chance. In the end, Lin Hao activated the class skill Insect Contract. With a touch of the unique affinity of the Insectomancer, he connected to the soul of that bug. The insect froze for a moment. It stopped flying. Then, it seemed to show no struggle. Or rather, it appeared drowsy, as if it had just woken up. Still unclear about the situation. With Lin Hao's contract, it successfully became Lin Hao's pet bug. Returning to reality, Lin Hao immediately realized that a black insect was buzzing and flying in front of him. Is this the bug I contracted from the alternate world? At this moment, he could see the insect's information. Gold-Eater Beetle, an ancient marvelous insect that can devour everything, with an extremely hard shell providing robust defense, impervious to water and fire. An ancient marvelous insect? Gold-Eater Beetle? Chapter 4, The Terrifying Gold-Eater Beetle. I want a solo dungeon. Impervious to water and fire? No wonder it can survive near a volcano. According to the description, it was nothing like a puny little bug as he had thought. Could it be that he had stumbled upon a treasure? Lin Hao eagerly checked the Gold-Eater Beetle's stats. Level 1 Gold-Eater Beetle. Strength, 200. Agility, 100. Spirit, 100. Constitution, 200. Skills, none. Holy crap! Lin Hao rubbed his eyes, afraid he was seeing things. Even though Lin Hao had a calm disposition, he was a bit startled at this moment. How could there be such outrageous stats? His own 4-dimensional stats were only around 10. Looking at his own status panel again. Name, Lin Hao. Class, Insectomancer Unique. Level 1. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Spirit, 30. Constitution, 10. Class skills, Insect Contract, Pet Bug Summon LV01. Talent skills, Skill Enhancement Level 1, Position Swap, Bug Realm Traverse 0 uses. Summon Level 1 Gold-Eater Beetle, current quantity 110. In comparison, he, the master, seemed like a weakling. However, Lin Hao quickly figured out why the level 1 Gold-Eater Beetle had such monstrous stats. It was all thanks to his god-tier talent, Skill Enhancement. Skill Enhancement Level 1, all of the host's skills effects are enhanced tenfold. As the level increases, the enhancement magnitude will also increase. Normal stats should be around 10 or 20. The pet bug was summoned through a skill, so it benefited from the skill's effects. That's why it was so monstrous. And now, at level 1, he could summon up to 10 Gold-Eater Beetles. Summon Gold-Eater Beetle. Buzz. 1, 2, 3. A total of 10 Gold-Eater Beetles materialized from the void around Lin Hao. At this moment, Lin Hao felt a wave of dizziness. His mental power was depleted. Any more would have to wait until his mental power recovered before he could summon them. Lin Hao excitedly looked at the 10 terrifyingly monstrous Gold-Eater Beetles around him. Tomorrow's dungeon, even if he went solo, he would surely sweep through it, right? With this bug realm that he could traverse. It was imaginable that in the future, the entire bug realm could become his reserve army. He could completely contract thousands upon thousands of powerful insects and build an army of billions. He could walk sideways through the entire world. A night passed. The next day, Lin Hao arrived at school and followed the school's unified organization to the dungeon. Starting today, over 100 combat class students from 8th middle school would enter the dungeon to kill monsters and level up. They would increase their strength through leveling up to prepare for the major exam in half a month. Whoever reaches a higher level and has stronger strength within these 2 weeks will have a better chance of achieving good results in the major exam a month later and getting into a better higher education institution. As for utility classes, they do not focus on leveling up. The school has specialized training for them. An hour later, they arrived at the dungeon entrance. At this time, quite a few students from other schools were already waiting at the entrance. The dungeon was not exclusively for 8th middle school students from the combat classes of all 13 middle schools in Yongqing City who had undergone class awakening were participating. There were about 1,000 people present. Dungeon, Monster Level 19. Every city in the country would select a dungeon like this to train students. It was very suitable for novice students to kill monsters and level up. However, it generally required teaming up, otherwise, there would still be danger. At this moment, students from various schools were discussing forming teams. Whether by chance or on purpose, Ning stood not far from Lin Hao. Actually, she did it on purpose. Her gaze kept darting towards Lin Hao. Still not asking to team up with me? Don't you understand I came here to give you an opportunity? You have no combat power, yet you want to level up. Can't you just ask someone? It's not shameful. Even if it's a bit embarrassing, so what? Are your male egos really that strong? Seeing that Lin Hao had only glanced at her once earlier and then completely ignored her, Ning became extremely annoyed. At this moment, many people had formed quite a few teams. However, Lin Hao remained standing there, unmoving, showing no intention of finding anyone to team up with. Ning became even angrier. Lin Hao, you're really determined to go down the drain. If you don't want to level up, why did you come here? In the entire 8th middle school, who do you know who has higher combat power than me? If you don't team up with me, who else can you find? Lin Hao didn't move, but a large group of Ning's admirers kept appearing around her, wanting to team up with her. They flatteringly accompanied her with smiles and requests. But Ning had an extremely bad temper and had only one word for those people: scram. At this moment, Yu, dressed in a suit of shimmering golden equipment, walked up to Lin Hao. Lin Hao, let's team up to fight monsters. It was clear that Yu's family had made many preparations for him last night. A suit of 24K gold, shimmering, luxurious golden equipment. Armor, shoes, helmet, gloves, they were armed to the teeth. As expected of someone from a rich, nouveau riche background, a cowardly tank. So you were waiting for you? Ning seemed to understand. But Yu is just a tank, with no damage output. What monsters can he kill? A busty female greatsword master, shadow dancer, electromancer, guardian, healer, whose walk made her ample chest sway, walked over eating spicy strips. This girl always teases Lin Hao, wanting to be brothers with him, you know, the kind where I have breasts, you have brothers. She glanced at Lin Hao and said in a cutesy voice, Brother Hao, I'll team up with you too. I'll heal you. Ning stared at the girl's large breasts and suddenly felt extremely irritated. She said coldly, get lost. Ning raised the staff in her hand, turned to stare at Lin Hao, and said with a trembling voice, Lin Hao, I'll team up with you. I have a silver grade staff, I don't need a healer at all. I can one-shot the monsters inside. After saying this, she slightly regretted it. Ning, oh Ning, what happened to the maidenly reserve you promised to maintain? How could you lower yourself and proactively ask that scoundrel to team up? Mount Komolangma saw Ning's anger and quickly scurried away. She didn't dare to provoke her. Lin Hao looked at the two people in front of him, his gaze falling on the staff in Ning's hand. The staff emitted a silver light, and it was clear at a glance that it was no ordinary item. Silver equipment? No need to check, the amplification of this staff must be incredibly powerful. Silver equipment usable at level 1 is priceless and rare. Only the most prominent family in Yancheng could obtain it, right? It seems they had made quite a few preparations. In contrast, Lin Hao had casually picked up a plain steel knife issued by the school. A mage using a steel knife is completely self-defeating. No, I don't plan to team up with you guys today. I'm going to solo. Lin Hao said. As soon as he said this, you froze, and Ning froze. Even Principal M.O., who was walking over, froze. Lin Hao, are you serious? Principal M.O. asked. Yes, Principal, please approve. Lin Hao said earnestly to M.O. Chapter 5, Rapid Leveling, Stats Greatly Enhanced. You really want a solo? This, then, fine. M.O. wanted to refuse, but seeing Lin Hao's stubborn face, his heart ached. Then be careful, and come out if you can't handle it. Forget it, let him waste a teleportation stone, M.O. thought. Dungeons are equipped with a teleportation stone by the school, allowing one to exit at any time if there's danger. But teleportation stones are precious, and the school only gives one to each person. There's only one chance, so people don't use it lightly. Principal M.O., why did you agree to his request? Ning said indignantly, her eyes looking at the plain steel knife in Lin Hao's hand. Principal M.O. also felt a bit regretful at this moment. You ungrateful brat. I'll see what you can do soloing. Ning turned and glared at Lin Hao, completely unable to comprehend why he would refuse her offer to team up. Ning, oh Ning. You are so pathetic. With just a smile from me, how many young masters with full gear would lick my boots to team up? Now, you shamelessly try to team up with someone else. And you were rejected. She turned and left in a huff. She was afraid that if she looked at that scoundrel again, she might not be able to resist blasting him with lightning. You gave a thumbs up, boss is indeed the boss. Others can't even get the goddess to team up with them, yet you rejected her. I'm impressed. Lin Hao said calmly, Depang, I'm sorry, I can't team up with you today. Team up with someone else first, and we'll do it together when we have the chance. Are you sure you can do it? You asked with some concern. MHM. Lin Hao nodded. All right. You didn't hesitate and went to team up with other classmates. He understood Lin Hao, he was almost a man of his word, so he didn't try to persuade him further. Many students nearby had witnessed everything that had just happened, and they all shook their heads at Lin Hao. They all thought Lin Hao could be described in 2 words, crazy. But who knew, Lin Hao's current strength was incredibly formidable. 10 monstrous gold-eater beetles would definitely sweep through the dungeon. He didn't have much time. With the big exam in half a month, Xingbei Martial Arts University was a must for him. He walked into a dungeon entrance that looked like rippling water. Lin Hao felt like he had instantly arrived in a small plain. There were waist-high wild grasses everywhere, and in the far distance, there seemed to be a forest. In the waist-high grass in front of him, many animals seemed to be hiding. Lin Hao released a gold-eater beetle. They fluttered around Lin Hao. Lin Hao strode forward. A wild pheasant appeared in his sight, watching Lin Hao warily. As long as Lin Hao showed any hostility, it would attack him. Go! The gold-eater beetle shot out like an arrow towards the pheasant. The gold-eater beetle landed on the pheasant's neck and bit down. Successfully defeated level 1 wild pheasant, EXP plus 10. The level 1 wild pheasant was instantly killed by the gold-eater beetle. Lin Hao checked his EXP. His EXP increased by 1%. A level 1 monster only gives 1% EXP. To level up, I'd need to kill 100 monsters. Given the Gold-Eating Beetles' killing efficiency, it would take less than a second. One-hit kill. So, killing monsters wouldn't take much time. The time spent finding them would be greater. Come out, my companions. Lin Hao, having made up his mind, didn't hesitate and summoned all his Gold-Eating Beetles. Go, each of you find a monster and defeat it. With his command, the 10 Gold-Eating Beetles flew off in all directions. Soon, the screen was flooded with notifications. Successfully defeated wild pheasant, EXP plus 10. Successfully defeated wild pheasant, EXP plus 10. Successfully defeated wild pheasant, EXP plus 10. Not a single monster was spared wherever the 10 Gold-Eating Beetles went. In just a few minutes, Lin Hao's EXP had risen by 50%. This meant 50 wild pheasants had fallen to the sharp mandibles of the Gold-Eating Beetles. This efficiency was terrifying. Even a 5-person team, with 10 such teams combined, couldn't possibly match this monster-slaying speed? Before entering, Lin Hao had checked the dungeon records. The fastest record for clearing the first round of the dungeon and reaching the highest level belonged to his own sister, Winter. My sister not only broke the previous record, but no one has been able to surpass it for 2 years. My sister is even more powerful than I imagined. One round in the dungeon lasts 12 hours. After 12 hours, regardless of whether the dungeon is cleared or all monsters are killed, players are forcibly teleported out. They can only re-enter. Winter's record for the first round, starting at level 1, was 8 hours to clear. And she reached level 10. She probably killed all the monsters inside, right? As far as Lin Hao knew, classes like Greatsword Master, Shadow Dancer, Electromancer, Guardian, and Healer weren't typically AoE focused. Yet, his sister managed to clear all the monsters. How much effort must that have taken? After Lin Hao entered the dungeon, other teams also began to enter the dungeon one after another. Ning, like Lin Hao, was ultimately going solo. With the rare class awakening of Greatsword Master, Shadow Dancer, Electromancer, Guardian, Healer, Ning could originally solo dungeons. For exceptionally powerful individuals, solo play offered the highest efficiency, which was why Lin Hao chose to go solo. Ning, now wielding a silver staff that granted plus 300 attack power, was more than capable of sweeping through the dungeon. When she had initially asked Lin Hao to team up, her intention was purely to give him half the EXP. She just hadn't expected Lin Hao to refuse. Now, she entered the dungeon alone. Whether they were level 1 or level 2 monsters, as soon as they appeared, a bolt of lightning would strike, killing them instantly without a doubt. Lin Hao, you have no combat power right now, so how can you dare to solo the dungeon? If you could do it like me, then it would make sense. She still felt indignant that he had refused her offer, considering it was a rare occasion she had extended such a significant favor. Is it because I beat you once? Is that why you're so stubborn, insisting on acting like the strongest? Is it that hard to just lower your head a little? Lin Hao, after this round of the dungeon, I, Ning, will be waiting for you to beg me. As she attacked, she muttered, I'll kill you. Monster after monster exploded under the onslaught of lightning. If monsters were grouped together, she would use chain lightning. A large area would be wiped out with a single cast. She, too, possessed area of effect skills. Half an hour later, over 1,000 students had entered the dungeon. A dozen principals, bored, gathered to chat. Old Mo, I heard your 8th middle school had a great class awakening this time. 2 advanced, 1 rare, and 1 hidden unique class awakening. You're definitely ranked first among Yang City's 13 middle schools. The principals flattered Mo. Mo chuckled, 8th middle school is indeed good, but everyone's class awakening has been pretty good. When it came to this batch of students' class awakening, he became proud. I heard that the rare Greatsword Master, Shadow Dancer, Electromancer, Guardian, and Healer classes from Class Awakening belong to the Ning family's daughter. The Ning family has successors in the near future, she will be another heavyweight. The Ning family indeed has excellent genes. 8th middle school is awesome. I heard that this year they even produced a once-in-a-century hidden new class, Insectomancer. When they first heard that 8th middle school had produced a hidden quality, they were all extremely shocked. They had heard of class awakening like this before, but they never expected such a class awakening to occur in Yangchang. However, I heard from others that this new class has some issues. What's going on? Yeah, are the class skills not good? Principal MO, tell us about it. Chapter 6, The Ever-Increasing Leveling Speed. Principal MO side, the Insectomancer class skills are quite powerful, but it's difficult to contract your own insect pets in the early stages. He then briefly explained Lin Hao's situation. If that's the case, it is indeed quite troublesome. Alas, if it's like this, he really can't form his own combat power in the early stages. If he falls behind one step, he might fall behind at every step. So, this hidden quality of his is not as good as the rare class awakening of that little girl from the Ning family. What a pity for such good potential. A person like this is rare not only in Yangcheng but even across the country. The principals, being experienced and knowledgeable, understood the early stage issues of Lin Hao's class as soon as they heard it. They all felt a sense of regret. It's not easy to have such a talent. This is not only the pride of 8th middle school but also the pride of Yangcheng. If someone were to guide him in the early stages, it might be better. The principal of 5th middle school sighed. But who would be willing to form a team with someone who has no combat power? Even at our school level, we can't force other students, especially since this concerns the major exam in half a month. The principal of 7th middle school said. By the way, what team is Lin Hao with now? The principal of 1st middle school asked curiously. Principal Mo slowly said, he applied to go solo. What? The principals were stunned. What was this child thinking? Reckless. What does he have to go solo with? He has no combat power at all. You didn't agree to him, did you? Principal Mo was a little flustered at this moment. No, I agreed to him. He has already entered the dungeon alone. The principal of 1st middle school reprimanded first. Old Mo, that's not right. What were you thinking? Although students can have their own wishes, the school also needs to be a gatekeeper. How could you let him enter the dungeon by himself? Yes, you're really getting senile. With no combat power, what's the point of entering a dungeon alone? Sightseeing? Or seeking death? This isn't about an upgrade anymore, it's about survival. Although it's called a dungeon, fatal injuries are rare, but quite a few people get hurt every year. Hearing the principal's words, Mo grew even more anxious. I thought if he couldn't kill the monsters, or if he encountered any danger, he could just use a teleportation stone to get out. One principal shook his head and said, wasting a teleportation stone for unnecessary stubbornness? Old Mo, you want to indulge his vanity? He's clearly a trash awakening, yet he insists on acting like a master? Students fear most those who pretend to know when they don't, and act capable when they are not. We'll probably see him teleport out within 10 minutes. As the principals were discussing, half an hour passed, and Lin Hao had already reached level 3 inside the dungeon. Name, Lin Hao. Class, Insectomancer Unique. Level 3. Strength, 40. Agility, 40. Spirit, 70. Constitution, 40. Class skill, Insect Contract, Pet Bug Summon Level 3. Talent skills, Skill Enhancement Level 1, Position Swap, Bug Realm Traverse 0 uses. Summon Level 3 Gold-Eating Beetle, current quantity 1030. With the increase in level, Lin Hao's stats all saw significant growth. Lin Hao calculated that for every level gained, strength, agility, and constitution each received plus 10 stat points. The class-specific spirit stat received plus 20 points. The pet bug summon skills level increased in sync with the class user's level. The Gold-Eating Beetle also synchronously leveled up to level 3. Only the skill enhancement remained at level 1. Each level up added 10 to the summon count. Lin Hao began to continuously summon Gold-Eating Beetles in a short while. The count increased from 10 to 30. With an army of 30 Gold-Eating Beetles sweeping through, there was a real chance to break this dungeon's record. At this point, Lin Hao finally felt at ease. The class awakening had brought a turning point in his life. This rebirth was stable. He had lived a dreary life for 5 years. He had once felt disheartened. He didn't want to repeat his past life and live a miserable existence. If that were the case, what meaning would another life have? Life should be about braving the storms. He'd rather overturn the world than be mediocre, unless there was truly no other way, of course. At this moment, a surge of heroic spirit rose within Lin Hao. Therefore, his new life would begin from this dungeon. With that thought, Lin Hao strode deeper into the grassland. The screen was still filled with rapid updates. Successfully killed level 2 one-eyed rat, EXP plus 20. Successfully killed level 2 one-eyed rat, EXP plus 20. Successfully killed level 3 porcupine, EXP plus 30. Successfully killed level 4 grassland wolf, EXP plus 40. He mowed them down one after another, without any suspense. Another half hour passed, and Lin Hao reached level 4. This leveling speed, while Lin Hao couldn't compare it to his classmates yet, he was certain it absolutely crushed everyone else. Outside the dungeon, Principal Mo's heart was filled with unease. Lin Hao had been in the dungeon for an hour now. But even now, he hadn't used his teleportation stone to get out. Could something have happened to him inside? How could he possibly kill monsters by himself now? He had no combat power whatsoever. Could he possibly be hacking at monsters with that basic steel knife using only his human strength? In that case, he probably couldn't even defeat a single level 1 wild chicken. A scene flashed in his mind. Lin Hao, drenched in sweat, covered in wounds, with a stubborn expression, desperately fighting a wild chicken. Thinking of this, he shivered. Why hasn't Lin Hao from 8th middle school come out yet? Another principal also pondered this question. Yeah, hasn't he been in there for an hour? He shouldn't have been able to last this long. Could something have happened? Could he have found a place to hide? But what's the point of that? He'd still come out at level 1 when the dungeon ends anyway? The principal's discussions made Mo even more uneasy. He now deeply regretted agreeing to let Lin Hao enter the dungeon alone. If anything were to happen, he would be plagued by guilt for the rest of his life. This kid, why is he as stubborn as his sister? He suddenly remembered Winter from 2 years ago, who fought so desperately. In his decades of teaching, he had met many intelligent students, but Winter was the most determined among them. And she was a girl. Sigh, he sighed. Meanwhile, Lin Hao, inside the dungeon, was leisurely strolling as if enjoying a relaxed post-meal walk. He had now ventured deep into the area inhabited by level 6 and 7 monsters. The EXP notifications continued to flood the screen. Successfully killed level 6 striped leopard, EXP plus 60. Successfully killed level 7 Siberian tiger, EXP plus 70. One-hit kill. Still the thrill of a one-hit kill. No different from killing a level 1 pheasant. Not long after, Lin Hao's level was once again at level 4, 70%. It's believed that in another 10 minutes or so, he'll level up to level 5. Chapter 7 Unbelievably Powerful Stats. For every level up, the required EXP doubles. Logically, as one levels up, the leveling speed should slow down. But now, Lin Hao delves deeper into the dungeon, encountering increasingly higher level monsters, and the EXP gained from killing each monster is also greater. Therefore, his leveling speed is not only not slowing down, but seems to be getting faster. These Gold-Eater Beetles are simply too ferocious. Not a single monster can escape their deadly grasp. Finally reached level 2. After killing several hundred monsters, you let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, their party had reached the level 3 monster area. As the tank, he had to be at the front, absorbing the monster's damage. However, his all-gold equipment was fine for tanking, just incredibly hot. Taking advantage of the party's break, he took off his helmet and took a few deep breaths. I wonder how that kid Lin Hao is doing. He's alone, he must be struggling even against level 1 pheasants. He's such a proud person, always aiming for first place. This must have really hurt his pride. After we finish this round in the dungeon, next time we come in, let's team up with him. By then, he should be resigned to it. Right now, he only hoped that Lin Hao wasn't injured. As for whether he could level up, he hadn't even considered that. Ning had also reached level 3, 50%. Although her combat power was immense, the continuous drain of mental energy to cast spells was taking its toll. Luckily, the magic staff my family gave me is powerful. Otherwise, soloing the dungeon would be tough. She was currently hiding in a secluded, safe spot, meditating to recover her mental energy. I wonder how that kid Lin Hao is doing right now. He must have gone through a lot of hardship. If he doesn't suffer a bit, how will he understand my good intentions? Oof. Arrogance feels good for a while, but at the end of the dungeon run, won't he just be back to square one? What's the point of all this? Outside the dungeon, the principal's conversation shifted back to leveling up. It's been an hour. Most people should be around level 2 by now, right? Level 1 pheasants aren't hard to kill. The difficulty really starts from level 2 monsters, as they're aggressive. This is a phase young people must go through. Later, they'll face situations thousands of times more perilous. They can't always be flowers in a greenhouse. The other principals nodded in agreement. One principal said to M.O. By the way, old M.O., the first round record in the dungeon was set by a student from your 8th middle school 2 years ago, wasn't it? M.O. nodded. Yes, it was Winter, Lin Hao's older sister. She cleared the first round in 8 hours and reached level 10. Ah. Winter and Lin Hao are siblings. The principal's interest was piqued. I recall Winter was the top scorer in the national martial exam for Jiangning province, right? That's right, and she was admitted to Daxia's top institution, Xingbei Martial Arts University. Winter, as a woman, achieving all this is truly remarkable and admirable. It's a shame. Compared to his sister, Lin Hao's starting point is like heaven and earth. If you fall behind by 1 step, you fall behind by 100. It's impossible for him to catch up to her. Winter's dungeon record is unlikely to be broken by anyone in the next decade. Not necessarily. That Ning family girl has a silver tier equipment. Even if she can't break it, she'll probably come close. 2 hours later, Lin Hao's level reached level 6, 30%. At this point, other students in the dungeon were generally level 2-3, and their leveling speed had drastically decreased. As the monsters' levels increased, their advance became cautious. Many teams started to panic, and some even got injured. If they knew that Lin Hao was currently alone in the dungeon, bored, and had already reached level 6, they would surely not believe it. Lin Hao glanced at his status panel. Name, Lin Hao. Class Insectomancer. Level 6. Strength, 70. Agility, 70. Spirit, 150. Stamina, 70. Class skills, Insect Contract, Pet Bug Summon level 6. Talent skills, Skill Enhancement level 1, Position Swap, Bug Realm Traverse 0 uses. Summon level 6 Gold-Eating Beetle, current quantity 40-60. His base stats had increased 7-fold compared to when he was level 1. Most importantly, as he leveled up, his mental energy had increased significantly. He upgraded while summoning more Gold-Eating Beetles. The number has now reached 40. 40 terrifying Gold-Eating Beetles scattered. Utterly unstoppable, slaying gods and Buddhas alike. Moreover, as they leveled up, the Gold-Eating Beetles' levels increased, and their strength leaped forward. Their monster-slaying speed was like a snowball rolling downhill. Faster and faster. Lin Hao also took a look at the Gold-Eating Beetle stats. Level 6 Gold-Eating Beetle. Strength, 1200. Agility, 600. Spirit, 600. Constitution, 1200. Skills, none. The leveling principle of this Gold-Eating Beetle is the same as Lin Hao's. However, under the amplification of the God tier skill. Abnormal. Too abnormal. It's simply unbelievable. And, I don't just have one, but 60, and they can still increase continuously. Successfully killed level 7 Eastern Mountain Tiger, EXP plus 70. As the last level 7 Eastern Mountain Tiger fell, Lin Hao began to advance towards the level 8 monster area. In just 2 hours, he reached the level 8 monster area. Who would believe it if I told them? One hit kill. Still instant kills. The EXP continued to flood the screen, skyrocketing as usual. The Gold-Eater Beetles are not only incredibly strong in combat but can also fly at extreme speeds. Swarms of them fly in the air, spotting a monster and diving down for an instant kill. At this speed, Lin Hao felt he could clear the entire dungeon within 4 hours. His level would also reach the maximum of level 10 for this round of the dungeon. Sister, I'm sorry, but I'm about to far surpass you. Lin Hao grinned. If anyone is to break sister's record, it must be me, her younger brother. No one else is qualified. If I see sister again and tell her that I broke her dungeon record, would she be shocked? Would she be angry? I don't think she'll be angry. On the contrary, she should be happy. Would she say, as expected of my brother, Winter, truly amazing? Unfortunately, the monster density in the dungeon is still not high enough. Which is why my leveling speed isn't faster. 10 times the monster density, and I could still handle it. Insectomancer, truly worthy of being a hidden new class. Definitely the pinnacle of AoE classes. If sister's record was broken by me, then could anyone ever break my record in the future? Normally, most students would repeatedly farm dungeons to level up. At least half of them would spend half a month in one dungeon before participating in the final exam. However, after this round, I will leave the dungeon. If the dungeon is a greenhouse, then the wilderness outside the city is the real battlefield. There, not only is the EXP from killing monsters richer, but the monsters killed will also drop items. These items will be purchased by an organization, allowing him to not only level up but also earn money. Chapter 8, Dungeon Anomaly, Monsters Demonize. Outside the dungeon, Principal Mo kept a close watch on the teleportation portal. He was waiting for Lin Hao to teleport out. As long as Lin Hao didn't come out, his heart couldn't be at ease. At this moment, he completely regretted agreeing to let Lin Hao enter the dungeon alone. Suddenly, whoosh! A white light appeared at the teleportation portal. It was a student who had encountered an unmanageable danger and used a teleportation stone to escape the dungeon. Lin Hao. So, you finally decided to come out, you brat? Principal Mo breathed a sigh of relief. For him, the principal, to be here worrying about him, was really a bit too much. The teleportation light dissipated, revealing a person. It was a boy with a buzz cut. What? It's not Lin Hao. The student was panting, his face pale, and he still looked terrified. Mo recognized this boy. He was also a student from 8th middle school. Mo inexplicably felt a surge of anger towards the student who had teleported out. Lin Hao hasn't even come out after hacking monsters with his whiteboard steel knife, and you're already using a teleportation stone to escape? Can't you show a little more spirit? Although instant teleportation stones are meant for students to save their lives in critical situations, normally at this time, they would at most encounter level 2 or 3 monsters. You can't even handle that? It's infuriating. At this moment, the other principals nearby also looked over. They all assumed the person who emerged was Lin Hao. One principal shook his head and chuckled. Heh, this kid can really endure. It's taken him this long to come out. Old Mo must have been worried sick, looking so glum. He's reached level 2. It seems this kid was working pretty hard inside. Although I don't know how he reached level 2 inside, what's the point? Without strength, fighting level 1 or 2 monsters is barely acceptable, but against level 3 ones, is it even possible? Alright, everyone stop talking. Even if the kid is a bit slow, his spirit is commendable. Zhao Dahai, what's going on? Principal Mo walked up to the buzzcut boy and asked sternly. Principal, The monsters inside are too terrifying. That one-eyed rat, a level 2 monster, is so fearsome with such high attack power. The male student lowered his head and answered in a low voice, still looking shaken. A one-eyed rat, a level 2 monster from the dungeon. The principals around almost burst out laughing. Level 2 monsters are too terrifying, what a novel statement. Huh, so that person wasn't Lin Hao. So, Lin Hao is still inside. Heh, where there's a hidden dragon, there must be a crouching phoenix. It's too difficult for Principal Mo. If my school were like this, I wouldn't be able to stand it either. Enough. Principal Mo interrupted the student with a stern face. You go and rest for a while then. Unable to deal with a mere level 2 monster, what's the use of this combat class awakening? It's simply a disgrace to 8th middle school. But just then, swoosh, 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 swoosh. For more teleportation lights flashed. For more students emerged, with similar expressions of terror on their faces. However, these 4 students were not from 8th middle school. What is going on? Why did you all come out too? The principals of the students' respective schools stepped forward to ask. They had just mocked 8th middle school, and now it was happening to their own schools. The principals who stepped forward to inquire had grim expressions. Something's wrong. The monsters inside suddenly became incredibly powerful, ferocious, and terrifying. A student who was still somewhat calm quickly replied. The principals were stunned. It wasn't strange for one student to come out, but for 5 or 6 to do so suggested a problem. What is the situation? One principal hastily asked. One student said, I used a detection spell, and the monsters' names had demonized after them. Demonized? Corrupted by demons? A principal exclaimed in shock. Just then, honk, honk, honk. 2 military vehicles sped towards the dungeon base. The 2 military vehicles seemed to be driving madly, stopping only after nearly crashing into the students who had just teleported out. The principals were about to reprimand them, but upon seeing the emblems on the vehicles, they couldn't help but exclaim. City Defense Force? The car doors opened quickly, and 4 men and 1 woman alighted. The leader was a man. This man was about 40 years old, with a buzz cut, a resolute and heroic face, and a powerful stride as if carrying thunder and wind. Zhao Kaijun? Principal Mo's face showed disbelief as he subconsciously called out. Master, it's been many years. The middle-aged man walked towards Mo with a smile and clasped Mo's hands. City Guard S. General Zhao? The other principals recognized the person at this moment, their hearts tightening. Zhao Kaijun, 20 years ago, was also a student from 8th middle school, which is why he called Mo his master. Now a general in the Yangcheng City Guard, responsible for the city's public order and safety, he was one of the top 1 or 2 most influential figures in Yangcheng. Furthermore, his strength ranked among the top 3 in Yangcheng. Why are you here? Considering the continuous stream of students teleporting out of the dungeon and the appearance of someone of Zhao Caijuan's stature, Mo had a hunch that something might have happened in the dungeon. Zhao Kaijun said, Master, to put it simply, we detected that the dungeon was invaded and corrupted by abyssal demons. We were nearby, so we rushed over. Corrupted by abyssal demons? Principal Mo's heart sank. It wasn't uncommon for dungeon passages to be corrupted by abyssal demons, but it was the first time anyone had heard of it happening in a low-level dungeon like this. Mo became anxious immediately. Then what should we do? There are nearly 1,000 newly transferred children inside. The principals nearby also panicked. They hadn't expected such a serious incident to occur. Don't worry, Master. Don't all these new students have a teleportation stone issued to them? Unlike the principal's panic, Zhao Kaijun remained calm, speaking softly. After they come out, we'll seal the dungeon and then go in to clear it. The dungeon will return to normal. Zhao Kaijun glanced around at the principals and continued. Principals, you don't need to worry. The students won't be able to resist these demonized monsters. Soon, the children will realize these monsters are corrupted. You must have held emergency drill classes before, right? According to the procedures for this situation, they should be teleporting out of the dungeon very soon. As if to confirm Zhao Caijuan's words. At this moment, the teleportation portal flashed with white light, appearing one after another in rapid succession. It was countless students teleporting out. The principals glanced at Zhao Caijun, sighing inwardly. They had panicked upon hearing of the crisis. But looking at General Zhao, who remained as steady as Mount Tai, they recognized him as someone who had long fought against demons in the military. The principals began to sort out the students teleporting out from their respective schools. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Lin Hao, after clearing level 7 monsters, had ventured into the level 8 Berserk Ape area. A level 7 Gold-Eater Beetle was fiercely battling a level 8 Berserk Ape. After a few rolls and struggles on the ground, the Berserk Ape finally died. Ha! Level 8 monsters are this fierce? They couldn't instantly kill even an upgraded Gold-Eater Beetle? Lin Hao was startled to see this situation. How could such a monstrous level 8 monster appear in the dungeon? How are other ordinary beginners supposed to fight it? At this moment, a message flashed on the panel. Successfully killed level 8 Raging Gorilla Demonized, EXP plus 160. What? Demonized? Chapter 9, Double EXP, Rocket-like Leveling Speed. Lin Hao frowned. I've never heard of demonized monsters in dungeons. Has this dungeon mutated? He cast a detection spell on a Raging Gorilla's head. Raging Gorilla Demonized, level 8. Strength, 340. Agility, 160. Spirit, 160. Constitution, 340. Skills, none. Ha, the stats of the demonized monster have doubled compared to a normal level 8 monster. It's equivalent to a level 10 plus monster. No wonder the EXP value, which should have been 80 points, increased to 160 points, also doubling to 160 points. After a moment of thought, Lin Hao concluded that the dungeon must have mutated. According to the emergency drills, he should immediately teleport out of the dungeon. But seeing the 160 EXP from a level 8 monster just now, he hesitated. It's equivalent to double EXP. Although the demonized monsters had greatly increased in strength, they were still no match for the Gold-Eater Beetles. At this moment, other Gold-Eater Beetles also encountered demonized Raging Gorillas. Successfully killed level 8 Raging Gorilla Demonized, EXP plus 160. Successfully killed level 8 Raging Gorilla Demonized, EXP plus 160. The EXP bar increased at a visible rate. The leveling speed was twice as fast as grinding level 7 monsters. Ding, level up, you have reached level 8. Holy crap! If this continues, I'll probably reach level 9 soon. This kind of double EXP. It's just too awesome. The demonized Berserk Ape, I can't see any threat it poses to me yet. But this EXP is so satisfying. Just like Lin Hao has always been upgrading at a supercar's pace, now with added nitro, he's like a rocket. Keep grinding. Only stop when you can't grind anymore, and a crisis arises. Lin Hao watched the EXP numbers flash wildly across the screen. In just a moment, he was already at 30% of level 8. As expected. With his immense strength, he needed to grind stronger monsters to maximize his speed. Dungeons are suitable for normal students, but for him, they're simply not challenging enough. After finishing the dungeon, he must head outside the city to the wilderness to grind monsters. He heard there are many high-level monsters there, with an endless supply. That would be amazing. He must fully utilize his ability to grind monsters of a higher level than himself. At this point, Lin Hao had already summoned 50 Gold-Eater Beetles. Both their attack power and numbers were greatly increasing. The Gold-Eater Beetles, now upgraded to level 8, had grown significantly in size, roughly double their original size. The sharp teeth in their mouths began to gleam menacingly. They looked even more ferocious. Now that he was level 8, at this pace, he should reach level 10 not too long from now. If he reached level 10, he could go to the bug realm again to find spirit bug contracts. At that time, perhaps he could contract even more powerful bugs. Lin Hao also knew that once a dungeon was contaminated by abyssal demons, relevant organizations would quickly arrive to seal it off. However, this time difference should be at least an hour, right? As long as he could clear out all the monsters before they arrived to deal with the dungeon and then leave, nothing would be affected. After all, this opportunity for rapid leveling was too rare. He had also promised himself he would break his sister's record. Now, the other students should have discovered the dungeon's contamination and, unable to cope, have been teleported out one after another, right? But he was different from them, he could handle it. With an hour's time difference, he could clear it out and leave within that period. Lin Hao's assessment was not wrong. However, he was still mistaken. The city guard, Zhao Kaijun, arrived much faster than he anticipated. How could he have imagined that Zhao Kaijun and his team happened to be nearby? Kill them all frantically. Lin Hao commanded the Gold-Eating Beetles, accelerating their killing speed. As if sensing their master's thoughts, the Gold-Eating Beetles fighting around Lin Hao became even more frenzied. When they encountered the demonized berserk apes, they pounced and tore into them with mad bites. These Gold-Eating Beetles were impervious to fire and water, their shells incredibly tough. The berserk apes shrieked and thrashed, but they couldn't even scratch the Gold-Eating Beetles' defenses. In just over 10 minutes, Lin Hao's EXP at 30% had increased to 60% again. At this speed, he should reach level 9 again within 15 minutes. Truly rocket-like leveling speed. This thrill made Lin Hao feel as if he had eaten a ginseng fruit, a wave of intense satisfaction washing over him. If students and principals outside the dungeon knew about this speed, they would probably have their eyes pop out. Because historically, no one in the beginner stage had ever leveled up this fast. In the face of Lin Hao's overwhelming strength, the so-called demonization was nothing more than a double EXP cheat activated for Lin Hao. Double EXP. This was unprecedented in a dungeon. 15 minutes later, as expected, Lin Hao reached level 9. Lin Hao and the Gold-Eating Beetles' stats had all improved again. Monkeys that previously required 3 or 4 bites to defeat now fell in 1 or 2. Soon, half an hour passed, and all the level 8 berserk apes were wiped out. Lin Hao's level had once again reached 90% of level 9. This was truly amazing. Not only was the EXP doubled, but the level 8 and 9 monsters were so densely packed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to achieve such speed. Lin Hao, without hesitation, strode towards the level 9 area of the dungeon, where the formidable tigers with watchful eyes resided. At this time, outside the dungeon, the crowd was bustling and lively. Thousands of students had emerged from the dungeon. The students gathered together, recounting the thrilling crises they had faced. The schools separately took roll call. 1, 2, 3, 4, the calls for headcount rose and fell. You had reached level 4 and was searching for Lin Hao in the crowd. Have you seen Lin Hao? Have you seen Lin Hao? However, the only answers he received were, haven't seen him. It's over, it's over. Yu's face turned pale, and he muttered. It's been 3 hours since the dungeon opened, and another hour has passed since it became contaminated. That makes 4 hours. No sign of him after 4 hours. A regular dungeon is dangerous enough for Lin Hao. Now, he's encountered a mutated dungeon filled with deadly threats. His chances of survival must be slim. What? Still no sign of him? Is that it? Ning stood beside Yu, her brows furrowed, and asked. We can't find him anywhere. He must still be inside. I really don't know what he is doing in there, Yu said dejectedly. He truly doesn't know the meaning of death. Ning cursed under her breath. But inwardly, her heart was in a panic. Could something have really happened? His recklessness before was understandable, but what's the situation now? Now, the contaminated dungeon is filled with deadly threats, completely different from before. A single mistake could cost him his life. Don't assume the teleportation stone guarantees safety. Under the attack of demonic monsters, you might not even have time to use it. Lin Hao, are you going too far? You keep making me worry about you, again and again. When you get out, I'm going to blast you with lightning and teach you a lesson. She stared intently at the teleportation entrance, hoping to see Lin Hao emerge at any moment. Unfortunately, she was disappointed time and time again. In the next 6 to 7 minutes, no one else came out. Unlike half an hour ago, when the white light was almost continuous. Chapter 10, Reaching Level 11, Boss Battle. Zhao Kaijun asked in a deep voice, "Principals, have you finished counting your students? Have all of them come out?" Principal of First High School, all our students are out. Principal of Second High School, all our students are out. Principal of Third High School, all our students are out. The principals answered Zhao Caijuan's questions earnestly. Though they were principals, they dared not be perfunctory or disrespectful to Zhao Kaijun. "Teacher, what about the students from 8th High School? Have they all come out yet?" At this moment, Principal Mo of 8th High School was still frantically searching for someone, his face covered in sweat. Needless to say, there were still students who hadn't come out. Mo said with a bitter expression, "One more person is missing." At this moment, a woman about 20 years old, standing next to Zhao Kaijun, said to him, "Uncle, if the dungeon isn't sealed promptly and cleared, it will be troublesome once the entire dungeon is contaminated. It might even lead to the destruction of the entire dungeon." Her implication was that they should perhaps abandon the student inside. The girl had short hair, a determined look, and was quite attractive. Zhao Kaijun looked at the young woman and frowned. "Chen Ziqing, how many times have I told you, don't call me uncle at work? I am your superior, General Zhao." The woman replied, "Okay, I got it. From now on, I'll call you General, Uncle." Zhao Kaijun shook his head helplessly. He turned to Mo and said, "Teacher, tell me about the student who hasn't come out yet." Hearing that Zhao Kaijun wasn't going to seal the dungeon immediately as his niece suggested, Mo breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that once the dungeon was sealed, no one inside could get out until it was unsealed. But when it would be unsealed was another question. In other words, Lin Hao would have to stay with the monsters inside for a long time. He quickly and briefly told Zhao Kaijun about Lin Hao's general situation. This year's hidden quality? A death sentence early on? No combat ability? Yes, his name is Lin Hao, from the Lin family. Mo nodded. The Lin family? Zhao Kaijun didn't understand why Mo emphasized that he was from the Lin family. He is Lin Yuanshan's son. Mo suddenly said. What? His son? Zhao Caijuan's pupils contracted, and his expression changed slightly. He was no longer the composed figure who could remain unfazed even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Kaijun, this child has had a difficult life. For the sake of your friendship with Lin Yuanshan, you must find a way to save him. You can't just abandon him. Mo looked at Zhao Kaijun nervously. Talented Zhao nodded. His relationship with Lin Yuanshan was far more than just classmates. He quietly said to Mo. Teacher, don't worry. Since Lin Hao managed to survive a normal dungeon for 3 hours and then endured a mutated dungeon for another hour, if he is alright, it proves he has the ability to survive in both situations. And he hasn't used his teleportation stone from the beginning until now, which means he is doing just fine. As expected of Zhao Kaijun, who had been through many storms, he deduced Lin Hao's current situation clearly in just a few words. Is that really true? Mo, as well as you, Ning, and the others present, didn't quite believe Zhao Caijuan's assessment. It's impossible. How could Lin Hao have the strength to last in this situation? Yes, if he was seriously injured and hiding in a corner, it would be more reasonable. Of course, these words couldn't be said in front of the talented Zhao. General Zhao, what do we do now? 3 city guards accompanied him, and they asked the talented Zhao for instructions. What to do? Of course, we have to seal the dungeon immediately. Regardless of the kid's current situation, if he's found to be mutated and doesn't come out, he'll have to bear the consequences himself. The young girl said first without hesitation. Several city guards nearby also nodded, seemingly agreeing with the girl. People from the Lin family, all greedy, the talented Zhao thought to himself. This kid must be grinding monsters inside. However, he said aloud, if the dungeon is sealed, he won't be able to get out. How about this, let's give him another half an hour. If he doesn't come out after half an hour, we'll seal the dungeon then. The girl frowned. But so much time has already passed. If we wait another half hour, I'm afraid the entire dungeon will be destroyed. Uncle, this operation of yours is against regulations. The young girl insisted. The talented Zhao said calmly, the dungeon won't be destroyed in half an hour. If it really gets destroyed, I will personally bear the responsibility. Yes. The city guards replied with their heads bowed. The girl, meanwhile, pouted. But she didn't say anything more. There's something fishy going on. Who is that kid inside? Why does Uncle care so much? She thought to herself. And became curious about the person who hadn't come out. Lin Yuanshan's son, how could he be trapped by a mere dungeon? I really want to meet him, the talented Zhao mused. Hidden quality? Interesting. Yuanshan, you have a successor. Lin Hao, inside the dungeon, was unaware of the situation outside. He was ravenously and madly grinding level 9 demonic striped tigers. Although these demonic jungle tigers were incredibly powerful, they were still no match for Lin Hao's Gold-Eating Beetles after a few moves. Ding, you have leveled up to level 10. Awesome, so awesome. This thrill of leveling up is the most exhilarating. Lin Hao, with his more than 50 powerful Gold-Eating Beetles, charged forward, unstoppable and invincible. The jungle at the end of the dungeon was filled with the roars of striped tigers. These roars were the triumphant song of Lin Hao's leveling up. 10 minutes passed, and Lin Hao's EXP reached 50% of level 10 again. Fast. Too fast. In the last level 9 monster area, the monsters were significantly denser than before. EXP values were flooding the screen like crazy. Another 10 minutes passed. Ding, you have leveled up to level 11. Rumble. After the last level 9 jungle tiger fell, all the level 9 monsters were wiped out by Lin Hao. Lin Hao's EXP bar reached 30% of level 11. At this moment, if someone could look down on the entire dungeon from a god's perspective, they would see that the dungeon was basically completely corrupted. The remaining uncorrupted portion was less than 10%. At the previous corruption rate, this 10% would take at most another 10 minutes. Just as Lin Hao was about to think the dungeon was over, a small temple appeared before him. Lin Hao was startled. With all the level 9 monsters killed, the entire dungeon should be over. I've never heard of a temple like this. Dungeons don't have boss stages, right? Why is there a boss stage? Has the dungeon changed after being corrupted by the abyss? Chapter 11, Demonic Minotaur? Kill. If Winter were here, she would know that Lin Hao's judgment was wrong. Generally speaking, level 9 striped tigers are indeed the end of a dungeon. However, if the first round classer kills all the monsters in the dungeon without leaving any behind, there's a chance for a final boss stage to appear. It's just that classers starting from level 1 have almost never managed to kill all the monsters in a dungeon. They simply don't have the strength. Moreover, with insufficient strength, it's quite normal to miss some. But 2 years ago, Winter accomplished this. She also faced a dungeon boss stage. However, 2 years later, Lin Hao is facing not just a boss stage, but a boss stage corrupted by abyssal demons. Without hesitation, Lin Hao stepped towards the temple. About 100 meters from the temple, Lin Hao suddenly felt a chill and couldn't help but shiver. What was inside? The aura alone was so terrifying. And this aura, it felt like it came from hell. Lin Hao, instead of advancing, retreated 100 meters. More than 50 ferocious Gold-Eating Beetles swarmed in front of Lin Hao. Go! Lin Hao gave the order, and 50 Gold-Eating Beetles flew towards the temple like 50 miniature bombers. The temple's tightly shut doors and windows could not stop these Gold-Eating Beetles at all. The Gold-Eating Beetles crawled onto the doors and windows. In a short while, the doors and windows, of unknown material, were bitten through. The gold-eater beetles burrowed inside. As expected of the all-devouring gold-eater beetles. Ah! Several screams came from the temple. Immediately after, a terrified shout followed, "What are these abominations? Get away from me!" It can actually speak human language? Lin Hao retreated dozens of meters further. Could it be that there are intelligent beings inside? Intelligent monsters were common in this world. But he had never heard of intelligent beings as low level as level 8 or 9. With a bang, the temple door was burst open by a huge figure, which stumbled out. Lin Hao's pupils narrowed slightly. It was a monster with the head of a bull and the body of a man. On the bull's head, two long, curved horns were extremely ferocious. Lin Hao cast a detection spell. Minotaur Beast Lord Demonized, level 15. Strength, 4000. Agility, 1000. Spirit, 1000. Constitution, 3000. Skill, Death Stomp. Holy crap! A level 15 Lord class boss that had been demonized. These four-dimensional stats were too monstrous. Comparable to monsters of level 40 or 50 outside. And it even had a skill. This was Lin Hao's first time encountering a monster with a skill. But no matter what you are, you're destined to be nothing but my EXP. Kill. Lin Hao gave the order, and over 50 gold-eater beetles pounced on the Minotaur beast. Then, they began to gnaw furiously. Ah! The Minotaur Beast Lord was in unbearable pain. It flailed its arms wildly, striking its own body. Bang bang bang! It was trying to shake off the gold-eater beetles on it. Indeed, quite a few gold-eater beetles were knocked off. Many more had their shells cracked by the blows. However, the wounds healed at a visible rate. The regeneration ability of the gold-eater beetles once again exceeded Lin Hao's expectations. They were too strong. They were like cockroaches that couldn't be killed. The Minotaur beast grabbed a gold-eater beetle in each hand, trying to crush them. But the gold-eater beetles were incredibly tough, feeling like hard stones in its grip. Enraged, it threw the two gold-eater beetles forcefully to the ground. Suddenly, the Minotaur beast leaped dozens of meters into the air. It then charged towards the ground at high speed, finally stomping down heavily. It was using its skill, Death Stomp. With a deafening boom, earth and stones flew everywhere. The Minotaur Beast Lord stomped a large crater directly into the ground. Countless cracks spread across the crater walls, extending in all directions. Rumble. At this point, the nearby temple could not withstand it and half of it collapsed. Dust billowed. Most of the gold-eater beetles clinging to the Minotaur beast also fell off. However, the gold-eater beetles that fell to the ground quickly got back up and flew back onto the Minotaur beast. Lin Hao, standing hundreds of meters away, also swayed. Good grief, this skill is too powerful. Fortunately, I was cautious earlier and retreated over 100 meters. If I had been caught by that stomp, I might have been skinned alive, if not killed. Several minutes passed. The Minotaur beast was covered in bloody wounds. Its outer layer of flesh had been gnawed away by the gold-eater beetles. Suddenly, the Minotaur Beast Lord stared at Lin Hao with bloodshot eyes. "You detestable human! You deserve to die!" It probably realized that Lin Hao was the master controlling these disgusting insects. It staggered towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao stood still, watching the Minotaur beast coldly. He could tell that the Minotaur beast was at the end of its rope. It was about to fall. If, at the beginning, it had focused on attacking him, then he might have been in some danger. But now, there was no chance. When the Minotaur beast rushed in front of him. Position swap. Lin Hao let out a soft exclamation. In an instant, Lin Hao appeared about 300 meters away. The Minotaur beast froze. It couldn't fathom how, after finally reaching Lin Hao, this human had just vanished. It turned its head with difficulty, only to see Lin Hao standing calmly at the entrance of the temple. Rumble. With a loud crash, the minotaur beast fell to the ground, its eyes seemingly filled with unwillingness. It probably never imagined that it would die without even touching a corner of this human's clothes. Successfully killed the Minotaur Lord demonized, you gained EXP. Ding, you have reached level 12. Holy crap! This boss's EXP is too generous, it actually made Lin Hao level up directly, reaching an unprecedented level 12 in the dungeon. As the sound of the kill and level up notification faded, a wisp of smoke suddenly rose from the gaping maw of the giant Minotaur Lord. This smoke was dark red and exuded a chilling aura. As it ascended, it coalesced into the form of a seductive woman in mid-air. Her hips were thrust forward, her chest pushed back. Although not a real person, just outlined by smoke, she exuded a captivating allure. This apparition was incredibly beautiful, but her beauty was different from Ning's. Every inch of her body radiated a maddening temptation. It seemed she was born to be a femme fatale who devoured men. Instantly, Lin Hao felt his throat go dry. My God, could such a woman, such a creature, exist in this world? You hateful human scum, to have killed this saintess's vessel. You can't atone for your sins even if you die 10,000 times. What is this? Lin Hao bit his tongue, sobering up slightly. Could it be that this saintess is a demon, and her invasion is what caused the dungeon to mutate? Chapter 12, Level Up, Record Broken, Unprecedented. It seemed that after leaving the Minotaur Lord's body, the abyssal soul couldn't remain for long. The woman in mid-air writhed and twisted in agony. She was rapidly fading. You little thing, this saintess remembers your face. I will find you again someday. With these parting words, the soul vanished without a trace. Lin Hao was speechless. Just like that, I've made an eternal enemy from the abyss? I was just grinding monsters to level up, why did you have to hide here? Slowly, Lin Hao's gaze turned cold, and he let out a snort. If we ever meet for real, I'll tear your true form to shreds. Then we'll see if you can still talk tough? Lin Hao checked his own status. In 4.5 hours, he had cleared the entire dungeon and reached a staggering level 12. This was by far the strongest record in the dungeon's history, far surpassing the previous record of 8 hours to reach level 10. He had already surpassed level 10, which meant he should be able to traverse the bug realm 3 times. He just hadn't had the time to check it carefully earlier. Lin Hao opened his status panel. Indeed, it read, Bug Realm traversed 3 times. He could once again enter that ancient and mysterious bug realm to summon divine insects. With a few more divine insects, how terrifying would he become? He was already getting impatient. But then again, this dungeon had been corrupted by abyssal demons for some time. The relevant authorities should have arrived by now, right? If they sealed the dungeon, he wouldn't be able to leave. He didn't want to be trapped in the dungeon for 10 or 20 hours. If it was sealed, even teleportation stones wouldn't work to get him out. It's better to get out first. With that thought, he walked towards the teleportation array. Once a dungeon was cleared, a teleportation array would appear at the end, eliminating the need to return to the entry point. Outside the dungeon, over 1,000 people were anxiously watching the teleportation portal array. After half an hour, all the students now knew that only one student remained inside. The students from 8th Middle School naturally knew Lin Hao's situation. As for the students from other schools, they were filled with curiosity about this person who hadn't emerged yet. When they learned of Lin Hao's previous top ranking, his class awakening phenomenon, his hidden quality, his new class insectomancer, his trash awakening, his bold rejection of the goddess, and his solo dungeon run. Each and every one of these stories was breathtaking. He was practically a legend. Some felt regret, some disdained, some found it laughable, some thought Lin Hao was reckless and jeopardizing the bigger picture. However, many girls had developed a strong interest in Lin Hao. Especially after Lin Hao had repeatedly rejected Goddess Ning. They etched Lin Hao's name in their hearts, eager to see what kind of legendary figure he was. With only 1 minute left until the half-hour deadline. He must have died in there long ago. What are we waiting for? The dungeon should have been sealed by now. Wasting time. This guy isn't coming out. He's definitely been killed by a demon monster. Trash awakening. I really don't know why someone like him would enter a dungeon. What could he even do? Yeah, the funniest part is him going solo. If the whole dungeon gets messed up, then none of us will have a place to level up. I really want to see firsthand how pathetic this kid looks. Only you, Ning, and a few others remain silent. Yu was fidgeting anxiously. My Lin Hao, why aren't you out yet? Could something really have happened to him inside? Ning was also staring at the teleportation portal with a heavy heart. She couldn't help but ask him, "Oh, Principal, the dungeon is about to be sealed, but Lin Hao still hasn't come out. What do we do? If he gets trapped inside, he'll have to face those terrifying monsters. I fear the situation will get worse." What did Mo know about what to do at this moment? His mind was already in a complete mess. He couldn't help but glance at Zhao Kaijun. But Zhao Kaijun's expression was quite calm at this moment. Not a trace of impatience could be seen. The soldiers beside him were staring at their watches, checking the time. At this moment, there was only half a minute left until the half-hour Zhao Kaijun mentioned. Some of the soldiers had long wanted to seal the dungeon. They felt waiting through this half-hour was meaningless. But since talented Zhao said half an hour, even if there was 1 second left, they wouldn't dare to leave early. "Time's up," said a city guard. Talented Zhao nodded. Just as the city guards were about to use the sealing stone to operate, a bright light appeared in the teleportation array. The light dispersed. It was Lin Hao. His appearance immediately caused a commotion among the thousands of students. He actually got out? He can still get out? What great luck! He hid in the dungeon and held on until the last half minute for fame. I admire you the most. He probably hid somewhere from the start and didn't even know the dungeon was demonized? How funny, so many of us were waiting for him. Mo, Yu, Ning, and others immediately stepped forward. Yu rushed forward, hugged Lin Hao, and shouted excitedly, "You brat, you're finally out." Mo stood in front of Lin Hao, smiling. During this crisis, not a single student fell. Wait, level 12? His old eyes widened, his face full of shock, completely disbelieving. Lin Hao, you've reached level 12? Heavens, how is that possible? Completely unbelievable. Hearing this, you also cast a detection spell on Lin Hao. Lin Hao, Insectomancer, level 12. You shouted in disbelief, "Holy crap! Lin Hao, no way, you're level 12? Level 12, my god. After all, you was only level 4 at this time." Even the powerful Ning had only reached level 6 so far. Ning also noticed Lin Hao's level at this moment. His expression changed instantly, his face full of disbelief, as if he had seen the most impossible thing. Level 12? How is this possible? How did he do it? Even if he killed all the monsters, he would be at most level 10. Besides, what ability does he have to kill all the monsters in 4.5 hours? Yu's previous exclamation, with its tone of hysterical shock. All over 1,000 pairs of eyes turned to stare at Lin Hao. In an instant, over 1,000 detection spells were cast on Lin Hao. White light flashed all over Lin Hao. Cough. Lin Hao knew that if he came out as level 12 and was recognized, it would definitely cause a sensation and attract everyone's attention. He didn't want this, but there was no other way, since he was the last one to come out. And he had drawn enough attention. Instantly, his level detonated the entire venue. Level 12, my god. Impossible, this completely exceeds what's written in textbooks. It must be an illusion, it must be an illusion. A person who should have died in the dungeon long ago has reached level 12, while everyone else is at most level 6. If this were to be told, even ghosts wouldn't believe it, right? Didn't they say he was doomed early on? Damn it, who said that? Step forward. I always thought he was the clown, but it turns out I was the clown all along. Is this the one? The one who rejected the goddess Ning, and broke everyone's perception. Lin Hao, a girl's eyes sparkled. Wow, he's so handsome, exclaimed another fangirl. Although Mo didn't understand how Lin Hao did it. However, the facts were right before his eyes. Lin Hao, Class Awakening, has broken the record. Now, he had broken the dungeon record again. 4.5 hours to clear the dungeon, and reaching level 12. He personally broke his sister's record. Let alone no one after, but certainly no one before. It's estimated that not in 100 years, but at least 50 years, no one will be able to break this dungeon record. Good, good, good. Lin Hao, not only did you survive, but you also reached such a high level. I'm relieved to see you like this. He was so excited that tears streamed down his face. At the same time, an excited tremor spread throughout his body. Lin Hao looked at Mo and said softly, I'm sorry, Principal Mo, I made you worry. The principals of the other 10 schools were also looking at Lin Hao with shock. They also couldn't believe it. In their decades of educational careers, this was the first time they had witnessed such a thing. Someone actually cleared the dungeon in 4.5 hours and reached level 12. This was something they had never dared to imagine. Today, this kid completely shattered their perceptions. The 8th middle school has truly produced a dragon. The Lin family has produced another dragon, muttered one of the oldest principals. Chapter 13, I hope one day we can fight side by side. At this moment, several city guards who were preparing to seal the dungeon approached talented Zhao, and said in disbelief. General Zhao, after detection, the source of pollution in the dungeon has disappeared, and the dungeon has returned to normal. Should we still seal it? Are you guys stupid? If it's back to normal, why seal it? Zhao berated. Yes, yes, yes. The city guards looked ashamed. How could they have said such a foolish thing? In fact, it was all due to the sheer surprise. Who would have thought that at the last moment, when the dungeon was about to be destroyed, it would miraculously return to normal? This has never happened before. This left them bewildered for a moment, and they sought instructions from Zhao Kaijun. Zhao Kaijun looked at Lin Hao and nodded slightly. Others might not understand, but how could someone with his battle experience not know? The dungeon's source of pollution had disappeared. There was only one possibility: the Lin Hao standing before them had killed that demon. Zhao Kaijun then walked up to Lin Hao and said with a smile, You are Lin Hao? Very impressive. And you are? Lin Hao was slightly taken aback. He noticed people in military uniforms present. Moreover, the man exuded an aura of natural authority, like a mountain or a peak. After a brief moment of surprise, his eyes narrowed slightly. This person is no ordinary man. He carried a potent killing intent, thick as congealed blood. How many people, how many lives, must he have taken to cultivate such an aura? Mo introduced from the side, Lin Hao, this is your senior, Zhao Kaijun, General Zhao. He was once classmates with your father. My father's classmate? The smile on Lin Hao's face gradually disappeared. The one thing he least wanted to hear about was news of his father. Anything related to him. However, he still respectfully greeted him. Lin Hao greets Senior, General Zhao. Zhao Kaijun nodded with satisfaction. His admiration for Lin Hao grew. The young man was exceptionally talented, yet not the least bit arrogant. His temperament was very steady. Zhao Kaijun said to Mo, Teacher, since the dungeon crisis is resolved, we should be departing. He suddenly turned his head to Lin Hao and said, Lin Hao, I sincerely hope that one day, we can fight side by side. His tone was extremely sincere. He took something from himself, tossed it to Lin Hao, and chuckled. A small gift for you. It might be useful in certain places. Consider it a small token from a senior to a junior. Lin Hao caught it and looked down. It was a jade token, warm to the touch. Engraved on the token were the words, Zhao Kaijun. This was no ordinary item. Presenting this jade token was equivalent to Zhao Kaijun's personal presence in many places. Who was Zhao Kaijun? A general of a city, a prominent figure in Yang City. He was also a weighty figure within the Great Xia military. Thank you, Senior. Lin Hao bowed slightly. No way, Uncle, how could you give this to someone? A woman's voice chimed in. It was Chen Ziqing, who had been standing beside Zhao Kaijun, constantly observing Lin Hao. First clear of the dungeon at level 12, he's a bit of a prodigy, but he's still just a level 12 novice. You all seem to be hyping him up like he's a god. In our great Xia Abyss army, he's nothing but a nobody. The short-haired woman said coldly. The moment the words Abyss army were uttered, the surrounding city guards immediately straightened their backs, their expressions solemn. Abyss army? This was the first time Lin Hao had heard of this name. Zhao Kaijun seemed slightly embarrassed. He took his niece's hand and said to Mo, "Teacher, we're leaving." Saying this, without waiting for his niece to say more, he pulled her into the car. He knew his niece was always incredibly arrogant. Seeing everyone's admiration for Lin Hao breaking the dungeon record and reaching level 12 in 4.5 hours had evidently triggered her competitive spirit. Even if she couldn't achieve it herself, forcing her to admit defeat was impossible. Room. The car started and quickly drove away. At this moment, the principals were still stunned and lost in thought by what Zhao Kaijun had just said and done. Lin Hao, I sincerely hope that one day, we can fight side by side. Zhao Caijun's words struck the principals like a morning bell and an evening drum, shaking them. How highly General Zhao, such a prominent figure, thought of Lin Hao. The jade token he gave, a symbol of identity, seemed to carry the intention of forging a good relationship. Lin Hao suddenly said to Mo, "Principal, I wish to apply for a permit to leave the dungeon and go to the wilderness outside the city to hunt monsters and level up." Mo nodded, "Of course. You're already level 12. There's no point in staying in the dungeon. I'll issue your exit permit shortly." Mo, having recovered from his shock, was now back to normal. On the bus back to school, the eyes of the students looking at Lin Hao were completely different from before they left. Before, there was regret, pity, mockery, and even schadenfreude. But now, it was pure shock. Some even felt fear. It was as if the person sitting in that seat was not Lin Hao, but a prehistoric behemoth. For some reason, they felt a primal suppression, a terrifying sense of level disparity. Ning, sitting several rows away, looked at Lin Hao with an exceptionally complex expression. I thought I had finally beaten him once, but it turns out, that wasn't the case. This isn't some death row class awakening, but an unprecedentedly terrifying hidden quality. But so what? I, Ning, won't always lose to you. I have my own resources, and I have my own strength. She made up her mind, vowing to level up frantically and increase her strength. Recalling last night, her family had prepared many top-tier equipment for her, but she had been a bit resistant, thinking her own strength was sufficient. At least among students of the same age in school, even without any equipment, she was still the top fighter. Now, she felt a little regret. If I had used that equipment, at least the gap between me and him wouldn't be so huge, right? But what Lin Hao was thinking at this moment was to go home, traverse the bug realm, summon divine insects, and go outside the city to kill monsters early tomorrow morning. Lin Hao got off the car halfway. He went straight home. He didn't want to socialize with those classmates, eating, drinking, or discussing things. To him, all that was meaningless social interaction. The opportunity for a powerful rise was right before him, and he couldn't waste it. Bug Realm Traverse. Instantly, he projected himself into the bug realm. Compared to the frantic state of the previous few times, he was very calm this time. A deep, ancient aura. Bug Realm. This time, he appeared in a giant canyon. On both sides were steep, majestic mountains. From the mountains, huge waterfalls cascaded down. The rumbling sound filled his ears. Below the canyon, there were many pools of water. In the pools, various swimming creatures could be vaguely seen. A colossal creature was crawling at the bottom of the canyon. It looked somewhat like a snail, and somewhat like an alligator snapping turtle. This crawling behemoth was the size of a football field. Its body was tens of meters high. Its aura was like that of an abyss or a mountain, profound and heavy like a mountain. Wherever it went, the ferocious beasts and birds nearby would flee in panic. Chapter 14, Re-entering the Bug Realm, Transparent Butterfly Worms. Lin Hao hid in a rock crevice. He didn't move, not daring to make a sound. The giant creature, with its turtle-like head, extended into the water by the pool and submerged. After a while, its head emerged. It raised its head towards the sky, and with its bulging throat contracting and expanding, it seemed to swallow countless things. It was clearly hunting. And its prey was the creatures in the water. This behemoth moved back and forth, its movements slow. It was always in front of Lin Hao. Without even testing, Lin Hao knew this guy was incredibly powerful. Its defensive capabilities were even more monstrous. It could serve as a super tank. If he had such a hard-shelled pet to push forward, and he rode on its back, it would definitely be incredibly cool. Based on the EXP from before, this high-level creature was not something he could summon with his current abilities. Therefore, he didn't try to summon it rashly. Another failed traversal. Lin Hao felt helpless. Half an hour later, Lin Hao's body disappeared in a flash of white light. Lin Hao reappeared in his simple house. Although it was a failure, Lin Hao discovered that his time in the bug realm this time was not the 5 minutes from level 1, but half an hour. As expected, as his mental strength grew, the time he could spend inside would increase. This could be considered a gain. After resting for an hour, bug realm traverse. A hurricane, boundless sand and dust. This time, Lin Hao seemed to have landed in a desolate desert. Yellow sand swirled everywhere, as if it were the end of the world. He could be sure that many ferocious insects were lurking beneath the sand. However, it was daytime at the moment. The surface temperature was extremely high. As Lin Hao walked on the surface, his feet felt very uncomfortable. The insects beneath the sand had burrowed deep underground, disappearing without a trace. Half an hour would soon pass. The distance he could cover was less than half a mile. But within his line of sight, there were no insects. This trip will likely be fruitless again. Lin Hao gave a wry smile. I wonder if I can summon my pet bug here? A thought suddenly occurred to Lin Hao. Come out, my companion. He called out softly. 20 gold-eater beetles appeared around Lin Hao. It actually works. Lin Hao showed a look of surprise and joy. If he had known this earlier, he could have been more reckless in this world. With a certain degree of safety and the help of his gold-eater beetles in searching, the efficiency would be 100 times greater. But there's no time this trip. Lin Hao recalled his pet bugs and disappeared in a flash of white light. Upon returning to his humble home, Lin Hao felt a significant drain on his mental energy. After 2 consecutive traversals, his mental energy was almost depleted. I need to rest for a few hours. There was still one last chance. After these 2 traversals, along with the 3 traversals when he was level 1, Lin Hao took out a pen and paper, writing down the EXP and his subsequent deductions. First, as one levels up, mental strength increases, allowing for longer stays in the bug realm. Inference: if one day his mental strength is sufficient, he might be able to stay there for 3 to 5 days, or even months, perhaps even a year. If that were the case, there would be much more he could do. Second, in the bug realm, he can also summon his own pet bugs. Inference: then, he can fully utilize his pet bugs there, for example, to find other pet bugs, or perhaps, to battle various strange insects there. However, I wonder if killing insects in the bug realm will drop some items different from this world. Or, not only can I summon insects from inside, but it's also entirely possible that I can fight monsters and level up inside. Suddenly, a bolder idea popped into his mind. Since I can summon pet bugs inside, is it possible that I can leave some pet bugs there? If this is feasible, then next time I travel, I won't have to appear in different locations randomly. At that time, I can simply swap positions and reappear at the previously occupied spot. He could explore this world step by step. Even, could he directly travel from the real world to the bug realm through position swapping? Then he could go there anytime. He believed that before long, he would possess thousands upon thousands of different pet bugs. One gold-eater beetle was already overpowered enough. If there were thousands upon thousands of them, Lin Hao found the thought incredible. These conjectures made Lin Hao's blood surge and his heart pound. He suppressed his excitement and meditated to restore his mental energy. 3 hours passed. Bug realm traverse. Still that deep, ancient aura of another world. An endless green plain. Birds chirping and flowers fragrant. A wave of greenery washed over him. The place he appeared this time was a plain teeming with life, flowers in full bloom, butterflies dancing, and various insects collecting nectar. Another different scene from before. This time, it's a big success. Lin Hao was thrilled. Because, as he looked around, he could already see quite a few insects as far as his eyes could see. Compared to the previous few times, this was finally a stroke of good fortune. However, he didn't let his guard down. Come out, my companions. Lin Hao released 70 gold-eater beetles in one go. These gold-eater beetles surrounded Lin Hao, protecting him. Lin Hao walked forward slowly. Besides the lush green grass, there were also flowers like brocade. What caught his eye the most were the bees and insects flying among the flowers, as well as various colorful butterflies. These insects were not like those in previous scenes, with extremely strong aggressiveness towards Lin Hao's appearance. They seemed indifferent. Some even exuded a hint of friendliness. A nearly transparent flying insect landed on Lin Hao's shoulder. This insect resembled a butterfly, but it wasn't quite the same. It seemed to be composed of two transparent, leaf-like wings. If it weren't for the shimmering light on its wings, Lin Hao wouldn't have been able to see it. Now, it stood on Lin Hao's shoulder, its two wings opening and closing. Soon, several more of its kind flew down and landed on Lin Hao's shoulders. It seemed that Lin Hao's body emitted an aura that made them comfortable. Lin Hao could even feel their joy. He cast a detection spell on them. Surprisingly, no information could be detected. He didn't know if it was because Lin Hao was low level, or if this was just how the rules of this world worked. The detection spell Lin Hao currently mastered was a very simple skill. Almost everyone mastered it. This type of detection spell could only reveal information up to 10 levels higher than oneself. Being unable to detect the insect's information put Lin Hao in a dilemma. He wondered which type would be suitable to summon. Was it the creatures on his shoulder, or the ones nearby? Several bees with sharp stingers on their mouths and poison needles on their rears flew among the flowers. Whoosh! Their speed was so fast that Lin Hao could barely track them with his eyes. If he were to summon these bees, their power would undoubtedly be immense. They were essentially top-tier assassins with extreme speed. These bees were very tempting to Lin Hao. Chapter 15, Sprite Butterfly, Like Sharing. Just then, a group of the same butterfly-like insects from before flew over, circling Lin Hao. Instantly, Lin Hao's entire body shimmered with starlight. They seemed to like Lin Hao very much. However, they weren't too fond of Lin Hao's gold-eater beetles. They flew around, deliberately avoiding them. Seeing no immediate danger, Lin Hao relaxed. Come back. Except for one gold-eater beetle, which was instructed to hide beneath the grass roots, all other gold-eater beetles were recalled. Since you like me so much and want to follow me, I'll summon you first. The closer one was to the insectomancer, the greater the chance of successful summoning. Lin Hao planned to contract a large number of them here today. It would be a shame to not take in 10 or 8 insectoids as pet bugs, given this bountiful year. This butterfly bug before me is the first. Insect contract. Lin Hao softly called out. And a skill landed on a butterfly bug. Instantly, his mental power established a connection with the other's soul. No resistance. It even seemed quite happy. At the same time, it was somewhat curious about Lin Hao. Lin Hao intensified the mental connection, infecting it with the unique affinity of an insectomancer. Just as everything was going smoothly and the contract was about to be formed. Suddenly, Lin Hao felt a sharp pain in his head. At the same time, His mental power surged out like a breached dam, flowing uncontrollably. He tried to control his mental power. But he couldn't at all. Within seconds, his mental power was almost depleted. Not good. Lin Hao's face turned pale. He immediately understood that this was no accident, but rather that forming a contract with this insectoid required an immense amount of mental power. So much that he currently couldn't bear it. He remembered that when he first summoned the Gold-Eater Beetle, he hadn't felt it consume much mental power. Why was it so completely different with this butterfly bug? Lin Hao's mental power was completely drained. This was a sign that he was about to leave the bug realm. Failed again? With a flash of white light, Lin Hao vanished from the bug realm. However, at the very moment of disappearing, Lin Hao felt his mental power connect with a soul. As if the contract had been formed at the most critical moment. Lin Hao opened his eyes in the real world. He saw a butterfly bug perched on his shoulder. Indeed, it had succeeded in the end at the crucial moment. If he had started summoning even a moment later, with his mental power further depleted, the remaining energy wouldn't have been enough to sustain it. A narrow victory. Lin Hao checked its information. Spirit butterfly, a spirit born in places rich with life energy. Gentle by nature, it dislikes conflict but possesses immense vitality and class awakening into outstanding support abilities. Outstanding support abilities? Lin Hao opens his status panel. Name, Lin Hao. Class, Insectomancer Unique. Level 1-2. Strength, 140. Agility, 140. Spirit, 270. Stamina, 140. Class skills, Insectoid Contract, Pet Bug Summon Level 12. Talent skills, Skill Enhancement Level 2, Position Swap, Bug Realm Traverse 0 uses. Summon Level 12 Gold-Eater Beetles, current quantity 100-120. Summon Level 12 Spirit Butterflies, current quantity 1-120. Lin Hao pondered and calculated his newly leveled up stats. He discovered that Level 10 was a watershed moment. Before Level 10, each level up increased base stats by 10 points and special stat spirit by 20 points. After Level 10, each level up increased base stats by 20 points and special stat spirit by 40 points. Most importantly, Skill Enhancement had reached Level 2. Skill Enhancement Level 2, all of the host's skill effects are enhanced by 20 times. As level increases, the enhancement magnitude also increases. The amplification had increased from the original 10 times to 20 times. Lin Hao checked the Gold-Eater Beetle's stats again. Level 12 Gold-Eater Beetle. Strength, 5,600. Agility, 2,800. Spirit, 2,800. Stamina, 5,600. Skill, Berserk. Berserk, when the Gold-Eater Beetle is in a berserk state, its attack power increases by 200%. This lasts for half an hour with a 2-hour cooldown. This skill was learned by the Gold-Eater Beetle when it leveled up to bronze from black iron at level 10. Lin Hao, at level 12, can command up to 120 Gold-Eater Beetles. If this were known, the whole world would probably be astonished. Individually, they are already comparable to the demonized Minotaur Lord of level 15 that I killed before. The most important thing is their numbers. Let's look at the Sprite Butterfly's stats. Level 12 Sprite Butterfly. Strength, 100. Agility, 100. Spirit, 100. Stamina. Skill, Life Share. Life Share, Sprite Butterflies can share their life with others, transferring any damage taken by others onto themselves. Holy crap! As expected, they are harmless Sprite Butterflies. Are they really harmless Sprite Butterflies? With 3 out of the 4 main stats at 100, it seems the Sprite Butterfly is indeed a completely non-offensive insect. But its stamina, its ridiculously high value is shocking. Of course, this is after being enhanced and amplified 20 times by Lin Hao's skills. But it's still definitely a tanky insect setup. Its first skill upon class awakening is Life Share. This makes Lin Hao virtually immortal. Now, if he stood there and took attacks from all the students of 8th middle school, it would likely take a very long time to even scratch him. He really struck gold. There's one more important thing to verify. Lin Hao hadn't forgotten that he intentionally left a gold-eater beetle behind in the other world. It hadn't returned with him. He sensed it briefly. A smile appeared on his face. The gold-eater beetle that had burrowed into the grass roots hadn't left when Lin Hao departed. It was still in that bug realm. Lin Hao could sense that his pet bug was in a distant spacetime. Although the connection to his current perception was much weaker, there was indeed a faint, almost imperceptible link. Lin Hao was certain that it was still in the bug realm. A surge of excitement washed over him. This test result was incredibly important. Since the pet bug could remain there, it essentially served as a beacon. This made it possible for him to manage the bug realm in the future. He just wondered if he could teleport there now. Position swap. Lin Hao activated the skill. There was no change. Lin Hao remained standing in place. As expected, it didn't work. Position swap doesn't work across dimensions. This didn't surprise Lin Hao. However, Lin Hao was almost certain that the next time he visited the bug realm, he would be able to use position swap. Then, he could establish a base in that grassland. And then, step by step, explore the entire bug realm. That bug realm, wherever it was truly magical. It seemed like any random bug there was like an invincible cheat code. Now, he greatly hoped to reach level 20 and enter the bug realm again. He would deplete all his spiritual power to summon 10 sprite butterflies and then summon 120 gold-eater beetles, placing them in the pet bug space for easy retrieval and deployment. Lin Hao was so weak that he had no spiritual power left. He went to bed to rest and recover. Tomorrow, he would go hunt monsters outside the city. Chapter 16. Everyone wants to beat Lin Hao once. A night passed. The next day, Lin Hao didn't go to school. Instead, he headed directly to the wilderness outside the city. At the same time, Principal Mo of 8th Middle School organized the students and returned to the dungeon. Ning quietly searched the crowd. Everyone was there, but Lin Hao was nowhere to be seen. Did he really leave the dungeon to hunt monsters outside the city? On the second day after class awakening, heading into the wilderness? This isn't the first time someone like this has appeared, but it's still very rare, isn't it? She suddenly felt an immense sense of loss. She didn't understand why she felt this way. When he was here, she found him so annoying. Now that he's gone, why does she feel so discontent? As she prepared to enter the dungeon again, she felt bored, as if she were doing something very uncool. I'll give myself one day to clear the dungeon, and then I'll leave this place too. She regretted something because her family had told her today that they would help her, allowing a high-level class user to guide her directly into the wilderness or dungeon. By leveraging her family's power, she could level up and improve her strength more quickly. She had felt it was unnecessary at the time and refused. Perhaps I shouldn't have refused, she thought. With my own strength, it's indeed difficult to catch up to him, but the Ning family is, after all, the top family in Yang City. Their resources and influence are still immense. You also noticed at this time that Lin Hao wasn't going to the dungeon and was actually heading to the wilderness to level up. Awesome! Just as expected from my boss's deskmate. To pull away from others on the first day and then go our separate ways on the second day, heading for the highway. I need to work harder too, otherwise, I'll never have the chance to be his deskmate again. He saw Ning looking a bit dejected in the distance and walked over. Sister Ning, do you want to defeat Lin Hao? Oh. I suddenly understand how you felt before. This guy, Lin Hao, can really make people despair. You chuckled, I don't know why, but I suddenly want to catch up to him and defeat him too. If I could defeat him, even just once, I think that feeling would be incredibly satisfying. Ning was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, then let us team up today, go all out, get our gear ready, and head to the wilderness or dungeon tomorrow to speed up our leveling. Alright. You nodded and said, we have money, gear, and people in our families. There is no reason we should lose to that guy. If ability is insufficient, then use money to compensate. At this moment, Lin Hao was approaching the outskirts of the city. Little did he know that his actions had ignited the fighting spirit of Ning and Yu. They were determined to defeat him at least once. A colossal city wall, hundreds of meters high, divided the inside and outside of the city into two worlds. Is this wall the reason people inside the city can survive? Lin Hao looked up at the towering city wall that seemed to pierce the clouds, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. This was his first time on the outskirts of the city. He couldn't imagine the immense human and material resources it must have taken to construct such a wall back then. At the same time, it also highlighted how harsh the current living environment for humans must be. Lin Hao suddenly recalled that the dungeons within the city had been invaded by some abyss saints. Had the situation escalated to the point where even the high walls couldn't protect Young City anymore? In the dungeon, if everyone hadn't had a teleportation stone on hand, this group of students would likely have all perished inside. At that time, the spirited short-haired girl who always stood beside Zhao Kaijun mentioned the Abyss Army, and even the city guards present had solemn and admiring expressions. The Abyss Army must be the main force fighting against the abyssal demons. That's likely why they command such high respect in certain circles. He had emerged from a mutated dungeon, reaching an unprecedented level 12. That was far beyond his classmates' levels, yet the short-haired girl had dismissed him as a mere nobody compared to the Abyss Army. It felt like she was looking down on him. Indeed, despite his immense potential as a high school student who had only just awakened his class, level 12 was still just level 12. If he were thrown into the abyss right now, he probably wouldn't last a minute. The battlefield doesn't care if you're a level 12 rookie or a level 52 veteran. I'm still too weak. Then it all starts with growing today. Lin Hao resolutely set foot towards the city gate. As he approached the city entrance, Lin Hao discovered a vast plaza. Beside it were several bustling main streets. Numerous shops lined the streets. There were pharmacies, weapon shops, armor shops, and all sorts of other establishments. It seemed like many people entered and exited the city daily, whether they were preparing to leave and needed to restock their gear or returning with various items from the wilderness, all contributing to the local commerce. Where there are people, there is commerce. On the edge of the plaza stood a massive, oval-shaped building, which was Lin Hao's destination for today. Before leaving the city, he still needed to complete one task: get his identity certified at the Class User Trading Center. Walking into the hall, hundreds of people were handling various business at different counters. Lin Hao went directly to the identity verification area. Following the staff's instructions, he placed his hand on a black crystal ball. Initiating identity verification. Verification successful. Citizen of Great Xia, Lin Hao. Basic access to Class User Center has been granted. Level 1. The Class User Trading Center is Great Xia's largest platform for trading goods and information. After identity verification, it's equivalent to having a login account. With Level 1, you can use basic permissions. As your level increases, the permissions you can access will become higher. After verification, and paying 10,000 yuan, Lin Hao received a wristwatch. Lin Hao reluctantly spent almost all his savings. This electronic wristwatch, worn on his wrist, allowed him to log into the Class User Trading Center anytime, anywhere. Not only could he view buy and sell information, but he could also access various class user forums to gather recent dungeon information. He could check relevant information on the center while fighting monsters in the wilderness later, so there was no need to waste time here. Lin Hao left the Class User Center and walked towards the city gate. At the city gates, teams of city guards were on patrol. They could respond to monster sieges at any moment. Upon reaching the city gate, Lin Hao was taken aback. He hadn't expected to see an acquaintance here. It was none other than the short-haired girl who had been with Zhao Kaijun yesterday. Today, she was wearing a uniform, making her look even more spirited. Several male city guards beside her were respectfully reporting something to her. Indeed, this girl was a member of the city guard. Furthermore, she seemed to hold a certain position and authority. Recalling her dismissive attitude towards him yesterday, Lin Hao had no intention of seeking her out, so he pretended not to see her. He walked directly towards a city guard and presented his school's exit permit. Chapter 17, Trouble at the City Gate, First Steps into the Wilderness. You? What are you doing here? The short-haired girl also noticed Lin Hao at this moment. After a slight pause, she asked him indifferently. Captain Shen, he wants to leave the city. The city guard inspecting Lin Hao's permit replied first. Leave the city? Why? You're only a level 12 student. You should be in a dungeon organized by the school, not heading outside the city walls into danger. The girl said coldly. Hearing this, the city guard handed the exit permit back to Lin Hao. Lin Hao was taken aback. He hadn't expected any complications with his exit. Lin Hao did not take back the permit from the guard nor look at the short-haired girl. He calmly addressed the inspecting guard. Is there a problem with my exit permit? The city guard was momentarily speechless. There's no problem. If there's no problem, then why are you preventing me from leaving? Lin Hao interrupted him directly. The flat-topped city guard found himself in a difficult position. Logically, the permit allowed him to leave. However, the captain had rejected it, so he had returned it. Moreover, Lin Hao was indeed only a level 12 student. In his understanding, a level 12 individual shouldn't venture into the wilderness, especially a student lacking EXP. He just hadn't expected Lin Hao to question the decision so directly. He looked helplessly towards Chen Ziqing. Chen Ziqing stated indifferently, there's unusual monster activity outside the city. No one is allowed to leave for now. It was clear that Chen Ziqing held the authority and could easily create an obstacle for Lin Hao with any excuse. Lin Hao was silent for a moment, then reached into his bag and took out a jade pendant. If I have this, can I leave? He held the jade pendant up. It was the one Zhao Kaijun had given him yesterday. As soon as the jade pendant appeared, Chen Ziqing's eyes narrowed slightly. The city guards around them stiffened. The city guard responsible for checking documents ignored Chen Ziqing's words and respectfully said to Lin Hao, apologies, please proceed. He added as a warning, it's dangerous outside the city, not only with fierce monsters but also with wicked people. It's best to return before nightfall, don't stay in the wilderness overnight. It was the general's token of the city guard. The token represented the general's intent. He already regretted following Chen Ziqing's orders and hindering Lin Hao's departure. If the general found out, he'd surely be punished. Lin Hao nodded at the advice and walked towards the city exit. He didn't even glance at Chen Ziqing. The city gate opened, then closed, and Lin Hao's figure disappeared into the distance. Chen Ziqing's face turned red with anger. My good intentions were mistaken for malice. A newly class-awakened person venturing alone into the wilderness, how dangerous. He's acting all high and mighty at level 12 when even level 18 players dare not go into the wilderness alone. Just because he's been praised a few times by classmates and teachers, does he think the world revolves around him? Let's see how long he lasts out there. She turned to a city guard and said, Zhao Wu, if you patrol the wilderness later, keep an eye on this kid. If it weren't for my uncle taking an interest in him, I wouldn't bother. Yes, Captain, the city guard replied respectfully. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had walked out of the city gates. At the same time, he put away the jade pendant. This thing is good, sometimes it's useful to wave the banner of a powerful person, huh? A cold wind swept across the wilderness. Lin Hao felt that the weather outside the city seemed much grayer, and he seemed to hear the roars of wild beasts in the distance. It even seemed like there was a smell of blood in the air. It was as if he had stepped into another world with that single stride. However, Lin Hao wasn't scared at all. Instead, his blood began to boil. A true man should leave the comfort of his home and fight on the battlefield. The wilderness is full of danger and the threat of death at every turn. However, there's also a lot of EXP, materials, and money to be gained. These are all things he needs. Lin Hao kept walking forward. Slowly, he moved further away from the city walls. When he looked back, a mound of earth completely blocked the view of the walls. Lin Hao suddenly felt like he was alone in a dangerous world. There was no one to rely on here, only himself. With a thought, 100 Gold-Eater Beetles appeared around Lin Hao. His current summoning limit was 120, and he had already summoned 100 so far. At the same time, 20 sprite moths also appeared. They spread their wings, shimmering with light. Then, these sprite moths attached themselves to Lin Hao. The light faded, and they entered stealth mode. With a few howls, 6 or 7 stray hyenas appeared in his sight. Lin Hao cast a detection spell from afar. Wild Hyena. Level 10. Strength, 150. Agility, 150. Spirit, 50. Stamina, 150. Skills, none. Wild hyenas, the legendary pack hunters, are notorious for their brutal attacks on any prey, whether human or beast. Falling into their jaws means a truly tragic end. At this moment, they also spotted Lin Hao and charged at him like madmen from a distance. As expected, the monsters outside the city are very aggressive. However, these stats were nothing to Lin Hao. They were just ordinary, low-level monsters. They were still not strong enough. Attack! With a thought, 6 or 7 Gold-Eater Beetles separated from the swarm and flew towards each hyena. The level 12 Gold-Eater Beetles were now about the size of 3 fists. When the wild hyenas saw the Gold-Eater Beetles, they lunged at them and bit down, their jaws strong. However, the Gold-Eater Beetles were fearless and didn't dodge, landing directly on the hyenas' heads. With a snap of their mandibles, they bit off the entire heads of the hyenas. One-hit kill. Killed wild hyena, EXP plus 400. Obtained wild hyena tooth 1. As the 6 or 7 wild hyenas fell, 6 or 7 messages scrolled across his status panel. Everything unfolded as Lin Hao had expected. Having tested the monsters, Lin Hao felt confident. Without further hesitation, scatter and hunt monsters, he commanded. The 100 Gold-Eater Beetles spread out like 100 small bombers. They dispersed in all directions. However, they advanced within a radius of about 100 meters from Lin Hao. Soon, Lin Hao's vision was filled with a flurry of EXP gains. Killed level 10 wild hyena, EXP plus 400. Killed level 10 wild hyena, EXP plus 400. Obtained wild hyena tooth 1. Obtained wild hyena tooth 1. Lin Hao's inventory began to fill with teeth. These small materials might not be valuable individually, but in large quantities, they would amount to a considerable income. Players who have undergone class awakening receive a storage space that expands with their level. This space allows them to store various items like materials, equipment, and potions, enhancing their sustain during adventures. Wilderness, here I come. Chapter 18, Conquering the Wilderness, Soloing the Cockroaches. For Lin Hao, any number of level 10 monsters posed no real challenge. After all, he had effortlessly defeated ferocious, demonized tigers in dungeons, monsters that were considered unstoppable. Although Lin Hao was only level 12, with his current strength, he could efficiently farm monsters between levels 15 and 20. He wasn't even afraid of level 30 monsters. Therefore, while his hundreds of Gold-Eater Beetles went on a rampage, Lin Hao ventured deeper into the wilderness. It was only Lin Hao's extraordinary strength that allowed this. For ordinary players, as Chen Ziqing had said, even level 18 players would need to team up to survive the wilderness. This is because the wilderness differs from dungeons. Dungeons typically have clearly defined monster zones for each level. However, the wilderness is a mix of everything. One could never be sure if a group of level 10 monsters might include a level 20 monster. Lin Hao's goal was to reach the level 20 monster zone and see what it was like. If Principal Mo knew his intentions, he would likely be terrified. And he would regret letting Lin Hao leave the city. He agreed that Lin Hao would go to the wilderness, which was near the suburbs by default, to hunt some level teens. If there are any problems, you can return to the city in time. Who would have thought that Lin Hao would go straight into the depths? You know, classmates who were in the same classroom a few days ago are still in the dungeon, fighting monsters of levels 1-5. Successfully killed 11 venomous stingers, EXP plus 500. Dropped venomous stinger 1. Successfully killed 11 venomous stingers, EXP plus 500. Successfully killed level 12 armored cockroach, EXP plus 600. Dropped cockroach antenna 1. Lin Hao bulldozed his way through, with no monsters to stop him. The monsters he encountered turned into his EXP and items. The EXP bar on his status screen flashed rapidly. This feels amazing. It seems that his decision to leave the dungeon and go to the wilderness outside the city in time was incredibly right. It's not that the monsters in the wilderness are extremely dense, but this place is vast, incredibly wide, and the monsters are endless. After stabilizing, in about half an hour, he reached level 12 with 40% EXP. It is estimated that he will reach level 13 in another 40 to 50 minutes. This leveling speed is actually much faster than in a regular dungeon. Now, the EXP required for each level is massive. Hundreds of gold-eater beetles flew around. They pounced and killed any monsters they saw. One by one, the monsters fell. Lin Hao walked through, leaving a trail of slaughter everywhere. The ground was littered with corpses. In half an hour, thousands of monsters fell to the mouths of the gold-eater beetles. I wonder how high you has leveled up by now. Lin Hao suddenly thought that if you could leave the dungeon, he might be able to help him level up if he had the chance. Like Lin Hao, Yu was also not very popular in class. Lin Hao was disliked because of his cold and unsociable personality. As for Yu, a nouveau riche second-generation heir and the bottom-ranked underachiever in the entire class, his unpleasant demeanor naturally made many people reject him. The two of them being seatmates was so bizarre, people almost wanted to call them the dragon and phoenix couple, a pair of unmatched talents, often used ironically. Yu once had a dream, to drag Lin Hao out for a night of debauchery, and at the peak of their revelry, find some girls to take Lin Hao's virginity before his 18th birthday class awakening. Unfortunately, he hasn't succeeded yet. Knowing Lin Hao's difficult family background, he would often pretend to have bought too much when buying meals or water, and push it towards Lin Hao. In Lin Hao's eyes, Yu was much better than those who thought they came from elite families and always acted superior. With this class awakening, Yu made a surprising comeback in sword. Advanced quality greatsword master, shadow dancer, electromancer, guardian, healer. Before, in the eyes of teachers and classmates, he was a piece of trash that couldn't be helped. If he were to help you level up, in half a month, he could get into Qingbei Martial Arts University, the top martial arts school in Great Xia, for the martial arts examination. How many so-called elites would be disgusted to the point of vomiting? Lin Hao suddenly had a mischievous thought. He had the ability to do it. However, he was just thinking about it. Everyone has their own life path. He didn't want to change anyone. As for Ning, she was indeed the kind of person born into an elite family. Naturally gifted and well-nurtured. She was not only beautiful but also truly outstanding. However, Lin Hao never wanted to get close to such people. He always felt that he and she were not the same type of people and didn't belong to the same circle. He felt more like a stubborn wild grass growing in the wilderness. He had no desire to enter the back garden of a wealthy family. If his guess was correct, she should appear here in 2 or 3 days. After all, dungeons are only suitable for ordinary class awakening individuals. For the top few % of people, the last period of time would definitely be spent choosing to hunt monsters outside the city or in dungeons to increase their level and strengthen their power. However, by the time they arrived here, he would have already reached an unknown level. If they arrived here full of excitement, only to find him 10 levels higher, how would they feel? Lin Hao always felt that his sister must have encountered an opponent she couldn't defeat, otherwise, she wouldn't have fallen into such a desperate situation. If that were the case, his current strength would be far from enough. Thinking of this, Lin Hao expanded his insect control range from the previous 100 meters to 200 meters. As a diameter, that would be 400 meters. In the past hour, he had summoned the remaining 20 gold-eater beetles. His combat power instantly increased by another 20%. His range of monster hunting became wider, and his speed increased. As the first ever class, Insectomancer truly lived up to its reputation as the king of solo. His current speed was no less than that of 10 or 20 combined teams. Moreover, no one else dared to be as reckless as him, treating the entire wilderness as their personal buffet. Chen Ziqing, with her arrogant expression, probably thought Lin Hao would be cautious upon first arriving in the wilderness. In her eyes, Lin Hao was just a little guy at level 12. EXP bar at level 12, 90%. It should be about another 10 minutes before I reach level 13. A level 12 heavily armored cockroach crawled out from a pile of dirt, its two long antennae appearing in Lin Hao's line of sight. The area of effect was too large, leaving room for oversight. This heavily armored cockroach had managed to slip through the slaughter by the Gold-Eating Beetle. Lin Hao dared to expand the area of effect and pursue killing speed because he had the confidence and backing to do so. Ever since he gained the shared life force of the elven butterflies. Although he was only a level 12 player, his current 20 elven butterflies could share hundreds of thousands of health points. No matter how high the damage, it was impossible to harm himself in a short period. Moreover, at a distance of 1 to 200 meters, it would only take him 3 to 5 seconds to have the Gold-Eating Beetle fly back. Besides, he still had teleport swap to instantly escape at any time. Therefore, what seemed risky was actually very safe. Just as Lin Hao was about to summon a Gold-Eating Beetle to deal with this heavily armored cockroach, he suddenly stopped. He slowly drew out the plain steel knife from his spatial storage, which had been issued by the school for the dungeon. I've always relied on my pet bugs to fight. It's a bit improper for me, the master, to not have taken action myself. Today, I, an insectomancer, will personally use my steel knife to take care of you, you heavily armored cockroach. Lin Hao's playful spirit surged. Holding the steel knife, he struck a pose in front of his chest. The heavily armored cockroach saw Lin Hao at this moment, and rage surged through it, charging straight at him. Good, come on then. With a clang, Lin Hao swung his knife towards the heavily armored cockroach's head. Chapter 19, First Encounter with a Wilderness Classer. The steel knife rebounded, causing Lin Hao's hand to go numb. However, this blow did carve a small gash on the heavily armored cockroach's head, and some green blood splattered out. The heavily armored cockroach roared in pain and lunged furiously, trying to bite Lin Hao. Lin Hao stood his ground. He was sent flying by the impact force of the heavily armored cockroach's charge. Lin Hao stumbled back a few steps. He carefully examined his body. Under normal circumstances, he would have taken significant damage. But at this moment, he had taken no damage at all. At the same time, he sensed that one of the elven butterflies on him had sustained a slight injury. However, for it, this was almost negligible. Life sharing is truly amazing. Lin Hao felt that if he just stood there and let the heavily armored cockroach hit him, it might take a long time to even scratch him. With newfound confidence, Lin Hao no longer held back. He swung his knife again, this time severing one of the heavily armored cockroach's antennae. Lin Hao's level was comparable to the heavily armored cockroaches, and their strength was evenly matched. The heavily armored cockroach was slow in its movements but possessed thick defense. Strength was not Lin Hao's forte, but he had learned some basic combat skills at school before. The man and the cockroach fought back and forth. It was quite enjoyable. Damn cockroach, take another blade from me. Lin Hao shouted and slashed at the cockroach again. After several minutes of combat, the heavily armored cockroach had lost more than half its health. Its movements became even slower. Ha ha ha. Lin Hao burst into laughter, feeling no shame that he was only just managing to defeat a heavily armored cockroach while his Gold-Eating Beetle could instantly kill one. He simply found it fun and exhilarating. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, a mocking laugh echoed from a distance. Lin Hao turned his head. Behind him, a 4-person team had appeared. The 4 individuals were walking in Lin Hao's direction. Seeing Lin Hao locked in a fierce battle with a cockroach, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. That guy must be an idiot, a mere level 12 scrub daring to solo a cockroach in the wilderness? Judging by the blood all over the ground, they must have been fighting for half an hour? Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Such people actually exist in this world. Monsters are always spawning, and fools are always around. These people pointed and laughed at Lin Hao. This was Lin Hao's first time seeing a team of adventurers outside the city. It was said that the wilderness was practically a lawless land, where killings were common. The city guard at the gate warned Lin Hao that in the wilderness, one must guard not only against monsters but also against other players. At that moment, a sense of vigilance rose from the bottom of Lin Hao's heart. With a thought, dozens of gold-eater beetles quickly flew back from outside. However, they all quietly hid beneath the grass. They scattered around him. The group was moving fast, getting closer and closer to Lin Hao. At this point, Lin Hao could clearly see that it was a well-rounded team: a tank swordsman, an archer, a mage, and a healer. Moreover, everyone was over level 20, with 2 reaching level 22. As high-level players in their 20s, they naturally wouldn't pay attention to a mere level 12 Lin Hao, let alone regard him. When have the strong ever cared what the weak think? Would humans consider the feelings of the tiny ants beneath their feet? These few people pointed at Lin Hao, laughing and joking incessantly. Their words made it clear they viewed Lin Hao as a complete idiot. Of course, their words were also quite unpleasant. While fighting the armored cockroach, Lin Hao also paid attention to the movements of this group. Lin Hao was not afraid of players in their 20s now. With the current strength of his gold-eater beetles, if they dared to attack him, it wouldn't be too difficult to eliminate them. However, unless they went too far, Lin Hao didn't want to kill people over a few taunts. Just as Lin Hao had been fighting for a long time and was about to finish off the armored cockroach with 1 or 2 more blows. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a fireball flew from the mage's hand. The fireball shot towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao narrowed his eyes and took a few steps to the side. Bang! The fireball hit the armored cockroach. Boom! The armored cockroach fell to the ground, dead. It turned out the mage's spell wasn't aimed at Lin Hao, but at the dying cockroach. The mage's move caused the others to burst into laughter again. Ha ha ha! Xiaoran, you've gotten stronger. A single fireball took down an armored cockroach. Your skill proficiency has improved again. Did you see him struggling and decide to help him out? Ha ha! Laughter erupted from the group again. Lin Hao noticed that no EXP value was displayed on the screen. So the final blow was dealt by the mage, and the EXP went to him. Lin Hao felt a surge of anger. He had been fighting this armored cockroach for 5 to 6 minutes, breaking a sweat. And this mage had just snatched the kill with the final blow. The EXP from one armored cockroach was a trivial matter. But the mage's actions were exceedingly excessive. They simply didn't consider Lin Hao to be important at all. Lin Hao was about to speak up. The swordsman in the group said, "Let's not stir up trouble. We need to hurry, or we won't find him later." Hearing this, the others stopped mocking Lin Hao. They quickly ran off into the distance, disappearing shortly after. They seemed to be in a hurry to do something. Lin Hao watched their retreating figures, a cold glint in his eyes. "You're lucky this time. If you really provoke me, I'll have you all feed the worms." They treated Lin Hao like an ant, but in reality, these guys were no different from the monsters he was currently farming. Lin Hao had a clear understanding of his own strength. With them gone, the minor disturbance ended. Lin Hao continued to fight monsters deeper in. Successfully defeated level 13 demon fly lizard, EXP plus 700. Successfully defeated level 14 bewitching flower, EXP plus 800. Dropped, bewitching flower petal plus 1. Successfully defeated level 16 lizardman axeman, EXP plus 1000. Dropped, lizardman axe plus 1. He swept through everything, constantly achieving one-hit kills. The EXP notifications continued to flood the screen. Ding, you have leveled up to level 13. Finally, he reached level 13. He had leveled up once in just over an hour outside the city. At this rate, it was entirely possible to level up 3 or 4 times a day. With such rapid leveling, he couldn't even imagine how many levels he could gain by the big exam in half a month. At that time, not only his classmates but also the teachers and the principal would be astonished. He might even shock himself. According to previous year's data, many combat class awakeners spend half a month solely in dungeons. Their levels would only reach around 10. Even so, these individuals could be admitted into some higher educational institutions. And by then, he would surely be over level 20. It could be said that he would be on a completely different level from them. He thought about reaching level 20 and being able to enter that ancient and mysterious bug realm again. Lin Hao's heart burned with excitement. Chapter 20, Lost Mine, Seeds of Murder. After accumulating EXP several times, next time I enter the bug realm, I can immediately use position swap to reach that grassy area. I'll use that grassy area as my base for managing the bug realm. This solved the problem of always spawning in random locations and having too high a failure rate. Perhaps, with the next 3 opportunities, I might be able to summon 6 or 7 more pet bugs. At that time, I won't fear my strength being insufficient, but rather fear my strength being too astonishing. The current goal is still to level up as quickly as possible. Back then, my sister was the top scorer in the national martial exam for Jiangning province. Based on my current development, I should not fall short of my sister's achievements. But is this enough? Definitely not. My sister's troubles are significant. I still need to become much stronger. I've heard that Qingbei Martial Arts University is the top martial arts institution in all of Great Xia, and everyone there is selected from the cream of the crop from all regions. Everyone's strength is incredibly monstrous. Among them, will there be people like me? Lin Hao mused as he leisurely killed monsters. The monster slaying speed didn't decrease, but the EXP required to go from level 13 to 14 had doubled. The wilderness seemed boundless, and the monsters inexhaustible. The advantage here over dungeons is that the monsters are high level, yielding much more EXP per kill, and they are everywhere, inexhaustible. It's just that the density doesn't feel sufficient. He now has 120 Gold-Eating Beetles and can summon up to 130, forming a terrifying killing machine. If there were a place like this, with very dense monsters, or high-level monsters for me to kill, that would be even more awesome. He raised his wrist and touched it lightly. An electronic screen floated in front of him. Lin Hao browsed various information on it while killing monsters. First, there was information on trading all sorts of items and equipment. Entering the Classer Trading Center, Lin Hao discovered that this world had all sorts of things and demands. Millions upon millions of them. He didn't want to delve into the details right now. Having a general concept was enough. The main purpose was to look for locations or dungeons nearby that were suitable for his current leveling. Near Yangcheng City. This dungeon is interesting, the Lost Mine. It's the closest to me, less than 3 kilometers away, on the outskirts of the city, with very convenient access. Lin Hao checked the dungeon's information. This was a dungeon that had only been discovered a year ago. This dungeon had a peculiar restriction: only players below level 20 could enter. The monsters in the cave were between levels 20-25. The monsters were extremely dense. This made it very difficult for an average team to clear the dungeon. How strong could classers below level 20 be? And they couldn't enter if they were over level 20. Therefore, this dungeon wasn't very popular. Up to now, average teams could only clear the normal and elite difficulties. Only one team had managed to clear the nightmare difficulty. The highest difficulty, Hell, had never been cleared by any team. Many people speculated that the Hell difficulty would drop the Night Star Heart. Lin Hao looked up the Night Star Heart. It was an ultimate ore, formed over hundreds of millions of years deep underground, containing the magical essence of heaven and earth. It could be used to craft necklaces with considerable amplification. In the trading center, someone was also looking to buy the Night Star Heart. The price was 3 million. Lin Hao instantly locked onto this dungeon and planned to check it out tomorrow. It might not be suitable for others, but for Lin Hao, it was simply perfect. Below level 25, with super dense monsters. For others, it's a torment, but for Lin Hao, the only fear is not having enough monsters. But before that, I still need to find a way to reach level 15 first. Lin Hao felt that only by reaching level 15 could he handle various dungeons with relatively stable strength. At noon, Lin Hao took out bread and water from his space and had a simple lunch. He checked the EXP bar, level 13, 20%. To reach level 15 today, there was still nearly 2 levels to go. It would be difficult, but probably achievable. Worst case, I'll grind for a bit longer tonight. At this moment, all the level 16 lizardmen axemen within a 300-meter radius had fallen. Lin Hao walked from the jungle into a forest. He began to enter the area of level 17 armored beasts. The visibility in the forest was slightly worse than in the plains. Lin Hao maintained a 200-meter radius, not blindly expanding his range. One by one, the level 17 armored beasts fell, turning into EXP for Lin Hao. Still one-shot kills. Suddenly, a commotion seemed to occur not far away. A few shouts. Swish, swish, swish. A burst of hurried footsteps sounded again, rushing in Lin Hao's direction. Someone else? In the wilderness, Lin Hao just wanted to quietly kill monsters and level up, not wanting to interact with others too much. Bang, bang. Several fireballs exploded a few hundred meters away. Seeing the fireball spell, Lin Hao remembered the group of adventurers he encountered outside the city that morning. That arrogant mage. His brow furrowed slightly. Just then, a figure in light purple swept past about 50 meters away from Lin Hao. Extremely fast. A figure flickered between several large trees, originally heading east, but suddenly turned south not far from Lin Hao. With a speed like a rabbit leaping and a falcon diving, a few bounds and he vanished without a trace. Lin Hao saw a petite, seemingly delicate purple figure. Such speed must be from an agility-based adventurer. Likely a bowman or assassin type. After about half a minute, 2 figures reappeared in Lin Hao's sight. One person carried a heavy sword, another held a staff. It was the 2 people from the team they had met this morning. Mage and swordsman. It seemed they were chasing the person ahead. Both of them looked surprised to see Lin Hao. They hadn't expected to see Lin Hao in such a deep part of the wilderness outside the city. In their estimation, Lin Hao, that idiot, was a newbie, and would only venture near the city walls in the wilderness. Even if he didn't die, he would eventually retreat in defeat. While they were stunned, they could no longer discern the direction of the faint purple figure. The mage opened his mouth and asked Lin Hao, "Hey, kid, which way did that person go?" Lin Hao frowned slightly. "Hey, I'm asking you a question, are you deaf?" The mage seemed very impatient. Lin Hao said calmly, "I don't know." The mage became furious. "Damn it, you little brat, are you looking for death?" He couldn't believe a mere rookie would dare to refuse his question. A fireball quickly materialized in his hand, ready to teach Lin Hao a lesson in the next second. The swordsman beside him pressed down the mage's hand, signaling him not to attack. At the same time, he looked around, as if trying to see if Lin Hao had any companions nearby. A level 12 class user venturing this deep into the wilderness made him feel very strange. He must be accompanied by a high-level class user. His temperament was much more cautious than the mage's. With no accomplices nearby as he expected, he couldn't quite understand and stared at Lin Hao with a frown. The swordsman said coldly, "Brother, that person stole our things, we must catch her. Please tell us." Lin Hao still shook his head, repeating the same words, "I don't know." "Big brother, are you playing games with us? The person passed right in front of him, didn't he see? I should give him a fireball, maybe that will help him remember." The mage shouted, opening the 5 fingers of his right hand, and another fireball began to form. Lin Hao's expression was calm. But dozens of gold-eater beetles had already returned to the vicinity, towards this group of people, provoking him again and again. He also harbored murderous intent. Chapter 21, AFK Leveling Mode. Just as the 2 sides were about to clash, the swordsman, who had been staring at Lin Hao, suddenly said to the mage, "Forget it, let's chase in that direction." With that, he rushed towards the original eastward direction. The mage said coldly to Lin Hao, "Consider yourself lucky." Then, he also quickly headed east with the swordsman. "I'm lucky? You guys are lucky." If those two had pushed any further just now, he would have made a move. Their repeated actions had angered Lin Hao. Can't even have a peaceful day. Although he was only level 13, killing those two around level 20 shouldn't be too difficult. He saw 4 people in the morning, and now only 2. Where were their other 2 companions? Did they leave? Or were they killed by the purple figure? Lin Hao didn't want to waste time and continued killing monsters. At this moment, the EXP bar was at 60% for level 13. I need to reach level 14 before dark today, so I can use the time at midnight to reach level 15 and return to the city early tomorrow for the mine dungeon. Successfully killed level 17 sword armor beast, EXP plus 1100. Dropped, sword armor beast leather armor plus 1. Successfully killed level 17 sword armor beast, EXP plus 1100. Dropped, sword armor beast leather armor plus 1. The monster grinding speed was still incredibly fast. As the sun began to set, a white light flashed on Lin Hao. You have leveled up to level 14. Level 14, still a bit slow. With his immense power, leveling up was still this slow. For others, it would probably take 3 to 5 days to gain 2 levels. I wonder how many levels the classmates still grinding in the dungeon today have reached. Now, every level Lin Hao gained required more EXP than all the levels combined before level 8. They were probably around level 3-5. Someone like Ning, with powerful equipment and a rare class, would definitely be far beyond ordinary people. He could probably reach around level 8. That Kiju, who only reached level 4 yesterday, would probably need another 5 or 6 days to leave the dungeon. Too trash. What a waste of an advanced quality. But if he wanted to help that kid, the level gap was too large, there was no chance. The setting sun dyed half the sky golden. The evening breeze was a bit cool. Lin Hao recalled some of the gold-eater beetles, having them hide under the leaves of the surrounding big trees. The rest were sent out to expand the range, no longer limited to a 200-meter radius. Lin Hao started a fire, preparing to roast some meat for dinner and rest for a while. Although the city guards had explicitly told him to return to the city tonight, Lin Hao had no intention of going back. The wilderness at this level posed no threat to him at all. Perhaps only in the monster zones for levels 30, 40, and 50. Would there be any potential danger? But reaching those areas would require several days of travel. Lin Hao had only traveled for 1 day today, stopping and starting, primarily focusing on killing monsters. The monsters in this range were relatively weak. Powerful high-level monsters that posed a threat and ran rampant had long been cleared out by the daily patrols of the city guards. They certainly wouldn't allow monsters that threatened the inner city to exist nearby. The armored pangolin is an animal similar to a pangolin, with compact meat. Soon, about 20 caddies of armored pangolin meat on the campfire began to sizzle and drip oil. A rich aroma spread out. While Lin Hao was starting a fire to roast meat, EXP values were continuously refreshing on his status panel. The gold-eater beetles that had dispersed outwards hadn't stopped their killing spree. They were constantly slaughtering nearby monsters. This was clearly an idle leveling mode. If you were to know that he, as a tank, had to endure millions of monster attacks. Ning had to output damage with every lightning strike. And Lin Hao was leveling up while roasting meat. They would likely vomit blood and collapse. It smells so good. It seems I've come at just the right time. A figure in faint purple emerged from the dim bushes. Her? Lin Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, recognizing the purple figure who had fled earlier that afternoon. The bright firelight at night illuminated her features. She was dressed entirely in purple, with a purple top and a purple gauze skirt. Her features were delicate, her eyes large and expressive, and she wore avant-garde smoky makeup. She didn't seem much older, perhaps around Lin Hao's age. What is going on today? Are these two groups clinging to me or what? He didn't want to get involved with either that group of class users or this girl in front of him. He just wanted to focus on leveling up right now. So, he said coldly, I don't care what grievances you have, but don't bother me. Otherwise, I won't be polite. The young girl shifted her gaze from the roasted meat to Lin Hao's face. Oh my, look at you, a fine young man, why are you so cold and heartless to a helpless, starving woman in the dark of night? Lin Hao frowned slightly, saying nothing, but the intent to expel her remained. Alright, I'll just eat 2 pieces of meat and then I'll leave. I'm starving to death. The girl looked at Lin Hao with a slightly pouting lower lip, her face full of grievance. Lin Hao turned his gaze to the roasted meat on the campfire. She glanced at Lin, and said softly, Lin Hao, Insectomancer, level 14. You've reached level 14 so quickly? Her face was full of surprise. It took me a whole day and more to go from level 13 to 14 before. You've only been at it for about 3 hours since this afternoon, right? It seems like you have great skill and courage, no wonder you dare to come to the wilderness alone to hunt monsters. I saw a strange bug hunting monsters in the woods today. Is that your pet? Is the Insectomancer that powerful, leveling up so fast? Clearly, she was shocked by Lin Hao's leveling speed. Lin Hao cast a detection spell on her. Zhao Shaoling, Assassin, level 19. As expected, an assassin. Lin Hao took a few steps forward, took out a dagger, and began to cut the meat. The girl's eyes were fixed on the roasted meat, as if she was salivating. Such a greedy expression. I'll leave after I finish eating the meat and won't implicate you. Those people are villains, they've been chasing me for days to steal something from me. Although you, an Insectomancer, are a bit special, you won't be their match. Seeing that Lin Hao had agreed to let her eat some meat, she quickly explained. The implication was that she wouldn't let those class users misunderstand that she was associated with him, thus not only dealing with her but also him. In her judgment, if Lin Hao were to incur the wrath of those people, a low-level level 14 individual could not possibly escape from those level 20 class users. And in the remote wilderness, who would know if someone was killed? But she didn't know that Lin Hao wasn't afraid of those people at all. Today, the mage's coercion had even stirred his murderous intent. Fortunately, those two left quickly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The roasted meat was still very hot, but Zhao Shaoling was clearly too hungry to wait. She opened her small mouth with its neat row of teeth and bit into the meat desperately. Then, because it was too hot, she puffed air while eating. Could this child have not eaten for 2 or 3 days? Lin Hao cut a few slices of the perfectly roasted, fragrant meat and handed them to her. Because the slices were thin, they cooled quickly and were just right when put into the mouth. Zhao Shaoling took it, put it in her mouth, and looked content. She smiled, you seem cold on the outside, but you're quite thoughtful towards girls. Lin Hao was speechless for a moment. He took out 2 bottles of drink from his spatial storage and threw one to her. Thank you for giving this pitiful girl a place to rely on tonight. The rain was heavy tonight, I haven't slept all night, and I'm afraid of sharks. Chapter 22, News of My Sister. Looking at your level, you must be a senior high school student who underwent class awakening just the day before yesterday, right? I remember my sister mentioning that the day before yesterday was the Unified Class Awakening Day for senior high school students. Without waiting for Lin Hao to reply, she shook her head. No, if you had class awakening on the day of class awakening the day before yesterday, wouldn't you only have had 2 days to hunt monsters and level up? Leveling up to 14 in 2 days is also impossible. Logically speaking, your ability to dare to hunt monsters alone in the wilderness is naturally extraordinary. But no one has ever heard of someone reaching level 14 in 2 days, unless those big guilds, with their manpower and resources. However, you're a mage wielding a basic steel knife, looking so dejected. Do you look like the illegitimate child of a major guild? Of course not, it's too baffling. Lin Hao had originally intended not to answer her. But seeing her bewildered expression, Lin Hao still said faintly, I had my class awakening the day before yesterday. Ah? You really had your class awakening the day before yesterday? Then aren't you too terrifying? I've never heard of anyone leveling up this fast. You're not as simple as you appear on the surface. Although your level is low, your strength must be super strong. Zhao Xiaoling was still in shock, her face full of disbelief. She even stopped chewing the meat. Is the insectomancer that overpowered? In that case, with your strength, in the national martial exam half a month from now, you can get into any academy in the Great Xia you want. Which school do you want to get into? Lin Hao said lightly, I want to enter Qingbei Martial Arts University. Zhao Xiaoling chuckled, I guess so. If you really get into Qingbei Martial Arts University, then you'll have to call me senpai. Lin Hao was slightly taken aback. You're a student at Qingbei Martial Arts University? Then, you're only level 19. If Zhao Xiaoling entered Qingbei Martial Arts University last year, in 1 year, her level is only 19, which is really too low. Lin Hao understood what Zhao Xiaoling meant. She chuckled, my situation is a bit special, but I am indeed a student of Qingbei Martial Arts University. Take a look at this. Zhao Xiaoling tossed a badge over. Lin Hao took it and saw it was a school ID. The front was engraved with the words Qingbei Martial Arts University, and the back was engraved with Zhao Xiaoling. He is really a student at Qingbei Martial Arts University. Lin Hao handed the badge back to her and asked, have you heard of someone named Winter? She entered Qingbei Martial Arts University 2 years ago. Winter. Zhao Xiaoling pondered for a moment. Finally, she shook her head, I don't recall. Lin Hao was a little disappointed. He wanted to know information about his sister. But then again, they weren't in the same cohort, so it wasn't strange that she didn't know. Girlfriend? Family? Zhao Xiaoling asked curiously. My sister. What class is your sister in? Lin Hao was silent for a moment, then finally said, I don't really understand. It seems to be Greatsword Master, Shadow Dancer, Electromancer, Guardian, Healer. Zhao Xiaoling laughed, Greatsword Master, Shadow Dancer, Electromancer, Guardian, Healer? Isn't that like me, an assassin? As she said this, her expression suddenly changed. What's wrong? Lin Hao's heart skipped a beat. Zhao Xiaoling paused, it's nothing. I just suddenly remembered someone, but it probably has nothing to do with your sister. Normally, with Lin Hao's personality, he wouldn't have pressed further at this point. But this matter involved his sister. He didn't want to drop the subject. Is it inconvenient to say? Not exactly. I've heard that about 1.5 years ago, several major incidents happened in the capital, all related to a Greatsword Master, Shadow Dancer, Electromancer, Guardian, Healer. But I haven't heard of any connection to Qingbei Martial Arts University. Was that Greatsword Master, Shadow Dancer, Electromancer, Guardian, and Healer a woman? Yes, it seems these events happened within guilds. For some reason, several large-scale battles broke out. A subsidiary guild of a super-large guild, with over 300 people, was wiped out overnight, vanishing into thin air. Super-large guild? Lin Hao frowned. I only heard others talking about it. I don't actually know the truth. Zhao Xiaoling shrugged, indicating she knew no more. Guilds were a unique product of this class society. They gathered a large number of classes, including combat classes and utility classes. Wherever there were interests in this society, guilds were almost always involved. They were the most powerful civilian organizations besides the national military. In many places, individual guilds wielded more power than government forces, dominating local power structures. Lin Hao thought for a moment, then finally asked, what happened to that Greatsword Master, Shadow Dancer, Electromancer, Guardian, Healer later? I didn't find out the outcome. It seems someone deliberately suppressed the news. The impact was huge, but it also disappeared quickly. Lin Hao nodded. It seemed Zhao Xiaoling knew nothing more. That Greatsword Master, Shadow Dancer, Electromancer, Guardian, and Healer might not necessarily be related to my sister. However, it wasn't impossible. If it really was his sister. A cold glint appeared in Lin Hao's eyes. In half a month, he would go to the capital, find his sister, and everything would be clear. Lin Hao, why does your expression look so grim? The sudden chill radiating from Lin Hao made Zhao Xiaoling feel a shiver. Lin Hao shook his head. I'll be back at school in a few days. I'll ask for you. Let's exchange contact information. The two added each other as friends on the Classers trading platform. The Classers platform not only allowed trading but also sending messages, making calls, and video calls. Moreover, each person had a unique ID. Because of this senior sister-junior brother relationship, the distance between them closed considerably. Lin Hao cut a few more slices of meat for her. The night breeze was refreshing. If it weren't for this treacherous wilderness. Companioned by a beauty, roasting meat at night would indeed be a pleasant affair. The two ate meat, engaging in desultory conversation. Most of the talking was done by Zhao Xiaoling. Lin Hao listened. This pangolin-like armored beast has truly excellent meat. Lin Hao also grilled with care. Actually, the carcasses of many wild beasts are quite valuable when brought back, especially after being cooked by chefs into premium meat. Some adventurers specifically hunt for ingredients, and people call them gourmet hunters. Lin Hao had read about this in books. The most famous among gourmet hunters are the four heavenly kings of gourmet. Just then, a faint white light emanated from Lin Hao. You have reached level 15. Lin Hao rejoiced inwardly. He had been idling for half the night. He finally reached level 15. His plan and goals were achieved. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoling's face was full of disbelief. She asked in shock, You leveled up just now? Lin Hao replied indifferently. Holy crap! Zhao Xiaoling couldn't help but blurt out. Is that how you level up? Are there people as monstrous as you? What kind of insectomancer class lets you level up while idling? How does that make other classes feel? Lin Hao's expression was calm. Was leveling up once really that surprising? Chapter 23, Wild Boss Spawn Point. Zhao Xiaoling suddenly tilted her head and asked, Do you want to know why those people have been chasing me for days? No, I don't, Lin Hao said nonchalantly. He had heard Zhao Xiaoling mention before that those people wanted a certain treasure she possessed. Lin Hao had never inquired about such sensitive matters. Zhao Xiaoling pouted, Why are you like this? Are you trying to shut down the conversation completely? Lin Hao felt a bit speechless. So he wasn't allowed to not want to know? He thought for a moment and reluctantly said, Then why were they chasing you? Zhao Xiaoling giggled, That's more like it. When chatting with a girl, you need enthusiasm, engage with all topics, and maintain passionate interest, understand? Zhao Xiaoling struck a senior's pose. Because I discovered a boss spawn point in the wilderness. However, there were too many elite monsters there, and I couldn't handle it alone, so I retreated near the entrance. But I did map out the coordinates. But somehow, the information leaked, and those people want to force the location out of me. That group isn't low level. While not extremely high, they are quite strong, with complete gear. At least bronze rank. It's said those four are known as the four evils of Yangcheng. They always operate in the outskirts of the wilderness and attack suitable targets. Their coordination is excellent. Many high-level players have fallen to them. They kept chasing, and I kept running. As for the four evils of Yangcheng, Lin Hao didn't take them seriously. However, a wild boss spawn point? Lin Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Zhao Xiaoling. Through years of theoretical study, he understood the significance of this statement. This was something that drove many people mad. Monster invasions and settlements come in several types. One is scattered wild monsters, like those Lin Hao killed today. They are widespread but usually ordinary monsters. Another type is a dungeon, like the Lost Mine Lin Hao was preparing to enter. It's an independent space and a passageway for monsters and demons to invade the human world. Dungeons are also divided into multi-dimensional and one-dimensional dungeons. A multi-dimensional dungeon means multiple groups of players can enter the dungeon simultaneously, but generally without interfering with each other. In a one-dimensional dungeon, everyone who enters appears in the same space, and different groups can encounter each other. There's another type, somewhat similar to an open one-dimensional dungeon. Wild bosses appear in a specific fixed area of the wilderness. Defeating a wild boss can drop rare items or equipment. However, these wild bosses are usually monopolized by guilds. They don't reveal the locations or spawn times, monopolizing them long-term to reap the benefits of killing them. Therefore, wild bosses are of immense value. Lin Hao was a bit surprised that Zhao Xiaoling would bring this up with him. Wasn't she afraid he might get greedy and attack her? It wasn't hard to see why those four had been chasing her. Hearing me say this, are you tempted? Zhao Xiaoling glanced at Lin Hao, a half smile on her face. Lin Hao couldn't help but inwardly complain. Does this girl really think I'm like those four and would rob her just like that? Is she underestimating me, Lin Hao, that much? I was a perfectly innocent person, and you're forcing this sheep-herding situation onto me. Lin Hao fell silent. Zhao Xiaoling clearly understood Lin Hao's thoughts. She found this junior even cuter. If you want to know the location, I can tell you. Zhao Xiaoling suddenly added. I don't want to know. Lin Hao was expressionless. He. Zhao Xiaoling said. Even if this location were reported to the guild or the Classer Trading Center, the reward would still be substantial. But I don't want to choose either of those options. I have another solution. I can find someone to cooperate with, play a few rounds first, and then sell it off when I get tired of it. Lin Hao didn't speak, he just looked at Zhao Xiaoling quietly. Although he also wanted to see the wild boss, he wasn't very eager. He just wanted to level up, increase his strength, participate in the National Martial Exam in 13 days, and get into Qingbei Martial Arts University. Then, he would go find his sister. Other things like farming equipment, items, and making money were also important, but they could only rank second or third. The boss spawn point is in a valley with a small entrance that's hard for most people to find. I use stealth to sneak in and get a general idea of the situation. That valley is full of enhanced and elite monsters, around level 20-25. I can kill some monsters above my level, but the monsters there are too concentrated, and I can't lure and kill them one by myself. As for the boss, I didn't dare to scout it for fear of being discovered, but I estimate it's around level 25. Lin Hao felt that if the monsters were level 20-25, he could probably handle them without much trouble and wouldn't be afraid of them being densely packed. However, this was Zhao Xiaoling's discovery, and it had nothing to do with him. After Zhao Xiaoling finished explaining the situation of the wild boss, she also looked at Lin Hao quietly, no longer speaking. The two of them just stared at each other quietly, with awe. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Lin Hao couldn't take it anymore. He asked indifferently, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Zhao Xiaoling smiled brightly, "I thought you wouldn't be moved when a girl stares at you like this?" She stared into Lin Hao's eyes. "I'm very curious now. I've told you so much about the boss, aren't you tempted at all?" Lin Hao said indifferently, "Tempted how? Like those four people, forcing you to hand over the dungeon?" Zhao Xiaoling, "You don't need to force me. Just ask, and I'll tell you. I'll give it to you. Is it true that women's minds are particularly complicated?" Zhao Xiaoling suddenly stretched, her action accentuating her prominent chest and S-shaped figure. Already stunning, she was even more alluring now. "Alright, Lin Hao, do you think you can handle those monsters?" Lin Hao was silent for a moment, then said indifferently, "You want to cooperate with me? To kill that wild boss together?" Zhao Xiaoling immediately moved closer to Lin Hao, staring at him closely. "Hey, you're quite cunning. I noticed that you've known what I meant all along and understood perfectly, but you just didn't bring it up first. You waited until I said it clearly before responding, didn't you? Are you not good at interacting with people and have never asked anyone for a favor?" In the time it took to eat a meal, Zhao Xiaoling had already figured out Lin Hao's personality quite clearly. Lin Hao was indeed such a person. Honestly, I had invited a few of my sisters earlier to take down this boss together, but they haven't arrived yet. Your performance just now was too shocking, which gave me some ideas about cooperation. You have a pet, maybe it can help me lure and separate the monsters one by one, and then I'll deal with them. Although it will be difficult, I think we can try. If it doesn't work, we'll think of other ways. The spoils will be split 70-30, with me taking 70% and you 30%. What do you think? A 70-30 split was quite generous of Zhao Shaoling. The resources were hers, and Lin Hao would only be using his pet to lure monsters. If a regular guild did this, they would basically not offer any split. Even if they offered a split, 10% would be considered good. However, Lin Hao didn't care about these so-called benefits at all. What he was thinking about was that the dense elite monsters there could help him level up further. The boss's EXP would also undoubtedly be considerable. The mention of the Greatsword Master, Shadow Dancer, Electromancer, Guardian, and Healer in the capital by Zhao Shaoling made Lin Hao feel a surge of anxiety. If that Greatsword Master, Shadow Dancer, Electromancer, Guardian, Healer really is my sister. Her current situation was very dangerous. In fact, she might have already met with misfortune. He felt that his current strength was not enough and he needed to become even stronger. Lin Hao immediately said, "I agree." Zhao Shaoling was very happy to hear this. "Your mind is so hard to read, I wasn't even sure if this boss would interest you. I'm so glad you finally agreed. Let us rest for 2 hours, and then we'll set off." "In 2 hours? At night?" Lin Hao was stunned. "Yes, nighttime is better for my assassin class operations. I struggle more during the day." "What's wrong? Any problems?" "No problem, I don't mind," Lin Hao said indifferently. "Alright, we'll set off in 2 hours. Chapter 24, Heading to the Wild Boss Point, the Stalker. Although Lin Hao spent the whole day grinding monsters today, and it was high intensity. In reality, it was all the pet bug doing the fighting. Lin Hao himself didn't lift a finger, like a hands-off boss. His physical strength and energy were basically not depleted. Zhao Shaoling seemed a bit tired. With a wave of her hand, she took out a blanket from her storage space and spread it on the ground. "Then I'll rest for a bit. In about 2 hours, it's probably going to be a fierce battle." Lin Hao nodded. "You rest, don't worry, I'll keep watch. Finally, I don't have to sleep in a tree." Zhao Shaoling giggled and lay down fully clothed. Before long, gentle snoring could be heard. It seemed she was extremely tired and had fallen asleep. Lin Hao looked at the scene, feeling a mix of amusement and speechlessness. This Zhao Shaoling, her mind is too open. She's only known me for a short time, and she trusts me so much with her safety? Except for a few Gold-Eating Beetles sent out to scout, Lin Hao quietly recalled most of the others into his space, letting them recover for a while. He narrowed his eyes and also closed them to rest. Perhaps all the nearby wild monsters had been cleared out by the Gold-Eating Beetles. The wilderness at night was utterly silent, with only the occasional chirping of night insects. Sometimes, the firewood in the campfire would crackle. 2 hours passed quickly. The boss's location isn't far from us, about an hour's travel. "Let's go, we're setting out." Zhao Shaoling woke up and tidied herself up briefly. "I'll invite you to a party. Zhao Shaoling has sent you a party invitation. Do you accept?" "Accept." This was the first time Lin Hao had teamed up with someone. His status board showed a team up with Zhao Shaoling. "This is a bright vision pill. After you take it, your vision will be clearer. Although it won't be like daytime, at least the effect of darkness on you will be halved, lasting for half a day." Zhao Shaoling handed Lin Hao something that looked like a pill. Lin Hao had read about bright vision pills in books, knowing such a thing existed, but this was the first time he had seen one. These things were very expensive. He hadn't expected Zhao Shaoling to casually take one out from her storage and give it to him to consume. Lin Hao tilted his head back and swallowed it. After a surge of warmth, Lin Hao opened his eyes again. Although it was still night, it now looked like early morning. While it couldn't compare to daylight, his vision was much improved. What an amazing pill! Was it made by those utility-class alchemists? Lin Hao wondered to himself. The two of them, taking advantage of the night, began to walk west. At night, many monsters appeared. Zhao Shaoling led the way. Generally, at night, visual impairments can cause one to overlook dangerous traps, making it extremely dangerous. Furthermore, monsters that appear at night tend to have stealthy, one-hit kill assassin-like characteristics. However, for Zhao Xiaoling, these were not problems. She herself was an assassin. Shadows in the night were naturally their main battlefield. She moved stealthily. Along the way, monsters around level 20 didn't even have time to react before falling to her daggers. This girl is no simple person, her strength is immense. She's probably from some elite family in the capital, too. Lin Hao thought to himself. But then again, if she wasn't strong, how could she possibly have been roaming the wilderness for so long, and even discovered a wild boss location? Even powerhouses like the four evils of Yangcheng couldn't do anything to her. Looking at the continuously refreshing EXP values, Lin Hao estimated that with a two-person team, the EXP gained was about 60% of what one would get solo. An hour later, Zhao Xiaoling arrived at the entrance of a valley. We're here. It's right here. The entrance is narrow, but inside there's another world, a very large one. This entrance was located between two mountain bodies. This place was too well hidden. Without standing at a specific angle, you wouldn't even see the entrance. No wonder it hadn't been discovered by anyone for so long. Zhao Xiaoling said proudly, hard to find, right? I only discovered it by chance. Lin Hao nodded, it looks like just an ordinary, shallow cave. Zhao Xiaoling suddenly said seriously. Once we enter through this passage, after about 300 meters, there will be many enhanced and elite monsters roaming. We'll clear them out as we slowly advance. Your main role is to use your pets to lure the monsters one by one to the side. I'll use my assassin skills to go invisible and take them down. Remember, the principle is to lure them one by one. I can handle 2 or 3, but if there are more than 4, we must retreat quickly. After the monsters return to their wandering state, we can continue. Do you understand? Lin Hao nodded. Just as Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling were about to enter the valley to fight the wild boss. In the woods where they had previously rested and roasted meat, a dark figure emerged. They've already left. A man with pointed ears and a sallow complexion stood by the campfire, staring at the dying embers. As soon as the words fell, 4 more figures appeared from the hidden parts of the trees. They ran? If Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling were here, they would know that the 4 people who appeared later were the 4 evils of Yangcheng who had been hunting Zhao Xiaoling. Huangguan, we invited you, the tracker, from the city. You must investigate the situation clearly and track their whereabouts. Otherwise, you won't get a single cent. The swordsman said to the man with pointed ears and a sallow complexion in a deep voice. Don't worry, Boss Chui. This man with pointed ears and a sallow complexion, named Huangguan, was a tracker. Huangguan circled the campfire, examining it, sniffing the air from time to time, and said, 2 people were here, 1 male and 1 female. The female is an assassin class, and the male is unknown. They ate roasted meat together and stayed for about 3 hours. They left an hour ago, heading west. 2 people? Was that male the kid we saw today? The mage spat, I knew it, these 2 were in cahoots. If our boss hadn't stopped me, I would have killed him earlier today. Who? Are you talking about that idiot who fought the cockroaches today? The archer asked in surprise. Are you serious? That level 12 kid managed to get here? The Greatsword Master, Shadow Dancer, Electromancer, Guardian, and Healer also expressed doubt. That's why I said they were in cahoots. That kid alone couldn't have come this deep into the wilderness, but if the girl brought him, it makes sense, the mage said. That makes sense. The archer and the Greatsword Master, Shadow Dancer, Electromancer, Guardian, and Healer both nodded. Huangguan, can you still track them? The swordsman asked in a deep voice. Of course. In the wilderness, I've never lost anyone, the tracker Huangguan said proudly. Shall we continue tracking them now? The swordsman nodded. Of course. Leaving so late, they are very likely heading to the boss spawn point. All right. Huangguan looked up and started walking west, saying as he walked, the 2 of them left together. The direction was exactly where Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling had left earlier. The four behind them quickly followed. The mage walked up to the swordsman. "Boss, whether this girl is going to the boss point or not, she's dead. She thought she could escape our pursuit, but she never imagined we'd find a tracker to find her." The archer also sneered, "In front of a tracker, an assassin is nothing but trash." The greatsword master, shadow dancer, electromancer, guardian, and healer said at this moment, "This girl made us search the wilderness for days. Once we catch her, we'll not only get the boss location, but we won't let her go either. We'll play with her for a few days first." Huang Guan, the tracker, walked in front. It seemed effortless as he followed the path Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling had taken earlier. Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling were unaware that experts had locked onto them. Zhao Xiaoling cleared the normal monsters in the passage and continued walking inside. At the end of the narrow passage, a huge valley surrounded by four high mountains with a flat base appeared. No wonder Zhao Xiaoling said there was a hidden world inside. Who would have thought that such a vast and open environment would exist here? Zhao Xiaoling led Lin Hao to crouch on a hillside. The two looked down. Below the hillside, giant humanoid monsters with a single eye were wandering. Zhao Xiaoling said softly, "See those Cyclops monsters? They are level 20 elite monsters, much stronger than normal players of the same level. In a moment, you'll have your pet bug lure them one by one to this hill on the right, and I'll kill them. Remember, don't lure too many at once." After speaking, she crouched and moved towards the right, her figure slowly fading as she walked. Chapter 25, Luring and Killing Monsters. In the valley, thick and thin mist filled the air, making everything appear hazy and unfathomable. It was evident that this was a monster zone generated by demonic energy after its invasion of the human world, and it had not yet been explored by humans. Lin Hao couldn't see clearly in the distance. But below the hillside, countless cyclops, spaced about 10 meters apart, wandered around holding large clubs. These giants, over 4 meters tall, were clearly power-type monsters with explosive muscles. They were the guardians of this valley, and anyone who dared to approach could be smashed into a pulp. Keep out. If they were normal monsters, this density would be quite good. If they were all elite monsters, then it would be very impressive. Lin Hao sent a gold-eater beetle to fly over. Soon, the gold-eater beetle attracted the attention of the nearest giant monster. A strange aura. Something has invaded here. The giant monster became enraged, picked up its massive club, and charged at the gold-eater beetle. At the same time, another Cyclops monster beside it also moved closer. Two were lured. There was no way to lure just one monster, it was almost impossible. Fortunately, 4 or 5 Cyclops monsters not far away did not follow. The gold-eater beetle turned its head and flew towards the hills to Lin Hao's right. 2 Cyclops monsters were in hot pursuit behind. Lin Hao cast a detection spell on the Cyclops. Cyclops Warrior Enhanced Elite Monster. Level 20. Strength, 2300. Agility, 1500. Spirit, 1000. Stamina, 2500. Skill, Frenzied Strike. The 4 core stats are really high. They are completely on another level compared to the average level 20 monsters in the wilderness. Truly worthy of being an enhanced elite monster. And they possess skills. With a flash of cold light, a dagger appeared out of thin air and plunged into the heart of a Cyclops monster. It was Zhao Xiaoling using the assassin's assassinate skill. This attack made the Cyclops let out a woo-woo cry, and its health bar dropped by a quarter. The 2 Cyclops swung their massive wooden clubs down at Zhao Xiaoling. Zhao Xiaoling's movements were as swift as an illusion. The giant clubs simply couldn't hit her. Boom, 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 boom. The clubs struck the ground, sending dirt flying and grass and trees scattering. The momentum was immense. If one of those blows had landed on Zhao Xiaoling, the damage would have been immense. It was unknown if her petite body could withstand it. However, after observing for a while, Lin Hao realized he was probably worrying too much. 1 or 2 monsters couldn't really harm her. Zhao Xiaoling's agility was too incredible. With evasive maneuvers, they couldn't even touch the hem of her skirt. However, the powerful gusts of wind generated by the swinging of the massive clubs made her hair fly. Her skirt also billowed up, occasionally revealing her long, fair thighs. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoling seized every opportunity, repeatedly stabbing her dagger into the first Cyclops. The subsequent attacks clearly didn't deal as much damage as the initial assassinate skill. Each hit took about 5% of the Cyclops' health. Excluding the initial assassinate skill used while stealthed, she could probably defeat a Cyclops warrior in about 20 stabs. Seeing that they couldn't land a hit on Zhao Xiaoling, the two Cyclops grew enraged. Suddenly, their massive wooden clubs seemed to double in speed, their attacks becoming a storm of blows. It was the Cyclops using their frenzied strike skill. Their attack speed had doubled. With both Cyclops using frenzied strike with their massive clubs, even Zhao Xiaoling, despite her prowess, dared not be careless. She flickered several times, creating distance from the Cyclops. The Cyclops pursued her madly. Dodging and weaving, with two monsters in pursuit, the entire hillside echoed with explosions and was left in disarray. 2 minutes passed, and clearly, the frenzied strike skill had ended. The massive clubs slowed down. Zhao Xiaoling seized an opening and plunged her dagger into the first Cyclops again. Her target had consistently been the first Cyclops. She intended to completely eliminate one before dealing with the other. This approach was sound. If it were Lin Hao, he would have made the same choice. However, killing them this way was too slow. After observing for a bit, Lin Hao understood that Zhao Xiaoling could indeed handle 2 or 3 monsters while ensuring her own safety, but it would take a considerable amount of time. As for 4 or 5 at once, she would truly struggle. Your team defeated Cyclops Warrior Enhanced Elite Monster, gaining plus 4,800 EXP. Obtained Cyclops Heart 1. Please select the item acquisition method, Leader Loot. Free loot. Dice roll loot. Lin Hao chose Leader Loot. 4,800 points, such high EXP. Even with a 2-person party, it was significantly higher than that of ordinary wilderness monsters. If fighting solo, a single monster might yield around 8,000 EXP. At this point, Zhao Xiaoling, having defeated one Cyclops, only had to deal with the remaining one. Now, she had even more room to maneuver. She circled the remaining monster, her strikes becoming faster. Seeing this, Lin Hao felt more confident. "Come out, my companions," Lin Hao whispered, and suddenly released 40 Gold-Eater Beetles, directing them towards the Cyclops on the hillside below. Just then, a message arrived. Your team defeated Cyclops Warrior Enhanced Elite Monster, gaining plus 4,800 EXP. Obtained Cyclops Heart 1. It was Zhao Xiaoling defeating the other Cyclops Warrior. Fighting 2 monsters at once is manageable, but 2 more would be too much. Zhao Xiaoling said, panting, to Lin Hao. Lin Hao, you need to be more careful when luring monsters. Don't attract any more. In typical party monster hunts, there needs to be a tank in the front to absorb damage and firmly hold the monster's aggro. Then, the damage dealers can unleash their attacks from the side or rear. If instant kills aren't possible, Zhao Xiaoling would be in a very passive situation fighting monsters. She would have to constantly reposition and dodge, as her assassin's physique couldn't withstand monster attacks. If she were actually hit, and there were no greatsword masters, shadow dancers, electromancers, guardians, or healers here, it would be very troublesome. Therefore, Zhao Xiaoling had to be extremely cautious. Lin Hao asked, Zhao Xiaoling, are you okay? Zhao Xiaoling waved her hand and said, I'm fine, I'm okay. Watch me. Once I go invisible, you can lure the monsters over. Just then, your team defeated Cyclops Warrior Enhanced Elite Monster, gaining plus 4,800 EXP. Your team defeated Cyclops Warrior Enhanced Elite Monster, gaining plus 4,800 EXP. Your team defeated Cyclops Warrior Enhanced Elite Monster, gaining plus 4,800 EXP. A string of messages flashed across the party panel. Zhao Xiaoling was stunned. She thought she was seeing things. Upon closer inspection, it was another string of EXP item notifications. What's going on? Her bright, clear eyes widened. If she wasn't sure it was impossible, she would have thought the party panel was malfunctioning. What happened? Zhao Xiaoling looked at Lin Hao. Lin Hao, in the distance, hadn't changed at all from how he was when he last spoke to her. Didn't you see the messages on the party panel? Zhao Xiaoling, no longer concerned about going invisible to prepare for the next wave of monsters Lin Hao would soon lure, walked towards him. What messages? Lin Hao thought Zhao Xiaoling had just whispered to him. The monster kill EXP messages. Oh. Lin Hao responded blandly. I saw them. How baffling. I'm not blind, of course I saw them. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoling reached Lin Hao's side. She continued in disbelief, Hey, don't you find it strange? It's just the two of us in the party. Who could have killed so many monsters? And so quickly? It took me 4 or 5 minutes to defeat just 2 Cyclops, and in that time, 50 or 60 Cyclops warriors must have died? Did the system glitch? Zhao Xiaoling still looked bewildered. Lin Hao was speechless. She was making such a fuss, he thought something serious had happened. No glitch. I killed them. You? How is that possible? Zhao Xiaoling stared at Lin Hao, unable to believe him. Chapter 26, Cyclops Captain Boss. Looking at Zhao Xiaoling's shocked, confused, and disbelieving expression. Shocked by my monster-killing speed? Lin Hao thought. This is just my usual routine. And I haven't even deployed half of my Gold-Eating Beetles yet. I'm also protected by 30 enchanted butterfly armors. If you knew all that, wouldn't you be even more terrified? Lin Hao said calmly to Zhao Xiaoling. My pet bug is killing monsters down there. Speaking of which, the monster EXP here is quite good. I hope it helps me level up to 16. It would be a worthwhile trip. Zhao Xiaoling looked down the slope. It was too far to see Lin Hao's little bugs clearly. It seemed like Cyclops warriors were inexplicably falling one after another. It was as eerie as a gust of wind sweeping through, felling monsters wherever it passed. Screams of woohoo could be heard everywhere. Zhao Xiaoling turned her gaze back to Lin Hao. After a minute, she finally exhaled, Lin Hao, you've shocked me once again. I finally understand why you reached level 15 in just 2 days. No, you might even reach level 16 soon. I finally understand why you, a low-level player, dared to come to the wilderness alone. You are truly an unprecedented monster. I'm speechless, your whole family is the real monster. Let's go, we'll head down. Lin Hao gestured. The two walked towards the center of the valley. At this point, all the enhanced elite Cyclops in the vicinity had been cleared. In this short amount of time, approximately 200 Cyclops warriors had fallen to the Gold-Eating Beetles. This was still under the condition that Lin Hao only released less than half of the Gold-Eating Beetles. Lin Hao felt that half of the Gold-Eating Beetles were enough for the fight, too many would just be a mobbing, which was unnecessary. Zhao Xiaoling nodded. She followed Lin Hao down the hillside. Dozens of Gold-Eating Beetles cleared the path ahead. Kill! 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 Your team defeated Cyclops Warrior Enhanced Elite Monster, gaining plus 4,800 EXP. Obtained Cyclops Heart 1. Your team defeated Cyclops Warrior Enhanced Elite Monster, gaining plus 4,800 EXP. Obtained Cyclops Heart 1. The party screen was flooded with EXP gains. Zhao Xiaoling couldn't help but glance at Lin Hao's face again and again. However, she couldn't read anything from him. Lin Hao remained as calm as ever. Not excited at all? Lin Hao, I knew you were strong, but I didn't expect you to be this strong. Honestly, I'm completely won over by the Insectomancer class now. It's not entirely that the Insectomancer is that powerful. I had another fortunate encounter, alright? But these things were secrets that belonged only to him. He would never tell anyone. Battling the giants that filled the valley was a perilous journey for many skilled teams. But with Lin Hao's handling, it seemed like a stroll through a chicken coop. Weaklings everywhere. The twilight deepened, mist swirled, and though it was still that terrifying, demonic land, Zhao Xiaoling, walking beside Lin Hao, felt an inexplicable sense of security. I'm truly ashamed. Zhao Xiaoling sighed. She recalled her first visit a few days prior, where she had cautiously used stealth. In the end, a careless mistake led to her being discovered by monsters, and she had to flee in utter disarray. When she collaborated with Lin Hao before, she hadn't held much hope, only intending to use Lin Hao's pet bugler skill. She proposed a 70-30 split, with her taking 70% and Lin Hao taking 30%. She had always believed she was the main force. That's why she took it for granted that Lin Hao would take the night watch while she rested. She never expected that now, arriving here. She was merely playing a supporting role, just tagging along. Zhao Xiaoling said, Lin Hao, you're the main force now. About that 70-30 split we discussed earlier, me taking 70% and you 30%, let's switch it around. She was quite worried that Lin Hao might harbor resentment over the previous profit distribution. Lin Hao smiled, you don't need to worry about that. I don't mind. Let's stick to what we agreed on, okay? He turned to look at Zhao Xiaoling and said calmly, do you understand what I mean? Zhao Xiaoling smiled with relief, I understand. Actually, she didn't care much about this small profit. It felt like playing house, an experience of the game's rules. But Lin Hao's attitude once again exceeded her expectations. The world pursues fame and fortune, resorting to any means for profit. Fathers and sons turn into enemies, brothers become estranged, friends betray each other, the list goes on. But what about Lin Hao, who was just starting out? He seemed to regard wealth as floating clouds, possessing a spirit that was not enslaved by external things. Someone like this is destined to shine brightly in this world. Zhao Xiaoling commented on Lin Hao. Little did Lin Hao know the many thoughts racing through Zhao Xiaoling's mind. If he had known, he would have definitely argued back. He wasn't that noble. His life was still quite difficult, and he still scrambled for every small profit. His backpack was currently filled with miscellaneous items. When he was grinding monsters in the wilderness before, he couldn't bear to throw away even items that were barely worth any money. A monster twice the size of a Cyclops warrior appeared. Instead of a crude wooden club, it wielded a giant iron mace. Cyclops Captain Enhanced Elite Monster Boss. Level 23. Strength, 4000. Agility, 2250. Spirit, 1500. Stamina, 4000. Skills, Frenzy, Roar, Stomp. Level 23 Elite Cyclops Captain. Its four main stats were nearly double that of the previous Cyclops warriors. However, it was still no match for Lin Hao's Gold-Eater Beetles. 8 or 9 Gold-Eater Beetles pounced. A flurry of bites ensued. The Cyclops Captain roared and used its frenzy skill. A large mace swung through the air. But such a massive weapon was useless against the smaller Gold-Eater Beetles. 4 or 5 Gold-Eater Beetles finished off the nearby Cyclops warriors and flew over to swarm the captain. The Cyclops Captain suddenly let out a massive roar. Whir! A wave-like sound wave spread outwards. It caused rocks and sand to fly around. Many Gold-Eater Beetles were shaken and stumbled. The sound of the immense roar still echoed throughout the valley. The remaining monsters in the valley were instantly stunned, and they rushed over upon hearing the sound. The captain took a great leap and stomped heavily on the ground. Instantly, a large pit was created. More than a dozen Gold-Eater Beetles were sent flying. Boom, boom, boom. Monsters from all directions were surging towards this place. At first glance, there were no less than 600 to 700. They were almost all enhanced elite Cyclops warriors, with 1 or 2 captains mixed in. As these massive giants ran over, their immense weight and bulk pounded the ground, shaking the entire valley. It was like an avalanche, the end of the world. I didn't expect that dealing with one captain would cause such a huge commotion with its skills. Although the entire valley wasn't small, it wasn't particularly large either. The roaring and stomping sounds were too loud. All the monsters in the valley rushed towards this side. This is bad. Zhao Xiaoling, who was standing next to Lin Hao, instantly turned as pale as a sheet. Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling were like 2 tiny specks in the face of the monstrous tide. Zhao Xiaoling's body trembled uncontrollably. This place, this valley, was a death trap. No matter who came here. Fighting Cyclops warriors was manageable, but once a captain was engaged, it was easy to attract all the monsters in the valley. Now, did she and Lin Hao still have a chance to survive? Lin Hao frowned upon seeing the immense scene. It seemed that 40 gold-eater beetles would hardly be enough to handle the current situation. Come out, all my companions. In an instant, 90 more black, ferocious gold-eater beetles, emanating a wild killing intent and of the same level, appeared around Lin Hao. A dense mass of blackness surrounded him. Instantly, Lin Hao was like a king in the darkness, commanding all. Ah! Zhao Xiaoling's eyes widened abruptly, and she let out a groan. She exclaimed with a choked voice. Lin, you're pet bugs, you have this many? Chapter 27, Terrifying Forbidden Spell, Death Sun. 130 powerful gold-eater beetles charged towards the oncoming swarm of enhanced elite Cyclops warriors. Rage. Each gold-eater beetle activated its skill. Rage. When in a state of rage, the gold-eater beetle's attack power increases by 200% for half an hour, with a 2-hour cooldown. This is equivalent to doubling the attack power. The gold-eater beetle's strength was already monstrous and its damage output was high now, with double the power. Instantly, the speed of slaughtering the Cyclops warriors increased again. Under Zhao Xiaoling's stunned gaze, Cyclops warriors fell like wheat stalks, one after another. Facing the tsunami-like surge of Cyclops warriors earlier, she thought her life would be lost tonight, an irresistible despair washing over her. She never imagined there would be such a trap at this wild boss spawn point. If her sisters had come and teamed up to conquer this place, a total wipeout would have been entirely possible. Thinking of this, she felt a chill run down her spine. She had underestimated the initial challenge of wild bosses. Pioneering content is completely different from later respawns. No wonder it's rare to hear about small teams pioneering. It's always guild-organized large-scale assaults. This is also why wild boss spots are almost exclusively dominated by guild forces. She glanced at Lin Hao beside her facing these giant monsters. The man still had a calm expression. She had already witnessed the terrifying individual combat power of his pet bugs. What was even more shocking now was how many of them there were. In this world, how could there be such a terrifying class, such a powerful individual? After all, this was only a class user around level 10. When he grows up, how terrifying will he be? 130 gold-eater beetles clashed with 600 to 700 enhanced elite Cyclops warriors and a total of 3 captains, instantly turning the valley into a chaotic battlefield. The ground was bombarded, sending sand and stones flying, and vegetation scattered like fallen leaves. The gold-eater beetles were numerous and terrifyingly strong, but the Cyclops monsters were even more numerous. Countless gold-eater beetles were sent crashing to the ground. However, impervious to water and fire, the gold-eater beetles with their incredibly strong defense under their hard shells quickly took to the air again and continued to fight. Under the effect of rage, the gold-eater beetles unleashed even wilder attacks. Batches of Cyclops monsters fell to the ground. The ground was littered with corpses. Your team defeated Cyclops Warrior Enhanced Elite Monster, gaining plus 4,800 EXP. Your team defeated Cyclops Warrior Enhanced Elite Monster, gaining plus 4,800 EXP. Screen filled. Rapidly filling the screen. Zhao Xiaoling was numb by this point. Another distinct message appeared. Your team has killed a Cyclops Captain Enhanced Elite Boss, gaining plus points EXP. You have obtained silver equipment, Giant's Armor. It turned out that a captain was bitten to death by the Gold-Eater Beetle. This valley was certainly terrifying, and the monsters within were undeniably powerful. It was highly probable that even a team of seasoned experts would be wiped out here. Yet, Lin Hao, with his pet bug alone, managed to suppress all the monsters. Under the onslaught of the Gold-Eater Beetles, the number of giant monsters dwindled. In about 10 minutes, all the monsters in this area would be annihilated. At this moment, Lin Hao glanced at his EXP bar, which had reached level 15 with 60% progress. After finishing off these monsters, he should be able to reach level 16. Even if he didn't reach it, the difference wouldn't be significant. Just then, a faint glow appeared on Zhao Xiaoling. Then Lin Hao saw Zhao Xiaoling jump up with joy. Leveled up? Yes, Zhao Xiaoling said happily, I've reached level 20. It took me half a month to get this level. Suddenly, Lin Hao's expression changed. Earlier, while the Gold-Eating Beetles were battling the numerous giant warriors in the valley, he had the distinct feeling of being watched by a pair of peculiar eyes for a while. However, as soon as he tried to locate the source, the gaze vanished. Then, there seemed to be faint magical incantations. But he couldn't pinpoint the origin of the sound at all. And now, this chanting suddenly grew louder. This meant a powerful magic skill was about to be completed. Is there a powerful archmage here? Before he could ponder further, a sense of dread surged through him. Not good, mage's spell. At that moment, a colossal blazing sun suddenly appeared above the valley. The sun emitted dazzling rays of light. The light illuminated the entire valley, instantly transforming night into day. Under the scorching sunlight, the very air warped and distorted. Son of Death forbidden spell? Zhao Xiaoling cried out in alarm. The moment the sun appeared, Lin Hao sensed danger and felt as if he were instantly plunged into a furnace heated to 1,000 degrees. Simultaneously, under the sun's glare, the flowers, trees, and soft rocks in the valley turned to charcoal. Just as Lin Hao felt himself about to turn to ashes. Pat 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 pat. A large swarm of spirit butterflies materialized around Lin Hao. And they all sustained various injuries. Remarkably, due to the life share ability, the spirit butterflies absorbed the damage intended for Lin Hao. Not good. Lin Hao suddenly realized something, roared, and charged towards Zhao Xiaoling. Neither he nor Zhao Xiaoling could escape this area of effect spell. He scooped up Zhao Xiaoling and, regardless of the situation, pressed her down beneath him, using his body to shield her from the sun's deadly rays. Scorching! As Lin Hao felt himself on the verge of combustion, another spirit butterfly was injured, once again absorbing the damage for him. The sun not only illuminated the entire Sun Valley, but also pierced the wilderness night. It seemed those eyes and that chanting were not hallucinations behind the perpetrator. A powerful mage had been continuously casting, preparing a forbidden spell. And they succeeded. Lin Hao currently had almost no equipment on him. Only his physical body remained. In other words, completely defenseless. At this moment, Lin Hao dared not move. Because beneath him lay Zhao Xiaoling. If Lin Hao didn't have over 30 spirit butterflies sharing his life, even 10 of him would have perished by now. Who would have thought this small valley hid such a terrifying archmage? This was Lin Hao's class awakening, becoming an insectomancer, traversing the bug realm 6 times, and obtaining 2 insect-related items. After days of monster hunting, this was the first perilous encounter after a smooth journey. This realization startled him. This world was not as simple as he had imagined. He glanced towards the center of the valley, where the death rays were falling upon the battling Gold-Eating Beetles. Those Gold-Eating Beetles seemed completely unharmed. Lin Hao was initially stunned, then quickly understood. The Gold-Eating Beetles he found were originally from a volcanic environment. And their description also stated they were invulnerable to water and fire. Even if the Gold-Eating Beetles weren't completely immune to water and fire elements, they were close. The mage in the valley must be this wild boss. And possessed considerable intelligence. It had been hiding in the shadows. It had clearly witnessed the power of Lin Hao's pet bugs. It must have also understood that with the passage of time, all the one-eyed giants and several captains in the valley would be wiped out. Therefore, it refrained from engaging, instead preparing its ultimate magical strike. Fortunately, the Son of Death only lasted for 30 seconds. As the sun vanished, the valley returned to darkness. Lin Hao looked down at Zhao Xiaoling beneath him. Instantly, he was startled. Zhao Xiaoling beneath him was now completely naked. Her clothes and skirt had turned to ashes under the initial death rays. A pendant around her neck was glowing green, protecting her. Chapter 28, The Stone Palace, Boss Mage. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoling was completely still. She isn't dead, is she? Zhao Xiaoling. Lin Hao, forgetting his own nakedness, shouted and reached out to grab her in his urgency. His hand met smooth skin. Her skin wasn't damaged. It's likely that green pendant was a magical item that allowed her to survive the deadly sunlight. But why was she still motionless? Zhao Xiaoling was wearing ordinary clothes, which certainly couldn't withstand the deadly light. Unless they were high-level equipment. Ah! Suddenly, Lin Hao realized he was also naked, just like Zhao Xiaoling. In the light, his clothes had also turned to ash. A wooden stick lay between Zhao Xiaoling's legs. He could still feel the warmth of her body. Holy crap! Lin Hao, who had been pressed close to Zhao Xiaoling, quickly pulled away and jumped up. How awkward! How embarrassing! He quickly took out a set of clothes from his inventory and put them on. Fortunately, before leaving the wilderness, he had anticipated staying there for some time and had prepared plenty of daily necessities, including clothes. After getting dressed, Lin Hao returned to Zhao Xiaoling's side. In the faint light, the naked Zhao Xiaoling lay like white jade, emitting a soft, white glow. She was incredibly alluring. But Lin Hao couldn't afford to be distracted by that now. He had to determine the extent of her injuries and if she could still be saved. Zhao Xiaoling. What's wrong? Lin Hao felt a pang of anxiety. Could it be that the senior he had just met, who was supposed to be adventuring with him, was already dead? He wanted to pick up Zhao Xiaoling's body for a closer inspection. However, he had only lifted half of her body. Poof! Zhao Xiaoling suddenly made a sound. Aren't you going to move away? How long do I have to wait? This unexpected sound caught Lin Hao completely off guard. After a slight pause, even the straightforward Lin Hao understood. Zhao Xiaoling had been fine all along. She was too embarrassed to move, whether she was under him while he was protecting her, or now that she was in his sight. She could only pretend to be dead. But with the urgent situation and Lin Hao needing to assess her injuries and act, she had no choice but to speak up. Sigh. How awkward. How embarrassing. Lin Hao immediately stood up and turned around. He swallowed hard. He said with difficulty, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. It was unintentional. I've turned around now, you can get up and get dressed. A barely audible response. Zhao Xiaoling didn't dare to lie on the ground naked any longer. She didn't even bother asking Lin Hao to leave before getting up. She quickly got up from the ground, retrieved new clothes from her inventory, and put them on. Lin Hao heard the rustling sound of clothes being put on behind him. The heavy weight on his heart finally lifted. As long as she was unharmed, everything else was secondary. The accidental embarrassment was a minor issue. You can turn around now. A moment later, Zhao Xiaoling spoke from behind him. Her voice had calmed down considerably, though it still trembled slightly. Lin Hao turned around. Zhao Xiaoling's face was flushed crimson. Her expression was also quite embarrassed. I'm sorry, Lin Hao said. It's all my fault. No, it's not, Zhao Xiaoling replied softly. If it weren't for you, I would probably be dead by now, my body turned to dust. Thank you for saving me just now. Zhao Xiaoling wasn't one to be overly coy. By the end of her sentence, she had largely regained her composure. Both of them kept their peculiar feelings hidden deep inside. At this point, there was virtually no more fighting in the valley. The Gold-Eating Beetles had almost wiped out all the Cyclops warriors and captains. It must be that boss releasing magic, right? Zhao Xiaoling said softly. It must be, otherwise it wouldn't be this powerful, Lin Hao nodded. How can there be such a powerful boss? Monsters in their early 20s wielding such terrifying magic? It's unimaginable. Let's go. Let's go and see. It's time we settled the score. Lin Hao's eyes turned cold. He remembered that if he and Zhao Xiaoling hadn't had some special trump cards, they would both be dead by now, reduced to dust. Half an hour ago. In the dark wasteland. A group of 5 people were clearing monsters as they walked towards the valley. Suddenly, a brilliant, immense sun appeared in the sky in the distance. Its light was dazzling. This is. The 5 people were startled. It's a forbidden magic spell, a mage exclaimed, full of shock. It must be those 2 people fighting the wild boss, a swordsman said gravely. It should be in that direction, replied a man with sharp ears and a gaunt face. The swordsman waved his hand. They're in the late stage of the fight, let's speed up. The 5 picked up their pace, doubling their speed. Lin Hao and Zhao Shaoling headed towards the end of the valley. Along the way, countless giant corpses lay strewn about. Although he knew that Lin Hao's pet bug had rampaged in front earlier, facing such a close-range scene, Zhao Shaoling was still shocked and her heart pounded. This man is truly powerful. A massive stone structure resembling a palace appeared at the end of the valley. About 30 stone pillars served as supports, each 30 meters high, topped with a crown-shaped roof. The stone gate was half open. Lin Hao sent the Gold-Eater Beetle in to scout. He could sense that the inside was empty, with no giants or monsters. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and walked in. Zhao Shaoling followed behind Lin Hao. A vast, empty hall. It could accommodate tens of thousands of people, and even hundreds of giants. On one side of the hall, there was a high platform with a large stone chair on it. Vile humans, how dare you step into my domain and kill so many of my warriors? We deserve to die. A voice came from the stone chair. Lin Hao and Zhao Shaoling looked at each other simultaneously. They saw a tiny monster sitting on the large stone chair. It was a gnome goblin holding a bone staff. It was so small, creating a stark contrast with the huge stone chair. If it hadn't spoken, Lin Hao and Zhao Shaoling would have taken a while to notice it. You dare trespass into King Celsus's territory. If you do not retreat immediately, you will face death. The gnome goblin roared. But it sounded a bit like bluffing. Lin Hao could tell that the gnome goblin's spirit was quite weak at the moment. It was likely that the Death Sun forbidden spell had exhausted its mental energy. Lin Hao cast a detection spell on it. Celsus Leader Level Goblin Mage. Level 25. Strength, 2000. Agility, 2000. Spirit, 7000. Vitality, 2000. Skills, Fireball, Death Sun. As expected, it was a goblin mage. And a named boss, which was quite uncommon. Since they had reached the boss stage, Lin Hao and Zhao Shaoling had to kill it. There was nothing more to say between the 2 parties. After all, this guy had just secretly unleashed a powerful move that nearly killed Lin Hao and Zhao Shaoling. Zhao Shaoling turned invisible, disappearing into thin air. Lin Hao waved his hand, and hundreds of Gold-Eater Beetles flew towards it. Chapter 29, The Arrogance of King Celsus, the Gnome Goblin. Seeing Lin Hao and the other intruder make their move, King Celsus, the Gnome Goblin, turned pale. Lin Hao's guess was correct. The Death Sun spell cast earlier had almost depleted its magic. That was a spell requiring 15 minutes of chanting. It was also its most powerful magical skill. It was a spell that cost the lives of countless giants. It succeeded, and the magic landed on the 2 individuals. However, to its shock, the 2 of them were unharmed, and even those terrifying bugs were fine. This was completely beyond its comprehension. Its full power attack was ineffective. It was now as weak as a chicken. Its hysterical roar, urging them to retreat quickly, was merely a bluff, an act. It truly lacked the ability and time to cast Death Sun again. All it could do now was raise its staff towards the swarm of black insects. Hoo hoo hoo! 3 fireballs were cast, hitting the swarm of Gold-Eater Beetles. But as expected, the fireballs exploded among the bugs. However, they caused no damage whatsoever. These damnable bugs are actually immune to fire magic. King Celsus, the Gnome Goblin, roared. Go away, you darn things, go away. You dare invade King Celsus, the Gnome Goblin. Damn it all. Ah! My face, my fingers, my body. Celsus thrashed wildly on the platform. Countless gold-eater beetles gnawed at its body. Boom! In its desperate struggle, it fell from the high platform to the ground. Deprived of its guard. Without its ultimate skill. As a mage, its situation at this moment was no better than that of a Cyclops warrior. In fact, it was worse. Zhao Shaoling, who had just gone invisible, thought of attacking the goblin. However, halfway through her approach, she heard the last roar of the Gnome King Celsus. "If you dare to kill me, the Abyssal Saintess will not let you go. I am her person." The Abyssal Saintess again? But, no matter who you are. The next moment, both Lin Hao and Zhao Shaoling saw the information on the team panel. Your team has defeated the Gnome Goblin King Celsus, gaining plus EXP points. Obtained gold equipment, Celsus Staff. Obtained gold equipment, Celsus Dagger. Obtained gold equipment, Celsus One-Handed Sword. Obtained skill magic scroll, Death Sun. Celsus Staff, Gold Tier, Spirit plus 100, Constitution plus 100, increases power of spirit-based skills by 15%, usable after level 20. Celsus Dagger, Gold Tier, Agility plus 100, Constitution plus 100, increases power of agility-based skills by 15%, usable after level 20. Celsus One-Handed Sword, Gold Tier, Strength plus 100, Constitution plus 100, increases power of strength-based skills by 15%, usable after level 20. Magic Scroll Death Sun, usable by spirit-based class. Upon use, you will acquire the fire magic skill Death Sunday, usable after level 20. Holy crap! Holy crap! At this moment, Lin Hao felt that this first clear was absolutely worth it. The Gnome Goblin King Celsus dropped too many generous rewards. First, the team split EXP points. A faint glow instantly appeared on Lin Hao's body. He leveled up to 16. Weapons and equipment actually dropped. Among all equipment, weapons and armor were undoubtedly the most valuable. And not just one, but 3 pieces dropped at once, all of top-tier gold quality. Gold equipment of this level is practically priceless and highly sought after in the current player trading market. Which aristocratic family or major guild wouldn't want to get their hands on one to cultivate their elite disciples? With the Ning family's immense influence, they could only provide Ning with a single silver-grade equipment. One can imagine how much revenue would be generated from selling these 3 pieces of gold equipment. However, regardless of the generous EXP points or the 3 pieces of gold weapon equipment, the combined value probably doesn't even compare to this magic scroll. Magic scrolls can be categorized into 3 usage levels. Beginner scrolls, levels 120. Intermediate scrolls, levels 2140. Advanced scrolls, levels 41 and above. The most important thing is that skill scrolls are usually random, meaning you might use dozens or even hundreds of scrolls and still not get the skill you want. But this magic scroll already specifies the magic. Lin Hao and Zhao Shaoling had both witnessed how powerful the Death Sun magic was earlier. Most importantly, this kind of magic typically only appears in advanced scrolls, and the drop rate is extremely low. But this one can be used and learned at level 20. Looking at the spoils, Zhao Shaoling. Her eyes widened so much they almost popped out. This trip, where they brushed past the gates of hell, was completely worth it now. She had also never attempted to clear a wild boss before. Precisely because it was her first time and she lacked experience, she actually went ahead with Lin Hao. If people from the major guilds were to find out, one wonders if they would die laughing or die from shock. Clearing content and farming monsters for rewards later are completely different. The difference between the two could be 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. Just like this Gnome Goblin King Celsus, even if you defeat him again in the future, he won't drop gold equipment. He also won't drop the Death Sun skill book. At most, he'll drop silver equipment. But even silver equipment is still extremely valuable. Seeing such generous rewards, even though Zhao Shaoling came from a good background and had seen much of the world, she still gasped in admiration. Each of these 4 items was incredibly valuable. However, Lin Hao's small hand flicked, and he collected everything into Zhao Shaoling's spatial backpack. Zhao Shaoling looked up at Lin Hao. Beyond the shock, there was also an indescribable sense of gratitude. How many people can share hardships together, but as soon as prosperity appears, they immediately turn on each other? This kind of situation is far too common in society. Even if they don't actively betray you, who wouldn't want to have control of the spoils? But Lin Hao was so casual about it. Just like before, he handed everything over to her to handle. And then divided according to their agreed 70-30 split. This magnanimity is truly rare in this world. What's even more precious is that this is trust. A trust that has never wavered from beginning to end. Lin Hao knew how much he knew about himself. It was merely a name. His background, origins, interests, he knew nothing about any of it, right? But she trusted him completely. If he had been greedy, all of today's spoils could have belonged to him, including the boss's EXP points. Lin Hao could have easily teamed up with himself when the boss was about to die. If he wanted to kill himself, it would have been as easy as lifting a finger, no need to do it himself. Zhao Shaoling looked into her backpack. In addition to the giant's heart and various other items, there were several pieces of silver equipment dropped by the enhanced elite giant captain upon death. Of course, there were also the 4 items dropped by the gnome goblin king Celsus. Just as she was contemplating how to split the profits later, a voice sounded from not far away. It seems we've arrived at just the right time. Thank you for helping us kill the boss. Now, please hand over all the items obediently. 5 people. Walking into the stone palace, they appeared before Lin Hao and Zhao Shaoling. Chapter 30, I'll give you one last chance. These 5 people were the group Lin Hao had seen before, who had been relentlessly pursuing Zhao Shaoling. 4 of them were the 4 evils of Yangchang. The 5th person, a middle-aged man with pointed ears and a sallow complexion, was completely unfamiliar. However, one could guess that he must be a helper called by the 4 evils of Yangchang. Whether he was a powerful damage dealer or had a special class, like a scout, was unknown. Likely the latter. As soon as this group appeared, Zhao Shaoling's expression changed. A dagger instantly appeared in her hand. Ha, what a pair of scum! You made us search high and low, only to find you here farming for loot and bosses. The mage was the first to burst into laughter. The archer joked, a beautiful night, and instead of a wild rendezvous, you're here grinding monsters? What a waste! If you don't know how, I can give you a free live demonstration later, no charge. The healer in the back ogled Zhao Shaoling's chest and figure, undisguised desire in his eyes. The swordsman captain quietly observed Lin Hao and Zhao Shaoling. He said in a deep voice, you two, we're only after wealth. If you voluntarily hand over what you just obtained, we can let you pass and pretend this never happened. Zhao Shaoling looked at Lin Hao. Lin Hao sneered inwardly. Although this was his first time in the wilderness, and his first time dealing with other class users, he wasn't a newbie. He had lived 2 lives. Some of their words were harsh, others were smooth, but how could he not know that in this situation, whether they handed over the items or not? They wouldn't be allowed to pass and pretend this never happened, as they claimed. Ultimately, a fight would break out, and they'd be killed here. Who knows who will kill whom? This group had already offended him time and again. I woke up early with murderous intent. You choose the path to hell when heaven's gate is open, and you rush into hell when there's no gate at all. Zhao Shaoling looked at the 4 people in front of her. This is a complete combat team, with tanks, damage dealers, and support, and each member is above level 20. Undoubtedly, their combat power is immense. Having interacted with them for a few days, Zhao Shaoling knew even better that these people had been a long-term team, with practiced coordination. Their combat style was even more ferocious. She whispered to Lin Hao, these people are different from monsters. Monsters lack intelligence, and even high-level ones are easy to deal with. But these villains have committed countless murders and robberies. Their combat EXP is incredibly rich. We are no match for this group. I'll hold them off for a while, and you escape quickly. Escape as fast as you can, don't look back. I'll give you all my items later, you take them. Do you understand? If you leave, I, as an assassin, will have a chance to escape. She herself had just reached level 20, and Lin Hao was only level 16. Although Lin Hao's pet bugs were formidable and numerous, she didn't believe the two of them could handle the 5 people in front of them. Therefore, she quickly suggested Lin Hao leave first while she looked for an opportunity to escape. Zhao Xiaoling was right. As humans, even if they were slightly lower level, they were still incomparable to monsters. Because humans possess intelligence, they are more cunning and understand the weaknesses of their own kind. Zhao Xiaoling said loudly to those people, "You've been chasing me just to get the coordinates of this place. Now you have them. I can give you the items, but the person beside me is not involved in this, he's just someone I called to help me with the exploration. Let him go first, and then I'll give you the items." As she spoke, Lin Hao noticed in the party window that Zhao Xiaoling was placing a pile of items. As long as Lin Hao clicked accept, those items would be transferred to his inventory. It seemed Zhao Xiaoling had no intention of giving the items to them. The swordsman's face turned cold. "Zhao Xiaoling, do you think we're fools?" He sneered. "You want him to leave, and then you'll use your assassin skills to escape, right? We were able to find you, don't you want to know why? Do you know what class the person beside me is?" The swordsman pointed at the man with the sharp ears and monkey-like cheeks. "His class is tracker." Huang Guang, the tracker, looked at Zhao Xiaoling with a predatory gaze. "Tracker?" Zhao Xiaoling's face turned pale. This was a class that completely countered assassins. It was extremely rare. She hadn't expected the 4 evils of Yongcheng to find someone like this. It seemed that tonight, she couldn't escape misfortune. They had even survived the boss raid. After painstakingly defeating the boss and obtaining valuable loot, they were found by these people just as they were about to leave. She was so unwilling. Moreover, it wasn't just about a few items anymore, it was about how she and Lin Hao could escape being killed by them. If she really handed over the items, the two of them would have to leave the area. She would have handed them over without hesitation. However, she also understood that handing them over might only hasten their attack and their demise. Therefore, she devised a plan for Lin Hao to leave first. But the other party had seen through it. And they even revealed that they had a tracker with them. At this, her heart sank into the abyss. Even if Lin Hao left first, this group could still easily catch up to him at any moment. It would be useless. If they could kill that tracker, there might be a slim chance. But would the other party give her that opportunity? Zhao Xiaoling glanced sideways at Lin Hao. At this moment, Lin Hao's face was expressionless. He suddenly said calmly, "How about this? I don't want to kill anyone. I'll give you one last chance. Throw all your items on the ground, including your clothes, and I might spare your lives." As soon as Lin Hao said this, those people were completely stunned. Even Zhao Xiaoling was taken aback. "Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha!" The people opposite burst into a wave of mocking laughter. "This idiot probably doesn't even know what he's saying, right? As expected, this guy is an idiot. The two of them truly are a pair of mediocrities. Brother, why are we wasting words with them? Kill them, and all the items will drop anyway." The swordsman nodded. With a whoosh, an invisible arrow shot towards the two. It was the archer who attacked first. A faint mark immediately appeared above Lin Zhao's head. This was not an attack arrow, but one with a special effect. Zhao Xiaoling's face turned pale, and she exclaimed, "This is bad, we've been marked." The marker arrow not only nullified the assassin's stealth skill, but also greatly increased the archer's accuracy and power. "Let's go!" Zhao Xiaoling let out a soft cry. At the same time, she leaped forward, her figure appearing more than 10 meters to Lin Hao's right. She intended to create distance from Lin Hao, to attract the attention of those people, to create an opportunity for Lin Hao. A battle shield appeared in the swordsman's hand. He stood sideways, blocking in front of the other 4 people. The swordsman didn't let down his guard just because Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling were at a lower level. A standard combat stance took shape. He displayed his extremely high combat proficiency. Boom! A fireball flew from the mage's hand. The mage immediately cast a rapid fire spell. The fireball flew towards Zhao Xiaoling. At the same time, whoosh! The sound of 2 arrows. The archer also shot 2 arrows. The healer support raised their staff and cast several consecutive auras on others. As the entire team moved, their coordination was obviously very skilled. Chapter 31, Striking, Killing. The fireball and arrows clearly anticipated Zhao Xiaoling's forward path. She was forced to change direction. Her face was a little pale. She returned to Lin Hao's side. In these few simple exchanges, this team clearly had the upper hand. "It's over," she murmured. At this moment, the mage launched a larger fireball at Lin Hao and Zhao Ling. "Die!" Cruelty flashed in the mage's eyes. Boom! The large fireball exploded in mid-air. The mage was stunned. Flames scattered, revealing 5 Gold-Eater Beetles. It was Lin Hao who had commanded the Gold-Eater Beetles to block the fireball. Gold-Eater Beetles were impervious to water and fire. The massive fireball was merely like a tickle to them. Even the Death Sun couldn't harm them. After bursting the giant fireball, the 5 Gold-Eater Beetles paused only slightly before flying towards the 5 individuals. Swish, 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 swish. Volley of arrows. The archer shot 5 arrows at the approaching Gold-Eater Beetles. Clang, 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 clang. 5 sounds, as if the arrows had struck gold or jade. The arrows merely caused the Gold-Eater Beetles to pause for a moment, but had no significant impact. They continued to fly towards the 5 individuals. The performance of the Gold-Eater Beetles surprised the 5 people. They couldn't understand what kind of insects these were. Unaffected by a large fireball, and unhindered by arrows. Be careful. Don't let your guard down. The 5 Gold-Eater Beetles flew in front of the swordsman. Roar! The swordsman roared. Taunt! The Gold-Eater Beetles lunged at the swordsman. Guardian Aura. A halo of light appeared around the swordsman, protecting him like an egg. The 5 Gold-Eater Beetles latched onto the egg-like aura and began to bite. The aura flickered. It flickered again. The swordsman's expression changed. He couldn't understand how the aura could be bitten. What kind of bugs are so powerful? Little did he know, these were ancient, mythical insects known as the All-Consuming. At this moment, the team's 2 damage dealers, the archer and the mage, unleashed their skills upon the Gold-Eater Beetles. However, the mage's fire-based skills were utterly useless. The damage from the archer's arrows couldn't even faze the Gold-Eater Beetles. The expressions of both of them turned grim. If even the damage dealers couldn't inflict harm, the swordsman wouldn't be able to hold out forever. With a soft crack, the swordsman's guardian aura was broken by the Gold-Eater Beetle's bites. The swordsman shouted, "Repulsion aura!" Another halo of light enveloped him. The 5 Gold-Eater Beetles were pushed back several meters by the aura. However, they immediately turned and lunged at the swordsman again. Damage dealers, hurry up and attack. I can't hold on much longer. The swordsman roared. 2 of his skills had been consecutively broken by the Gold-Eater Beetles. His heart sank. He felt a sense of impending doom. This was the first time he had encountered such terrifying insects. No attack could harm them. Yet their offensive power was immense. His current strategy was to raise his shield and use his one-handed sword to bat away the attacking Gold-Eater Beetles. Crack! 1 Gold-Eater Beetle was sent flying by the flat of the swordsman's blade. But 2 landed on his shield. The remaining 2 landed on his body. Ah! The swordsman let out a scream. His powerful defense was still no match for the Gold-Eater Beetle. 2 large holes were instantly bitten into him by the Gold-Eater Beetle. The anxious Greatsword Master, Shadow Dancer, Electromancer, Guardian, and Healer quickly cast healing spells on the swordsman. The healing spells were indeed miraculous. The swordsman's 2 wounds quickly stopped bleeding, and his flesh and skin healed at a visible rate. However, it was still useless. Before these two wounds could heal, the gold-eater beetle tore off more flesh from the swordsman. Ah, ah! The swordsman cried out in agony. The greatsword master, shadow dancer, electromancer, guardian, and healer were also panicking. They cast healing spells on the swordsman one after another, as if they had infinite mana. At this moment, the two damage dealers, the archer and the mage, widened their eyes in disbelief. They saw two gold-eater beetles tearing at the shield. To their astonishment, even the shield was bitten through. Just how monstrous are these things? Holy crap! What kind of monsters are these? Brother, it's no use. We can't even damage these bugs. We have to run now. The mage shouted, trembling with fear. Did the swordsman not know that? He just couldn't shake off the two bugs on him. Want to leave? It's too late now. Lin Hao, standing in the distance, smiled faintly. I gave you one last chance, but you didn't take it, so you can't blame me. This valley has a nice view. Tonight, you will stay here forever. At this moment, Zhao Shaoling also revealed herself. She looked at the scene unfolding before her with a shocked expression. Quick, quick, quick! Attack that person. If you kill him, his bugs will be useless. The swordsman was already rolling on the ground in pain. Even in this situation, his eyes were sharp, and he saw the key point. The true master of these bugs was Lin Hao. If they could kill Lin Hao, there was a great chance they could resolve the current crisis. He truly was the leader of the three evils, the one whom all three respected as their boss. Unfortunately, could they even kill Lin Hao? They couldn't even force Lin Hao to reveal his trump cards. The mage and the archer stopped paying attention to the swordsman and the bugs on him. Several fireballs and arrows flew towards Lin Hao. Come out, my companions! Lin Hao waved his hand, and over 100 gold-eater beetles appeared before him. Clang, clang, ding, ding. Several sounds echoed. The fireballs dissipated in mid-air, and the arrows fell to the ground. Then, a vast swarm of gold-eater beetles flew towards the five of them. Their speed was astonishing. The five of them turned pale at the sight. They could barely handle a few small bugs earlier. Now, faced with a massive swarm of hundreds, could they survive when they arrived? Instantly, except for the swordsman still rolling on the ground. The remaining archers, mages, and greatsword master, shadow dancer, electromancer, guardian, healer were terrified. The other four immediately turned and fled out of the stone palace gate. They no longer cared about the swordsman on the ground. At this moment, they noticed that the tracker was already more than 100 meters ahead of them. When Lin Hao had first released 5 bugs and the 4 evils of Yangcheng couldn't handle them, he had already wanted to run. When Lin Hao released over 100 more gold-eater beetles, he didn't hesitate and fled immediately. Instantly, he deeply regretted coming here. However, could these few escape faster than the gold-eater beetles? Soon, the gold-eater beetle was the first to pounce on the slowest greatsword master, shadow dancer, electromancer, guardian, healer, and mage. Next, the archer. And then the tracker, who was running the fastest, were caught. Ah! Ah, help me! Ah, it hurts so much! The 4 of them frantically tried to swat away the gold-eater beetles that had pounced on them. But the massive swarm swarmed them, giving them no chance. Spare our lives! Mighty One, spare us! We were wrong. Please, let me go. I'll give you anything, please. In their hearts, they must have regretted it by now. Why did they have to provoke that kid? Who would have thought that someone wielding a plain steel sword, challenging a cockroach monster, would be so terrifying? Back then, everyone had laughed at this idiot. Turns out, they were the idiots. They regretted it. But, there's no medicine for regret in this world. Their frantic pleas for mercy, and their screams, were heart-wrenching. But Lin Hao, standing in the distance, was unmoved. The time was short. Less than half a minute. The hysterical screams ceased, and the entire stone palace fell silent. Zhao Xiaoling watched the scene before her with dread. At this moment, she felt her hands and feet turn cold and numb. The 5 people who had been so alive and arrogant moments ago were now reduced to 5 skeletons. However, the gold-eater beetles were still fiercely devouring the bones. It seemed they wouldn't even spare the bones. Chapter 32: Killing, Destroying Corpses, Erasing Traces. This sudden reversal of the situation left her unable to adapt. When these 5 people first appeared, she felt quite desperate. She had played a game of cat and mouse with them for several days, so she had some understanding of them. Among the classers around level 20, while not top tier, they were definitely not weak. Therefore, her initial thought was how to escape with her life. Even though she knew the chances weren't great. When she realized the 5th person was a tracker, she was almost in despair. At that moment, her only thought was to create a sliver of hope for Lin Hao to escape with his life. As for herself, she no longer dared to hold out any hope. She wasn't unaware of the power of Lin Hao's pet bug. But fighting against classers was a completely different matter from killing monsters. And there were 5 people on the other side. And their levels were far higher than the 2 on their side. Until Lin Hao made his move. Suddenly, not only did they have the upper hand, they were completely crushed. Seeing the 5 people on the opposite side so easily defeated by Lin Hao's gold-eater beetle, she was completely stunned. Such a powerful team, wiped out in just a few minutes. A strong team like this, gone just like that? She came from a powerful family. She had seen many geniuses, including countless strong individuals. But for a class awakening user at only level 16 like Lin Hao to so easily wipe out a team with various class setups still shattered her perception of reality. He only class awakened 2 days ago? Who would believe it if you told them? Who could believe it? The pleas for mercy from the 5 people on the other side stopped. This meant they were all dead. But Lin Hao, it seemed he still had no intention of stopping. She stood not far away, witnessing this scene unfold before her eyes. Those gold-eater beetles were gnawing at their flesh. They continued to chew on the bones even after all the flesh was gone. It was like the most terrifying tragedy unfolding. Although the other party was a group of villains. Opponents who had just tried to kill them. She didn't doubt for a moment that if Lin Hao's bugs hadn't intervened, and if they had fallen into the hands of those opponents, their fate would have been equally grim. She even suspected she would have suffered endless humiliation. She had long resolved to commit suicide immediately if captured. But to see 5 humans struggle, die, and turn into skeletons before her very eyes. And now even the bones were being gnawed. Lin Hao wasn't just killing them, he was destroying the evidence and leaving no trace. Her face turned ashen, her limbs grew cold and numb. Trembling all over. She closed her eyes, not daring to look at the disappearing white bones. She dared not look again. Moreover, she didn't even have the courage to turn her head and look at Lin Hao now. From beginning to end, Lin Hao hadn't made a sound. Nor did he recall his pet bug. This indicated that everything done was Lin Hao's will. It was him. He was the one who decided to do this. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoling felt that the person beside her was no longer a naive and cute junior. He was a cold and heartless, decisive, ruthless as steel. A person no less formidable than the most ferocious devils in the abyss. So, the person she had always thought he was, wasn't him at all. A hand gently rested on Zhao Xiaoling's trembling shoulder. Zhao Xiaoling thought she would be startled. She thought she would collapse to the ground in fright. But when that hand touched her shoulder, she suddenly felt a warmth. A feeling of extreme solidity and security. The image of the demon in her mind instantly shattered like glass. She stopped trembling. Zhao Xiaoling suddenly turned around and, with all her might, tightly hugged Lin Hao. Lin Hao gently embraced her with his arms. Whoa whoa! Zhao Xiaoling suddenly burst into tears for no reason. Lin Hao gently patted her back. In the vast valley, at this moment, there were only the two of them. The night breeze blew gently. Although the air still carried a strong scent of blood, it had faded considerably. Under the moonlight, Zhao Xiaoling didn't know how long she had been holding Lin Hao. And Lin Hao gently held her too. The white bones on the ground in front were long gone. Those gold-eater beetles had also returned to Lin Hao's pet bug space. Suddenly, Lin Hao said softly, "What's wrong? Do you think I was too cruel?" Zhao Xiaoling slowly calmed down at this moment. "No." She took a deep breath and said, "Earlier, I might have thought so, but now I don't. Being kind to the enemy is cruel to oneself." Since the demons invaded, for centuries, humanity's history on this world has been a history of blood and fire. In those battles between humans and demons, was there ever a battle not fought with mountains of corpses and seas of blood? Were there any scenes not terrifying? How, you are not the type of person to live within a small social circle. Someone like you will one day stand at the highest point of humanity, and then you will surely face the most evil demons. If you were truly like what I, a mere woman, imagine you to be, then the higher you ascend, the more tragically you will die one day. Lin Hao nodded and said indifferently, "It's good that you can think this way." Zhao Xiaoling moved out of Lin Hao's embrace. Her face was flushed. She herself didn't understand why she had suddenly hugged Lin Hao just now. Although it was only one night, it felt like many things had happened. "Lin Hao, do you have a girlfriend?" Zhao Xiaoling suddenly asked in a voice as soft as a mosquito's. "No." Lin Hao was taken aback for a moment. "Oh." Zhao Xiaoling replied. Then, she quietly fell silent again. "Let's go," Lin Hao said softly. "MMM." Zhao Xiaoling sat next to Lin Hao. I don't know if it was fear, or something else. In the empty stone palace, on the high stone chair, there was a faint inscription. Giant Mountain Valley Reset Time, 14 days 2350. Moreover, the time displayed would tick down by 1 minute every minute. Zhao Xiaoling said, "We've cleared this wild boss, and the respawn time is set to 15 days. 15 days? I won't even be in Yangqing then. Lin Hao, do you still want to farm here?" Lin Hao shook his head. "No, during that time, I'll be participating in the National Unified Martial Arts exam. After the exam, I'll be leaving Yangqing soon too." Zhao Xiaoling smiled, "Then we can sell it to the class trader center and get some benefits." MHM. In a cave half a mile from the valley, Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling decided to stay there for a few hours and leave after daybreak. By the campfire, Zhao Xiaoling sat next to Lin Hao. Earlier, besides taking the golden dagger, Zhao Xiaoling had given all the other items to Lin Hao. She wouldn't allow Lin Hao to refuse either. They included a golden staff, a golden one-handed sword, and 3 pieces of silver equipment dropped by the captain. Silver equipment, giant's armor, strength plus 50, constitution plus 50, strength-based skill power increased by 5%, usable after level 20. Silver equipment, giant's helmet, strength plus 50, constitution plus 50, strength-based skill power increased by 5%, usable after level 20. Silver equipment, giant's boots, constitution plus 50, speed increased by 10%, usable after level 20. And 2,000 giant heart items. Daybreak. The dawn light spread across the wilderness. Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling returned near the city gate. "Lin Hao, my family sent someone to pick me up. I just received a message. I won't be able to accompany you to level up in Yangqing for the next half month. I'll wait for you in the capital, okay? You must come find me, okay?" Lin Hao nodded, "Yes, I will definitely go to the capital. Lin Hao, when you come to the capital to further your studies, you can live at my place. Is that okay?" Lin Hao smiled without a word. Chapter 33, Truly a Prodigy. Watching Zhao Xiaoling's receding figure, a slight smile appeared on Lin Hao's lips. At this moment, at the city gate, Chen Ziqing, the flat-headed city guards, and others whom Lin Hao encountered when leaving the city were all there. "What? For a day and a night, and Lin Hao wasn't found anywhere near the city outskirts? He didn't return to the city last night either? Chen Ziqing listened to the report from a city guard named Zhao Hu. Yes, and yesterday we patrolled a 3-kilometer radius outside the entire city wall, but there was no trace of him. When Lin Hao first left the city, although Chen Ziqing tried to stop him, she only let him pass after he produced Zhao Caijuan's token. However, afterwards, she still instructed Zhao Hu and other city guards to keep an eye on him during patrols. After all, this was someone her uncle paid special attention to. The flat-headed city guard said worriedly, could something have happened to him? He's only a level 12 beginner class awakener. He couldn't have gone 3 kilometers out without being found. It doesn't make sense. Chen Ziqing said angrily, didn't I stop him, and yet you let him go? This. The flat-headed city guard was speechless for a moment and said in a low voice, he showed the general's token, how could I not let him go? Besides, he did have an exit permit from the school. Humph. Chen Ziqing suddenly said, you may not realize the gravity of the mistake you've made. What did I do? The flat-headed city guard was confused. Do you know who that kid is? Isn't he Lin Hao, who appeared at 8th middle school this year with hidden quality and was rumored to have an early-stage class death sentence? The flat-headed city guard stated what he knew about Lin Hao. He's Lin Yuanshan's son. Chen Ziqing revealed. What? The flat-headed guard and Zhao Hu were shocked. This was indeed something they didn't know. Son of Marshal Lin? 10 years ago, during the monster attack, if it weren't for Marshal Lin turning the tide, Yangcheng would have fallen. Zhao Hu murmured. What do we do now? The flat-headed city guard asked anxiously. Chen Ziqing said solemnly, Zhao Hu, go gather 1,000 city guards, divide them into 10 groups, and search meticulously again. Expand the search radius outside the city from 3 kilometers to 5 kilometers. Yes. Zhao Hu responded. I'll go find my uncle and see if he has any ideas. Hopefully, the kid is lucky and didn't die at the hands of the monsters outside the city. Chen Ziqing looked serious. Then what should I do? The flat-headed city guard asked anxiously. He was the one who let the person out. If something really happened, he would never forgive himself. You stay at the gate. If he returns, notify us immediately. Just as the few people were about to part ways, the flat-headed city guard suddenly shouted, wait, who is that? Outside the city gate. Under the rising sun, a figure was slowly approaching. Lin Hao. Chen Ziqing exclaimed. It's really him. He's okay. Zhao Hu shouted happily. Ha? You're all here? Lin Hao, walking into the city gate, saw Chen Ziqing and the others looking at him strangely. He was a little puzzled. Humph, where did you go yesterday? Didn't I tell you that you must return to the city at night and not stay out in the wilderness overnight? Seeing Lin Hao looking relaxed and unharmed, while they were all worried sick about him, Chen Ziqing instantly became angry. Who says I must return to the city and cannot stay overnight in the wilderness? Lin Hao asked indifferently. Recalling that this woman had unreasonably stopped him from leaving the city earlier, and now that he was back, she was throwing a tantrum, Lin Hao didn't offer her any pleasantries. You? Chen Ziqing trembled with anger. You good-for-nothing Lin Hao. We were worried sick about you, and you're acting so defiant. Lin Hao, it's good that you're back. Ziqing was very worried about you, the flat-headed city guard said with a smile. He was truly worried that something had happened to Lin Hao, and he was very happy to see him return. Lin Hao glanced at Chen Ziqing. Is this woman still concerned about me? No way. Goodbye. Lin Hao waved to the flat-headed city guard and others and walked into the city. Chen Ziqing stomped her feet in anger. Hey, he's level 16 now? Zhao Hu suddenly exclaimed. Holy crap, he really is. He was only level 12 when he left the city yesterday. The flat-headed city guard also exclaimed. He's really level 16. How did he do it? Chen Ziqing was also shocked, forgetting her anger. Holy crap, This is too unbelievable. Zhao Hu murmured. I remember General Zhao once said that when he class awakened back then, he was only level 12 on the third day, right? Yes. With General Zhao's speed back then, he easily became a celebrity at Qingbei Martial Arts University. Then what about this Lin Hao? Won't he be the top scholar in Jiangning province this year? Whether he's the top scholar or not, I don't know, but at least it will cause a huge sensation in Yancheng, right? Amazing, reaching level 16 in 3 days by yourself. I remember when I first awakened my class back then, I was only level 8 after 3 days, not even level 10. Truly a prodigy. Chen Ziqing sneered, it's just low-level leveling, what is so amazing about it even if it's a bit faster? It's not as magical as you think. Zhao Hu and the flat-headed city guards all turned to look at Chen Ziqing. Their expressions were quite peculiar. Why are you all looking at me like that? Being stared at by Zhao Hu and the others with such strange eyes, Chen Ziqing inexplicably felt a flutter of panic. Although she had some authority to direct the two in her work, they were her elders. When she wasn't being temperamental, she deeply respected them. Zhao Hu chuckled, Ziqing, you're acting like a jilted lover. Have you fallen for this kid? The flat-headed city guard chimed in, if you really like him, I'll mention it to General Zhao. He and this kid as father are friends through thick and thin, so with his help, it should be a done deal. What nonsense are you two spouting? Chen Ziqing's face instantly turned bright red. I'm not talking to you anymore. Chen Ziqing turned and fled the city gate as if escaping. Ha ha ha. Everyone at the city gate burst into laughter. Lin Hao was unaware of everything happening at the city gate, nor that he was being teased. He returned to the class trader center. He directly sold all the small items dropped from killing monsters for a day and a night to the center. He received 100,000. The giant's heart was the main valuable item. This was the first time Lin Hao had such a large sum of money. Seeing the amount, his hands trembled slightly. There were 3 ways to consign items at the trading center. One was to sell directly to the official, the price was usually a bit lower, but the advantage was immediate profit. The second was to set your own price for consignment, other class users could buy it if they wished, the benefit being that you set the price. The third was a time-limited auction, you could set a reserve price and a time limit, and the highest bidder would complete the transaction. Lin Hao used the third method for the 3 silver-grade equipment pieces he placed in the trading center after 3 days, the highest bidder would win, and he couldn't be bothered to set a reserve price. As for the items dropped by the Elf King, he didn't deal with them this time. After replenishing some supplies, Lin Hao decided to spend a little money and directly used the teleportation array to go to the Lost Mines dungeon. He planned to grind monsters there until the national martial exam, hoping to reach level 20. 4 days had passed since the major exam, which was held half a month after the class awakening day, leaving 11 days. Time was tight. Whoosh! After a slight dizziness, Lin Hao appeared before a dungeon. What surprised Lin Hao slightly was, it was extremely lively here, with class users everywhere in front of the dungeon square. Didn't they say this was an unpopular dungeon? Chapter 34, Lost Mines, the Strongman Guild. There were many people here, a cacophony of noise. Normal difficulty, 5 spots filled, 1 missing. Hurry up if you want to enter the dungeon. Need 1 healer, come quickly. Mines dungeon, always recruiting experts, to clear elite difficulty. A chorus of shouts to form parties. Beside them, some people had set up stalls and started selling goods. Recovery potions, city prices, hurry if you want them. Buying Dungeon Night Star Stone materials, good prices offered. Lin Hao arrived at the entrance of the dungeon and checked its information. The dungeon restricts entry to classes below level 20. The Mine Dungeon has 4 difficulty levels, Normal, Elite, Nightmare, and Hell. Monster levels range between 20 and 25. Based on the displayed information, the monsters in this dungeon, even at the normal difficulty, are twice as tough as monsters of the same level in the wilderness. Furthermore, the monsters are very densely packed. The normal difficulty of the dungeon requires a party of at least 3 players to dare enter. To tackle the elite difficulty, a party of at least 5 players is needed, and they must be an elite team. The Nightmare mode was only cleared half a year ago by a powerful team. Currently, almost no one enters. The requirements are too high. This dungeon was discovered a year and a half ago, and the Hell mode has yet to be cleared. This is because even a full, elite team cannot defeat it. As players level up and their equipment improves, those who can overcome the challenge surpass level 20. They are then unable to enter at all. Lin Hao, accompanied by his 2 Gold-Eater Beetles, was examining the dungeon information, drawing the curiosity of many. Some of them approached to get a closer look at the Gold-Eater Beetles perched on Lin Hao's shoulders. "Hey, buddy, what class are you? Are these your summoned bugs? They look like very strange bugs. They kind of resemble scarab beetles. Are these bugs for display or for combat? I love collecting insect specimens the most, but I've never seen anything like these. Is this a new species, man? They look pretty cool, man. Could you sell one to me?" More and more people came up to strike up a conversation and ask questions. However, Lin Hao ignored them all. Now at level 16, the Gold-Eater Beetles were no longer entirely black. Instead, their black bodies were interspersed with specks of silver. Once their bodies turn completely silver, these bugs will evolve into high-tier pet bugs upon reaching level 20. Every 10 levels, the strength of the Gold-Eater Beetles experiences a significant leap. It was at level 10 that these Gold-Eater Beetles first developed the Rage skill. In another 4 levels, after reaching level 20, they should undergo class awakening and gain new skills. Some of the more timid individuals, intimidated by the fierce appearance of the Gold-Eater Beetles, dared not approach. They watched from a distance, pointing and whispering. "Are you a summoner, brother? Want to team up?" Summoners can act as semi-tanks and are quite popular in some parties. Hell difficulty hasn't been cleared yet? Lin Hao frowned slightly. This indicated that the dungeon was extremely challenging. Many speculated that the Hell difficulty would drop the Night Star Heart. The Night Star Heart is an extremely rare ore that can be used to craft necklaces offering significant stat boosts. Lin Hao recalled someone offering 3 million for it in the trading center. The monsters in the wilderness were not enough to satisfy Lin Hao's desires. Therefore, he came here to challenge a dungeon, naturally seeking a more rigorous experience. He possessed the ability to challenge monsters above his level, so he intended to make full use of it. Normal would be too easy, elite might be passable. Nightmare seems more suitable for me. But Hell, I really want to give it a try. I'll go straight for Hell. With my Gold-Eater Beetle's current strength, I have a good chance. If it proves too difficult, I can always retreat and switch to Nightmare mode. Having reached level 16, Lin Hao's own stats and his pet bugs had significantly improved compared to before. Lin Hao opened the status panel. Name, Lin Hao. Class Insectomancer. Level 16. Strength, 220. Agility, 220. Spirit, 450. Stamina, 220. Class skills, Insect Contract, Pet Bug Summon level 16. Talent skills, Skill Enhancement level 2, Position Swap, Bug Realm Traverse 0 uses. Summon level 12 Gold-Eater Beetle, current count 140-160. Summon level 12 Sprite Butterfly, current count 3160. As the summon level for pet bugs increased, Lin Hao could summon them at their maximum level. However, this also required significantly more spirit. He was now relying on his spirit to slowly recover and replenish the number of pet bugs. Looking at the Gold-Eater Beetle's stats, they were outrageously powerful. Level 16 Gold-Eater Beetle. Strength, 8,800. Agility, 4,400. Spirit, 4,400. Stamina, 8,800. Skill, Berserk. Berserk, when the Gold-Eater Beetle is in a berserk state, its attack power increases by 200%. This lasts for half an hour with a 2-hour cooldown. Normally, a Gold-Eater Beetle's stats would be similar to Lin Hao's, and their stat growth pattern would be the same as he leveled up. However, due to the 20x stat boost from Lin Hao's skill enhancement level 2, their current terrifying power was achieved. As for the sprite butterflies, they remained as robust as ever, and now, even more so. Let's look at the sprite butterfly stats. Level 16 Sprite Butterfly. Strength, 200. Agility, 200. Spirit, 200. Stamina. Skill, Life Share. Life Share, the sprite butterfly can share its life with its master, transferring the damage taken by the master to itself. With the sprite butterfly sharing its life like a tank, Lin Hao is practically unkillable. Lin Hao is now extremely eager to level up. Only by leveling up and strengthening his power can he conquer stronger secret realms and ensure his admission to Qingbei Martial Arts University. Just as Lin Hao was about to attempt entering the Hell level dungeon, several white lights flashed outside the dungeon. It turned out to be a team of players emerging from the dungeon. There were 4 of them in total. The entire team was clad in silver gear, indicating they were all equipped with silver grade items. There was a sword warrior tank, a mage, an archer, and a support. They appeared to be a standard, well-balanced team. However, all 4 members looked exhausted at the moment. Moreover, they were covered in numerous wounds, large and small. As this team emerged, the entire crowd erupted in astonishment. Are these members of the Powerhouses Guild? This must be their 3rd attempt at the Hell level dungeon, right? They went in with 5, but only 4 came out. Did one get left behind inside? Guess it failed again. The mage was a tall man, and his gloomy eyes swept across the surroundings. Those who were discussing immediately fell silent. TMD, what are you looking at? The swordsman tank had a fiery temper, scolding the many class users around him. With a wave of his hand, the mage said in a deep voice, "We'll go back and heal, and come back in 6 hours. I don't believe we can't clear this hell dungeon. Get lost." The swordsman used his body to push away Lin Hao, who was about to check the information. Lin Hao frowned. The 4 people, led by the mage, walked past Lin Hao and headed further away. Chapter 35, Hell Dungeon Mode. As those people left, the surrounding players started discussing again. The strongest guild is the most powerful guild in Yangqing City. Even their assembled team couldn't clear the Hell difficulty pass. If even they can't win, then no one in Yangcheng will be able to clear it. The Death Pass, it's not called that for nothing. See that mage over there? That's Wu Rend, the crown prince of the Qiangring Guild. The Strongman Guild? Before this, Lin Hao had been at school and didn't know much about this faction. A team of strong players, all equipped with silver gear, can't even clear the Hell difficulty? It's that difficult? Lin Hao pondered for a moment and still chose Hell mode. Do you really want to enter Hell dungeon mode? Confirm. Whoosh. Instantly, Lin Hao was teleported into the dungeon. The people around were stunned. He's entered the dungeon? All by himself? Has this kid gone mad? Even normal mode isn't something you can solo. But this kid just disappeared like that. Then it's certain, he must have entered the dungeon. Wait. He entered Hell mode? Holy crap. Is he crazy? My god, I can't be seeing this right, can I? Dungeons at higher levels are fraught with danger. It's not like you can just go in, wander around, find a place to hide, come out, and then brag about it. That's a pointless endeavor. Who's this reckless fool? Could this be a student who just class awakened? Coming to challenge a dungeon without understanding anything? He couldn't even clear normal mode alone, and he's attempting Hell? He must be tired of living. I'm not going into the dungeon today. I'll wait here to see how this kid dies. The last sentence resonated with many. Yeah, I really want to see what happens to this kid. I'll wait and see too. Thus, a large group of people sat on the stone benches at the entrance of the dungeon, waiting outside to watch the show. Lin Hao's vision blurred, and he found himself in a cave. It was an abandoned mine. Presumably, many miners used to work here for a living. But then monsters descended upon this place. And so the mine was abandoned. Scattered night star stones were still embedded in the cave walls. They emitted a cold light in the dim mine. Night star stone and energy are used for smelting weapons. It takes tens of thousands of years to form. In essence, it's quite a valuable ore. Of course, these scattered stones are not worth mining now. No one would enter this dungeon for these scattered ores anymore. After a brief pause, Lin Hao started walking into the mine. A humanoid creature, clad in tattered clothes, appeared in Lin Hao's sight. Its eyes were blood red. Its muscles bulged all over its body. It held a pickaxe in its hand. Lin Hao cast a detection spell. Lost Miner Enhanced Elite Monster. Level 20. Strength, 2500. Agility, 1000. Spirit, 300. Vitality, 2000. Skill, Critical Strike. Short burst of double strength, lasts 5 seconds, 10-minute cooldown. Very high stats. As expected of a hell difficulty dungeon. No wonder no team has cleared it yet. Even the lowest level monsters are this formidable. The primary stats, strength and vitality, are outrageously high. And the skill is also quite potent. Double strength means it can unleash a 5000 strength stat? No wonder no one has achieved the first clear in over a year. Even a top-level level 30 player would be no match for this kind of monster. However, for Lin Hao, it's not that you're too strong, but that you're not strong enough. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. The higher the level of the monster, the more abundant the EXP. His gold-eater beetles aren't to be trifled with either. Home, where is home? I want to go home. The lost miner muttered repeatedly. Mining here day after day, never seeing the light of day, they live like walking dead, eventually losing their bodies and souls, going mad. Wandering the mine aimlessly, keeping strangers away. If any humans enter here, kill them all. Attack! A gold-eater beetle swiftly flew towards the lost miner. At this moment, the lost miner also spotted the invading gold-eater beetle. He swung his pickaxe and charged forward. The two immediately engaged in combat. The lost miner seemed filled with resentment, swinging his pickaxe at the beetle. With a whoosh, the pickaxe grazed past the gold-eater beetle. The gold-eater beetle pounced on the miner and began to bite furiously. Instantly, the miner's flesh and blood flew everywhere. In less than 2 or 3 rounds, the miner fell. Killed level 20 lost miner, EXP plus 7000. Obtained Night Star Stone 3. Holy crap! Awesome! Previously, in the wilderness, Lin Hao and Zhao Shaoling stayed in a small forest and farmed many level 17 sword armor beasts, gaining 1100 EXP each. Killing level 20 monsters in the wilderness only yielded about 1500 EXP. Now, for an enhanced elite monster of the same level, the EXP is more than 4 times higher. If there were enough of them, I might get another boost in speed after reaching level 16. Come out, my companions. 140 gold-eater beetles appeared around Lin Hao. Buzzing sounds filled the air. Individually, they didn't seem that impressive, but when gathered together, they instantly exuded a terrifying aura. As the gold-eater beetles' levels increased and their strength grew, their aura now was vastly different from the docile and cute appearance they had when Lin Hao first contracted them. Cold and ferocious, swallowing heaven and earth, like the power of ancient evil insects gradually awakening. If they were to reach level 30 or 40, or even higher, facing them would be like facing an ancient behemoth. Lin Hao's mind recalled the strange phenomenon he witnessed when he first awakened his class as an insectomancer. Where the insect army passed, mountains of corpses and seas of blood. All spirits submitted. Go! 100 gold-eater beetles formed a spear shape and flew towards the depths of the mine. There were also 40 gold-eater beetles around Lin Hao. Like a black nebula encircling Lin Hao. Lin Hao stepped forward. He walked step by step into the depths of the mine. A swarm of insects pounced on 5 wandering lost miners. How could the lost miners withstand them? A single gold-eater beetle was already monstrous, and now it was a group attack. The battle was over almost as soon as it began. Killed level 20 enhanced elite lost miner, EXP plus 7,000. Acquired Night Star Stone 4. Killed level 20 enhanced elite lost miner, EXP plus 7,000. Obtained Night Star Stone 5. Instantly, 5 messages flashed by. EXP gained. The speed is truly fast, much faster than in the wilderness. This is the right place. I wonder if I can reach level 17 in one dungeon run? Using the light emitted by the Night Star Stones on the cave walls, Lin Hao walked step by step into the depths of the mine. Killed level 20 enhanced elite lost miner, EXP plus 7,000. Obtained Night Star Stone 3. Messages continuously flashed across Lin Hao's screen. Chapter 36, Mine Overseer, Friendly Forces. 10 minutes later, Lin Hao's EXP bar had risen significantly. In addition to EXP, a large amount of Night Star Stones also dropped. This also has a good price, each piece is worth at least 200 coins on the market. Before his class awakening, Lin Hao's life had always been extremely difficult. Sometimes, he couldn't even afford to eat. That's why you often made excuses about buying extra food and water, pushing it towards Lin Hao. He silently helped Lin Hao, but worried about hurting Lin Hao's pride. But since his class awakening, when he entered the wilderness and started obtaining items dropped by monsters, those miscellaneous items, while not worth much to others, provided a decent income for Lin Hao. And the profits from a run with Zhao Shaoling were extremely generous. The scraps from giant hearts alone sold for 100,000. There were also 2 silver-grade equipment pieces listed on the trading center. There were even several gold-grade equipment pieces in top-tier scrolls yet to be dealt with. If all were sold, the proceeds could be an astronomical sum. This shows why everyone wants to become a combat class user. Having the strength to fight is truly very profitable. Earning money with one's hands by tightening screws? It's not even on the same level as the income a class user gets from grinding dungeons. However, now that he's on this path, the expenses for purchasing equipment, potions, and so on are also terrifying. Those are not just a matter of affording a meal. Half an hour into the dungeon, Lin Hao looked at his EXP bar again. It was at 16 level and 30%. Fast, too fast. Half an hour here is equivalent to 2 or 3 hours in the wilderness. In the wilderness, you need to search a vast area to find enough monsters, and they are all ordinary monsters. Unless it's like that wild boss spot in the valley. But those are too difficult to find. In this Lost Mine dungeon, there's basically a monster every 10 to 8 meters, and they are all enhanced elite monsters. Their EXP value is 4 times that of the former. For Lin Hao, although these monsters are powerful and cannot be instantly killed by one-on-one combat, with several insects attacking, the reality is no different from an instant kill. Such dense monster population. No wonder people say mine dungeons are a sacred place for leveling up. For many class users, having many monsters, while yielding more EXP, also means greater danger. But for Lin Hao, there's only the former, not the latter. Before long, the mine path diverged. It was his first time here, so he had no standard for judgment. Lin Hao chose one passage but didn't neglect the other, sending out more than a dozen gold-eater beetles. Lin Hao continued to advance. After walking about 100 meters, he encountered another fork in the path. This mine is truly like a labyrinth. Walking along this path, I don't know which way is the correct one. Never mind, I'll just go randomly and kill whatever I encounter. There are probably many forks, and they all connect in the end, right? Every time he encountered a fork, Lin Hao would send more than a dozen gold-eater beetles down it. As he advanced, information from all the paths the gold-eater beetles took fed back into Lin Hao's mind. In Lin Hao's mind, the map of the entire mine slowly expanded and took shape. At the same time, the information on the EXP panel snowballed, getting faster and faster. In many branching paths, the gold-eater beetles that were released reappeared. This proved Lin Hao's guess. These mine tunnels are basically all connected. After another 10 minutes, Lin Hao's EXP reached level 16 with 50%. He killed monsters as he walked. Unknowingly, Lin Hao had walked 2 to 3 miles in the mine, and had also entered the later stages. Lin Hao saw rooms carved into the cave walls. He didn't know if these rooms were for habitation or for imprisoning escaped miners at the time. In any case, Lin Hao saw many old bloodstains in those rooms. Clang, clang, clang. A humanoid monster, somewhat resembling the lost miners, walked out of a room. However, its body size was 3 to 4 times that of a lost miner. It was about 5 to 6 meters tall. Its face was full of flesh, and it looked extremely ferocious. In its hand was not a mining pick, but a spiked leather whip. Lin Hao's detection skill landed on it. Mine Overseer Elite Enhanced Elite Boss. Level 2-4. Strength, 5000. Agility, 2000. Spirit, 1000. Constitution, 5000. Skill, Rally Overseers can summon monsters with levels lower than their own. Bosses are often the strongest monsters besides the dungeon boss. Such high stats. The Rally skill is very interesting. Does it call all nearby monsters? If that's the case, it'll be like the early game, another group battle? Group battle? I love it. Waiting for all the Gold-Eater Beetles to return to Lin Hao's side. It's time. Buzz 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 buzz. 20 Gold-Eater Beetles pounced on the Mine Overseer boss. The Mine Overseer boss detected the enemy and roared, swinging its whip, knocking away quite a few Gold-Eater Beetles. The Gold-Eater Beetles that were not hit landed on the Overseer. Bite. The Gold-Eater Beetles opened their mouths, their sharp teeth closing, tearing off chunks of flesh from the Overseer. In less than 10 seconds, the Overseer couldn't take it anymore. The Overseer suddenly swatted away 5 or 6 Gold-Eater Beetles from its body and turned to flee deeper into the mine. It's actually trying to escape. While fleeing, it let out a strange howl. Ow, 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 ow. The loud, strange cry echoed through the mine. Through the reverberations, it spread almost throughout the entire mine. Thump, 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 thump. Countless monsters rushed from different passages towards this direction. They're here. How many are there? Lost miners appeared from various tunnels and charged towards Lin Hao. It looked like there were 400 to 500 of them. If Lin Hao hadn't cleared them out so thoroughly before, the entire mine's worth of monsters might have appeared, numbering over 1,000. Go! Over 100 Gold-Eater Beetles around Lin Hao rushed forward. Suddenly, a large-scale battle ensued, with flesh and blood flying. The sound of mining picks striking, and various roars, were incessant. Miners fell to the ground one by one. Killed level 20 Lost Miner, EXP plus 7,000. Obtained Nightstar Stone 5. Killed level 23 Miner Ghost, EXP plus 8,000. Obtained Nightstar Stone 8. A flood of EXP and items scrolled across the screen. At the same time, Lin Hao's EXP increased at a visible rate. Holy crap! Such a massive amount of EXP. This is too satisfying, come on, give me more. Just as almost all the lost miners fell, the Mine Overseer boss, which had been held tightly by about 20 Gold-Eater Beetles, also went down. Killed Mine Overseer boss, EXP plus. Obtained bronze equipment, Miner's Boots. Obtained bronze equipment, Miner's Bow. Another large haul of EXP and items. This Mine Overseer boss is practically an ally. With one rally, it summoned all the nearby monsters, saving Lin Hao the trouble of searching for them. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Hao. Next time he enters a dungeon, he won't need to slowly search for monsters to farm. He can quickly reach this Mine Overseer boss, let some bugs bite it, drive it mad, and have it summon all the monsters in the mine. Then he can wipe them all out at once. Lin Hao mulled over the idea repeatedly and found it highly feasible. Chapter 37, Cave Lord, Defeated and Cleared. If other players knew Lin Hao's idea, they would probably spit blood. Why is the Lost Mine dungeon so difficult to clear? The biggest difficulty lies right here. No team can withstand a swarm of hundreds or thousands of frenzied monsters attacking them all at once. Even the strongest teams, once overwhelmed by a horde of monsters, would at least be in disarray, if not completely wiped out. There would be no choice but to flee. After cleaning up the battlefield remnants. At this point, Lin Hao's level had reached 16 with 80%. Lin Hao continued towards the deepest part of the mine. A huge cave appeared before Lin Hao. It was unlike the mine tunnels before. This was a place like a square, capable of holding thousands of people. A large platform stood in the center of the cave. A giant creature was sitting on a massive stone chair on the high platform. 10 meters tall. A humanoid monster 7 to 8 meters wide. Like a giant fat man. This size gave one a sense of immense pressure. It was clear at a glance that this was a strength-based boss. Beside him lay a giant spiked mace. The mace was forged from wrought iron and covered in sharp spikes. Who dares intrude into the mine? A deep voice echoed. A sharp gaze fixed on Lin Hao. Lin Hao cast a detection spell. Cave Lord Leader Class Monster. Level 30. Strength, 8,000. Agility, 4,000. Spirit, 1,000. Stamina, 6,000. Skills, Critical Strike, Knockback. Skill, Knockback. A downward slash with the greatsword has a 20% chance to knock the opponent back. Stats were incredibly high. However, now it was alone, destined to be ganged up on and beaten to death. Kill him, and we'll clear the entire dungeon and get the first clear. Lin Hao's lips curled into a slight smile. Intruders shall die. The cave guardian lord stood up and roared. With that, he leaped from the high platform to the ground. Rumble. A loud thud. The entire cave shook. Loose rocks fell from the surrounding cave walls, creating a rumbling sound. Tisk, TSK, look at that size, how heavy must it be? Lin Hao clicked his tongue. If other classes faced this boss, it would be very difficult to defeat. But who was Lin Hao? A boss slayer. In his eyes, all bosses were just EXP and loot. Attack! Lin Hao's eyes turned cold, and he waved his hand forward. A massive swarm of Gold-Eating Beetles, like a cloud, descended upon the cave lord. Insolent! The cave lord roared. Whoosh! The lord swung its giant spiked mace, creating a gust of wind. The swarm of Gold-Eating Beetles scattered instantly. However, about 20 to 30 Gold-Eating Beetles were sent flying by the mace. The remaining Gold-Eating Beetles immediately swarmed the lord. Those that were knocked away flew back. Howl. Flesh and blood fell from the lord's body as it let out cries of pain. It desperately swung its mace, continuously hitting the Gold-Eating Beetles still in the air. Meanwhile, it continuously swatted at its own body with its left hand, trying to knock off the Gold-Eating Beetles. But by now, its entire body was covered in Gold-Eating Beetles. How could it possibly swat them off? It grabbed a few Gold-Eating Beetles, intending to crush them. But to its surprise, these bugs were incredibly tough. Almost as hard as wrought iron. It slammed them hard onto the ground. However, the bugs quickly got back up. They were simply uncrushable and indestructible. Moreover, their sharp teeth were incredibly keen. With a single bite, a large chunk of flesh was torn away. Agony. The lord felt most of the muscles on its exterior torn apart by these detestable bugs. Roar, roar, roar. Life force drained from the lord. This lord possessed immense strength, but it was useless against the Gold-Eating Beetles it was naturally countered. After 4 to 5 minutes, with a thunderous crash, the lord fell to the ground and died amidst its unwillingness. The entire cave shook. A series of pinging sounds followed. Successfully defeated the cave guardian lord, EXP+. Obtained silver equipment, mighty mace. Obtained silver equipment, mighty armor. Obtained item, Heart of the Night Star. Obtained item, Night Star Stone 200. The sounds of rewards were continuous. 100,000 EXP. A white light flashed, and Lin Hao finally leveled up to 17. 2 pieces of silver equipment. Amazing! Players below level 20 will find it extremely difficult to obtain silver grade equipment. Typically, you'll only find black iron and bronze gear. Lin Hao looked at the starry night heart he obtained. This heart-shaped item, shimmering with radiance, looked exceptionally extraordinary. Lin Hao examined the item's description. Starry night heart, born from the depths, it took billions of years to form. It grants 10% immunity to elemental damage. If crafted into a starry night heart necklace, the necklace will provide 30% immunity to elemental damage. Holy crap! If this starry night heart necklace were actually made, it would be the bane of elemental mages. After clearing this hell difficulty dungeon, a teleportation array appeared at the finish line. Lin Hao immediately stepped into the teleportation array. Whoosh! Lin Hao reappeared outside the dungeon. He had been inside for about 2 hours. As Lin Hao's figure emerged from the dungeon, the surrounding clamor instantly ceased. He's not dead yet? Did this kid finally decide to come out after hours inside? Probably just hid everywhere inside, managed to last a few hours, couldn't take it anymore, and ran out. Young man, you had to enter a hell dungeon just to brag. The players gathered outside were slightly disappointed to see Lin Hao alive. Most people can't stand show-offs. What? You guys see that? The hell dungeon has been cleared for the first time. Someone checking the dungeon information suddenly shouted. Everyone nearby was stunned for a moment. Once they understood what it meant, they all rushed forward. No way! No strong team would be challenging a hell dungeon at this hour. Who managed to clear it? It had been over a year. The hell difficulty of this dungeon had remained an insurmountable obstacle for over a year. It was known as the Death Trap. No player had ever been able to conquer it. Many had been injured or killed inside, however. Even the mighty strongest guild couldn't overcome it. There should be the name of the first clearers at the top, see who it is. Some people who couldn't get close shouted from the outside. Lin Hao. The first clearer is Lin Hao. Someone inside shouted loudly. Lin Hao. Who is that? Never heard of anyone by that name. Many were utterly baffled. Usually, outstanding players would make a name for themselves in the community. But nobody knew this Lin Hao. Wait, it was just one person? Not a team? Oh my god, one person cleared it first, not a team at all. Someone suddenly exclaimed. Could it be that kid from earlier? I forgot to check what that kid's name was. How is that possible? What are you saying? A commotion erupted as everyone frantically searched for Lin Hao. But Lin Hao had already slipped away during the earlier chaos. The dungeon had a 6-hour cooldown before he could enter again. Chapter 38, Ning and Yu's Team. He had come in the morning and cleared the hell difficulty of the Lost Mine dungeon in 2 hours. It was still not noon. Lin Hao's execution was seamless and efficient. He left immediately after finishing. Lin Hao planned to go home and rest for a bit, then return to grind again once the 6 hours were up. While Lin Hao was resting, news of the hell difficulty clear for the Lost Dungeon began to spread. While the Lost Dungeon wasn't a big deal nationwide, it was quite significant in Yang City. The main reason was that no one had been able to truly clear it for over a year. Zhao Kaijun sat in his office, listening to his subordinate's report, with Chen Ziqing also present. Oh? So someone finally cleared the hell difficulty of that dungeon? Yes, General, a city guard replied respectfully. It must have been someone from the strongest guild, right? I heard they recently formed a team of under level 20 players to challenge it. No, it was cleared by a single person, the guard replied. A single person? Chen Ziqing exclaimed. Not a team? When did Yang City produce such a formidable low-level player? Oh? Zhao Caijun's interest was piqued. I heard it was someone named Lin Hao who cleared the hell difficulty. Lin Hao. The name suddenly brought to mind a certain quiet, reserved figure in Zhao Caijuan's mind. Then he shook his head, unable to reconcile the two. He should have been in a school-organized dungeon at this time. That brat? He went to challenge the Lost Mine dungeon as soon as he got back to the city? Chen Ziqing jumped up in shock. What's wrong? You know him? Zhao Kaijun turned to look at Chen Ziqing. Know him? Of course, I know him. He's always been so full of himself. Yesterday, when we were out hunting monsters in the wilderness, I told him not to go, but he showed me that jade token you gave him. He didn't return to the city last night and stayed out in the wild all night, only coming back this morning. Is it really him? Zhao Kaijun was slightly surprised. At first, he thought it was a different person with the same name. He hadn't expected that Lin Hao, who had only undergone class awakening a day or two ago, would be the one to finally conquer the challenge that had stumped Yang City for over a year. Wow, class awakening on the first day, shaking up the dungeon world on the second, killing monsters in the wilderness on the third, and conquering hellish levels on the fourth. Interesting, Zhao Kaijun nodded in approval. What's so interesting about that? I just can't stand the way he acts. A level 16 kid, you'd think he was level 61, he said. What? He's reached level 16? No way? Zhao Kaijun exclaimed. That speed is just too fast. Who's to say it isn't? He walked back to town with his head held high this morning, acting so proud, Chen Ziqing said, still sounding displeased. If that's the case, perhaps we can invite him to participate in the place we're planning to deal with soon, Zhao Kaijun suddenly said. Uncle, how can we let him go to that place? He's only level 16, wouldn't going there be a death sentence? Chen Ziqing was alarmed. We'll see about that later. At this moment, outside the entrance to the Lost Mine, Secret Realm, a group of people arrived. There were 7 of them in total. 2 middle-aged men led 5 younger individuals. These 5 were almost entirely clad in silver equipment. Even if some pieces weren't silver, they were at least bronze. They looked like they were close to the strength of that group from the Strongman Guild. Among them was a greatsword master, shadow dancer, electromancer, guardian, and healer. The tank was a fat guy fully encased in armor. He held his helmet in his hand, panting heavily. It seemed that while the armor offered high defense, it was extremely hot. One was a beautiful young woman holding a silver staff, a greatsword master, shadow dancer, electromancer, guardian, and healer. If Lin Hao were here, he would definitely recognize her. It was his classmate Yuan Ning. Yuan Si, your father and I have organized a team for you today to help you level up. Don't worry, we'll make sure you surpass that kid Lin Hao. A middle-aged man with vigorous energy found a chair outside the dungeon entrance and sat down. The other middle-aged man with him also sat down nearby. Third uncle, if you insist on waiting for us here with Dad, I won't mind you guys. We're going into the dungeon now, Ning said. Go on, go on. Even though your level is only 12 and that kid Da Peng is only level 10, it's okay. Just follow these 3, and you'll gain EXP. It turned out that on the second day, when Lin Hao went out to the wilderness, and the school continued to organize students to clear dungeons, Yu and Ning had agreed to leverage their family's resources. They decided not only to forge powerful equipment but also to form a strong team to level up in the Lost Mine. Sister Ning, according to the plan, will clear the normal difficulty of the Lost Mine 2 or 3 times first. Once we level up twice, we can try the elite dungeon, Yu said, standing beside Ning. Ning nodded, her gaze drifting over the high wall towards the wilderness. What's wrong? Missing that Lin Hao kid? He spent all day in the wilderness yesterday. I wonder what level he's reached now. At most 1 or 2 levels. The wilderness isn't that easy to conquer. We have dungeon cooldown potions by grinding in this Lost Mine. We'll soon surpass him. He's probably around level 13 or 14. Alright then, let's head into the dungeon. The group of 5 disappeared into the dungeon entrance. They entered the normal difficulty dungeon of the Lost Mine. Big brother, isn't Yuan Si always reluctant to rely on family power? What motivated her this time? The person Ning called third uncle asked with a smile. Father Ning chuckled. I heard she was angered by a kid in her class named Lin Hao. He reached level 12 on the first day in the dungeon, and she's determined to beat him. Heh, childish rivalry? But, who is this Lin Hao? I haven't heard of any Lin family in Yangcheng. In his opinion, such astonishing performance could only be achieved with the support of a prominent family. He's not from any major family, he's just a poor kid. By the way, big brother, I heard the city guard recently discovered a demon invasion point in the western suburbs. Tens of thousands of city guards are defending it layer by layer, trying to counterattack, the third uncle suddenly said. Father Ning shook his head. This place is too crowded and noisy. We'll discuss it later when we're back. Okay. At this point, the group of seven's presence also drew the attention of many other class users nearby. No way, isn't that Ning Tianling, the Ning family patriarch, sitting over there? It really is. Damn, and the other person next to him must be Ning Xingqian, the Ning family's top expert. What are these two big shots doing here? Didn't you hear them talking earlier? They're forming a team to take Ning Tianling's precious daughter here to level up. Rich people have it good, having escorts even for leveling up. That young lady is so beautiful. If I had a daughter like that, I'd spend my entire fortune on her. I heard she only underwent class awakening a few days ago and is already level 12. As expected, people from major families level up frighteningly fast. Of course. Do you think we common players level up by grinding monsters one by one ourselves? If I could be part of a big family, even if I were a pig, I could still take flight. A lot of people began to lament that they were born in the wrong time and place, and that poor circumstances made life so difficult. Chapter 39, 20 minutes to clear the hell level. 6 hours later, Lin Hao appeared at the entrance of the lost mine at the scheduled time. He walked straight to the entrance carrying 2 gold-eater beetles all by himself. Quick, look, that kid is back again. Is he the one you were talking about? He cleared the hell level all by himself? He's only at level 16, I don't believe it. The elite team of the guild couldn't even clear it at level 20. Are you sure about him? There were more than twice as many people here compared to 6 hours ago. These people had heard about the miraculous rumors from 6 hours ago. In the morning, a class master with 2 bugs, who wasn't talkative and said nothing, directly entered the hell level and within 2 hours cleared the lost mine hell level that had stumped Young City for over a year. Many other forces from different provinces had also attempted to conquer it. But without exception, they all failed. Whether it's an individual or a team, this is a significant matter for Yang City. If it's an individual, it indicates that a genius is rising. It's something that can't be overlooked. Therefore, this news reached Zhao Caijuan's desk in no time. If it's a team, it highlights the strength of this force. If a strong guild breaks through, it shows that the strong guild's power has reached a new level. Once the banner of clearing the hell level is raised, countless idle class masters will surely come and join. That's why the strong guild was willing to spend huge sums and bear heavy costs to conquer the hell level. Lin Hao did not hesitate at all when he reached the entrance, he directly teleported into the hell level dungeon. Did he really just go in by himself like that? Damn, this morning's news is actually true? The person saying this was new and hadn't witnessed what happened in the morning. Did you guys see that? Did he enter the hell level? It's the hell level, I saw it just now. Holy crap, this trip wasn't a waste. I actually got to see it in person. I'm going to wait here for 2 hours to see the result. Lin Hao entered the mine. It was still the same familiar miners from the beginning. This time, he was very familiar with the route. Lin Hao directly released over 100 gold-eater beetles. Let's go! Lin Hao didn't have time to pay attention to what was happening in the outside world. He didn't know that his actions that morning had caused such a huge stir in Yangcheng City. For him, the goal was very simple. He just wanted to level up, and level up quickly. Perhaps for others, the mine was like a maze. But for Lin Hao, who had traversed it once, the map was already imprinted in his mind. It took him over 2 hours to clear it in the morning. This time wasn't long, but Lin Hao had an idea to speed things up. At this moment, Lin Hao took a shortcut directly towards the mine supervisor's boss. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Hao saw the supervisor boss coming out of a room. 20 gold-eater beetles immediately pounced. With a flurry of tearing and biting, the boss couldn't withstand it. After a series of ghostly wails, it fled while howling "awo." This summoning sound carried far through the cave. Hurried footsteps came from all the mine shafts. It sounded like thousands of people were running towards this direction simultaneously. This time, Lin Hao was different from last time he would face thousands of lost miners rushing over simultaneously. Last time, because he had cleared more than half of the enemies in the first half, in that great battle, his 140 gold-eater beetles fought against 500 to 600 lost miners and mining ghosts. But now, he had only cleared a small number of over a dozen on the way. The immense commotion shook the entire mine, making it rumble. "They're here! Ha ha!" Innumerable miners appeared, like a vast tide. Lin Hao's eyes instantly turned red. Kill! 150 gold-eater beetles, like 150 reapers, charged towards the miners. A fierce battle ensued. Howls, screams of agony, sounds of impact. All blended into one continuous cacophony. Over 1,000 combatants on both sides engaged in a fierce battle within the narrow mine. Lin Hao, after his class awakening, had experienced several major battles. But seeing the tragic scene that erupted in an instant. Even with his calm demeanor, his heart surged with emotion. 10 minutes later, the mine was layered with the corpses of miners and ghosts. Lin Hao's EXP bar reached 30% at level 17. And by this time, less than 20 minutes had passed since Lin Hao entered the mine. Such a rapid leveling speed was unprecedented. If only there were twice as many. The EXP required for each level up is too much now, he thought while walking. Lin Hao arrived at the entrance of the stone palace again. He saw the fat man sitting on the high stone chair again. "Who is it? How dare you intrude into the mine?" A deep voice boomed. A sharp gaze fixed on Lin Hao. "Fatty, we meet again." Lin Hao chuckled. All the gold-eater beetles pounced on the cave lord. Another familiar scene unfolded. 2 minutes later, the cave lord let out a mournful cry. Successfully defeated the cave guardian lord, EXP+. Acquired silver equipment, mighty bow and arrow. Acquired silver equipment, mighty boots. Acquired item, Nightstar Stone 300. EXP, 2 pieces of silver equipment, and some materials. No Nightstar heart this time. Generally, special items like this are only dropped upon the first clear. They are either unique, or will only drop again after a year or half a year. Lin Hao hadn't dealt with the Nightstar heart from the morning yet. Before entering the dungeon this morning, he overheard people discussing. That team from the Strongman Guild, a level 20 elite squad, aimed to clear the hell level and obtain the Nightstar heart. Unexpectedly, they suffered losses and failed. Yet, Lin Hao managed to accomplish it alone. The prince of that Strongman Guild must be spitting blood right now. 20 minutes. Lin Hao checked the time. He had finished the hell dungeon in exactly 20 minutes. The first time took over 2 hours. Lin Hao walked to the teleportation array, and with a flash, he teleported out of the dungeon. At this moment, some people were still discussing Lin Hao entering the dungeon. A white light flashed, and Lin Hao reappeared outside the dungeon. "Ha!" A classer saw Lin Hao and was stunned. Didn't he just go in? Why is he out already? Wasn't it less than 20 minutes ago? "Look, that kid's out," someone shouted from afar. With a boom, everyone present looked over. Even more people rushed over and surrounded him. "Bro, what happened this time? You came out in less than 20 minutes. Did something go wrong?" Someone squeezed to the front of Lin Hao and asked. "Not coming out after the fight, what are you still doing inside?" Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. What? It's over? Isn't that too fast? Clearing the entire hell dungeon in 20 minutes? You're bragging, right? I don't believe it. 20 minutes, an ordinary dungeon, a 5-person team can't even finish it, let alone him alone, and he's tackling a hell difficulty level. The crowd buzzed with discussion. In the distance, 2 middle-aged men were drinking tea and chatting. Seeing so many people gathered around Lin Hao and discussing him so animatedly, they curiously looked over. Chapter 40, Conflict, Leaving the Team. Lin Hao prepared to leave, having no intention of wasting time with these onlookers. With less than 10 days until the national martial exam, he had to improve his strength as much as possible before the test. Besides waiting for the cooldown of the Lost Mine dungeon, he was considering finding other dungeons or grinding monsters in the wild. Just then, several lights flashed from the teleportation array, and a team emerged from the dungeon. Brother Hao? One of the people in the team that emerged shouted in surprise. You? Lin Hao was also slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected to see you here. In the team was also a mage holding a shimmering silver staff. The moment she saw Lin Hao, her face lit up with surprise. But she slowly hid her surprised expression, forcing a cold demeanor. What's wrong? Lin Hao, do you want to try the Lost Mine dungeon too? Although you leveled up a bit faster than us a few days ago, I'll give you a friendly warning, this Lost Mine is very special. There's a part inside where all the monsters suddenly attack at once. If your strength isn't enough, it's best not to go in carelessly. You glanced at Ning, then at Lin Hao, and he gave a wry smile. Sister Ning, Brother Hao, what's going on between you two? Especially Sister Ning, when you weren't with Lin Hao, you were constantly worried about him. But now that you've met, even though you're worried he might get hurt going into the dungeon, why are you speaking so coldly? You, what nonsense are you talking about? When was I ever worried about him? Ning's face flushed as she said angrily. In this 5-person team, besides Ning and you, there were 2 other women and 1 man, all class awakeners. At this moment, all 3 looked at Lin Hao. See you on, are you the Lin Hao you always talk about? Asked one of the girls. Lin Hao noticed the girl was holding a spellbook. Another mage DPS? No, she's a healer. Lin Hao suddenly remembered the Mount Everest in his class. That female classmate who always wanted to be brother's pun on chest size with Lin Hao. She had said she wanted to awaken as a healer and would exclusively heal Lin Hao in the future. On that class awakening ceremony day, she had miraculously awakened as a healer in the end. However, after the dungeon, Lin Hao never saw her again. Thinking of this, Lin Hao's gaze couldn't help but drift towards the chest of the girl holding the spellbook. So big. Could it be that awakening as a healer class is related to one's chest size? A thought suddenly popped into Lin Hao's mind. Seeing Lin Hao's gaze fall on her chest, the girl with the spellbook slightly puffed out her chest and chuckled. He is indeed quite handsome. No wonder our Si Yuan can't stop thinking about him. Why are you talking nonsense like De Peng? Ning, betrayed again by her best friend, flushed red. Among the remaining 3, another woman who appeared more mature frowned. Lin Hao's subconscious glance at the healer's chest moments ago had not escaped her notice. So he's a pervert. I thought it was someone important, but it turns out to be a poor class awakener. The man among the 3 interjected coldly. Seeing Ning's attitude towards Lin Hao earlier, he had sensed that despite Ning's cold words, she was actually, as you said, acting a bit petulant like lovers. Then, seeing Lin Hao with 2 strange little bugs, holding a basic steel knife, and his attire a mess. Calling him a class beggar wouldn't be an exaggeration. Someone like this is worth Ning's constant thoughts? He felt a surge of displeasure. Xiaoyun, if you don't speak, no one thinks you're mute. Although the man's words weren't overly harsh, the sarcasm in his tone was very apparent. Everyone could hear that. Ning immediately glared at the man and retorted. Xiaoyan didn't dare to provoke Ning, but he hadn't expected Ning to start defending Lin Hao so quickly. A surge of anger rose from the bottom of his heart, and his dissatisfaction with Lin Hao grew. Am I wrong? A mental type, holding a basic steel knife, isn't that a joke? If your family is really struggling, I can generously give you a top-tier piece of equipment. He flicked his wrist, pulling out a bronze staff. Then, with a wave of his hand, he threw it towards Lin Hao. The staff fell to the ground, rolled a few times, and happened to land at Lin Hao's feet. A bronze staff? I bet you've never even seen one, have you? Heh, I'll give it to you out of consideration for Xi Yuan. Xiao Yiyun said lightly. Wow, what kind of rich young master is this, to just give away a bronze staff like that? A spectator exclaimed. This bronze staff alone could fetch tens of thousands if sold anywhere, and people would be scrambling for it. It's indeed much better than that plain steel knife the kid has. With a staff, that kid's strength would indeed increase significantly. If only I had a bronze staff. I'm still using a regular one, and the stat boosts are too low. Xiao Yun felt a surge of satisfaction as he saw the eager eyes of the onlookers and heard their exclamations. Although a bronze weapon was nothing to him, using it to suppress Lin Hao and illicit gasps from others was worth it. He expected that Lin Hao would immediately bend down to pick up the bronze staff and then look at him with gratitude. Xiao Yun, what do you mean by this? You asked angrily, are you insulting someone by giving them a bronze staff? Xiao Yun, you've gone too far. He's my classmate. Ning also shouted angrily. Although the healer beside them didn't speak, she shook her head, clearly disapproving of Xiao Yun's actions. Even the woman who didn't have a particularly good impression of Lin Hao frowned. Lin Hao, on the other hand, found Xiao Yun's actions to be utterly childish. Equipment? My backpack is already full of gold and silver tier gear. You lack basic manners and respect for others. I'm ashamed to be associated with someone like you. You scolded loudly. What do you all mean? Xiao Yun was instantly barraged by their words, his face flushing red. He did belong to a circle of spoiled rich kids, and normally, his actions would have earned him cheers from them. He hadn't expected that here, everyone would disapprove of him and confront him. Instantly, he felt extremely uncomfortable. Initially, he had joined this team to clear the dungeon out of respect for Ning. He intended to bestow favors upon them, hoping to earn their admiration and goodwill. He was a level 19 player with a full set of high-level gear. These novices, barely level 10, were begging for help, and when he offered to lead them, they weren't grateful. Instead, they dared to defy him for the sake of that scoundrel? Fine. Xiao Yun sneered, then you can play by yourselves. In a fit of anger, he disbanded the team. Xiao Yun left the team. I'll be waiting for you to beg me. Without me, this team will fall apart immediately. When you come crawling back to me, you'll realize who the most important person is. Xiao Yun stood there, a cold and arrogant smile on his face. In this 5-person team, Yu was level 10, Ning level 12, and the healer level 11. Their levels were too low, and they were merely support, contributing little. The other was a buffer support class. Xiao Yun, a level 19 archer with full silver gear, was the main damage dealer. They had just cleared a normal difficulty round, taking an hour and a half, and gained a substantial amount of EXP. It was mainly him performing. They're arguing? His third uncle, from afar, almost spat out the tea he was drinking. Lin Hao's father took a sip of his tea, his expression as calm as ever. That Xiao family kid has been hanging around with spoiled brats too much. But then again, which of the young masters in Yangqing doesn't have this problem? Should I mediate? The third uncle sighed. No need. Don't bother with such trivial matters. Even bigger conflicts, Yuan Si will have to learn to handle himself. Can we always help him? Chapter 41, Forming a Team, Hellish Dungeon. Xiao Yun, we appreciate your help earlier, but your words and actions were too much. Ning's face turned ashen with anger. She couldn't believe how the seemingly gentle Xiao Yun from before could suddenly reveal such a side. Lin Hao, we're inviting you to join us and clear the dungeon. Ning invited you to join the team. Do you accept? Lin Hao was slightly taken aback. He hadn't said a word throughout the entire scene, yet things had escalated to this point. Although he wasn't talkative, he was sharp and perceptive. He knew everyone's thoughts and motives. That Xiaoyun, upon seeing him, felt his position among the girls was threatened and decided to try and put him down. But unexpectedly, all 4 members of the team sided with him. Especially Yuan Ning, who fiercely confronted Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun, relying on his status as the main damage dealer, tried to force the others to submit to him. He just didn't anticipate Ning would end up inviting him. Aside from Yu, the other 2 girls were a bit speechless. While they disdained Xiaoyun's behavior, the team really couldn't function without him. Relying on Ning, a level 12 mage, for damage output? It was possible, but it would be a slow grind, 1 monster at a time. But doing so would be extremely inefficient and not worthwhile. When Xiaoyun left, they understood his intentions. But begging him to return was out of the question. They were different from those shameless girls. Just as they were lamenting that a perfectly good team was about to break up, they were surprised to see Ning inviting Lin Hao. But what good would inviting him do? Brother Hao, just agree, even though we might be a bit slower, we can still fight. We just cleared a normal level, let's be careful, and we can manage, you said to Lin Hao. Xiaoyun listened coldly from the side. In his view, these people were oblivious. Instead of coming to ask him, they wanted to form a team with a useless player. When fighting in a dungeon, it relies on strength. A trash team formed like this? I can't wait to see how you all end up crying. Yes, let's do another round first, then I will find a high-level damage dealer to join, Ning also said. Lin Hao helplessly replied, joining the team won't help. I just came out of the dungeon, and I have to wait 6 hours before I can go back in. You just came out of a dungeon? The battle support girl glanced at Lin Hao. A lonely civilian class player, not sure if he really just came out of a dungeon, but even if he did, he probably just piggybacked on some team's run. She shook her head, never expecting that he would end up in her team. This little Ning, still too soft-hearted. While it's understandable that you have some camaraderie, forming a team with him is definitely too impulsive. Without Xiaoyun, there's no damage output, and going into a dungeon itself is already quite difficult. It seems meaningless now. Now they even want to bring along someone who drags the team down. Brother Hao, we just came out of the dungeon too, but we have cooldown stones, so we can skip the cooldown time, you said proudly. Oh? You actually have those things. Lin Hao certainly knew about cooldown stones, but they were too expensive, so he never considered buying them. If that's the case, then he wouldn't have to grind monsters in the wild for 6 hours. Although it's a 5-person team here, the efficiency is still much higher than outside. Moreover, he had always wanted to mentor Depang. He clicked, agree. Lin Hao joined the team. A message appeared on the team panel. Give me the team leader. Lin Hao suddenly said to Ning after joining the team. Oh. Ning didn't understand why Lin Hao wanted the team leader position. She just obediently handed the position over. The team leader has been changed to Lin Hao. Seeing the message, the healer and battle support were stunned. Before they could process this, Lin Hao took a few steps forward. You have chosen to enter the Lost Mine Hell level, do you confirm? Confirm. Ah? Hell level? The 4 were dumbfounded. Just as they were about to call Lin Hao back, a flash of white light, and the 4 were teleported back into the lost mine. In the mine, with a flash of white light, the 5 appeared inside. The dark mine extended deeper, like a giant beast with its blood-stained jaws open. In the distance, several lost miners wandered about, exuding a powerful aura. They were more than 10 times stronger than the normal levels. If they were discovered and charged over, they could tear the 5 apart at any moment. Lin Hao, are you crazy? The battle support girl screamed. Even entering a normal dungeon, with the current strength of this team, they could only lure 1 monster at a time and grind them down slowly. Just now, she had always thought this team would disband and everyone would find their own way. Even if Ning wanted to team up with Lin Hao, she thought it was just for fun between classmates, to maintain a bit of camaraderie, which was understandable. But she never expected that after hearing about the cooldown stones, Lin Hao would actually join and immediately ask for the team leader position. And without a moment's hesitation, dive into a dungeon hell level. Hell level? Coming here to die? It's over. The healer girl turned pale. We need to find a place to hide quickly, otherwise, we're done for soon. Lin Hao, you. Ning stamped her foot. If she had known Lin Hao was messing around like this, there was no way she would have given him the team leader position no matter what. The authority to enter the level is held by the team leader. Just now she was confused and didn't understand what Lin Hao wanted the team leader position for. She thought it didn't matter, so she handed it over casually. She never expected that Lin Hao's purpose in taking the team leader position was to enter the hell level. Thus, Lin Hao going from asking for the leader position to quickly entering the dungeon was a premeditated action. It was definitely not an accidental click. Lin Hao, what are you thinking? You just said you piggybacked on another team to enter the dungeon. You should know the difficulty of this lost mine dungeon. Is it possible that you have never been to this dungeon? Just because it sounds good, you want to play around in the hell level dungeon? That would get you killed. Sorry, I've dragged you all into this, Ning said apologetically to the other two girls. Without a doubt, the one entering the hell level was her classmate. If her classmate made a mistake, she had to bear the responsibility. Hey, brother Hao, how did you get into this level without even seeing clearly? You also sighed. In his opinion, the only explanation was that he clicked too fast and made a mistake. You adjusted his helmet. If we can't dodge them later and the monster comes, I'll take the hit. Healers, be sure to heal and restore my health. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Xiao Yun, who had been listening to these rookies talk about forming a team with a proud expression, didn't pay much attention at first. In his view, perhaps after suffering, they would understand their own importance even better. Unexpectedly, after a flash of white light, the few of them actually entered the dungeon. I thought you were my Shiranui's ignorant younger brother, but I didn't expect you to be my Shiranui's older brother, playing with death. The Lost Mine also has another title, the Death Mine. Perhaps you haven't heard of it? In his opinion, such a teen would be walking into certain death even in an ordinary dungeon. His gaze inadvertently swept over the dungeon magic stone by the entrance. Instantly, he froze as if petrified. Hell difficulty? It was not easy to digest these 4 words. Are you crazy? You're going to your death? Today, I will be here, watching how you end this? He bent down and picked up the bronze staff he had just thrown on the ground like garbage. Although it was a bit embarrassing, it was still a bronze staff, not a blank slate. It would sell for a good price. If this kind of equipment were given to those novice girls, who knows how many would be willing to express their gratitude with their bodies. Chapter 42, One-Shotting Enhanced Elite Monsters. Xiao Yun, who had left the crowd at the entrance, was still very angry. Originally, he was a bit surprised when Ning asked to team up to farm dungeons today. Among the rich second-generation circles in Yangcheng City, it was unprecedented for Ning, who was always stunning but very aloof, to ask him out. In such a situation, he could brag to his other friends for a long time. It was not easy to get someone like Ning to smile and invite you. When he joined the team, there were actually 2 girls. They were also quite attractive, especially the healer, with such a large chest. She could be called a woman that a man couldn't hold with one hand. Therefore, even if he couldn't win over the iceberg that was Ning, winning the hearts of the other 2 girls would still be a pleasure. Although it was annoying to have an extra fatty eating EXP, after understanding the situation, it was merely because they were classmates with Ning, and she was just looking out for him. Moreover, in terms of appearance, 10 fatties couldn't compare to one of him. This person posed no threat to him at all, so he decided to let it go. Today is a day to conquer girls with strength. Therefore, in the first round of normal dungeon stages, he went all out with his output. In the dungeon, his performance was very satisfactory to the girls, giving him a great sense of satisfaction. Arrow barrage was continuous. After leaving the dungeon just now, his arms were so sore that he could barely lift them. He just didn't expect to run into another classmate of Ning's after leaving the dungeon. He only said a few words, but seeing Ning, she jumped up and retorted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Yun, come here. Someone waved at Xiao Yun and called out. Xiao Yan looked at the person waving and was stunned for a moment. He quickly walked over and respectfully said, "President Lin, third master." He couldn't see clearly because he was surrounded by people earlier, and he never imagined that President Lin and third master, who had come with Ning earlier, had not left and were waiting here. Come, sit here and rest for a while." "What's wrong?" Third master asked with a smile. "Third master, you don't know." Xiao Yun poured out his grievances, embellishing Lin Hao's faults. He said that he had tried his best to help the few of them level up, but he had been treated unfairly by them. And he was so wronged that he almost cried like a baby who had just been weaned. Here, 7 parts were performance, and 3 parts were genuine feelings. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, except for Lin Hao, the other 4 were looking glum, each thinking of how to find a hole to hide in. "Brother Hao, you suddenly pointed at Lin Hao and shouted, 'You're already level 17? The warrior support girl immediately said, "Level 17 is level 17, what are you shouting about? Those monsters are coming soon." In her opinion, what was so surprising about being level 17? Xiao Yun and she were already level 19. At this moment, Ning scanned Lin Hao, and with a shocked expression, said, You've actually reached level 17. She had previously thought that Lin Hao could probably reach around level 14. She completely did not expect that he would reach level 17. Don't underestimate this 3-level difference, it's a completely different tier. The next 3 levels might require more EXP than the sum of the previous 14 levels. How did you do it? Ning and you looked at him in disbelief. The reason they left the dungeon as quickly as possible and formed a team to farm the Lost Mine dungeon was precisely to surpass Lin Hao. They were determined to win against Lin Hao at least once. For players below level 20, unless they had powerful equipment to carry them, it was impossible to handle this dungeon at just level 10 and something. They had originally intended to surpass Lin Hao through this dungeon. Level 17? What's so surprising about that? Look at you guys. The warrior support girl looked confused. "He's doing class awakening with us," Ning said to her. "Ah? With your legendary quality aptitude and such good equipment, you're only level 12, while he's already level 17. That's indeed too exaggerated." Upon realizing this, the warrior support girl was also aghast. "Holy crap, Brother Lin, you're amazing." The healer looked at Lin Hao with shock and admiration. She, along with Lin Hao, Ning, and the others, had also undergone class awakening together a few days ago. Therefore, she had a more intuitive understanding of Lin Hao reaching level 17 than the warrior support girl. "He hasn't even reached level 10 yet, he's the lowest level," she pouted. However, as a healer, she was only responsible for casting skills from the rear, so the healer's level was not as important as the tanks or the damage dealers. "Lin Hao, I don't know how you reached such a high level in just a few days, and I admit your leveling speed is unmatched, but even if you're level 17 now, it doesn't change our current predicament." The support-type girl chided. "You brought us into this hellish dungeon, Lin Hao. Now, what do you suggest we do?" As she spoke, there was a hint of blame in her voice. "Lin Shi, Mu Shui, Lin Hao just clicked too fast and made a mistake. You don't need to blame him anymore. I'll take responsibility for his mistake, and I'll compensate you both when we get out of the dungeon," Ning said to the 2 girls. It turned out the healer was Lin Shi, and the support type was Mu Shui. "Who said I clicked the wrong way?" Lin Hao said lightly. "It's just a small hellish dungeon." The 4 of them were stunned. They were currently worried about how to survive in this place. But Lin Hao, the one who caused this, spoke such bold words. Just as the others were about to say something, they heard Lin Hao say softly again, "Come out, my companions." Over 100 shimmering black and silver gold-eater beetles instantly appeared from the void around Lin Hao. A vast swarm enveloped Lin Hao. Fierce, terrifying, exuding a powerful aura. This sudden sight startled the 4 of them. Even Yu and Ning were witnessing Lin Hao's insectomancer class in action for the first time. As for Lin Shi and Mu Shui, they had never heard of anything like it. What class is this? Mu Shui was shocked. It's a bit like a summoner. The healer Lin Shi, also startled, said with a gasp, covering her chest. Her slight movement caused a tremor. But I've never heard of any summoner whose pets are this strong. At this moment, you also walked closer curiously, observing the gold-eater beetles closely. Brother Hao, are these your pet bugs? She murmured. Lin Hao nodded. Go! Over 100 gold-eater beetles buzzed and flew towards the mine. A few wandering lost miners noticed the gold-eater beetles and charged at them. Your party has defeated the level 20 Lost Miner Enhanced Elite, EXP plus 2100. Your party has defeated the level 20 Lost Miner Enhanced Elite, EXP plus 2100. Instantly, 4 or 5 messages appeared on the party chat screen. What? The 4 were dumbfounded. One-shot kill? One-shot kill. Those were level 20 Enhanced Elite monsters. And they were instantly killed by those bugs? Isn't that too exaggerated? How is this possible? Chapter 43, Pushing Through, Clearing in 19 minutes. Let's go, faster, Lin Hao said nonchalantly and strode deeper into the mine. Stop being shocked and keep up, you said, seeing that Lin Hao had already walked over 10 meters ahead. The few girls still showed no reaction, standing there blankly. Alright, let's follow him. If there's anything we don't understand, we can just observe more, Ning also said. Lin Hao was walking very fast. Faster than Ning and the others had cleared normal dungeons before. This kind of action was considered very dangerous in their understanding. It was reckless. But, the messages were flooding the screen. Your party has defeated the level 20 Lost Miner Enhanced Elite, EXP plus 2100. Obtained item, Nightstar Stone 7. They felt a sense of numbness washing over them. That's it? This is acceptable? It was like a casual stroll, with EXP just coming to them. It was a complete sweep. If they weren't absolutely certain this was the hell difficulty of the Lost Mine, they would have thought it was a normal dungeon. No, even in a dungeon, it shouldn't be this fast. A colossal boss appeared before them. They all cast their detection spells. Mine Supervisor Boss Enhanced Elite Boss. Level 2-4. Strength, 5000. Agility, 2000. Spirit, 1000. Constitution, 5000. Skill, Summon Supervisor can summon monsters below its level in the vicinity. Seeing the boss's stats, they all gasped in fear. Their faces instantly turned pale. If this monster charged at them, would the 5 of them even survive? Who could tank it? Who could deal damage? They had cleared normal dungeons before. They had also encountered this boss, but its current stats were on a completely different level compared to the normal difficulty. At least 10 times stronger than before. Facing such a powerful monster, they had no idea how to deal with it. Go! Lin Hao commanded 20 gold-eater beetles to fly towards the boss. In a matter of seconds, in the eyes of everyone present, that incredibly powerful boss actually turned tail and fled. The scene before them once again shattered their perceptions. Roar! The boss let out a strange cry as it fled. Not good. Mu Shui, the combat support, screamed. It's going to summon all the monsters. Lin Shi, the healer, also cried out in panic. As their voices faded, the ground began to shake with the sound of running, echoing from all the mine shafts. An immense horde of monsters was charging towards them. Like an unstoppable tide. This time, even Yu and Ning's faces changed dramatically. They had encountered this situation before when clearing normal difficulty. Their progress had been smooth until this point, and then their entire team fell into chaos. Back then, they had quickly retreated and eventually hid in a mine room. They had utilized the choke point of the terrain. The monsters couldn't swarm in all at once. It had taken them over 40 minutes to overcome that crisis. And now, the approaching horde was even larger. It was like a tsunami and an avalanche combined. There must have been over 1,000. Furthermore, not to mention the boss, even each of the lowest level enhanced elite monsters was incredibly powerful individually. This wave of assault. Which party could possibly withstand it? Lin Hao, let's quickly find a room to hide in. Ning shouted urgently. Brother Hao, there are too many monsters, I definitely can't tank them. You also cried out. Don't be afraid, just stand here and watch, Lin Hao said nonchalantly. Go, he called out softly. Over 100 gold-eater beetles, which had been waiting, buzzed and flew towards the charging horde of over 1,000 miners. Kill! 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 A battle, like a scene from an epic blockbuster, unfolded before their eyes. Sand and stones flew, the sky and earth darkened. Countless miners' screams erupted, reverberating throughout the entire mine. Your party has defeated the level 20 Lost Miner Enhanced Elite, EXP plus 2100. Your party has defeated the level 20 Lost Miner Enhanced Elite, EXP plus 2100. Your party has defeated the level 20 Lost Miner Enhanced Elite, EXP plus 2100. Messages flooded the party interface. So fast they were impossible to track with the naked eye. Dozens. Hundreds. Countless. A flash of white light, and you leveled up to 11. Another flash of white light, and Ning leveled up to 13. Another flash of white light, and the healer Lin Sure leveled up from 8 to 10. She leveled up by 2 levels directly. You've all leveled up, haven't you? Mu Shui, the combat support, watched in awe. In just this past minute, I've also reached level 19 with 95% EXP. This is more EXP than I've gained from fighting monsters outside for several days. In less than 10 minutes, all the monsters, including the boss, lay dead on the ground. The other 4 looked at the piles of monster corpses. At this moment, they were all numb. Let's go, time to fight the boss. Lin Hao walked forward, stepping over the piled-up monster corpses. Lin Hao had already walked 20 to 30 meters ahead. The few people finally reacted and stumbled to keep up. A magnificent stone palace appeared before everyone. He saw the fat man sitting on the high stone chair again. Before, a normal dungeon boss took a 5-person team half an hour to grind down. Now it's a hell difficulty level. How powerful will this boss be? How can this boss be defeated? Who dares intrude into the mine? A deep voice echoed. The sound reverberated through the spacious stone palace. Everyone was startled. They quickly cast detection spells. Cave Lord Leader Class Monster. Level 30. Strength, 8000. Agility, 4000. Spirit, 1000. Stamina, 6000. Skills, Critical Strike, Knockback. Skill, Knockback. A downward slash with the greatsword has a 20% chance to knock the opponent back. Too terrifying. The 4 of them changed color. The stats are too outrageous? Facing the massive, tens of tons fatty sitting on the stone throne, the 4 felt their mouths dry and their limbs weak. Boom! With a deafening roar, the entire stone palace seemed on the verge of collapse. It was this massive fatty who leaped down in front of everyone. A sharp gaze swept over them. Fatty, we meet again, and again. Lin Hao chuckled. The cave lord looked at Lin Hao, its expression slightly stunned. It seemed to find the person before it somewhat familiar. But it couldn't recall where it had seen them before. You intruders shall all die. It roared. Kill. Lin Hao waved his hand, and over 100 gold-eater beetles swarmed towards the cave lord. 2 minutes later, the cave lord let out a pained howl and fell to the ground. Successfully defeated the cave guardian lord, EXP+. Acquired silver grade equipment, helm of great strength. Acquired silver grade equipment, one-handed sword of great strength. Acquired item, Night Star Stone 400. Generous EXP, 2 pieces of silver grade equipment, and a large batch of materials. The final notification flashed across the team's public chat. But the 4 of them looked blank. Dead? This outrageously powerful cave lord boss was dead? And they cleared the stage just like that? This was supposed to be a hell difficulty stage, a stage that made everyone turn pale. If this hadn't happened firsthand, and someone else told them this, they would never have believed it. From the moment they entered the dungeon until now, defeating the boss and clearing the stage, none of them had cast a single skill. Not even a small lightning bolt. Or a minor healing spell. But nothing happened. It felt like they had just taken a casual stroll in the mine after a meal. Then, countless EXP and items are delivered to your doorstep. Although there are some roles that are just going through the motions, this is a bit too much coasting, isn't it? Let's go out. Lin Hao waved to everyone. White lights flashed one after another, and everyone appeared outside the dungeon. Cleared in 19 minutes. Ning murmured. Chapter 44, Grinding Instances Madly. The Ning family is the most prominent aristocratic family in Yangqing City, with immense power, comparable only to a few major guilds. Patriarch Ning Mafeng and the third brother Ning Mahua were both top-ranked powerhouses in Yangcheng. The Xiao family is decent, but they pale in comparison to the Ning family. Therefore, even Xiao Yun, a rich young master with considerable strength, dared not act presumptuously in front of the two magnates. Carefully accompanied you all along. Xiao Yun is level 19 and fully clad in silver armor. To ordinary people, he's already a heavenly prodigy. Just then, the teleportation array at the dungeon entrance flashed with white light. It was precisely Lin Hao, Ning, and the other four who emerged from the dungeon. They're out? Third Master Ning Mahua was the first to see Lin Hao, Ning and the others emerge from the portal. Judging by their expressions, these people look quite happy and don't seem to have suffered any harm. His heart finally felt a bit more at ease. Having previously learned from Xiao Yun that those few people had entered the hell-level dungeon, his heart was in his throat. This is outrageous. Can they handle the hell difficulty dungeon with their current strength? Ning, this is outrageous. As a class user, the first lesson should be mastering the ability to accurately assess the strength of all parties. A few days ago, Ning's legendary class awakening resulted in the Greatsword Master, Shadow Dancer, Electromancer, Guardian, and Healer classes, causing a huge stir in the Ning family and making everyone extremely happy. A legendary quality class, no surprises, 10 years later, another dragon. The Ning family has produced another great talent. The entire family has decided to focus resources on cultivating her. The cultivation of the younger generation of the Ning family has always been the responsibility of Ning's third uncle, Ning Mahua. Therefore, he will personally lead the team here. As for Ning Mafeng coming over, it was like a father accompanying his daughter, showing support for his daughter. Ning Mahua felt that Ning's decision to enter the Hell Dungeon was very unwise. As a future powerhouse of the Ning family, she should understand how to assess the situation and make accurate judgments. Little did he know that entering the Hell Dungeon was entirely Lin Hao's doing. Strange. Ning Mahua was slightly stunned. In less than 20 minutes, how did they get out? In this dungeon, you either get trapped inside and die, or after enduring 12 hours, you're automatically expelled by the dungeon. Alternatively, there might be a special item that forcefully breaks out of the dungeon. He didn't recall Ning having such an item. Yeah, what's going on with them? They're out? Xiao Yun was also puzzled. Yun, go and call them over, I want to ask about the situation. Okay. Xiao Yun stood up. How many cooldown stones do you have? Outside the dungeon, Lin Hao asked. We still have 10 on us, Ning replied. Then let's go in again and clear it 10 times in a row, what do you say? At this speed, if they could clear it 10 times in a row, the profit would be terrifying. With such profits, let alone if they weren't tired, they would be willing to do it even if they died from exhaustion. Okay. Lin Shi and Mu Shui shouted excitedly. The rapid leveling they just experienced was too exhilarating. If you don't need to rest, we are certainly willing. Ning was also very happy. Brother Hao, following you into dungeons is like riding a rocket. This leveling speed is too exaggerated, too monstrous, you said with stars in her eyes. I really suspect that if we keep grinding like this, even I might have a chance to get into Qingbei Martial Arts University. Qingbei Martial Arts University, the top martial arts university in Great Xia. One round of hell difficulty completed in less than 20 minutes. EXP skyrocketed. It startled them. This speed is simply unbelievable. Hearing that Lin Hao would continue to lead them, and that they would attempt to clear it 10 times in a row. Their hearts were filled with excitement and anticipation. Such a leveling speed was something they had never even dared to dream of before. They readily agreed. They were actually afraid that Lin Hao wouldn't take them anymore. You have chosen the Lost Mine Hell difficulty, do you confirm? Confirm. Whoosh. With a flash of white light, the 5 entered the dungeon again. At this moment, Xiaoyan had only taken a few steps. Watching the disappearing figures, he was dumbfounded. They went in again? What was going on? He couldn't figure it out. If it was possible that they used special items to forcefully exit the dungeon earlier, then this time they went in again, how could that be explained? They couldn't possibly be riding a teleportation plane for fun, could they? Could it be? Did they just clear the dungeon? Impossible, how could that be possible? The Lost Mine Hell difficulty was notoriously famous in Yang City. It was said that the young master of the Strongman Guild had been assembling a top-tier level 20 team to challenge it, but had never succeeded. Instead, they had lost many members and suffered heavy casualties. Could Ning and Lin Hao's low-level team actually beat it? Impossible. Xiaoyun refused to believe it. However, the current scene left him bewildered. He had no choice but to return to the side of the 2 prominent figures. They went in again? Ning Mahua also saw that Xiaoyan had not left yet, and the group who had just emerged had quickly gone back in. Meisham, Xiaoyun didn't know what else to say. Ning Mahua frowned and pondered for a moment. Then, he turned to Ning Mafeng. Brother, what do you think? Ning Mafeng had naturally seen the scene just now. He pondered for a moment. Logically speaking, it's impossible for them to have cleared the Hell difficulty dungeon. Among them, the highest level is a level 19 battle support, while the others are level 17, 12, and even below 10. It's said that the first kill of the Hell difficulty boss in the Lost Mine drops the Night Star Stone, which is a huge temptation. The Strongman Guild desperately paid a huge price to obtain it for this very purpose. Their entire team is at the maximum level of 20, with equipment at least starting from silver, but after countless attempts, they still haven't succeeded. This is enough to prove that although the Night Star Stone is very alluring, the difficulty of this dungeon is indeed extremely high. If they just entered the Hell level, came out, and then went back in, there is only one possibility: they really cleared the Hell level, and the second time they entered, it was to farm for upgrades. Ning, they are entering the Hell dungeon. How is that possible? Xiaoyun murmured. For a team like that, clearing the level? He didn't believe it. Nor did he want to believe it. At this moment, he was already regretting it. He suddenly felt that he not only missed an upgrade opportunity but also a good chance to farm for equipment. Most importantly, participating in clearing the Hell level was a significant honor in Yang City. Of course, relying on Ning and a few others alone won't do. Lin Hao is not simple, Ning Mafeng said lightly. Him? Xiaoyun recalled the guy with the whiteboard steel knife. He couldn't believe it. Ning Mahua chuckled. The truth will be known in 20 minutes when they come out. Just now, they thought Ning Lin Hao and the others would take a long time to come out, so they casually drank tea. But now, with a benchmark time of 20 minutes, waiting felt incredibly slow. Xiaoyan looked at the teleportation entrance every couple of minutes. About 18 minutes passed. Several white lights flashed. As expected, Ning and Lin Hao transmitted out of the dungeon entrance again. This time, Xiaoyun immediately stood up. He didn't even think to run over. He opened his mouth to loudly call out to Ning. But just then, with a flash of white light, the 5 of them disappeared at the entrance again. They astonishingly entered the dungeon again. His heart felt numb. Chapter 45, Honey, come and see the gods. At this point, the other players lingering at the dungeon entrance also noticed the operations of Lin Hao's group. One beam of white light entered, and another beam of white light came out. Then, another beam of white light entered. What the hell, these guys are going in and out so quickly. Ha, what else could they be doing but clearing regular levels? Even if they're clearing a regular level, isn't that speed a bit too fast? This isn't surprising. Some players from wealthy families, although at a lower level, pile up equipment and recovery potions, pushing through without regard for cost. It's still possible. A dungeon cooldown stone costs not less than 200,000. That's quite a big spender. With the recent several runs, it might have cost them hundreds of thousands, right? Is it really worth it to do this just for a regular dungeon? Ugh, the joys of the rich are often so plain and tedious. A group of players outside the entrance discussed animatedly. Wait a minute, I remember they seem to have just entered the hell level, one player said hesitantly. When players enter different levels, the entire dungeon magic stone briefly displays different colors, before slowly fading back. Common quality, yellow elite, golden nightmare, purple hell. Hell level? Don't joke around, you must be blind. No, I saw it too when they went in just now. The whole magic stone turned purple? What the hell, could it be real? Is it possible to clear the hell level in less than 20 minutes? Hee hee, are you guys joking? 18 minutes passed, and again the white light shone. The five appeared outside the dungeon. Those arguing saw Lin Hao and the others come out and, after a moment of surprise, one player couldn't help but ask. Hey, kid, did you just enter the... The five disappeared at the teleportation point, entering the dungeon. At this time, the entire dungeon magic stone radiated a purple glow. Holy crap! Did I see it wrong? They really entered the hell level. Is this dungeon magic stone broken? Clearing the hell level in less than 20 minutes? And, completely clearing it without taking damage, how is that even possible? This is too exaggerated, too hard to believe. As the purple light glowed, in an instant, the entire dungeon entrance felt like it was hit by an atomic bomb. Everyone was shocked beyond words. The people at the entrance today were not the few who witnessed the legend yesterday. If they had been there, they should have known by now. But now, each of them felt this was tremendous news. They quickly opened the Trader Center, sending messages to friends and colleagues about what happened. Soon, hundreds of people nearby gathered at the entrance, buzzing with discussion. After another 18 minutes, the white light flashed, and the five appeared. Immediately, the purple light flashed again, then they disappeared into the dungeon. Came out, and went back in? Dungeons can be played like this? Damn, I really learned something new today. A class player who looked a bit like Ing Man Tat, who had been having an argument with his wife and received a slap, sat on the ground. Just now, Lin Hao and the others almost stepped on him. He mumbled to himself, wow, they're going in again. 18 minutes. The five came out and instantly went back in. He also heard the nearby people gossiping and saw these few young players continuously clearing the hell difficulty dungeon. This unbelievable scene repeated itself before his eyes. He muttered again, they went in again. In about 10 minutes, Lin Hao and the others came out for the 5th time and went in for the 6th. The person was still squatting on the ground. He watched Lin Hao and the other 5 people go in and out. By now, his mind was numb. His expression was already blank. Wife, quick, come out and see God. Not to mention, most of the players on site were in their teens or 20s. At this moment, Ning Mafun and Ning Mawa, who were drinking tea in the distance, were stunned. Such a frantic pace of clearing dungeons. This was also the first time they had seen something like this. The notion of meticulously preparing, strategizing, coordinating, and resting midway when facing a high-risk dungeon seemed like a joke. At this moment, Xiao Yun was beside the 2 big shots. Watching those few people repeatedly entering and exiting, he saw all eyes focused on them. Everyone was discussing. In this moment, the entire world was filled with amazement for them. They were the focus of this world. If he hadn't left the team, he would also be standing center stage right now. And he himself, at this moment, felt like an onlooker, a clown. He remembered his earlier taunts towards Lin Hao. He recalled how, thinking he had some offensive capability, he had tried to force others to submit to him. He had even resorted to the trick of leaving the team. He felt as though invisible hands were constantly slapping his face. His entire face was flushed crimson with shame. At this time, people were constantly rushing towards this location from all directions. There were players in their teens and 20s, as well as those in their 30s and even 40s. Clearly, many of them were not here to clear the dungeon. They had heard about what happened here and had rushed over to see the spectacle. The crowd grew larger and larger. From the initial 100 or so people, to 200 or 300, then 400 to 500 up to 1,000 people. They were all crowded near the entrance of the lost mine. A surging crowd. Just then, the sound of clanking footsteps approached. A team clad in gleaming armor, all players around level 20, appeared in everyone's sight. The words "rich and powerful" were practically written on each of their faces. Among them, the leader was a mage with a stern expression. "It's the Crown Prince of the Strongman Guild," someone exclaimed. The Strongman Guild was the most powerful player guild in Yangcheng. Didn't they want to be the first to clear the hell difficulty of the lost mine and obtain the Night Star Stone? But I heard they failed repeatedly and lost many people. Since the Night Star Stone is dropped when clearing it for the first time, doesn't that mean that the team just now has already obtained the Night Star Stone? Exactly. This is an item the Strongman Guild was determined to get. And now, someone else has plucked the peach, so there's bound to be some drama soon. The Strongman Guild has always been very dominant. They will get whatever they want, no matter what. Do you think there will be a fight later? Get lost. A sword-wielding tank from the rich and powerful team pulled back the crowd gathered at the dungeon entrance. Those who were pushed back were about to curse, but upon turning and realizing it was a member of the Strongman Guild, they immediately fell silent. They made way. "Crown Prince, the team that first cleared the dungeon is still inside. Should we take them down later?" A team member asked the stern-faced leading mage. "The Night Star Stone is ours. We paid such a huge price, and we were just about to succeed, only for these insignificant pests to get there first. How can that be acceptable?" Another team member said. The surrounding crowd overheard the conversation and sensed the tension. Some of the more timid individuals began to quietly distance themselves. It's no joke if a fight breaks out, they wouldn't have time to run. Chapter 46, Gear with all skills +1. The Crown Prince of the Strongman Guild? Xiaoyun also noticed the newly arrived team. His face lit up, and he quickly stood up and jogged over. He felt that being abandoned by Lin Hao, Ning, and the others earlier was because their social circles and statuses were different. He considered himself a descendant of an aristocratic family, and that his values and worldview were fundamentally different from those of commoner players. How could they possibly mix? Now, seeing the appearance of the Strongman Guild's Crown Prince, he felt as if he had found his own kind. "Hello there, Crown Prince." Xiaoyun walked up to the leading mage and greeted him with a hint of sycophancy. "Xiaoyun?" The mage was slightly surprised to see Xiaoyun. "Why are you here? What are you doing here?" Xiaoyun was naturally too embarrassed to tell the truth about his earlier actions. "I came with Ning to form a team to clear dungeons, but I got tired later and decided to rest here." "Ning is also clearing dungeons?" "Yes, I was tired and didn't want to play anymore, so she went in with her classmates to clear the dungeon." "Oh? So you're not playing dungeons, but you're not going back either? You're staking out this remote wilderness. Could it be that young Master Xiao has taken a liking to some pretty girl here?" The mage sneered. "Crown Prince, you do have a way with jokes." Xiaoyun's face flushed slightly with embarrassment. His eyes darted, and then he said, "You must have come for the Night Star Stone, Crown Prince, right? I know who has it." "Who has it?" The leading mage's face turned cold, and he asked indifferently. "On a person named Lin Hao," Xiaoyun said with certainty. "Oh? Who is this person? I haven't heard of such a great god before." The Crown Prince had cleared the Hell-level dungeon through multiple rounds, and he knew best how difficult it was. When he first heard the news from here, he didn't dare to believe it. Besides him, someone else could actually clear the Hell level. But with the idea that he had to get the heart of the Night Star no matter what. He came in time. The heart of the Night Star had always been thought to be usable for crafting elemental defense jewelry. However, the Strongman Guild had recently obtained a secret synthesis formula. It recorded a recipe for crafting necklaces that granted +1 level to all skills. The heart of the Night Star was the main ingredient. Equipment with +1 level to all skills was the ultimate gear. The value of such equipment was unimaginable. The higher the class of the user, the greater its value. If it were put up for auction, it was likely that every class user with some power worldwide would want to obtain it. Therefore, during this period, the Strongman Guild had players at level 20 equip the best gear they could, and then attempt the hell level. However, almost every time, they were defeated by the boss's summon skill. Hundreds or thousands of strengthened elite monsters attacking at once. It was too difficult to withstand. The last time, they finally found a way: avoid the boss and clear all the monsters in the mine first. Then, deal with the boss at the end. As expected, even though the boss used the summon skill, there were no minions to summon. However, when finally facing the boss, one class user still died before they managed to escape. It was too difficult. To get the heart of the Night Star, 6 or 7 people had died in total. At this moment, Xiao Yun replied, "How is Lin Hao a great god?" He's a classmate in Ning's class, a poor player. He's a mental type class user and is currently wielding a blank steel sword. Isn't that ridiculous? A poor player? So, this person doesn't have much background or influence in Yang City, the Crown Prince said lightly. Yes, that's right. Xiao Yun confirmed. Then where is he now? He's in the dungeon, teaming up with Ning to clear the dungeon. His strength is very weak, only level 17. It's just that I don't know how he found a bug in the Hell Dungeon, so... Humph, I knew it. If our Strongman Guild couldn't clear the Hell level, no one else could. The Crown Prince's expression gradually turned cold. Before, he had considered that if some powerful force had cleared the dungeon and obtained the heart of the Night Stone, he would negotiate for them to hand it over. Of course, he wouldn't mention the fact that it could be used to craft equipment with +1 to all skills. At most, he would say it was for crafting defensive equipment. The price difference between defensive and offensive equipment was huge. However, since it was a low-level, weak player who just stumbled upon an unorthodox method to clear the dungeon, would he dare to refuse the Strongman Guild's request? Perhaps, he could even save the few million originally budgeted. He could probably be bought off for 30 to 50,000. Just as he was thinking, a white light flashed. The 5-person party appeared on the teleportation array. It was Lin Hao and his group who had just finished a round in the dungeon. It's him! He's Lin Hao! Xiao Yun shouted loudly. The Crown Prince of the Strongman Guild narrowed his eyes, about to speak. A white light flashed, and the 5-person party instantly disappeared again. The Crown Prince was stunned. He was still contemplating how to subdue the other party and make them willingly hand over the heart of the Night Stone. Unexpectedly, the party that had just emerged instantly re-entered the dungeon. It took him a moment to adjust. At this moment, the magic stone in front of the dungeon was emitting a purple glow. As expected, they entered the Hell level, said a Strongman Guild member. Then the heart of the Night Stone must be in their hands, another person said. Damn it, they're fast. What a joke, do they think running into the dungeon means we can't do anything to them? Too naive. We'll just wait here. At this point, the Crown Prince had also recovered. Just as he was about to speak, these guys disappeared, making him feel like he had punched cotton, extremely uncomfortable and annoyed. It was also a complete lack of respect. In the entire young city, which class user didn't stop to greet him respectfully? At that, he said coldly, clear the area, prepare for battle. When those people come out again, subdue them first. Yes, came 4 responses. Then, the 4 people, excluding the Crown Prince, began to clear the area around the dungeon entrance, driving away other class users. The Strongman Guild's methods were indeed overbearing. At that moment, many class users were extremely displeased. However, upon seeing these individuals, each equipped with high-level gear, and behind them the powerful strongman guild, they could only swallow their anger when unceremoniously driven away. Other than cursing inwardly or in low voices, there was nothing they could do. Of course, they didn't really leave, they just moved away from the dungeon entrance. Especially after the area was cleared, the strongman guild members took positions. It was clearly an offensive formation. With such a big commotion and such a juicy piece of gossip, who wouldn't want to watch? The members of the strongman guild are making such a grand display, trying to attack Yuan Si and the others. From a distance, the third master Ning Mo was said coldly while drinking tea. Ning Mo phone casually replied, "The strongman guild has always been arrogant in Yang City, and that brat Long Jatian from Long Tan even calls himself young master. If they really dare to lay their hands on Yuan Si, we won't mind uprooting the strongman guild. Mo Hua, you need to make some arrangements right away, perhaps today will bring the opportunity we've been waiting for so long." A faint smirk appeared at the corner of Ning Mo Feng's mouth. Chapter 47, Astonishing Gains. Inside the Mine. This is Lin Hao and his team's 9th time entering the Lost Mine Hell level. They have used the cooling stones 8 times. 8 times, roughly around 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours, if it were back in the classroom, that would just be a little over 2 classes. But now, Yu, Lin Shi, Mu Shui, and the others were so excited they were trembling all over. Even Ning was no exception. It was the first time they realized that leveling up could be such an easy feat. And it could be so exhilarating. This is a perfect example of the combination of money and extraordinary power. The rewards from 8 rounds of the Hell level are nothing short of terrifying. The equipment and items dropped by monsters piled up like a mountain. There were nearly 20 pieces of silver gear. It's important to know that silver gear is highly sought after before reaching level 30 among class individuals, and can be considered top-tier equipment. Individuals of this class typically have basic gear, or mostly bronze gear, with only a few pieces of silver gear. A piece of silver gear can easily sell for over $1 million. That's a revenue of several million. Moreover, there are tens of thousands of Night Star Stones. Night Star Stones are one of the most commonly used materials by alchemists and are sure to sell. So, even though over $1 million worth of cooling stones were spent, in comparison to the rewards, it's truly a drop in the bucket. If enough cooling stones are available, it could be used as daily consumption, and the spend versus earnings is a huge profit. However, only someone as abnormal as Lin Hao could achieve this. Just like in other normal, elite, and nightmare levels of the Lost Mine, the drops are mainly ordinary or bronze gear. Moreover, throughout the dungeon process, a lot of auxiliary items such as recovery potions are consumed. These carry significant costs. Thus, hardly any class individual can afford to use cooling stones recklessly. Previously, Ning and Yu utilized their family's influence to gather 10 cooling stones for use in the National Martial Exam. Furthermore, cooling stones are very special items with limited circulation in the market. Thus, Lin Hao had never considered using such items before. The monetary gains from this 8-round dungeon run were not the primary focus. The most important thing was the accrued EXP values. Lin Hao has risen from level 17 to level 19. Reaching level 20 would mark an important milestone. Leveling up so quickly was somewhat unexpected for Lin Hao. He had thought that forming a team would dilute the EXP values. But in reality, the dilution was minimal. The efficiency was exceptionally high, with thousands of monsters dropping loot time and again. Ning's level also rose from level 12 to level 17. That's a 5-level increase. This made her keep glancing at Lin Hao with a complex gaze. Her heart was filled with shock. So this is how Lin Hao defeats monsters. Previously, she had thought about secretly boosting her level with you, and then surpassing Lin Hao. When they meet again, she wanted to surprise Lin Hao. She had fantasized several times about the look of shock and subservience in Lin Hao's eyes when he saw her level. Just thinking about it felt incredibly satisfying. But today, while fighting monsters in a team, she truly understood. Her feeling of satisfaction from fantasies was one-sided. Lin Hao is someone she can hardly ever hope to surpass, now and in the future. She admits defeat. She truly completely concedes. This is her real admission of defeat after 3 years of competing alongside Lin Hao. Thankfully, it was just a competitive relationship between classmates, not adversaries. So if she can't win, she can consider getting closer. Yu has risen from level 10 to level 16. A 6-level increase. This drove him almost insane. He wanted to squat down and tightly hug Lin Hao's thigh. In terms of address, he had long since changed from how good a boss. It's important to note that before class awakening, he was among the lowest performing students in the class. Thankfully, his family has some money, being newly wealthy, so his previous expectation was to be a waste. To live a laid-back life. However, he never expected to awaken a combat class during class awakening. This made his father, Old Yu, so happy he went crazy. Besides throwing a big banquet, he also transferred over 5 million in pocket money to him. He even equipped him with a full set of high-level gear. Just as he was planning to level up to around 11 or 12 before the major exam, and could enter a decent high-level academy. But teaming up with Lin Hao today completely shattered his understanding. His life perspective was once again elevated by Lin Hao. Now he has leveled up to 16. With his current strength, it is entirely possible for him to aim for Qingbei Martial Arts University. Before this, could anyone have imagined this? Qingbei Martial Arts University, how unreachable it seemed before. Now, it seems within reach. It's too incredible. He pinched himself several times, fearing he was dreaming. And that healer, Lin Shi, rose from level 8 to level 15. A full 7 levels were gained. White lights flashed on him one after another. Each time, she felt tremors coursing through her body. She is a student at 6th middle school. Because she knew Ning, she joined Ning's team as a healer. Her initial level was only 8. She initially thought it would just cost more money to slightly improve her leveling efficiency. She never expected things to change after arriving here. And then, to gain such immense fortune. Her gaze towards Lin Hao shifted from indifference to surprise, then to shock, and now to infatuation. Lin Hao's unlikable calm and aloof demeanor became so captivating in her heart. Irresistibly so. To the point where, later, she always found ways to get closer to Lin Hao. As if sensing the masculine hormones emanating from Lin Hao, she felt her body melting, her eyes turning red. If Ning weren't here, she couldn't resist reaching out and pouncing on him. This is the charm of the strong. Exaggerated, but this is the truth. As for Mu Shui, who was originally the highest level battle support, she rose from level 19 to 97% of level 20. After this round, she won't be able to enter again. When she saw Xiao Yan bullying Lin Hao before, she immediately showed her disgust. But towards Lin Hao, she only sympathized and supported him out of a sense of righteousness. But now, her perspective has completely changed. It's not entirely because following Lin Hao has brought her immense benefits in leveling up. Relatively speaking, she is more mature, and her way of looking at things is different from that of a young girl like the healer. People like Lin sure love out of admiration. But she sees the meaning behind strength. In her eyes, someone as monstrously strong as Lin Hao, even though he's just starting to emerge, is destined to become a supreme powerhouse in a region. If he can develop smoothly, he will surely become a power to dominate a region, becoming a ruler at the highest level. Therefore, she wants to win his favor and form a connection with him. However, she doesn't know how to go about it. She is truly troubled. It's just a pity that he's too strong, and I'm too weak. My chest can't compare to Lin Shi's, and my face can't compare to Ning's. I can't follow him. Otherwise, not only myself but also the Mu family will achieve great prosperity in the future. Chapter 48, They Want Something From Me. Another segment where the boss roars and barks incoherently. The first time they entered, the 4 people besides Lin Hao were so shocked their faces turned pale and their limbs went weak, thinking they would die at any moment. By the second and third times, facing monsters charging like a tidal wave, they were still shocked and terrified. But now, facing a swarm of monsters rushing in like a tsunami, these girls are chatting and laughing. Why do I feel like there are still too few monsters now? Lin sure said with a smile. Me too. Also, they used to look ferocious, but now they've become cute little EXP couriers, Ning added. I don't know why, but I suddenly want to go see that fat guy again, you laughed. Hundreds of gold-eater beetles slaughtered thousands of monsters, causing rivers of blood. Piles of corpses reached the mountains. Lin Hao's face remained expressionless, his eyes a bit vacant, as if lost in thought. Boss, what are you thinking about? You asked curiously. Of course, it's that Brother Hao is numb to this scene and finds nothing new. Brother Hao, those monsters aren't really that interesting. Why don't you look at Sister Lin? Maybe that will be more interesting. Lin sure cast a healing spell on Lin Hao, drawing his gaze. She then puffed out her impressive chest. And she provocatively glanced at Ning's chest. Alright, Lin sure, can you stop being such a love-struck fool? Ning was quite helpless about Lin sure constantly and intentionally teasing Lin Hao. Deep down, she was vaguely feeling a sense of crisis. Lin Hao, this guy, likes the ones with bigger chests. Lin Hao, are you worried about not having enough cooling stones? After we finish these 2 runs and use up the 10 cooling stones, you can go back and rest. I'll discuss it with my family later and ask them to find ways to collect more cooling stones. We can level up here for the next few days. Money is not an issue. My old man has plenty, I'll ask him for some too, you patted his chest. Lin Hao shook his head. When we went out just now, did you guys notice anything at the dungeon entrance? He suddenly said. The entrance? Nothing special happened. Yu was momentarily stunned. Ning also looked confused. I remember now, Mu Shui suddenly said. Just now at the entrance of the dungeon, it was Long Zhaotian, the young master of the Strongman Guild, leading his team. And it seemed like they were waiting for us, their expressions were a bit strange. Yes, now that you mention it, I remember too, said Lin Shi. It's a pity the dungeons block communication, otherwise I could ask Xiao Yun outside what's going on. I think I saw him just now too, Ning said. Lin Hao is very powerful now. Lin Hao isn't afraid of ordinary low-level class users, even if they have better equipment. But that doesn't mean his sensitivity to his surroundings is low. On the contrary, it's very strong. The first time he came here and wanted to enter the dungeon, he ran into that team from the Strongman Guild tackling the hell level. And they looked quite arrogant and overbearing. At that time, a sword-wielding tank even bumped into him. He thought for a moment and seemed to understand. Mu Shui was right, those few people were indeed waiting for them at the entrance. What was their purpose? It was obviously because they knew that their group had cleared the hell level. They must have obtained the Night Star Heart item. This was also something the Strongman Guild had paid a great price for and always wanted to obtain. But what was the meaning of guarding the entrance? Did they want to rob them? In the wilderness, weren't there a group of class users known as the 4 Evils of Yuncheng? They also tried to snatch boss items from me and Zhao Shaoling. But what was the outcome later? The 4 of them ended up buried in the bellies of insects. They turned into insect droppings and forever remained in that desolate valley. The battle in the valley. It was Lin Hao's first time killing someone. Moreover, he killed and covered it up in a particularly brutal way. That murder could be said to have given Lin Hao a new lease on life. This world is not like school. This is a cold world. It's not just monsters that kill. Humans kill too. If it weren't for his own strength, he and Zhao Shaoling would have met a terrible end that night. Killed 5 people in a row. Lin Hao was already imbued with a different kind of killing intent. If that so-called Strongman Guild dared to make a move, he wouldn't show any mercy. On the day of his class awakening, he resolved to find his sister, to help her, and protect her. To achieve this, he had to become a powerful man. Any hint of weakness would make it impossible. Lin Hao said to the 4 people, the Strongman Guild is indeed waiting for us, and their intentions are not good. Be careful when you go out later, but they probably won't attack you immediately. They want something I have. Everyone's hearts grew tense. As expected, a pack of wolves was indeed waiting for them outside. Something on you? Ning asked curiously. I cleared this hell difficulty by myself yesterday, it was the first clear. The first clear drops the Night Star Heart. They want to get the Night Star Heart. Lin Hao suddenly produced a palm-sized green stone. It looked like an imperial green jade. It emitted a faint green glow. So beautiful. Lin Shi exclaimed. There really is a Night Star Heart. Mu Shui said in shock. It's always been rumored that the first clear of the hell difficulty in the Lost Mine drops this item. The Crown Prince of the Strongman Guild, Long Zhaotian, has also been trying to clear it but hasn't succeeded. Ning asked in confusion, I remember the Night Star Heart can be combined with other materials to craft equipment that reduces elemental damage. Is a defensive item worth the Strongman Guild going to such lengths to obtain it? I don't know about that, Mu Shui shrugged. Lin Hao said, perhaps the Night Star Heart can be used for more than just crafting defensive equipment. But in any case, you all be careful. Don't worry about me, just protect yourselves. Why should we be afraid? If they dare to attack, we'll beat them until they drop. Yu said loudly. Alright, don't cause trouble. I'll handle this. You don't need to get involved. However, Da Peng, as a tank, you need to pay attention to protecting the three of them later. Oh, alright. Lin Hao said, however, our primary goal is to continue farming this dungeon. We still have 2 cooldown stones. If possible, we should continue to farm our dungeon. We don't need to let them delay our progress. Lin Hao, I agree with you, Ning nodded. The Strongman Guild won't dare to make a move. If they do, my Ning family won't stand idly by. Don't be afraid of them. Stone Palace. A deafening roar of shaking earth. The fat guy fell to the ground for the 9th time. EXP. Equipment. As usual, I'll send it. Let's go, let's get out of here. Chapter 49, Feeling Insulted by the Other Party. Dungeon Entrance. Several white lights flashed. It was Lin Hao and the other 4, having finished the level and appearing at the dungeon entrance. As expected. The dungeon entrance was not as crowded as usual with classers eager to enter. Now, it was empty. No, there were 5 people there, and they showed no intention of entering the dungeon. They looked more like they were waiting for someone. As soon as Lin Hao and the others came out, the 5 people locked onto them intently. Moreover, their formation was standard, a swordsman tank at the front, several damage dealers in the middle, and support in the back. A standard combat formation, ready to engage at any moment. Lin Hao's lips curved slightly. Were they setting up this formation to kill them, or to threaten and intimidate them? This style was exactly like the 4 scoundrels of Yangchang. They wanted something, but instead of sincerity, they wanted to extort or forcefully buy it? They had the wrong person. He sneered inwardly, let's see what tricks they had up their sleeves. Seeing Hao and the others emerge from the dungeon after waiting for over 10 minutes, the swordsman immediately stepped forward, cleverly positioning himself at the entrance. At the same time, he said coldly, Our crown prince has something to discuss with you. Do you hear? Don't even think about running back into the dungeon. If you dare to move, you will be attacked. The Strongman Guild's first words were extremely arrogant. And there was a naked sense of oppression. As the swordsman tank moved, Yu also walked to the front of the team and stood firm. He was now level 16, having leveled up rapidly before. However, his strength still had a significant gap compared to the level 20 classers of the Strongman Guild. Still, he showed no sign of backing down. Ning also gripped her staff tightly. Lin Shi and Mu Shui beside her were also ready for battle. Lin Hao appeared calm. 2 gold-eater beetles perched on his shoulders. He had stored the others in his pet space while inside the cave. He stood there now, his expression serene, as if he were ignoring the posture of the Strongman Guild team. With his current strength, he could deal with classers around level 20 as easily as farming monsters. He stood there, his face calm, as if he were completely unfazed by the Strongman Guild's menacing stance. Even if they are at levels 30 or 40, he doesn't fear them. Just now, he also noticed his teammates' reactions. Ning, Yu, and even the recently acquainted Lin Shi and Mu Shui did not follow his instructions to step aside and save themselves. In the mine, he clearly stated that they should stay out of it. He could handle those people outside. But at this moment, they had no intention of staying out of it. It was obvious that they were determined to stand by his side. Even in the face of a powerful guild like the Strongman Guild, there were risks of being killed. Long Zhaotian, what do you want? Ning asked coldly. Long Zhaotian stood behind the swordsman tank, holding a golden staff. He scanned the crowd, finally locking eyes with Lin Hao. Is it this person? He unscrupulously cast a detection spell on Lin Hao, and another on Gold-Eating Beetle. Lin Hao, Insectomancer, level 19. Gold-Eating Beetle, Lin Hao's pet insect, level 19. Strength, 500. Agility, 250. Spirit, 250. Constitution, 500. A trash insectomancer class, with 2 trash bugs? As Xiaoyun said, this guy is a pauper, without a single piece of decent equipment on him. Someone like this can clear the Hell Dungeon? He must have found some sort of dungeon terrain bug to exploit. Otherwise, even 10,000 of him wouldn't be enough to feed the monsters. It's just that he doesn't understand that what outsiders detect from Gold-Eating Beetle is only its base stats, which are multiplied 20-fold by Lin Hao's divine skill enhancement, and cannot be detected. In reality, after its strength was amplified 20-fold, the Gold-Eating Beetle's strength isn't 500, but rather. At this moment, Long Zhatian thought about how his organization had organized teams again and again, investing so much. And still, they haven't succeeded. Suffering losses, heavy casualties, and paying a huge price. Yet, such a loser actually succeeded. He instantly felt as if he had been insulted by the other party. He said indifferently, Ning, I'm here today to talk to Lin Hao about getting something back. It has nothing to do with you guys, you can all go home. Of course, if you still want to enter the dungeon to fight monsters, we won't stop you, but Lin Hao is a no-go. Ning has the backing of the Ning family. He was very aware of this. He didn't want to conflict with her. Mu Shui suddenly said, Has nothing to do with us? Long Zhatian, I really don't know what you're talking about. We're in the same team as Lin Hao, do you think we'll leave him and sell him out to you? Sister Mu is right, Lin Shi also said. Long Zhatian frowned. This scene was a bit beyond his expectations. He had expected that by showing such an imposing manner, they would understand his show of force and feel the pressure. The others wouldn't be foolish enough to get themselves involved and would leave Lin Hao isolated. Then, he would only have to deal with Lin Hao, a kid with no connections or background. If he was smart, he could hand over the Heart of Nightstar and maybe get 30 to 50,000 as a handout. If he was defiant, not only would he not get the 30 to 50,000, but he might disappear from Yangcheng altogether. He recognized the women beside Lin Hao. The Ning, Lin, and Mu families were not ordinary families in Yangcheng. It was best not to conflict with them. However, these women were now firmly standing by Lin Hao's side, which was beyond his expectations. Oh? What did you want to discuss with me? Lin Hao asked calmly. You were the one who got the first clear of the Lost Mines Hell difficulty? Yes. So it was this kid after all. Then you obtained the Heart of Nightstar? Indeed. Who said the Heart of Nightstar belongs to you? The sword hand tank suddenly shouted. Our Strongman Guild has organized so many attempts, invested so much, we've figured out the strategy, and we're definitely going to get it today. Then you do your thing, what does it have to do with me? Sword hand, don't you understand what I'm saying? I'm saying this Heart of Nightstar belongs to the Strongman Guild, not you. Got it? Oh? It's yours? Then why is it on me right now? A piece of emerald green stone appeared in Lin Hao's hand. Then, with a wave of his hand, it disappeared again. Lin Hao briefly revealed the Heart of Nightstar, and Long Zhatian and the others' eyes widened, their breathing becoming heavier. Holy crap, the Heart of Nightstar really is on this kid. Not far away, a spectator exclaimed amidst the crowd. So this is what the heart of Night Star looks like. It's so beautiful. What's the use of being beautiful? Won't it still be handed over to the Strongman Guild later? The Strongman Guild lost so many people, lost so much equipment, all left in the mine. If they don't get the heart of Night Star, they won't be content. What a shame, to finally obtain such a great item, but lack the power to keep it. Chapter 50, Leadership Qualities. Even further away. Ning Mothling and Ning Malwa were still calmly seated in their original tea-drinking spot. They didn't seem worried about Ning at all. In fact, among the onlookers, Ning Malwa had already arranged for several people to infiltrate earlier. They would ensure Ning's safety at critical moments. That kid is quite mischievous, Ning Mothling chuckled. Haha, indeed. Showing the heart of Night Star right in front of Long Zhetian and the others, isn't that like offering meat to wolves? Ning Mahua also laughed. However, he's also quite clever. With so many people watching now, if any conflict erupts later, there will be hundreds of witnesses, which is much better than dealing with the Strongman Guild alone in some secluded corner. Is this kid really so fearless? Is he truly not afraid of the Strongman Guild? Ning Mahua couldn't figure out how he could possibly deal with the Strongman Guild alone. Ning Mothing said softly, he's this year's hidden quality, after all. He must have some strength. But what interests me most is something else he has. Did you see the teammates beside him? What about his teammates? Even facing the formidable team of the Strongman Guild, she remained by his side, which says a lot, right? It shows that his charisma is incredibly powerful. In just a few hours of team dungeon running, he completely captivated and won them over. That's right, this is the aura of a leader. Indeed, the aura of a leader. However, seeing how your precious daughter protects him so fiercely, she can't escape unscathed either. Hee, Ning Mo phone laughed, escaped or not, they are longtime classmates, and in the world of the young, how can we old folks interfere? Big brother, do you mean to say? I don't mean anything at all. Lin Hao revealed the Night Star Stone and then stored it away. Then, he looked at Long Zhetian and the others with a half smile. After these past days of experiences, he is no longer the little brother in the classroom. After class awakening, he first teamed up with the school to fight dungeons for a day and broke records. The next day, he ventured alone into the wilderness, pushing through all obstacles. He encountered Zhao Shaoling, teaming up to explore, even facing the notorious 4 evil beasts of Yang City. Once he decides to strike, he is decisive and strikes like lightning, showing no mercy. When it comes to killing, he ensures to leave no traces behind. The growth over these past few days has granted him a strong heart of a warrior. These so-called strong teams of the guild in others' eyes are merely a bunch of clowns in his view. If they were to act excessively, there would be no problem in dealing with them publicly. The performance of Yuan Ning and the others has also brought him considerable satisfaction. He has emphasized to them that they do not need to get involved and should keep a safe distance from him. But if they really find themselves under pressure and desperate to protect themselves, then, considering they are classmates, he may lend a hand or two, but they will not be true partners. However, now that they are all performing well, if suitable, he can help a few of them out. Even if someone like you, as useless as he is, as long as he is willing, he can provide them with a chance to break into Qingbei Martial Arts University. In the past, Qingbei Martial Arts University was generally between levels 16 to 20. Whether it's Long Zhetian or Diao Zhetian, thinking that by putting on a show and having their little brothers shout a few times will compel him to relinquish the Night Star Heart? What are they thinking? Ridiculous. They don't even realize where their sense of superiority comes from. This kind of arrogance, acting all high and mighty, is simply clownish. Long Zhetian stared at Lin Hao. He had just seen Lin Hao reveal the Night Star Heart and then store it away. It seemed he took it a bit too lightly. He is so furious now that he feels like his lungs might explode. He coldly said, "Brother, the Night Star Heart is something our Strongman Guild must acquire. Since you obtained it first, we can buy it from you. Our Strongman Guild has plenty of money. Kid, if there is something our Strongman Guild wants, there's nothing we can't get. We don't often have the chance for our prince to speak nicely, you'd better be sensible. Lin Hao said lightly, I'm sorry, Heart of the Night Star, I don't want to sell it right now. Long Zetian narrowed his eyes slightly. You little brat, the crown prince is showing you respect, and you're being disrespectful? Are you looking for death? The swordsman was furious upon hearing this. No negotiation at all? Long Zetian's gaze turned cold. No negotiation. Lin Hao shook his head. Humph. Long Zetian snorted coldly. The swordsman received the information and roared, You're asking for death. He immediately cast a halo that landed on himself. Attack amplified. An archer behind him extended his left hand, and a powerful bow appeared in his grasp. Then, several sharp arrows materialized in his right hand and were knocked onto the bow. A battle support in the team began to cast several spells, starting to boost their output. The team from the Strongman Guild quickly performed a series of pre-battle maneuvers. Entering combat mode. Ready to deliver a thunderous blow to their opponents at any moment. A sharp killing intent permeated the air. A tremendous pressure washed over them. Yu, undeterred, cast a defensive aura upon herself and took the front line of the team. Lin Shi and Mu Shui also gritted their teeth, holding their staffs tightly, refusing to yield an inch. Ning said coldly, Long Zetian, are you planning to rob and kill someone in broad daylight? Have you thought this through? Long Zetian's eyes were gloomy. Initially, he didn't pay much attention to a mere commoner class player. Their life or death was of no consequence to him. Even more so, to Lin Hao, who stood before him with a nonchalant expression, even daring to flaunt the Heart of the Night Star and then retracted in his presence such a provocative act. This infuriated him. If it weren't for the 1,000 or so people present, he would have already launched an attack without hesitation. But now, he found himself unable to issue the command to attack. The Strongman Guild, Long Zetian. They usually acted with force and arrogance. However, committing murder and robbery in public was not a trivial matter. In that instant, he suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable. He couldn't attack, nor could he not attack. It was as if Lin Hao had him by the neck, and he felt a sense of suffocation. Meanwhile, the 1,000 or so onlookers saw the Strongman Guild's team switch to combat mode. They immediately became excited. Here it comes, the real show is about to start. Fight! Fight! Hurry up and fight! Today, we get to see someone get killed. Worth the trip. Several battle-hungry onlookers, eager for trouble, shouted excitedly. However, there were also quite a few people who disapproved of the Strongman Guild's actions. My goodness, they couldn't make a deal, so now they want to kill for it. But, the Ning family on the other side also has considerable backing. The Strongman Guild usually bullies commoner class players, and it's always worked, they've gotten used to it. When they encounter a strong opponent, they just stand there and don't dare to make a move, right? Now, Long Zetian must be regretting it. He probably thought a show of force would make them submit, but he didn't expect to run into a tough nut like Lin Hao. Ha, now he's in a bind, attack or not attack. His face has turned green. Long Zetian has his day too. Chapter 51, Courage in the Heart of a Warrior. Indeed. Long Zetian's face was frighteningly grim at this moment. Kid, our Strongman Guild is sincere in buying the Heart of the Night Star from you. This item is useless to you, name your price. Since attacking was not an option, Long Zetian wanted to steer the conversation back to the negotiation. He could no longer utter the initial thought of dismissing Lin Hao with a mere 50 or 60,000. Oh? This item holds special significance for us, and it's not very useful to you. How about this, I'll offer you 1,000,000. 1,000,000? Not selling. Lin Hao shook his head again. You. Another half-minute of silence followed. 10,000,000. Long Zetian's eyes turned red. I'll give you 10,000,000, give me the Heart of the Night Star immediately. Long Zetian was indeed desperate to obtain the Heart of the Night Star. He not only felt bitter but was on the verge of tears. But Lin Hao shook his head and suddenly said, 10 million? That's too little. I'll sell it to you for 100 billion. If you don't have it, then forget it. Put. Many people nearby burst into laughter. At this point, everyone knew that Lin Hao had never taken Long Zhetian or the Strongman Guild seriously from the beginning. And he had no intention of selling it to Long Zhetian. He didn't intend to give Long Zhetian any way out. In fact, he seemed intent on pushing Long Zhetian into a corner. For some reason, the onlookers felt a strong, inexplicable sense of satisfaction. A rush of exhilaration, like blood surging. This was understandable. The Strongman Guild had always been arrogant and overbearing in Yanqing City. They acted high and mighty, like local overlords. Many people present had suffered losses, having been oppressed by them to varying degrees. Now, they were being forcefully confronted by Lin Hao. Some couldn't help but give Lin Hao a thumbs up. Well done. You. A surge of anger threatened to erupt from Long Zhetian's chest. What? Isn't it allowed for me not to sell my property to you? Lin Hao took a step forward. Oh? Weren't you trying to get the heart of the Night Star through intimidation at first? If intimidation didn't work, you wanted to snatch it? If you didn't dare to snatch it, you had to come back and try to buy it? Now you can't buy it, so what do you want? I find people like you extremely tiresome, don't you? Lin Hao advanced step by step, his words cutting through the air. After a few sentences, he stood before Long Zhetian, his gaze indifferent. Long Zhetian's eyes were now bloodshot. His entire body trembled with rage induced by Lin Hao. He no longer cared about the consequences. He was about to give the order to attack. Long Zhetian. Suddenly, a path was cleared through the crowd of onlookers as they were pushed aside. A 40-year-old man led 3 people into the standoff circle between Long Zhetian and Lin Hao. Fifth uncle, you've arrived just in time. Seeing the newcomers, Long Zhetian's face lit up with joy. Fifth master Long Zhetian's teammates respectfully greeted the arrivals. The man who arrived was a core executive of the Changren Guild. But the man's face was grim. He surveyed the surroundings, walked up to Long Zhetian, and whispered something in his ear. Long Zhetian was slightly taken aback but still said, I'll get the Night Star Stone first. Fifth uncle said coldly, I advise you to do as your father commanded immediately. Long Zhetian stared intently at Lin Hao. He still seemed unwilling. Your father also said that if you dare to make a move here today, you will no longer be a member of the Long family. Fifth uncle added. Long Zhetian's face instantly turned ashen. Let us go back, Zhetian. Let us go. Half a minute later, Long Zhetian waved his 4 teammates. Then, he turned and walked away. Under the gaze of over 1,000 people. He felt like he had been slapped in the face today. The man called Fifth Uncle gave Lin Hao a deep look. Well, a hero emerges from the youth. Then, he also led his team away, following Long Zhetian. In the venue, 1,000 people were silent. It was over? Weren't they just in a fierce confrontation moments ago? The powerful Changren Guild of Yanqing City chose to retreat? This truly shattered the perceptions of the surrounding common players. They had always believed that no matter the process, Lin Hao would eventually have to hand over the Night Star Heart. The best outcome would be to get some extra benefits in return. Lin Hao's fame was indeed great after clearing the hell level. But they had also investigated Lin Hao and his pet bug. They truly saw nothing special about Lin Hao. Even many of the audience present were stronger than him. Their thoughts were the same as Long Zhetian's. Lin Hao must have found some terrain bug in the level, just a lucky kid. However, Lin Hao stood his ground against Long Zhetian and others, refusing to yield an inch. They truly admired Lin Hao's courage. If it were them, they would have given up and compromised long ago. But Lin Hao just fought head-on like this. And we actually won. Lin Hao just pushed away the young master of the strong guild, Long Zhetian. He won. We always thought that for the strong guild, we were the weaklings at their mercy. It turns out, We only lack this kind of courage, like Lin Hao. Today, Lin Hao demonstrated what it means to be a true hero. Even if one lacks strength, as long as they have a heart of a warrior, they can still conquer the strong. The dazed expressions of many ordinary people in the class. It seems much clearer all of a sudden. They have always been on the bottom of society. Surviving under the pressure of countless powerful monsters, hiding in shells, with the oppression among the powerful in society, many people have developed a timid and dwindling character, just seeking to preserve their survival. But today, they witnessed Lin Hao's courage. And a heart of a strong person. Stunning, absolutely stunning. Suddenly, many people felt a moment of profound enlightenment. Many people respectfully bowed to Lin Hao and then departed. Lin Hao wasn't putting on an act. His repeated pressuring of the strongman guild was for a specific purpose. He appeared reckless, but in reality, he was meticulously controlling the situation. The initiative was always in his hands. Lin Hao wasn't so arrogant as to look down on the strongman guild. It was precisely because he knew how powerful the strongman guild was that he wanted to push them to the brink. He didn't want to sell the heart of the Night Star. However, it's better to be safe than sorry. He didn't want the strongman guild constantly bothering him and trying to steal his things in the future. He revealed the heart of the Night Star, putting Long Zhatian's desire for it out in the open for everyone to see. This was precisely to ensure the strongman guild wouldn't dare to make any moves in private. Furthermore, if anything were to happen to Lin Hao in the future, the strongman guild would likely be implicated. After all, thousands of people had witnessed it. The strongman guild had shown murderous intent for the heart of the Night Star. So, with this maneuver, Lin Hao was now, in fact, safe. Xiaoyun, hiding in the crowd, lowered his head and quietly followed the departing masses. He was afraid of being discovered. During the confrontation just now, he saw that Mu Shui, who was at level 19 like him, had surprisingly advanced to level 21. He knew then that Lin Hao and his group had indeed repeatedly entered the Hell Dungeon to grind. And their gains were incredibly substantial. In just 2 hours, she had leveled up twice. Whereas he would need months of grinding monsters everywhere to reach Mu Shui's level 21. He had missed out on this immense fortune. Chapter 52, This child's nature is decisive and ruthless. The tense confrontation and its aftermath concluded. Boss, what do we do now? Yu asked. I think we should return to the city immediately and make some preparations and plans. In his view, they were not out of danger yet. The Strongman Guild didn't get the heart of the Night Star. Even though we forced them back, they won't give up. It felt good, sure. But being targeted by the Strongman Guild was a serious matter. If there hadn't been so many people present today, those guys would have attacked. People would have died. So, it's possible that tomorrow or the day after, in a less crowded place, they won't hold back anymore. Ning also said. Lin Hao, honestly, I personally still think you should have sold the heart of the Night Star to the Strongman Guild. The item is certainly valuable, but time is most important for you right now. With enough time, you can grow strong, and then you can obtain anything you want. As she spoke, a look of worry suddenly appeared on Ning's face. Lin Hao, before the big exam, don't go back to where you live alone. You need a safe place. You could consider coming to. Right. Lin Hao, come stay at my place. It'll be safer if you live with me, Lin Shi suddenly interjected, her body trembling with excitement, her chest heaving. Lin Shi, get lost, Ning shot Lin Shi a glance. You can come, you can come to my place. Interrupted by Lin Shi, Ning felt that inviting Lin Hao over now, while ostensibly for his safety, had taken on a different tone. Lin Hao shook his head. You don't need to worry. Since the Strongman Guild has left, they won't make a move anytime soon. Don't we still have 2 cooldown stones? Let's finish them. Our goal is the big exam in a few days. We shouldn't be distracted by other things. We need strategic focus. Still going to play dungeons? Yu was taken aback. He completely hadn't expected Lin Hao to be so nonchalant about what had just happened. And so calm. It was as if he didn't consider the strongman guild a threat at all. "Alright, boss. Everything goes as you say. We'll just follow you." Lin Hao nodded and then said to Ning, "Ning, after these 2 runs, it'll only take about half an hour. Later tonight, have your family collect another batch of cooldown stones, maybe around 10. After using 10, I should be over level 21. As for the cost, we'll cover it with the proceeds from selling the equipment. Da Peng, I'll give you all the equipment and items I just obtained. You'll be responsible for selling them." Seeing how Lin Hao had meticulously planned everything, with each step flowing logically into the next, his thoughts remarkably clear. They were all filled with admiration. They all nodded in agreement. Only Mu Shui gave a wry smile. "Poor me, I'm level 21 now, and I can't enter the lost mine with you guys anymore. I've been abandoned." Yang City Center. A towering skyscraper with 64 floors. From the top floor, one could overlook the entire Yang City and clearly see the imposing city wall guarded by sentries. This was the office of Guild Leader Long of the Strongman Guild. The Strongman Guild, the largest guild in Yang City, monopolized a vast amount of resources and businesses in this chaotic world. Especially in the past few years, their business had rapidly expanded, and their power was now subtly comparable to the local city guard. With a snap, a heavy slap landed on Long Jiatian's face. Long Jiatian tumbled back 4 or 5 meters. When he stood up, blood was already trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Father, I don't know what I did wrong." Long Jiatian had been brought back here by 5th Master and was immediately slapped hard. He stood up, covering his face, full of defiance. He had already been thoroughly angered by Lin Hao at the entrance of the Lost Mine dungeon earlier. Standing before him was a burly middle-aged man with a grim expression, his muscles bulging, a true power-type individual, bearing a slight resemblance to Long Jiatian. "It is precisely Long Jiatian's father, Long Tun." Long Tun snorted coldly, "Don't you know what you did wrong? Humph, if I hadn't called you back in time, you might be dead by now. Moreover, you've also brought trouble upon the Strongman Guild." "Father, what you said, I don't understand. Isn't it just a small matter of killing Lin Hao to get the Night Star Stone? Why is it so serious?" Long Tun said coldly. "Our Strongman Guild rose in a chaotic era and has always employed forceful methods, but that doesn't mean we act recklessly. Killing and looting in front of 1,000 people, what were you thinking? Are you challenging Yang Chang? Challenging De Xia? People not only need to know how to use strength, but crucially, how to use their brains." Seeing Long Jiatian still looking bewildered. "Jiatian, oh Jiatian." Long Tun stared at Long Jiatian for a moment, then suddenly sighed and said, "Do you know who Lin Hao is?" "Lin Hao? Isn't he a poor nobody with no connections and no background?" Speaking of Lin Hao, Long Jiatian's eyes were filled with hatred. "A poor nobody with no connections and no background? Jiatian, it seems that slap earlier didn't wake you up." He turned to 5th Master and said, "Long Wu, you tell him." "Yes, big brother." Long Wu, the 5th ranked among the Long family, his name was Long Wu, and he was known as 5th Master in the underworld. Based on the information we've gathered so far, he is Lin Yuanshan's son. Since Lin Yuanshan was trapped in the abyss, his family has lived in extreme poverty. Lin Yuanshan also has a daughter who entered Qingbei Martial Arts University 2 years ago. For some reason, she hasn't returned for a year and a half, and no one can reach her. Zhao Kaijun was once as close as brothers with Lin Yuanshan. A few days ago in the dungeon, he met Lin Hao and gave him a general's token. With this token, it's no exaggeration to say Lin Hao is half a military man. Long Jiatian listened, utterly bewildered. That idiot wielding a plain steel knife has such a significant background? Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. As for Lin Hao's strength, it's very peculiar. He is the hidden quality from middle school number 8 this year, a new insectomancer. On the day of his class awakening, Master Zhao assessed him as a trash awakening. However, judging from his performance in the dungeon and his battles against monsters in the wilderness, this person is extraordinary. Although his level is not high now, his strength is extremely astonishing. The four villains of Yangcheng who disappeared these past few days are said to have last been in contact with Lin Hao. It's highly possible that Lin Hao killed them. It can be inferred that if Zhao Tian and the others had made a move earlier, it's highly likely that all five of them would have been killed by him. Furthermore, with 1,000 witnesses, it was Zhao Tian and the others who initiated the robbery, and even then, they couldn't find any fault with him afterward. This child's personality is decisive and resolute, his mind is extremely meticulous, he is someone who plans before acting. Long Zhaotian had absolutely no understanding of any of this information. If his uncle Wu hadn't said it himself, he would have dismissed it as a joke. If Zhao Tian were killed, and the entire team of the Strongman Guild were wiped out, we would have to act, whether for revenge for Zhao Tian or to maintain the authority of the Strongman Guild. This would fully draw the entire Strongman Guild into the conflict. If we kill Lin Hao, then Zhao Kaijun will definitely intervene, whether representing the military or himself. Based on the information detected, it seems some people have anticipated this outcome and the impending situation. In the past hour, a large number of forces and powers have been silently gathering. They are waiting for the moment the Strongman Guild is at a disadvantage, and then, like a pack of wolves, they will bare their fangs at us, dismember us, and devour us. After all, in recent years, for the sake of business development, our Strongman Guild has risen forcefully, infringing upon the interests of many factions. We've even absorbed many factions, offending far too many people. Long Tun said calmly, "Did you hear clearly?" Long Zhaotian was trembling all over at this moment. Chapter 53, Creating a Checklist. Strongmen Guild Building. After listening to his uncle Wu's explanation, Long Zhaotian finally understood. He tried to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, bowed respectfully to Long Tun, and said, "Father, I know I was wrong. Before, I truly underestimated Lin Hao and fell into his trap. I will remember this humiliation." Long Tun nodded. Then he let out a cold laugh. "Lin Hao, huh? A kid who just had his class awakening dares to play mind games with the Strongman Guild? Do you think our Strongman Guild is made of mud? Zhao Tian, do you still want to kill Lin Hao now?" "Yes, father," Long Zhaotian said calmly. "Good, worthy of being my Long Tun's son." Long Tun said indifferently, "Where you fall, you get up. I'll give you a chance. I won't provide any of the Strongman Guild's people to you, but I can give you 50 million. Figure out how to get your revenge yourself. A knife can kill, and money can kill too. Moreover, if you die by Lin Hao's hand, I won't avenge you either. You can die if you die. Are you willing?" "I am willing, father." Long Zhatian's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. 40 minutes later, Lin Hao and you finished 2 dungeon runs, and he leveled up to 19 with 50% experience. Dungeon entrance. "Lin Hao, you're really not coming to my place? My Ning family has many people and is powerful. After all, it's relatively safer. The Strongmen Guild wants to kill people, they'll have to consider it a bit." "No, thank you," Lin Hao shook his head. Ning knew Lin Hao well, and his choice didn't surprise her. She gave a wry smile in her heart. This dead man is always so aloof, no matter the time. "Then, Brother Hao, why don't you come to my place? My home is quiet, and if anything happens, I can heal you anytime. Also, did you know? The Medicine Immortal has a class skill that can help unblock meridians and relax muscles, making it more comfortable than those technicians outside. Calling it a divine skill wouldn't be an exaggeration. Since you've been fighting monsters all day, you must be tired, right?" She pushed out her chest, swaying enticingly. "I'll have to book you again sometime. I'll have to experience your skills again." Lin Hao still politely declined. Lin Shi's expression immediately fell, her eyes seeming to well up with tears from being wronged. However, Lin Hao pretended not to see it. "See you on," someone called out. "Father? Third uncle? You haven't gone back?" Ning saw the 2 men walk over, putting down their teacups. Uncle Ning, Lin Shi and the other 2 greeted. It seemed the 3 of them knew Ning Mofeng. "Had nothing else to do, so I came here for a chat with your third uncle," Ning Mofeng said casually. Finished your dungeon runs? Then let's head back. Yes. Ning nodded, glanced at Lin Hao, and introduced them. Lin Hao, this is my father, and this is my third uncle. Lin Hao greeted them softly, Mr. Ning, third master. Ning Mofeng chuckled, Little Hao, since you're with classmate Ning, you can just call me Uncle Ning. No need to call me Mr. Ning, it makes us seem distant. He suddenly smiled slightly and added. By the way, we just got news from the Strongman Guild that the Heart of the Night Star is equipment that can grant +1 to all skills. We also got the crafting recipe for it. If you're interested, you can come over when you have time. You can call Yuan C2, and we can spend a few days and nights researching it together. Equipment with +1 to all skills? Lin Hao's eyes narrowed. This was practically divine-grade equipment. No wonder the Strongman Guild had been trying to get their hands on the Heart of the Night Star. His heart pounded. However, the crafting process and other materials were likely not simple. And his current goals were leveling up and preparing for the big exam. Besides, why would they share such a valuable crafting recipe with him? He calmly replied, Okay, Uncle Ning, but I'll visit another day. Lin Hao thought about it and declined again. Old fox, Lin sure thought to herself. He almost lured Brother Hao to the Ning family with just a crafting recipe. Fortunately, Brother Hao can resist temptation. Alright, we'll wait for you. We'll be heading back now, Ning Mofeng said with a hint of admiration in his eyes, smiling lightly. The five parted ways. Lin Hao returned to his doorstep. A Hummer was parked in front of his house. The words City Guard were painted on the car. The visitor was Zhao Kaijun. He leaped out of the car and smiled at Lin Hao. Lin Hao, you've been quite the talk of the town these past few days. I have 3 reports about you on my desk. General Zhao. Lin Hao greeted him. General Zhao? Heh, your principal Mo told you that your father and I were not only classmates but also went through thick and thin together. Yet, you won't even call me Uncle Zhao. It seems you don't have deep feelings for your father. Zhao Caijuan's gaze was sharp as he stared at Lin Hao. Lin Hao remained silent. Fine, then today, I won't talk about your father. Let's talk about your sister, Winter, shall we? My sister? Lin Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. He truly deserved to be a general of the city. Zhao Kaijun, on their first meeting, despite his intense killing aura, was quite approachable. At that time, he had also given Lin Hao a jade pendant. He said it was a small token from a senior to a junior, which might be useful at certain times. He said it casually. However, Lin Hao knew that the item was extraordinary. On the day he left the city, just by revealing it slightly, the city guards immediately became respectful towards him. Now, interacting with him again, Lin Hao realized that his senior, Zhao, truly had a keen eye and was a master at understanding people's hearts. From a single form of address, he had deduced the relationship between father and son. He had even cut straight to the chase, using his sister to leverage him. This man was truly formidable. Uncle Zhao, please come in. Lin Hao poured Zhao Kaijun a glass of plain water and sat down. He said nothing, appearing ready to listen to Zhao Kaijun explain the purpose of his visit. You rascal! Zhao Kaijun said with a wry smile, I mentioned your sister, whom you've been missing, and all you did was a slight flicker in your eyes? How old are you, to be so deep and calculating? Since Uncle Zhao is here, he will naturally explain everything to me clearly, Lin Hao said indifferently. Fine, since you're a smart person, I'll talk to you in a way that smart people understand. Lin Hao nodded. Having lived 2 lives, his combined age was not much less than Zhao Caijuan's. Firstly, your handling of the Strongman Guild in the Lost Dungeon today was truly brilliant and astonishing. Zhao Kaijun couldn't help but show admiration on his face. However, if you think the Strongman Guild is that easy to deal with, you're wrong. The Strongman Guild are man-eating wolves, not bamboo-eating pandas. Therefore, they won't let you off. Of course, they wouldn't dare harm you in broad daylight. Lin Hao said softly, after the major exam, I'm going to the capital. I don't want to waste my energy on them. You want to get into Qingbei Martial Arts University, and then you can find winter, right? Chapter 54, The Dark Land Connecting to the Abyss. Lin Hao nodded. But do you understand the situation at Qingbei Martial Arts University? Do you know which college your sister entered? Lin Hao shook his head. He truly knew nothing. He had always believed that once he entered this academy, he would naturally know everything. Qingbei Martial Arts University is the strongest academy in Great Xia. It gathers the cream of the crop from across the country. You could say every student is a national prodigy. Qingbei Martial Arts University is divided into 99 colleges, and some colleges aren't even in the capital. Among these many colleges, do you know which is the strongest? It's the Azure Dragon College, which has military affiliations. Your sister entered the Azure Dragon College. Azure Dragon College? This was the first time Lin Hao had heard this name. What else was special about Azure Dragon College? This college isn't something you can get into just by having good exam scores. Without a military recommendation letter, you couldn't get in even if you were the top scorer in the nation. Lin Hao frowned slightly. Then where did his sister get the military recommendation letter? His sister had so many things she hadn't told him. If those who enter Qingbei Martial Arts University are national prodigies, then those who enter Azure Dragon College are prodigies among prodigies. But Azure Dragon College also has a nickname, Death College. Death College? Lin Hao's heart trembled. Could it be that his sister had already? Zhao Kaijun smiled slightly. I've told you so much to let you know that even if you can easily get into Qingbei Martial Arts University with your current strength, it's still not enough to get into Azure Dragon College. Lin Hao tilted his head and thought for a moment, then slowly said, So, is there an opportunity now, but it requires me to pay a price? Zhao Kaijun shook his head and scolded with a laugh, Are you really 18? At such a young age, you're so clear-headed about worldly matters. Don't you feel any distress? All right, I'll be direct. The reason Azure Dragon College is also called Death College is because it's essentially a military training ground. Its training methods never consider casualties, as its purpose is to cultivate talents for the most terrifying Abyss dimension. For the Abyss Army, death is merely a return. So, those who enter this college either die, or become the strongest. Death College? The Abyss? Lin Hao's eyes narrowed. That's right. The Abyss is the most threatening dimension invading the human world. As for the wild monsters or dungeons you usually encounter, they are merely little siblings. Hundreds of years ago, countless passages appeared in this world, as demons from the Abyss dimension sought to open a path into the human realm. Many dungeons you see now have either been cleared by strong human experts, or the passages within them that originally connected to the Abyss have been blocked for various reasons, forming independent dungeons. And under certain rules, the monsters and even bosses in these disconnected dungeons are generated cyclically. In recent years, by studying these rules, we humans have even been able to create some simple dungeons to train new recruits, allowing them to gain experience and strength by conquering them. A picture of the truth of the world's origin slowly unfolded before Lin Hao. This information must be top secret, right? Lin Hao had never seen anything like this in books. Zhao Kaijun said calmly. We've discovered a new passage connecting to the Abyss dimension in Yang City. For now, we've only set up formations at the exit to contain it, but the passage is still expanding, and its level is also rising. If this passage becomes large enough, and the level of Abyss monsters that can pass through it is high enough, then Yang City could be wiped out overnight, or even the entire Great Xia could face a catastrophe. We are preparing to conquer it, go deep inside, sever its passage, and turn it into an ordinary dungeon. You, I hope, will be one of the participants. Zhao Caijuan's expression turned solemn, and he stared intently at Lin Hao. Zhao Caijuan's words were resonant and powerful, full of a heroic spirit of disregarding life and death. The cause was elevated to the level of Yang City and the safety of Great Xia. A typical passionate young person would be filled with fiery enthusiasm at this moment. However, Lin Hao said calmly, I am just a high school student who has just undergone class awakening. I fear I cannot shoulder such a heavy responsibility. Moreover, the major examination is in a few days, and I cannot afford any delay. I also need time to prepare. At this moment, in the Ning family, Ning Mafeng held a bulletin in his hand and said softly, "The passage to the Dark Land is becoming difficult for the city guard to control. They are under immense pressure. If my guess is correct, the city guard will organize manpower to venture in within a day or two." Beside him, Ning Mawa's expression turned serious. These newly formed passages are different from the dungeons that ordinary civilians can enter now they are primitive lands. Ning Mafeng showed excitement. Based on the EXP, various ores, plants, and even items and equipment within the primitive lands have development value. They can often represent a colossal fortune, perhaps worth billions, tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. Ning Mafeng nodded. Yes, the city guard cannot possibly consume it all on their own. Therefore, all factions in Yang City previously reached an agreement with the city guard to jointly develop it, sharing the risks and profits. Big brother, what level has the passage to the Dark Land expanded to now? It has reached Class C. So, Class 30 individuals can enter? Precisely. Our Ning family has 10 spots allocated this time. I want UNC to go in too. What? Ning Mahua was greatly astonished. Absolutely not, big brother. UNC's level is too low, and her EXP is insufficient. Exploration of primitive lands always has a death rate of 99%, and that's under the premise of success. Ning Mafeng sighed, how could I not know this? But the world is about to enter a great turmoil, and there is no time to cultivate her slowly. At the same time, similar scenes were unfolding in various forces such as the Strongman Guild, the Lin family, the Mu family, and others. Zhao Kaijun stared at Lin Hao. Brat, don't put on airs with me. You just want to clarify what benefits you'll receive if you participate, right? Lin Hao remained silent. However, it was also an implicit acknowledgement. This world is too vast, and his strength is still insufficient. He is merely a level 19 youngster. It's not his place to worry about the nation and its people. What he needs to focus on now is survival and becoming stronger. Zhao Kaijun said, Kid, would I possibly set you up? The benefits are beyond your imagination. First, if you participate successfully, you will share in the profits from the spoils. This income could be millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Second, after this matter is concluded, I can represent the military and provide you with a letter of recommendation. This way, once you are admitted to Qingbei Martial Arts University and join the Azure Dragon Academy, there will be no problem. Third, there is an unwritten rule in the exploration of primitive lands: explorers can take whatever items they find inside. However, those ores deep underground, hundreds or thousands of meters down, will be difficult for you to take. Fourth, for this campaign against the Dark Land, the military has issued instructions. If successful and with significant contributions, you will receive many rewards. These rewards will also be of great use for your entry into the Azure Dragon Academy. Having said this, Zhao Kaijun glanced at Lin Hao cautiously. I'll participate. Lin Lianghao stated directly. Zhao Kaijun was dumbfounded. Chapter 55, Passage Expansion Level D. The next day, a city guard named Zhao Hu came to pick up Lin Hao. This was the third time Zhao Hu had seen Lin Hao. The first time Lin Hao went out of the city to attack the wilderness, the city checkpoint did not allow him to leave. Lin Hao then showed Zhao Caijuan's token. At that time, he stood by, treated Lin Hao with respect, and was very curious. Who was this person that possessed a general's order? The second time was when Lin Hao returned to the city from the wilderness. At that time, Chen Ziqing, having not seen Lin Hao return all night and with no sighting by the patrol team, thought he had met with an accident in the wilderness. She was ordering Zhao Hu to lead a team to search for him. Later, Lin Hao walked over slowly under the rising sun. He looked exceptionally dashing. Later, he even infuriated Chen Ziqing immensely. Upon seeing Lin Hao, he stood at attention, saluted, and then explained that he was acting on behalf of General Zhao to pick Lin Hao up to go to the Dark Land. Lin Hao nodded. The two headed towards the southwest of the wilderness. After an hour, they arrived at a canyon entrance. Lin Hao saw thousands of soldiers stationed around the canyon entrance from afar, with numerous defensive measures in place. This area, with its green hills and clear waters, was originally a place of considerable scenic beauty, but the atmosphere was tense. The soldiers were all heavily armored, their faces grim. And in the center, guarded by the soldiers, was a large, dim entrance. Around the edges of the entrance, there was a crackling, lightning-like glow. These bolts of lightning seemed to be devouring the surrounding barrier. As time passed, the entrance would grow larger and larger. Lin Hao, this is just the outer area. The real entrance is inside. Let's go in. The two crossed the dim entrance. The light in the entire world seemed to dim. Lin Hao found himself in a desolate, barren-like space. At one end of this space, a massive black hole was suspended. And at the entrance of the black hole, several formation masters were reinforcing the original ceiling and resistance formations. But the formations seemed precarious, on the verge of collapse at any moment. Numerous soldiers stood guard around. This black hole is the entrance to the land of darkness. It's currently at C-class expansion, and will soon reach D-class. We'll wait a moment for General Zhao and the others to arrive. Lin Hao nodded. It's almost D-class expansion? No wonder Zhao Kaijun was so anxious and immediately organized a team to enter the passage. The abyss cracks open passages, divided into A, B, C, D, E levels. This level corresponds to the upper limit of entry into the passage. Currently, it's C-class expansion, meaning abyss monsters below level 30 can invade the human world through the passage. Humans below level 30 class can also enter the passage. But once it reaches D-class, it means escalating to the level cap of 40 and invading the opponent's plane world. D-class and C-class are not on the same level at all. If countless level 40 abyss demons suddenly surge through the passage, no one in the entire young city would be able to stop them. Currently, with the expansion of level 30 C-class, the formation can barely contain it. It has reached its limit. It could collapse at any second. Lin Hao had learned this knowledge from books, but this was the first time he was witnessing it firsthand. Lin Hao. An old man in a green robe standing before the formation turned around and was slightly taken aback upon seeing Lin Hao. Master Zhao. The old man was none other than Master Zhao, the host of the class awakening ceremony that day. Master Zhao strode over and asked, perplexed, Lin Hao, didn't you just have your class awakening? What are you doing here? This place is extremely dangerous, don't you know? Master Zhao's expression turned serious as he spoke. He turned to Lin Hu and said, displeased. What is your city guard doing? Why are you bringing new students to a place like this? Even for an experiential activity, this is not a place they should come. Don't you know this entrance formation won't last much longer and could collapse at any moment? Zhao Hu was bewildered by the reprimand and quickly explained, Lin Hao is here to participate in this expedition mission. What? Participate in an expedition mission? Are you insane? Since when has the city guard been so flippant? I'm going to argue with General Zhao about this later. Lin Hao interjected, Master Zhao, I was invited by General Zhao to participate in the mission. Young Master Zhao invited you? Master Zhao was stunned. His eyes flickered, and he cast a detection spell on Lin Hao. Lin Hao, Insectomancer, level 19. What? Lin Hao, you've reached level 19? Master Zhao's pupils contracted, his face filled with disbelief. Master Zhao had hosted the class awakening ceremony for the 8th middle school a few days prior. He had personally witnessed Lin Zhu's hidden quality awakening process. He was also very familiar with Lin Hao's Insectomancer class skills. At that time, he had deeply regretted that Lin Hao's new class had a death sentence start in the early game. This would prevent him from forming his own combat power and growing rapidly in the early stages. New classes typically emerged very powerful. Only a select few were trash awakened. And Lin Hao, unfortunately, was one of the select few. Back then, he had encouraged Lin Hao to face adversity bravely. However, when Lin Hao faced a catastrophic start, he had instead comforted a greatly disappointed Principal Mo. At that time, he greatly admired Lin Hao's calm and steady demeanor. And now, after such a short time, he had reached level 19? Many people, even after a year of class awakening, hadn't reached this level. In his memory, in just a few days, no one had ever reached such a high level. Principal Mo must have spent a fortune to help him. Master Zhao thought. Reaching level 19 in such a short time would have incurred an immense cost. Old Mo truly lived up to his reputation as a principal who loved his students like his own children. Lin Hao, you're being reckless too. Now that you've reached level 19, besides thanking Principal Mo, you should cherish this opportunity more. You should leave. I'll explain things to General Zhao later. Lin Hao was also a bit confused. He had just arrived, and Master Zhao was already asking him to leave, preventing him from joining the mission? Just at that moment. Suddenly, over 100 people poured into the space. The entire space seemed to become crowded all at once. Leading the group was young Master Zhao, accompanied by a tall man in his 60s. Time had etched lines on his face, but his eyes gleamed with lightning, and his imposing aura commanded respect. Behind the two, about half of the people were in military uniforms, clearly soldiers. As for the others, Lin Hao instantly recognized several familiar faces. Lin Hao, you're here too. A very fat person rushed out from the crowd and approached Lin Hao. It was you. Behind you, Ning, Lin Shi, Mu Shui, and others were all present. Why are you all here? Ning leaned close to Lin Hao's ear and whispered, "This expedition to the Dark Land is extremely risky, but the rewards could also be immense. Therefore, in addition to the military, major forces from Yang City are also participating. It's a share-the-cake situation when there are benefits. My Ning family has sent quite a few people this time, and Da Peng, Lin Shi, and Mu Shui are representing their respective powers. I had originally asked my family for you to represent the Ning family as well, but my third uncle said you are already representing the military. As expected, I get to see you here. However, Lin Hao, be careful this time. Long Zhetian is also here, and their powerhouse guild has sent quite a few representatives." Lin Hao looked up and indeed, not far away, Long Zhaotian was surrounded by 5 or 6 people, staring intently at Lin Hao. Seeing Lin Hao look over, he suddenly slashed his right hand across his neck, making a throat-cutting gesture. Chapter 56, Yang City Lord Chu Yuan. Lin Hao's lips curled slightly, revealing a cold smile. He escaped a disaster, yet he's rushing to his death? The 5 or 6 people around Long Zhaotian were all level 29, or had reached the cap of level 30. They slightly lowered their heads, avoiding attention, appearing as ordinary participants, but occasionally glancing sideways, their eyes sweeping towards Lin Hao. They want to make a move against me in this chaotic place? Then be prepared to turn into insects. Not far from Long Zhaotian stood a powerful individual. Lin Hao recognized him. It was the same strong person who had stopped Long Zhaotian at the dungeon entrance that day and taken him away. Long Wu. He gave Lin Hao a faint glance before looking away. Lin Hao scanned his surroundings and realized that it seemed each aristocratic family guild had a senior leader. The Ning family's leader was Ning Mahua. Ning's father, Ning Mafeng, did not come this time. Ning Mahua also knew Lin Hao. Seeing Lin Hao, he walked over with a smile. "Lin Hao, I had intended to invite you to represent the Ning family, but I didn't expect General Zhao would invite you first." Lin Hao was silent for a moment, then said softly, "Uncle Ning, you should know that this mission to the Dark Land is not simple and carries immense risk. Why did you let Ning participate? It's truly inappropriate." Ning Mahua gave a wry smile. "I also disagreed, but this is the family head's decision. He wants her to gain more experience and grow faster." Lin Hao remained silent. He had a super-level ability, which is why he dared to agree to come here. Why is the Ning family so eager to rush things? However, the Ning family probably made some arrangements to protect her. You, Lin Shi, Mu Shui, and the others are likely in similar situations. As for himself, his own trump card was his strength. At this moment, several middle-aged men who looked like elders from the Yang City forces walked over. One of them, a stout middle-aged man, saw Lin Hao and his eyes suddenly lit up. He strode forward, grabbed Lin Hao's hand, and said loudly, "You are Lin Hao?" Lin Hao noticed the thick gold chain around his neck and his nouveau riche appearance. The man bore some resemblance to you, so Lin Hao understood that this was likely Yu's father. Yes, he nodded slightly. Good, good, good. You truly have an extraordinary presence, handsome and dashing, a peerless talent. It's truly a blessing from your past life that this boy Dapeng could be your deskmate for 3 years. What kind of talk is this? Have nouveau riche become so cultured now? Lin Hao felt a bead of sweat trickle down his temple. Uncle you are too kind, he said helplessly. Lin Hao, I've been telling this boy Dapeng to invite you over for dinner at our place, but he never got it done. I really need to discipline him later. Uncle, you seem to have immense enthusiasm for Lin Hao. Lin Hao, once this is over, you must come visit. It's a deal. I'll have Dapeng's cousins come over too, so you young people can get to know each other better, He even gave Lin Hao a hug as he spoke. This display of affection made Lin Hao feel awkward again. Lin Hao, thank you for helping Xiao Shi level up yesterday. She told me about it when she got back, and my Lin family also sincerely invites you, our great benefactor, to be our guest. A middle-aged man in a suit also smiled and said to Lin Hao, Yes, father, you really should thank him. If it weren't for Brother Hao, I might still be at level 8 right now. Lin Shi walked over from the side, linking her arm through the suit-clad man's. She said to Lin Hao, This is my dad. After I told him about our situation yesterday, he's been saying he wants to meet you. Hello, Uncle Lin. Lin Hao could only act like a junior. Indeed, a young hero. The Mu family also thanks you for your help to Mu Shui. If you ever need anything in the future, Lin Hao, just tell me directly. Another middle-aged man said to Lin Hao. This must be Mu Shui's family? Just like that, these middle-aged men surrounded Lin Hao, each vying to have him at their home immediately, saying one thing after another. One offered dinner, another offered gifts. They were incredibly enthusiastic. Lin Hao, come here for a moment. From a distance, Zhao Kaijun waved at Lin Hao. Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief and quickly walked towards Zhao Kaijun. He couldn't handle the enthusiasm of these elders. Why did their gazes feel so predatory? It was as if they wanted to drag him home to be their son-in-law. If they continued to attack him, he wouldn't know how to respond. Lin Hao saw a familiar face standing gracefully beside Zhao Kaijun. Dressed in a military uniform, exuding an air of heroism, it was Chen Ziqing. But after she glanced at Lin Hao, she turned her head away. Is she also participating in this expedition? Lin Hao, come here, let me introduce you. This is the City Lord of Yangcheng, City Lord Chu Yuan. Zhao Kaijun looked at the tall man beside him and introduced him to Lin Hao. City Lord Chu. Lin Hao greeted. The moment this person entered, Lin Hao noticed him. With a stride like a dragon and a presence like a mountain or abyss, it was clear he was a top-tier figure. He just didn't expect him to be the City Lord of Yangcheng. Chu Yuan sized up Lin Hao, nodded, and said, Good. Heroes have emerged from the youth since ancient times. The important task of protecting Yangcheng in the future will fall upon you young talents. Previously, Zhao Kaijun had told him about Lin Hao's general situation, and mentioned that Lin Hao had considerable strength and could participate in this operation. He trusted Zhao Kaijun's judgment. Indeed, this young man looked very steady. It's just that he's only level 19, his level is a bit too low. If he were level 30, perhaps he could have really played a role this time. In Chu Yuan's mind, Lin Hao surely had some powerful skills and his strength could probably overcome a few levels, but at level 19, it was still impossible to reach the level and strength of level 30. This time, the maximum level allowed to enter the passage was level 30, so when selecting personnel, they tried their best to choose those at maximum level or close to it. Those aristocratic families have also sent a group of junior members in this time. Forget it, there aren't many of them anyway, and they won't have much impact on the overall situation. The main force is still with the military. Shu Yuan looked up, his gaze swept over everyone present, and said loudly, "Everyone, the passage to the Dark Land is about to expand to D-Class. D-Class, I believe you all know what that means. The entire Yangchang will then become a land overrun by monsters, so this operation is likely our last chance. I know many of you have your eyes on the benefits inside, but what I want to say is, you can take the benefits, but you must also shoulder the responsibility. This time, 50 people from the military and 50 people from guilds and aristocratic families will embark into the Dark Land, a total of 100 people. It's not difficult to sever the passage to the abyss, but it is difficult to reach the final destination. During this process, you will encounter many ferocious monsters and face the boss of the abyss at the end. No one truly understands the situation within the Dark Land right now. I hope our warriors can ultimately complete the mission and survive. I, Shu Yuan, will be here, waiting for your triumphant return. Everyone, make your final preparations. We depart in 3 minutes." As Chu Yuan finished speaking, the faces of the aristocratic disciples preparing to enter the passage tensed up. They all started checking their supplies and equipment. The death rate for expeditions into passages connected to the abyss averaged over 90%. It was uncertain how many of these 100 people would remain when they returned. Chapter 57, Entering the Dark Land. The 50 class users representing the military were gathered together. Zhao Kaijun stood at the front of the formation. "I announce that Chen Ziqing is the commander for this operation, and Lin Hao is the deputy commander. You must all obey their arrangements. Chen Ziqing, a fire mage, level 29. Her strength was well known among the military forces of Yangchang. Even without the connection as General Zhao's niece, her strength was enough to command respect. Everyone had expected her to be the commander for this operation. However, regarding Lin Hao, few people knew him. Including Zhao Hu, who, besides feeling Lin Hao's background was not simple, had never witnessed his true strength. Everyone looked at this young man in front of them, who was only slightly handsome and was only level 19, with great confusion. How did he become the deputy commander? However, soldiers' duty is to obey orders. Although they were puzzled, no one raised any objections. As the newly appointed commander, Chen Ziqing needed to issue instructions and strategies. She said with a serious expression, "This time, we must break the abyss passage. This is a mandatory mission. Under this premise, I also hope that everyone can survive as much as possible." She glanced at Lin Hao and continued, "When entering the dungeon, we might be randomly teleported to various locations. However, based on past EXP, our spawn points have been near the entrance. We will regroup then and form teams according to our classes. If anyone gets separated and falls behind, proceed further into the dungeon on your own." "Understood." The soldiers responded in unison. 3 minutes later, the participants of the operation successively walked into the black hole. Lin Hao felt a slight dizziness, and his vision darkened. Then he found himself in a dim world. The sky was overcast and gray. The ground beneath his feet was mottled, and many places looked like they had been polluted. A strong sense of oppression surged into his heart. Lin Hao looked around but saw no one. At this moment, he had no idea where he had been teleported. Lin Hao pondered for a moment, then set off walking north. About 100 meters away, a monster resembling a unicorn appeared in his sight. Lin Hao cast a detection spell. Nightmare Beast Abyssal Demon. Level 2-5. Strength, 4000. Agility, 7000. Spirit, 2000. Stamina, 4000. Skills, Dark Flame, Illusion. Nightmare Beast, Lin Hao had read about it in a book. This is a powerful dark creature from hell, symbolizing bloodshed and slaughter. Legend says it's twins with the unicorn, but it has fallen into the abyss. I can't believe such a terrifying demon could appear here. Moreover, its stats are extremely high. Significantly higher than the bosses in the Lost Mines. If this entire dungeon is filled with monsters like this, many people in this 100-man team will surely die here. Come out, my companions. Lin Hao softly chanted, and 50 gold-eater beetles materialized from the void around him. He is now level 19 and can summon up to 190 gold-eater beetles. When leveling up in the Lost Mines, he took advantage of his full mana state after leveling up to continuously summon gold-eater beetles. By now, he has 180 in his pet space, almost reaching the maximum summon limit. The number of sprite butterflies that share life with him is not as high, around 50. However, each sprite butterfly has over 10,000 HP. 50 of them would reach a total of 500,000 HP. They are practically invincible. Lin Hao has never worried about his own HP. Although sprite butterflies don't appear often, their role is immense, serving as Lin Hao's trump card to dare fight any monster or enemy. Kill! Lin Hao waved his hand, and 20 gold-eater beetles buzzed towards the nightmare beast. At this moment, the nightmare beast, which was walking on the ground, also detected the gold-eater beetles and Lin Hao. The scent of a human! The nightmare beast became enraged. A beam of psychic energy shot from its blood-red eyes. Instantly, Lin Hao felt a chilling aura assault his body. Around him, countless cadavers erupted from the ground, their decaying bodies lunging towards Lin Hao. Illusion? Lin Hao's pupils contracted slightly. He cast a detection spell on one of the decaying corpses. It showed no information. The gold-eater beetles were extremely fast, quickly pouncing on the nightmare beast. Bang! Large swathes of black flames erupted from the nightmare beast's body. The surrounding space warped from the intense heat. However, these black flames had no effect on the gold-eater beetles. The nightmare beast was stunned. It couldn't believe these small insects were so formidable. Its illusions and black flames were completely ineffective against them. It tried to flee, but it was too late. 20 gold-eater beetles landed on it, beginning to tear and bite. Hiss! The nightmare beast let out a few long roars. In 10 seconds, the nightmare beast fell to the ground. At the same time, the chilling aura and the undead creatures that had emerged from the ground disappeared. It was indeed an illusion. But it was a very sophisticated illusion. If Lin Hao's gold-eater beetles hadn't killed the nightmare beast, the source of the illusion, he wouldn't have been able to break it. Killed Nightmare Beast Abyssal Demon, EXP+. Obtained Bronze Equipment Demonic, Nightmare Longsword. Obtained Item Unicorn Horn 3. Nightmare Longsword Demonic, Strength plus 50, Constitution plus 50, Strength-based skills increase by 10%, usable at level 25. Lin Hao was slightly taken aback. He rejoiced. A single nightmare beast yielded such terrifying EXP. And it also dropped equipment and items. It was no less than fighting some mini-bosses. Are all abyssal demon monsters this rich? If that's the case, how incredible will the rewards be if I just sweep through everything later? Lin Hao released another 40 gold-eater beetles and strode forward. Ah! A roar came from Lin Hao's left. Lin Hao adjusted his direction and moved towards the sound. A short, plump boy was wielding a one-handed sword, wildly slashing at the air around him. Da-pang? At this moment, he was exhausting all his strength, slashing at the air, panting heavily. He was almost collapsing to the ground from exhaustion. He had fallen victim to the nightmare beast's illusion. Lin Hao looked around and indeed, about 100 meters away from Zhao Hu, there was a nightmare beast. Kill! Dozens of gold-eater beetles flew towards the nightmare beast. More than 10 seconds later, the nightmare beast fell dead. Killed Nightmare Beast Abyssal Demon, EXP+. Obtained Bronze Equipment Demonic, Nightmare Staff. Obtained Item Unicorn Horn 4. Nightmare Staff Demonic, Spirit plus 50, Constitution plus 50, Spirit-based skills increase by 10%, usable at level 25. More equipment dropped. However, it's a bit disappointing that all this equipment is in its demonic form. Human class users cannot use them directly, they need to be purified by an alchemist. The purification process is a bit troublesome, but apart from the purification fee, they can still be sold for a considerable price. The profit is not small. If all the monsters here are like this, then I'll have to go all out later. Wouldn't that mean if there are 1,000 monsters here, I'll get thousands of pieces of equipment? Chapter 58, Equipment Piles Up. Boss. After the nightmare beast died, you also regained consciousness. He propped himself up with his sword, his body swaying precariously. Suddenly, he saw Lin Hao. He was overjoyed. Then, he also saw the downed nightmare beast. At this point, he understood. It was Lin Hao who had killed the monster and saved him. Boss, if you hadn't come in time, I would have died. He gave a wry smile. Why are you alone? Yu shook his head. I was teleported here alone and couldn't see anyone. I planned to hide and come out when I found a team, but by chance, I ran into this nightmare beast. I wasn't careful and fell into its trap, almost dying by the hands of this beast. Yu's face was still full of fear. The power of the abyssal demons was truly far beyond his imagination. If he had known the monsters here were so powerful, he wouldn't have entered. He had heard from Ning that Lin Hao was entering the Dark Land on behalf of the military, which was why he had applied to come with his father. He had initially thought that with his full set of silver equipment, he might be able to withstand a monster around level 30. Unfortunately, this was an undeveloped abyssal passage. Even at the same level, these abyssal demons were far superior to monsters of the same level outside in terms of stats and skills. Boss, I was wrong. I can't survive here anymore. Yu's face was dejected. It's okay, with me here, you can't die even if you wanted to. Lin Hao patted his shoulder. Just follow me, I'll lead you. The demons here are rich in resources, both in terms of EXP and drops. Later, we'll likely encounter a lot of ores and herbs. We need to speed up and harvest items. You be the leader, and all the items will be stored in your backpack first. Upon hearing this, Yu was overjoyed. Roger that, boss. Yu invites you to join the team. Do you accept? Accept. After walking for a short while, a group of nightmare beasts appeared in Lin Hao's and Yu's sight. There seemed to be about 30 of them. Such a group of incredibly powerful nightmare beasts gathered together, emitting waves of dark energy that stirred the heart. Yu's face changed. His hands and feet went numb. He couldn't even deal with one, let alone a whole group. If they provoked even one, the whole group would surely attack. Yu looked at Lin Hao. Boss, should we go around them? Idiot, we can't find them anywhere else, why go around? You just need to get EXP and collect items. Lin Hao said lightly. Kill. 90 gold-eater beetles flew like a swarm of small, circling bombers. They flew towards the group of nightmare beasts. Hiss hiss hiss. The 90 gold-eater beetles collided with the dozens of nightmare beasts. Instantly, chaos ensued. Lin Hao directed the gold-eater beetles to activate their rage skill directly. Under rage, the gold-eater beetles' attack power increased by 200% for 30 minutes, with a 2-hour cooldown. They needed to increase their efficiency. From his previous studies, Lin Hao knew that these dungeons with demon passages were more rewarding than initial exploration. Not only were the drops from the monsters abundant, but there were also many resources to be gathered. Killed Nightmare Beast Abyssal Demon, EXP Plus. Obtained Bronze Equipment Demonic, Nightmare Pauldrons. Obtained Item Unicorn Horn 3. Obtained Item, Low-Grade Demon Stone 1. Killed Nightmare Beast Abyssal Demon, EXP Plus. Killed Nightmare Beast Abyssal Demon, EXP Plus. Instantly, a series of messages flooded the team chat. Over 30 monsters, over 100 messages. A white light flashed. You leveled up directly, from level 16 to 17. Holy crap! Damn it, boss, this is too much, isn't it? Yu was dumbfounded. Boss, I knew you were strong, but I never imagined you'd be this strong. Although Yu had followed Lin Hao through the hell difficulty of the Lost Mine, he was still full of shock at this moment. What kind of place was this? The Dark Land. Every monster here was outrageously strong. Just now, he had encountered one nightmare beast and had seen its power. If Lin Hao hadn't arrived in time, he would have died here. But now, there were over 30 such monsters, and they were all killed simultaneously. Lin Hao looked at the incredulous Yu. He shook his head and said, "Depang, can you show some ambition?" Okay, then I'll follow Big Brother to see the world." "Holy crap, no way?" Yu shouted again. "What's wrong now?" Big Brother, we struck it rich, ha ha." Yu excitedly waved his hands, 30 pieces of equipment. And a whole bunch of low-grade demon stones, unicorns. "Alright, just be the pack mule, let's go." Lin Hao led Yu and continued heading north. Beneath their feet was a dark red earth, with sparse low shrubs scattered around. However, these trees looked as if they had been burned, leaving only black, withered remains. Killed Nightmare Beast Abyssal Demon, EXP+. Obtained Bronze Equipment Demonic, Nightmare Pauldrons. Obtained item, low-grade Demon Stone 1. Messages flashed non-stop on the public chat. In just over 10 minutes, Yu's backpack was already filled with 40 to 50 pieces of equipment. At this moment, Yu was no longer just shocked, he was becoming horrified. Is this how equipment is obtained? Is this how items are farmed? "Someone!" Yu shouted. The two approached. On the ground lay 3 corpses. They looked as if they had been burned, completely charred. These people were full of life just outside the entrance. Upon closer inspection, 2 were in military uniforms, and 1 was from a prominent family. They're all dead. He thought back to how, if Lin Hao hadn't appeared in time, he might have ended up like them. A tremor of fear surged through him. But now, following Big Brother was truly awesome. Yes, Lin Hao nodded. All killed by the nightmare beasts. First, they fell victim to illusions, their bodies weakened, and then they were burned to death by black flames. "Hey, Big Brother, let's go." You couldn't bear to look any longer. "Wait." Lin Hao bent down and picked up a black stone from the ground. It was shaped like a shuttle. "What is this?" You also curiously moved closer. "It seems to be cobalt ore," Lin Hao said calmly. "Cobalt ore? Yes, now that you mention it, I remember. It was introduced in our third-year high school textbook. Cobalt ore is one of the most valuable minerals. It can also be refined into cobalt ingots, which fetch an even higher price." Lin Hao nodded. Then, he looked at you with surprise. "Dapeng, aren't you a slacker? How do you even recognize such obscure mineral knowledge?" "Big Brother, are you teasing me?" "It's because one time in an exam, this question appeared. I copied your answer back then, but I remembered it. Even this small piece, if sold, people would fight over it for 1,000 yuan. Big Brother, even this small piece is considered income. If you hadn't been so observant, I almost missed it." Lin Hao said with a half smile, "Is that so? Then look at the ground." You heard this and looked down at the ground. He was instantly stunned. On the ground, 1, 2, 3, shuttle-shaped cobalt ore was everywhere. As far as the eye could see, it was everywhere, countless. Likely millions upon millions. Chapter 59, Can't pick it all up, simply can't pick it all up. "Big Brother, we've hit the jackpot." Yu's voice trembled. He threw himself onto the ground and frantically started picking them up. "Your party obtained item, cobalt ore 1. Your party obtained item, cobalt ore 1. A string of messages flooded the screen. "Can't pick them all up. Simply can't pick them all up." After more than 10 minutes, Yu's inventory was already filled with 300 to 400 pieces of cobalt ore. Selling them would easily fetch 300 to 400,000. Was this picking up cobalt ore? No, this was picking up money. And in such a short time, hundreds of thousands were earned. Yet, as far as the eye could see, the ground was still covered with scattered cobalt ore. It was like stacks of money discarded on the ground. Quick, faster. Yu's speed was faster than any quick draw, his left and right hands working simultaneously, frantically picking up the cobalt ore. His eyes were bloodshot. Just 2 or 3 pieces of cobalt or like these were enough to book a VIP room at a KTV in Yancheng, order some hostesses, and sing and drink. Lin Hao, however, frowned. Da Peng, we can't keep picking up cobalt or here anymore. Big brother, what are you saying? This is all money. If we don't pick it up, lightning will strike us. We need to move forward. Big brother, no. When you heard Lin Hao say they should abandon the cobalt ore and move on, he almost burst into tears. Big brother, you don't know, before my dad got rich, my family was incredibly poor. Our entire family's living expenses for a day were only 10 odd yuan, and we often went 10 days without eating meat. Lin Hao was speechless. Alright, I'll give you 1 minute. You stood up, looking at Lin Hao with a pleading, mournful expression, begging, Big brother, just give me 10 more minutes. 10 seconds have already passed, 50 seconds remaining. How about this, I'll go on ahead myself, and you can stay here and pick up the ore, Lin Hao said calmly. You heartless wretch, how can you torture someone like this? You roared and, with a BIU, threw himself onto the ground. He picked up the cobalt ore on the ground at twice the previous speed. Lin Hao chuckled. What a nouveau riche. Are nouveau riche people more desperate for money? 1 minute later. Lin Hao started walking forward again. You kept looking back at the ground, reluctant to leave. However, Lin Hao was too fast, giving him no chance to pick up stones again. Hey! After advancing half a mile, the two left the dark red land, entering a forest. However, under the shadow of the dark sky, the green plants on the ground were not green, but had a brownish hue. Hiss! A horse whinnied. A knight charged towards Lin Hao and you. It was a headless knight. Headless Knight Abyssal Demon. Level 27. Strength, 9,000. Agility, 5,000. Spirit, 2,000. Stamina, 6,000. Skills, Charge, Trample. The Headless Knight, a fearsome rider galloping through the darkness. Much stronger than the level 25 Nightmare Beast stats from before. A group of Gold-Eater Beetles rushed forward. The knight's skeletal horse charged, sending a dozen Gold-Eater Beetles flying. Hiss! The Headless Knight pulled the reins, causing the horse to rear up before stomping heavily onto the ground. Several Gold-Eater Beetles were crushed under the horse's hooves. Their carapaces slightly cracked. However, more Gold-Eater Beetles swarmed the rider and horse. Roar! The Headless Knight let out a scream, falling to the ground. Your party has defeated the Headless Knight Abyssal Demon, EXP+. Your party has obtained Bronze Equipment Demonic, Knight Sword. Your party has obtained item, Lesser Demon Stone X3. Knight's Longsword Demonic, Strength plus 60, Constitution plus 60, Strength-based skills increased by 12%, level 30 usable. Another generous haul of EXP, equipment, and items. I've really opened my eyes today. I rarely see any demonic monsters outside, but they're everywhere here. You followed behind Lin Hao. His backpack was now full of equipment and items, which made him very satisfied. After advancing a few hundred more meters, Lin Hao's Gold-Eater Beetles had killed dozens more Nightmare Beasts and Headless Knights. Dozens more pieces of equipment were added to Yu's backpack. Apart from a few exceptions, the demons here all provided EXP, equipment, and items. At this point, the two entered a vast field of grass. The grass around them was waist-high and stretched endlessly. The grass blades were sharp like swords, and black flowers bloomed among them. Worried about monsters hidden beneath the grass, they proceeded cautiously. However, their worries were unfounded. There were hardly any monsters here. It was quiet. You reached out and plucked a black flower. I didn't expect such beautiful flowers to grow in a place like this. These black flowers were dotted with a lot of silvery white pollen, like countless stars in the night sky. Truly beautiful. However, without a close look, it would be difficult to notice these details. Boss, I'll pick some flowers for you. When we see Ning, Lin Shi, and Mushui later, you can give them to them. You picked 3 or 4 flowers and held them in his hand. Boss, it seems like those girls really like you. Wherever you go, their eyes follow. Which one do you like? Ning is cool and aloof, Lin sure is passionate, and Mu Shui is elegant. They each have their own charm. If it were me, I'd have a hard time choosing. Lin Hao recalled a popular saying from his previous life online: only elementary school students make choices, adults want them all. He suddenly focused his gaze on the black flowers in Yu's hand. What's wrong, boss? Yu was slightly taken aback. These are black butterfly flowers. Lin Hao said lightly. Black butterfly flowers? What kind of flower is that? Yu looked confused. Black butterfly flowers are a very rare herbaceous flower, difficult to cultivate artificially. However, it is a primary ingredient for making mental blue potions. So, are they valuable? Yu became slightly excited. Lin Hao nodded and said softly, they are more valuable than cobalt ore. 1 black butterfly flower is worth 2 pieces of cobalt ore. Oh my gosh! Yu let out a groan. With this endless expanse, how many black butterfly flowers must there be? Yu's eyes instantly turned red. This kind of flower needs to be harvested completely from its stem to maintain its perfect quality. You're not a planter, so you can't do it. Of course, like you just picked it, it's only slightly damaged, which only slightly affects its price. All of this is in the books. Lin Hao hadn't finished speaking. Yu roared, mine, all mine. Then, he madly lunged forward. Your team has obtained the item Black Butterfly Flower 1. Your team has obtained the item Black Butterfly Flower 1. A string of messages flooded the screen. Lin Hao was speechless for a moment. I can't pick them all, I can't pick them all. Yu muttered as he frantically picked flowers. Chapter 60, Bitter Battle, Rendezvous. Seeing Yu in a frenzied state, Lin Hao couldn't help but smile wryly. Da Peng, how long are you planning to pick these flowers? However, looking at the black butterfly flowers covering the mountains and fields, Lin Hao couldn't help but sigh. Outside, such a flower is often hard to come by. Boss, you're not planning to leave again and abandon these black butterfly flowers, are you? Yu asked, his eyes red and his voice trembling. Lin Hao chuckled slightly. You almost died here just now, remember? Have you thought about what would happen to Yanqing City if this passage got out of control and demons like those earlier flooded into it? It would probably turn into ruins. Yu stopped picking flowers and stood up, looking at Lin Hao as he said this. Do you understand? Da Peng, we don't have much time left. We need to get to the front as quickly as possible. Yes, boss, you're right. Yu nodded. But his eyes still lingered on the black butterfly flowers. Don't worry, once we secure this passage, these resources will be developed by others later. I know, Yu said, on the verge of tears, but having them now, exclusively ours. The dead. As they moved deeper, every 100 or 200 meters, the two of them could see corpses lying on the ground. There were soldiers and members of noble families. They had already seen over a dozen bodies along the way. At this point, even Yu's expression became very solemn. Boss, do you think Ning and the others might have run into trouble too? Lin Hao remained silent. Yu sighed, every time I see a corpse now, I'm afraid to look at their faces, afraid I'll see someone I know. Lin Hao used 30 gold-eater beetles to clear the path ahead, and dispersed the remaining 150 to attack any monsters they encountered. Besides gaining EXP, Lin Hao also wanted to clear out the demons in this passage as much as possible. Eliminate any hostile forces. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, in the distance, mage spells, fireballs, lightning, wind, and thunder streaked across the sky. The battle raged, kicking up dust and sand. Boss, there are a lot of people fighting up ahead. Yes, let's go take a look. Da Peng, stay a little behind me. If anything happens, don't be reckless. I'll handle it. Understand? Lin Hao said solemnly. Oh. Sigh, a tank like me following behind the boss, a mentalist at that, having him block for me, I'd be so embarrassed if anyone found out. but you obediently stayed behind Lin Hao. After walking for a distance, the situation became clearer. About 30 class users were crouched behind a dirt mound, launching continuous attacks. Above them lay many corpses. Many of those fighting were injured, and the situation was not optimistic. Lin Hao. You're alive, that's great. A man's voice. At the same time, the man strode forward, revealing himself to be Zhao Hu. We couldn't find you anywhere and thought you'd met with misfortune. Lin Hao looked at the fighting crowd ahead. The group was mixed, mostly military representatives, with quite a few young masters from noble families. What's the situation now? Reporting to Deputy Commander, after we teleported in, only 17 out of 50 soldiers were gathered. Since we couldn't find anyone else, under the lead of our commander, we had to push forward. In the process of advancing, we kept picking up personnel, both from the army and from noble families. At our peak, we had 48 people. We finally had enough strength to deal with demons like nightmare beasts and headless knights. But when we encountered a flying demoness at level 29, we suffered heavy losses. By now, we have fewer than 30 people left, many of whom are severely depleted in stamina and mental energy, almost unable to fight. Zhao Hu was speaking when suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed. The sound was so loud and sharp that everyone present felt disoriented and unsteady. Even Lin Hao felt a throbbing headache. At the same time, on the other side of the hill, a giant monster with wings ascended into the air from the ground. It was a seductive-looking female demon. It was seen gripping a class user, likely a tank, in its hands. With sharp fangs bared in its mouth, it bit down on the class user's neck, continuously draining blood. The class user screamed in agony, struggling desperately. However, after half a minute, the class user's body became shriveled and dry, like a mummified corpse. Of course, the person was already long dead. After draining all the blood from this class user, with a single tear from that seductive demoness, the class turned into pieces. Piece by piece, they fell to the ground. Those below continuously cast spells and fired arrows at it. But as the winged demoness flew higher into the sky, all attacks missed. It's this vampire demoness. She killed over 10 of us. Zhao Hu watched the demoness that had temporarily retreated, his voice laced with immense fear. On the ground, the more than 20 nightmare beasts and headless knights facing the crowd retreated slightly. No one dared to pursue. The damage dealers used this lull in combat to desperately recover. Various healers cast one healing spell after another. Lin Hao, are you all right? A woman in a military uniform walked towards Lin Hao. It was Chen Ziqing. However, her hair and clothes were a bit disheveled, her face pale, and she looked quite disheveled. That demoness is too powerful. No matter how severe her injuries are or how bad her condition, she flies away mid-battle, and then, about half an hour later, she returns, fully restored to her peak condition. Then, she takes many lives each time. So, not only can we not advance, we've been pushed back quite a distance. If this continues, we won't be able to break the portal, and everyone will die. Chen Ziqing said with a grave expression. At this moment, she also noticed Lin Hao and Yu standing together, looking refreshed and composed, as if they hadn't expended any energy. Especially Lin Hao. His clothes didn't even have a single wrinkle. It seemed he hadn't experienced any combat at all. He looked more like he was here for a sightseeing tour. In contrast, Chen Ziqing's fair and pretty face was smeared with black mud, her face smudged. She was extremely weak from overexertion of her magic. Her complexion was pale. Her clothes were also torn in several places. Especially her back, where a large rip ran from left to right, almost inflicting a fatal wound. Clearly, she had been healed by a support class. With the stark contrast, she suddenly felt that her first question to Lin Hao, asking if he was all right, was utterly ironic. What could possibly be wrong with him? It was she who was in trouble. Immediately, her tone turned cold. Are you guys in the back? Haven't you encountered any monsters? She emphasized the word back with gritted teeth. We encountered some monsters too, but they weren't very strong. We dealt with them, Lin Hao said nonchalantly. Ha! We killed over 20 demons. Encountered some not-so-strong monsters? He wasn't even trying to hide his lies. The lowest level here was the level 25 nightmare beast. Just as Chen Ziqing's anger began to rise from the depths of her heart. Lin Hao. Brother Hao. Came several voices. 3 young girls ran out from a small ravine. It was Ning, Lin Shi, and Mu Shui. Lin Shi swayed forward and threw herself into Lin Hao's arms, tears and snot streaming down her face. Brother Hao, I thought I would never see you again. Chen Ziqing's gaze towards Lin Hao grew colder. Chapter 61. How many demons did you actually kill? Lin Hao felt a bit awkward seeing Lin Shi hugging him so tightly in front of everyone, her chest visibly compressed. He was about to gently push her away. But he immediately noticed that Lin Shi was trembling uncontrollably. It was likely that the preceding battles, witnessing people dying around her, had deeply frightened the young girl who hadn't experienced much combat. Feeling helpless, he could only pat her back and softly comfort her. It's okay, don't be scared. I'm here now, everything will be fine. Chen Ziqing said coldly from the side. Alright, Lin Hao. We are here on an extremely important mission, not for a romantic rendezvous. Lin Hao was speechless. However, Chen Ziqing knew when to stop and didn't continue to mock Lin Hao. She turned serious and said, Lin Hao, I need you to take the wounded here and those with insufficient combat power to retreat. They can't do much here and will surely be killed. Protect them as best as you can, and if you encounter demons, organize the defense, alright? Lin Hao frowned. Was she asking him to be the logistics captain for escorting the wounded? Then what about you? The demons here are unexpectedly powerful. At the same level, we are no match for them. However, if this mission fails, the outside world will be in danger. Therefore, I will lead the other team members to continue forward. Lin Liang shook his head. If there are indeed wounded who need to retreat, let Zhao Wu take them down. You Lin Hao, what do you think you're doing? Chen Ziqing exploded. You are my uncle's appointed deputy commander, you have to do something. Even if your rank is lower and you can't deal with those demons, I'll have Zhao Wu assist you. Now you have nothing to fear, right? Lin Hao knew Chen Ziqing misunderstood him, thinking he only cared about his own safety. He didn't want to be a burden to a group of wounded soldiers. He also didn't want to get entangled with her in meaningless arguments. Therefore, he said coldly, Chen Ziqing, do you believe you have the ability to reach the end and sever the portal connecting to the demon world? Even if we die, we must die on the path of advance. Chen Ziqing said with absolute certainty, her words filled with a spirit of facing death unflinchingly. Lin Hao was speechless. Her courage was commendable, but if it couldn't achieve the goal, it was useless. He had promised Zhao Kaijun that he would come in, do things, and get rewards. If Chen Ziqing didn't agree, he wouldn't mind acting alone. How can I be constrained by an ignorant young woman like you, telling me what to do and where to go? Most importantly, you have no clear understanding of my strength. He glanced at Chen Ziqing and said calmly, Alright, you're already tired from the fight. Leave the rest to me. Chen Ziqing was anxious. No, Lin Hao, your level is too low and your combat power is insufficient. If you participate in the fight, you'll die. Insufficient combat power? Chen Ziqing, on what basis do you say that? Lin Hao asked calmly. Chen Ziqing was really getting angry. The mission assigned to you was to keep you away from danger and save your life, but you've been unappreciative. What do you mean, Lin Hao? This still needs a basis? You, who are only level 19, are only slightly better than your girlfriends. People like you, coming here, who doesn't know it's just a formality, a way to gain experience and benefits? My uncle reportedly has some connection with your father, taking care of you. Do I really need to spell these things out? And here, the real combat power comes from those class 30 individuals. Now, even these people cannot resist the demons here. What makes you think you can? You've been coming along behind us, so relaxed and at ease, because we've cleared all the monsters ahead. You came strolling along, never encountering any demons, and have no understanding of these monsters. Why are you trying to act tough now? At this moment, Zhao Hu also chimed in, Lin Hao, just listen to Ziqing. It's really too dangerous ahead. Fearing he might hurt Lin Hao's pride, he added, besides, it's not easy to protect these wounded. Even if we retreat to the rear, we might encounter those demons, and fighting them will be extremely difficult. He had always had a good impression of Lin Hao. Lin Hao possessed General Zhao's token, but had never used its privileges. Chen Ziqing had just arranged for him to follow Lin Hao. He understood that this was essentially asking him to protect Lin Hao. He was also determined that if there was any danger ahead, he would die before Lin Hao, even if it meant his own death. Did you hear that, Lin Hao? Moreover, I am the commander. As the representative of our military, you must obey my orders, Chen Ziqing said through gritted teeth. Knowing that Lin Hao was a bit rebellious, Chen Ziqing had no choice but to invoke her title as commander. She intended to use this to subdue Lin Hao. How many demons did you kill just now? Lin Hao suddenly asked. More than 20, Lin Hao. Let me tell you, these demons are very powerful. It's not easy for even a team to deal with one. Please don't. Da Pang. Lin Hao interrupted Chen Ziqing. Boss. You stepped forward a few paces and came to Lin Hao's side. Take out the equipment from your backpack and let them see. Yes, boss. You waved his hand and took out the equipment from his backpack. A flash of light flickered. On the ground, equipment piled up like a mountain. It gleamed golden. Although they couldn't count it precisely, everyone could tell that there were at least 200 to 300 pieces of equipment. Instantly, the whole place fell silent. Earlier, they had also killed demons and knew that each demon usually dropped one piece of equipment. A small number of demons did not drop anything. And now, there were 200 to 300 pieces of equipment here. Doesn't this mean that Lin Hao and his group had killed no less than 300 demons just now? The sword and shield tank beside him, of course, wasn't the main force. So, who killed them? Lin Hao. Was his strength so immense? Just now, they had to go all out, dozens of them, to take down a single demon. Moreover, without being careful, quite a few of them had died. How did he manage it? Lin Hao, just now, how many demons did you actually kill? Are these items really dropped from them? Chen Ziqing gasped in disbelief, her voice trembling. What else, do you think these demons gave them to me? Lin Hao shook his head. How did you kill them? It's so difficult for us to kill even one. Chen Ziqing swallowed hard. If Lin Hao hadn't shown so many harvested items, she wouldn't have believed it even if she were beaten to death. I don't think I need to describe the detailed process to you right now, do I? Lin Hao said calmly. These are all ours. Don't even think about them. You dove into the pile of equipment and quickly collected the items on the ground into his spatial backpack. Lin Hao, you. Let alone Chen Ziqing, the city guards standing by were all stunned. Zhao Hu trembled, unable to speak. They were all class 30 individuals. It was hard for them to believe that Lin Hao, who was only level 19, had killed so many demons. Doesn't that mean that Lin Hao, at level 19, was far stronger than them? How could that be? But the facts were right before their eyes. Chapter 62, instantly killed over 100 demons. This guy always exceeds expectations and shocks people. Ning looked deeply at Lin Hao. She had followed Lin Hao through the hell level of the lost mineshaft. Although that place wasn't as terrifying as here, when he cleared it, it was as easy as drinking water. She had experienced this firsthand. Mu Shui stood beside you and asked in a low voice, "You guys just killed so many demons? That's outrageous." Her eyes suddenly widened, and she looked at you in shock, saying, "Da Pang, huh, you've leveled up to 18? You chuckled, just a little bit more, and I'll be level 19. Oh my god. Mu Shui moaned. I knew Brother Hao was amazing. Da Pang, hurry up and group me, I want to be with Brother Hao. Under everyone's gaze, Lin sure didn't dare to hug Lin Hao anymore, but her hand rested on his arm. In the lost mine, she was completely conquered by Lin Hao's strength. Lin Hao, although I don't know your combat style, I'm very happy that you're so strong. Then we have hope to move forward. After being shocked by Lin Hao's strength, Chen Ziqing felt a surge of hope in her heart. Just now, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe the prospects as desperate. Although she found Lin Hao quite disagreeable, she really didn't want him to die in vain. Therefore, she suggested that Lin Hao lead the team to leave while she would advance to face the demons and the demoness. Now, Lin Hao, you will command, and I will cooperate with you. Chen Ziqing was, after all, a soldier. Although she had a bit of a girlish disposition normally, she was not indecisive in the face of major events. Lin Hao shook his head. You arrange the deployment, I'll just help you with the breakthrough. That works too. With time pressing, Chen Ziqing immediately began assigning personnel as Lin Hao instructed. There were still 28 people here, but 8 had lost their combat effectiveness. Zhao Hu would lead them to stay behind. The remaining 20 people were matched by class and divided into 4 teams. Perhaps out of respect for Lin Hao, Chen Ziqing also agreed to let Ning, Yu, and a few other low-level players advance together. And she arranged for them to team up with Lin Hao. This made the few girls very happy. They thought they would be left behind. They all wanted to follow Lin Hao. Boss, you suddenly look troubled, can I give you my captain slot? My backpack is full, it can't fit anything else. As soon as you said this, the people around were speechless again. At Yu's level, there were almost 500 empty slots in his backpack. Generally, even carrying a lot of supplies, it was impossible to fill it up. It was evident how much they had looted, just the 2 of them, Lin Hao and Yu. Give the captain's slot to Ning. Oh, okay. Just as the personnel were being assigned. Several screams came. In the distance, a winged demoness flying in the sky, leading hundreds of demons, was returning. They're here. Chen Ziqing's expression changed. The number of demons this time is several times that of before, everyone be careful. The people around them immediately took their positions, tanks in front, damage dealers in the middle, and support in the back. Just as everyone was tense. A buzzing sound came from all directions. Just as everyone was confused. They saw countless black insects, about the size of fists, flying towards them from everywhere. Then, they all flew to Lin Hao's side. Hundreds of them, all circling Lin Hao. Lin Hao, am I your pet bug? Chen Ziqing asked curiously. Before, at the dungeon entrance, she had heard others mention Lin Hao's class. MHM. Lin Hao nodded. At this moment, the demoness and the demons were not far from the group. Attack! Tanks, focus on maintaining aggro and protecting our DPS and supports. All sorts of spells, arrows flew towards the enemy. Supports, on the other hand, cast buffs on everyone. Lin Hao was also showered with 5 or 6 halos. His stats were greatly enhanced. However, these had little effect on Lin Hao. His real strength lay in his pet bug, while his personal combat power was quite weak. Apart from being a tank. Lin Liang had also been wanting to strengthen his own abilities but couldn't find the right opportunity or idea. Unexpectedly, the series of attacks from everyone was mostly dispersed by the demonic woman's flapping wings, and the few stray attacks couldn't inflict much damage on the demons below. No wonder we got beaten so badly earlier. Our damage output is still insufficient against them. Lin Hao watched the demonic woman's actions, estimating she had used a technique similar to a storm to counteract their attacks. These demons were all around level 30 and possessed the strength of mini-bosses. How could players of the same level possibly compare? Only with sufficient coordination among players, leveraging team synergy, could there be a chance to defeat them. Go, my partners! Lin Hao gave the command. All the Gold-Eating Beetles swarmed towards the demons. They flew over the demons' heads and enveloped them. Instantly, dozens of nightmare beasts and headless knights were thrown off their mounts. The demons engaged the Gold-Eating Beetle swarm in battle. Even the demonic woman was swarmed by 20 to 30 gold-eater beetles. One demon fell. 2 demons fell. Even the demonic woman let out a mournful cry and shot into the sky. After 1 minute, apart from the demonic woman, all the nightmare beasts and headless night demons lay on the ground. It's over? All the demons are dead? Everyone present was stunned. What kind of bugs are these? They're so terrifying. So, it turns out the hundreds of pieces of equipment he collected earlier were real. So, this is how he kills monsters. Wiping out all these demons like this is just too over the top, isn't it? Dozens of us fought for half the day, and many died before we could even drive them back. And he defeated them all by himself? It couldn't have been more than a minute, right? Everyone looked at Lin Hao in shock. Then they saw quite a few bugs flying back. A sense of fear washed over many people. They all quickly stepped aside. Stay away from the gold-eater beetle. Such a powerful demon, yet it couldn't withstand the gnawing of these insects. Zhao Wu sighed, so Lin Hao's strength is actually this immense. No wonder, at just level 19, he's so valued and trusted by General Zhao. It's not because of any connections. Is this the strength of our deputy commander? All the city guards looked at Lin Hao with admiration. Before, when General Zhao announced he was the deputy commander, I didn't understand. Now it makes sense. Entering the dungeon, a fierce battle ensued. The might of the demons had plunged them into despair. As warriors, they didn't fear dying on the battlefield. But they wouldn't be able to complete this mission. If the formation outside were to break, then demons, and more continuously, would invade the human world. The entire land would turn into a living hell. But now, with just one move from Lin Hao, hundreds of demons were instantly killed. Even the demoness, so powerful she inspired despair, had vanished without a trace. Flames of hope ignited within their hearts. They were saved, Yangchang was saved. Salute to Deputy Commander Lin. A city guard stood at attention and gave Lin Hao a crisp military salute. The other city guards followed suit, offering their salutes. Chapter 63, The Demon Saintess and Vlad. Lin Hao's expression suddenly changed, becoming extremely grim. What's wrong, Lin Hao? Chen Ziqing asked quickly, feeling uneasy. She had never seen such a serious expression on Lin Hao before. Ever since she had known him, Lin Hao had always been calm and composed, never flustered. Moreover, when Lin Hao had made his move earlier, his pet bugs were incredibly powerful, even demons, such formidable monsters, were no match for them. They were practically invincible. Lin Hao said in a deep voice, "The 20-odd pet bugs I sent after the demoness just now are all dead." This was the first time something like this had happened to Lin Hao since the beginning. Although, as long as he had enough spiritual power, he could summon them endlessly. Lin Hao gazed into the hazy distance. What kind of existence was out there? It had actually managed to kill his gold-eater beetles. He surveyed the surroundings, looking at the 20-odd class users, and said slowly, "Everyone, there is an unknown and powerful entity ahead. Preliminary assessment suggests it has the ability to instantly kill all of us. Be very careful." What? Those around were startled by his words. An existence that could kill them all instantly, how could they possibly deal with that? Deputy Envoy Lin, no matter what lies ahead, please lead us forward and complete the mission to close the portal. Zhao Wu stepped forward, looking at Lin Hao with determination etched on his face. Deputy Envoy Lin, we are not afraid of death. The soldiers said in unison. Good. Lin Hao nodded. Perhaps, soon, these soldiers might all die, and he might not be able to protect them all, but for a warrior, dying in battle is their destiny. Summon elven butterflies. After teaming up with you earlier and defeating over 300 demons, he had already reached level 20. However, he hadn't had the time to take stock of his gains. Originally, he had planned to continue summoning more pet bugs after inventorying his items. But now, this dungeon was more perilous than he could have imagined. The deaths of over 20 gold-eater beetles made him feel a vague sense of unease. 1. 2, 3. A total of 10 elven butterflies were added. Lin Hao's mental power was depleted. Summoning level 20 elven butterflies was too taxing on his mental energy. Only in times of crisis do we realize our shortcomings. Currently, apart from his basic stats, he had no equipment bonuses. Lin Hao shook his head. Ever since his class awakening and obtaining the Gold-Eating Beetles, he hadn't paid much attention to equipping himself. Moreover, in the early stages, with low levels and rapid leveling, his Gold-Eating Beetles were invincible, so he was too lazy to update his equipment. Now, his mental power was severely lacking. Lin Hao gave a wry smile. With 10 additional elven butterflies, plus the original 50, Lin Hao now had nearly 700,000 HP. Logically speaking, around level 30, there should be no one capable of killing him. However, he still felt extremely uneasy. Let's go! After maximizing his survival capabilities, Lin Hao led the group deeper into the passage. On a hill deep within the passage, a demoness' face was deathly pale. She discarded a nightmare beast that had just had all its blood drained, its body shriveled, and grabbed another nightmare beast to start drinking its blood. With each one she drank, her body recovered a little. However, even though her body was constantly repairing itself, true recovery would not happen overnight. Her body was riddled with wounds, clearly from the bites of the Gold-Eating Beetles earlier. If she hadn't returned in time, she would have already died in the insects' mouths. At her feet lay the corpses of over 20 Gold-Eating Beetles. Beside the demoness stood 2 other demons. One of them was an extremely alluring woman, with a curvaceous figure that exuded irresistible charm. She frowned and said, "Vlad, I recognize these insects. They are the ones that recently killed my spiritual container." The other demon beside her had a vampire-like appearance. Vlad stared at the corpses of the Gold-Eating Beetles on the ground and slowly said, "Saintus, these insects are extremely powerful. If I hadn't just mastered the infinite poison skill bestowed by our emperor, killing them would have been impossible." "Vlad, your infinite poison is already the strongest skill in the world of poison. If the opponent is hit by your poison, as long as there is still blood in their body, your poison will continuously generate and never cease until they die." If Lin Hao were here, he would probably recognize this speaking female demon. It was the blood mist that rose after Lin Hao killed the minotaur in the dungeon. The saintess continued, "The master of these insects is an insectomancer named Lin Hao. I didn't expect him to enter here as well. Vlad, we must kill him. If this person is allowed to grow, he will pose a great threat to our abyss." Lin Hao led the group and pushed forward. Along the way, his Gold-Eating Beetles killed many nightmare beasts and headless knights. However, the one who had killed his Gold-Eating Beetles had not appeared yet. Even the demoness who had previously routed Chen Ziqing had not shown up. These nightmare beasts and headless knights were naturally no match for Lin Hao. Upon encountering them, they all turned into EXP points, and a large pile of equipment went into Ning's backpack. Along the way, Lin Hao and his group also discovered many valuable resources. The cobalt ore and black butterfly flowers that you had obtained earlier also appeared in abundance. However, the soldiers ignored them. The scions of the noble families, on the other hand, picked up quite a bit. Lin Hao and the others moved quickly. They could only pick up a little before having to leave and catch up with the main group. Most exaggeratedly, they discovered a massive vein of krypton gold ore, stretching for who knows how many miles. Krypton gold ore is also an extremely rare type of mineral. Preliminary estimates suggested that if this vein were mined, it would be worth hundreds of millions. However, without tools, it was impossible to mine or collect it. Everyone could only leave with regret. Unknowingly, the group had already ventured deep into the latter half of the passage. Lin Hao's feeling of unease grew stronger. He knew that he was getting closer and closer to that terrifying entity. The insects are here again. The Saintess and Vlad simultaneously spotted 4 or 5 Gold-Eating Beetles appearing in the distance. These were Lin Hao's scouts. Wind! The Saintess blew out a breath. The air grew with the wind, quickly forming a tornado. Swirling up 4 or 5 Gold-Eating Beetles. Endless poison. several cyan bats flew out from Vlad's body. The bats collided with the gold-eater beetles caught in the tornado, turning into a cyan mist that enveloped them. The black gold-eater beetles were infected by the bat's poison, turning cyan. The blood chi continuously weakened. The gold-eater beetles, immune to water and fire elements, and also resistant to mental attacks, were completely unable to counter the ceaseless, potent poison. In a short while, 4 gold-eater beetles fell to the ground, dead. Lin Hao, still several miles away, felt his pupils contract sharply. Poison? Chapter 64, I'll give you a chance to kill me. Just as Lin Hao's team was about to approach the depths of the passage, they encountered a large group of over 30 people. With the convergence of these two groups, it was almost as if everyone who had entered the passage was now gathered. After meeting and resting, the two parties merged once more. Dragon Sky Shatter was conspicuously among them. Ever since Lin Hao appeared, Dragon Sky Shatter had been fixated on him. He approached Lin Hao, saying, "I've been worried you might be dead. It's good to see you now. You must hold on to the heart of the Night Star for me first. There's nothing I desire that I can't obtain." Lin Hao glanced at him indifferently. He said nothing. What was he talking about? Desiring something and not being able to obtain it? Do you think you're good at fighting among your classmates? What use is your fighting skill? To get by in this world, you need power and connections. Your classmate is that you fellow, isn't he? Dragon Sky Shatter's words not only mocked Lin Hao but also implied a threat using Yu's name. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. A surge of anger welled up within him. You are on a path to certain death. Lin Hao hadn't taken him seriously before, but now that he had touched Lin Hao's sensitive point, Dragon Sky Shatter was destined to die. Seeing Lin Hao's indifferent gaze and silence, Dragon Sky Shatter snorted and returned to his position, slightly apart from the main group. Later, you two must kill him and take his items. Otherwise, you won't get a single cent of the 50 million we agreed upon. Dragon Sky Shatter said this to 2 assassins in his group. Young Master Long, rest assured, we've been looking for him. We didn't expect him to still be behind. A student only level 20? Let alone the 2 of us at level 30, 1 person is more than enough. Assassins possess an inherent advantage in killing, and it is their most proficient domain. After resting, everyone prepared to move on. Lin Hao suddenly said, "Da Peng, UNC, you two stop here and don't go any further." Boss, is that terrifying thing you mentioned up ahead? Lin Hao nodded. Brother Hao, I'm not afraid. I'll follow you. If there's a tough fight, I can heal you, said Lin Shi. Lin Hao shook his head. You and Mu Shui are the same. All of you stay here. You've earned merit and gained enough experience on this trip. Going further might get you killed, and there's no need for that. Ning heard this and became anxious. Lin Hao, then you shouldn't go forward either. I'm different from you. I'm a representative of the military. I can't back down without completing the mission. Lin Hao left the team. Lin Hao, did you see that fellow through the giant worm? Chen Ziqing asked gravely from the side. Yes, Lin Hao nodded. It's a poisonous vampire and a demoness who uses wind elements. Poisonous vampire? Demoness? Then Lin Hao, do you have confidence in dealing with them? Chen Ziqing asked. It's hard to say. Although they are also restricted by the level 30 cap in this passage, I feel like those 2 demons entered through some secret technique that lowered their levels. Therefore, they are like bugs in the system. Chen Ziqing wanted to say, aren't you the same? Yu, Ning, and the others, heeding Lin Hao's advice, ultimately stayed behind. They also knew that following Lin Hao, they wouldn't be able to contribute much. Lin Hao didn't try to persuade Chen Ziqing and Zhao Hu, because it was their duty, and they wouldn't be persuaded anyway. Let's go. Chen Ziqing said to Lin Hao. The main group advanced. When they encountered scattered demons like the Headless Horseman, the team could defeat them. However, the large-scale demon armies that had appeared multiple times before did not show up. It seemed they too had retreated to the very end. Lin Hao noticed that Dragon Skyshatter and his teammates were keeping a close watch on him, staying just a short distance away. He frowned slightly. He suddenly said to Chen Ziqing, "You lead the team ahead. I'll catch up later." "Huh?" Chen Ziqing was confused. However, Lin Hao said nothing further. After a moment's thought, Chen Ziqing didn't ask any more questions. Lin Hao gradually slowed down. Eventually, he fell to the rear of the team. Most people didn't notice, but Dragon Skyshatter and his companions also slowed down, following Lin Hao. What a great opportunity! If that kid were in the middle of the group, it would be difficult to make a move. Now that he's isolated, it's a rare chance. I'm enough on my own. Seeing Lin Hao trailing behind, an assassin exclaimed with delight. Lin Hao's unusual actions made Dragon Skyshatter vaguely sense something was wrong, but his desire to eliminate Lin Hao was too strong. If it weren't for Lin Hao, the heart of the Night Star would have been his. If it weren't for Lin Hao, he wouldn't have received a resounding slap from his father and such profound disappointment. Therefore, he didn't overthink why Lin Hao was slowly falling behind. Hatred surged in his heart, his eyes turning red. You two attack together. I need to ensure he dies 100%. Lin Hao saw Dragon Skyshatter and the others slowing down and gradually moving towards him. He sneered inwardly. When you think it's an opportunity to hunt, it's often an opportunity to be hunted. Can't you even think about such a simple matter with your brain? It's a tragedy that even such a fool can become a kingpin in Yangchang. Lin Hao seemed too weak. He sat down, gasping for breath. The stragglers at the back of the group saw this and asked if he was okay. After Lin Hao shook his head, they ignored him and continued to move forward. Suddenly, a silver light flashed. An assassin who had long been lurking beside Lin Hao struck. The dagger hit Lin Hao. But Lin Hao seemed unharmed. The assassin was slightly startled. What's going on? He hadn't missed, so why was the other person acting like nothing happened? He knew how much damage his attack would inflict. A level 20 class user, even with decent equipment, shouldn't have survived. At the same time, another assassin blurred past and appeared beside Lin Hao, thrusting a short sword glowing with a green light, clearly poisoned, at Lin Hao. Lin Hao took a few steps back, dodging. Lin Hao, if you had kept up with that Chen Ziqing, I really wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. But you're too slow and fell behind, giving me an opportunity. So, I can only send you on your way. Long Zhatian sneered from a distance, standing with a tank and a support. Oh really? We'll see who kills whom. Lin Hao let out a cold laugh. Buzzing sounds filled the air as countless insects suddenly appeared around Lin Hao. Then, they swarmed towards the two assassins. Heh, don't make me laugh. You think these insects can fight? One of the assassins sneered. Ah. But before he could finish speaking, he let out a scream. The two assassins could only manage to strike out at a few Gold-Eater Beetles before they were engulfed by the Gold-Eater Beetles. These Gold-Eater Beetles tore at the flesh of the two assassins. Some even burrowed into their internal organs through the torn flesh, devouring their insides. The two assassins writhed on the ground. In less than a minute, they had no signs of life. Then, the Gold-Eater Beetles emerged from within the bodies. Two people, bloody and mangled. Only a pair of eyes, wide with terror and pain, remained. It seemed they couldn't believe it even in death. Long Zhatian and his two companions stood not far away, their bodies chilled. Chapter 65, A Terrifying Way to Kill. What on earth are these abominations? Long Zhatian and the others watched in horror as the insects crawled in and out of the corpses. In a short time, the flesh of the two assassins had been completely devoured. Only bones remained. These two assassins were utterly defenseless. In an instant, the three watching from afar felt their limbs go weak, and an endless fear welled up in their hearts. This is simply demonic. Looking at Lin Hao again, his face was calm and serene. It seemed like this wasn't the first time he had killed like this. How could I have thought of coming to kill someone like this? Long Zhaotian suddenly felt that the world was absurd. It felt like they were using a six-shooter to kill someone. Suddenly, the opponent raised a rocket launcher, fired a boom that took out two, and then pointed the barrel at them. What's more, the opponent's eyes were damn cold, and his methods were damn ruthless. A ruthless person speaks little. As soon as he makes a move, he eliminates all traces. Young Master Long, you fucking told us he was just a level 19 noob? Are you trying to get us killed? A battle support next to Long Zhaotian roared at him. Hey, brother, the one who wants to kill you is Long Zhaotian. It has nothing to do with us. We were also deceived. Another greatsword master, shadow dancer, electromancer, guardian, healer quickly clarified to Lin Hao. Is that so? Are you scared now? Lin Hao said calmly. Lin Hao, I admit you are a very special person. I misjudged you. I shouldn't have provoked you. Long Zhaotian wanted to back down. This desolate place is truly a good spot for killing people. In such a dangerous place, being killed by a monster or by a person would be indistinguishable. This was precisely why, upon hearing that Lin Hao had entered this dungeon, Long Zhaotian had organized personnel to make a move here. Now, Long Zhaotian really couldn't think of a way to deal with Lin Hao's terrifying insects. He suddenly remembered what his fifth uncle had told him about Lin Hao. Godlike dungeon record breaking. Suspected of killing the four evils of Yang City. Inferred that if Long Zhaotian made a move in the lost mine, he would most likely be killed by Lin Hao. At that time, although Long Zhaotian pretended to know and admit his mistake, he didn't believe the outrageous information his fifth uncle had given him. And now, it proved that the information was absolutely true. No, perhaps the information wasn't enough. Lin Hao was even more powerful and terrifying than imagined. Why didn't they give me a proper warning not to provoke Lin Hao? If they had clearly stated that Lin Hao's class skills involved such terrifying insects, I would have run as far away as possible. In that instant, endless regret welled up in Long Zhaotian's heart. For the sake of that Night Star heart, he had provoked multiple times and intended to make a move on Lin Hao. Seeing Lin Hao's cold gaze, he swallowed hard and said with a tremor, Lin Hao, I don't want the Night Star heart anymore. I can give you 50 million, just let me go. He panicked. He was truly panicked. Too late. Lin Hao raised his hand. If you want to kill, be prepared to be killed. Since he had decided to make a move, would Lin Hao stop halfway? Leave behind any loose ends or future troubles? The gold-eater beetles around him buzzed and flew towards the three of them. Like a black cloud. Before the insects even arrived, a chilling killing intent assailed them. The three were instantly terrified out of their wits. The way these insects kill is too terrifying. Long Zhaotian, I won't let you go even as a ghost, the battle support roared, turning and fleeing madly. Big brother, please spare my life, the greatsword master, shadow dancer, electromancer, guardian, healer also cried out, but didn't dare to stop, fleeing along with the battle support. Long Zhaotian's face turned extremely pale. He usually acted arrogantly as the heir of the strongman guild, dominating Yangqing City, especially bullying weaker classes, always victorious, and doing whatever he pleased. Over the years, how many people had wept and begged for mercy on their knees before him? At first, he would sometimes show mercy. But later, killing only brought him an inexplicable sense of pleasure. He sometimes felt like a demon himself. But now, he realized that compared to Lin Hao's cruel methods, he was simply a pure youth. He wanted to run, but his legs were so weak he couldn't move. Lin Hao, I'm from the Strongman Guild. If you kill me. Ah. In his panic, he still tried to threaten Lin Hao to make him stop. However, before Long Zhaotian could finish speaking, a swarm of gold-eater beetles pounced on him. He wanted to cast a spell to repel the insects, but before he could even begin, intense pain shot through his body. Soon, the other two who were fleeing were also caught by the gold-eater beetles and knocked to the ground. How could they possibly be faster than the gold-eater beetles? Although the agility of the gold-eater beetles wasn't the highest among their 4 stats, it was still very high, and moreover, they could fly. It could be said that once targeted, escape was almost impossible. Soon, the three bodies were covered with gold-eater beetles, and those gold-eater beetles began to gnaw frantically. To witness their own flesh and blood being bitten off piece by these insects and swallowed into their bellies. This was a scene that could only appear in nightmares from childhood. Lin Hao, quickly make them stop. I was wrong, I shouldn't have tried to forcibly take your starry night heart. Seeing that he couldn't threaten Lin Hao, Long Zhaotian resorted to begging. Lin Hao watched coldly as the three writhed in agony on the ground. He never showed mercy to those who harbored hostility towards him and attacked him. Please, master, spare my life. Lin Hao, if you dare to kill me, our Adventurers Guild will retaliate, and you will regret it. Oh heavens, my heavens. 1 minute later, the frantic screaming stopped. The three were dead. 2 minutes later, the three were unrecognizable, their original appearance lost. Return. Lin Hao beckoned, and all the gold-eater beetles flew back, vanishing into space beside him. Who has so much time to play a back-and-forth game with you? Once I make a move, it's bound to be a thunderous blow. Kill without a trace. The first time Lin Hao killed someone, his targets were the four evils of Yangchang. At that time, those four repeatedly provoked him and attacked him several times. Lin Hao felt waves of anger surge within him. But he hadn't made a move yet. In the end, they followed him, intending to kill him and steal his goods, and to silence him in Zhao Shaoling. Only then did Lin Hao retaliate and kill them, breaking his first kill count. Once a person crosses that line, they change. Killing becomes more decisive. Lin Hao quickly collected all the items from the three and threw them into his backpack space, not bothering to check how much there was, then strode forward. Soon, he caught up with Chen Ziqing and the others. Where did you just go? Chen Ziqing looked at Lin Hao, who was slowly catching up, and for some reason, felt that Lin Hao was different from before. He seemed to exude a killing intent, similar to the aura her uncle carried after returning from the abyss multiple times. Encountered some demons and killed them. Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. Oh. Be careful then. For this mission, we can only rely on you. Chapter 56, Siege and Battle. When everyone reached the end of the passage. In the distance, on the horizon, countless demons appeared. A dense, black mass, numbering no less than 1,000. Prepare for battle. Chen Ziqing shouted. The tanks began to shift to the front. However, everyone's expression was grave and somber. Why are there so many? The previous waves they faced numbered only a few dozen. Even then, they had suffered heavy casualties. Now, with so many, they couldn't possibly fight back. This is going to be the death of us. Each individual demon is terrifying, let alone 1,000 of them here. If these demons charge at us, how can we possibly survive? Let's retreat. Some of the scions of noble families had never witnessed such a terrifying situation. Once fear took root in their hearts, it grew unboundedly. Thus, over a dozen retreated to the rear, intending to flee. Don't panic. Chen Ziqing yelled sternly, if you panic, you'll die even faster. But those dozen people paid no heed to her words. Better a comrade dies than oneself. It would be best if this group fought desperately to hold the line, giving them a sliver of a chance to escape. Soon, the dozen or so classers broke away from the group. They began to run back the way they came. A bunch of cowards. Don't you know you'll die faster if you scatter? Chen Ziqing's face turned ashen with anger. Her hands trembled, and she almost wanted to punish these deserters. Lin Hao gently patted the back of her hand. It's all right. There will always be those who are the first to charge forward when there are benefits, but the first to run when facing a life or death battle. It's normal, Lin Hao said. However, many of the scions of noble families stood their ground resolutely at the front. Seeing that the dozen or so people had already covered 400 to 500 meters in the rear. Just then, a squadron of over 100 headless night demons charged out from the side, crashing into them. There were demons from behind as well. This caused the expressions of the classers at the front, who were preparing to face the enemy, to change drastically. It turned out that the demons had already set up an encirclement. As for the dozen or so people, they were already in a disorganized formation, with many mages at the front and tanks at the back. As soon as the two sides made contact, the human classers instantly collapsed. Slaughter. It was a one-sided slaughter by the demons. Those dozen or so classers who tried to escape were instantly killed. Some classers here unleashed skills, trying to provide aid. But the distance was too great, they couldn't save them. Although everyone hated these deserters to the bone, seeing them all die at the hands of the demons, they couldn't help but feel sorrow in their hearts. This made them even more apprehensive about their current predicament, being surrounded. Lin Hao, what do we do now? Chen Ziqing's face was also extremely grim. Even those who remained had the resolve to fight to the death. But the situation was truly too dire. You all move in that direction. Use the terrain to hold out a bit longer. Lin Hao pointed to the left, where there was a ravine. Leveraging the terrain of the gully can minimize the contact area between tanks and demons. Only a small force needs to be deployed to ensure the safety of all support personnel. Chen Ziqing also saw that the terrain there was more conducive to defense, and she cast a deep glance at Lin Hao. Unexpectedly, he remained so calm in such a situation, observing carefully and looking for a more favorable opportunity to attack. Chen Ziqing began to command the team to move towards the gully on the left. Lin Hao also judged that if he didn't act, it would be impossible for everyone here to resist the encirclement and slaughter by so many demons. At that moment, he no longer hesitated. Come out, my companions. Swarms of gold-eater beetles appeared out of thin air around Lin Hao. 170 of them. With a buzz, the gold-eater beetles divided into several groups and flew towards the demons. If it were just demons like these headless knights, he wouldn't fear any number of them. However, behind these demons were two terrifying beings. They were capable of destroying his gold-eater beetles. Only by killing these minor demons as quickly as possible could they concentrate their forces to deal with those two. What class is he? To be able to control such strange bugs. Some class users who had never seen Lin Hao in action before watched his maneuvers with curiosity. He wants to use bugs to fight those demons? Those demons are so terrifying, what's the use of those little bugs going there? To be cannon fodder? Cannon fodder isn't bad either. At least it can buy us more time to prepare. At this moment, the hundreds of headless knights who had just outflanked from the rear came into contact with dozens of gold-eater beetles. A chaotic battle ensued. A headless knight fell. Another headless knight fell. Soon, a large number fell. The remaining demons tried to flee. But where could they escape to? Holy crap! Those little bugs actually killed those demons? Am I seeing this right? It's unimaginable. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it no matter what anyone said. This is your first time seeing it, right? Earlier, our deputy envoy Lin had already killed hundreds of demons, even more than this batch, said someone who had just joined Lin Hao's first group. Who is your deputy envoy Lin? Is he that strong? They were also unclear about Lin Hao's background. Lin Hao, I'm glad you're here, Chen Ziqing breathed a sigh of relief. With so many demons appearing from front and back, she had been very nervous. She didn't know if Lin Hao's pet bugs still had the combat power to deal with these demons. Seeing that Lin Hao's bugs were as sharp as ever, she finally felt a little at ease. Don't worry, if it's just this level of demon, it's not a problem. Lin Hao looked into the distance. The ones he had been keeping an eye on were the two beings who could kill his gold-eater beetles. As for those like the headless knights, no matter how many came, he would kill them all. They're here. 3 figures appeared in the distant sky. A demoness with wings. This one had already fought several rounds with everyone earlier. Another was similar to the demoness, a man also with wings. The last one was a charming woman with swirling winds around her legs, flying using wind elemental power. At the same time, demons from all directions began to charge towards the crowd. Tanks, focus on holding aggro. No matter what, we cannot fall back. Greatsword Master, Shadow Dancer, Electromancer, Guardian, Healer, pay attention to healing the tanks and keeping them alive. Shen Ziqing began to lead the team to face the enemy. However, these 50 to 60 people were like a small boat in a tide of demons, seemingly about to be submerged at any moment. Lin Hao's 100+ Gold-Eater Beetles divided into over a dozen groups, circling the crowd on the periphery. The battle began. Countless demons charged forward. The ground shook. The sound of hooves was incessant. The tanks continuously cast defensive skills on themselves. Various damage dealers began unleashing their skills. Various support roles also continued their work. For a time, a dazzling array of skills filled the air. Demons charging towards the crowd fell in large numbers. However, a small number of demons managed to break through the formation. Class users suffered casualties one after another. Chapter 67, Terrifying Poison, Endless Toxin. Lin Hao, these demons are too powerful. Even with you here, after eliminating most of them, it's still hard to resist, Shen Ziqing said, looking sadly at the people falling around her. Focus on defense and do whatever you can to survive. Lin Hao watched the Gold-Eater Beetles fighting fiercely with the demons in the distance. The Gold-Eater Beetles continuously flew towards various demons, many being knocked back or downed. But once they got close enough to pounce on a demon, the Gold-Eater Beetles would quickly tear open a gash on them, burrow into their bodies, crush their internal organs, and then emerge. Then, the demon would fall. My Gold-Eater Beetles are still too few. Against a large group of weak monsters, they can kill them instantly. But if the opponent is strong and numerous, their efficiency drops significantly. For the first time, Lin Hao felt that his pet bugs were too few, truly not enough. And he himself was too weak, severely lacking in combat power. Before, he had always been invincible and didn't need to worry about anything. This battle had completely exposed these two shortcomings. Regarding pet bugs, based on the previous rule of gaining 10 pet bugs per level up, it seemed like he had many now. However, as he leveled up slower and slower, the increase in his pet bug count would be limited. Fortunately, as an insectomancer, he wasn't limited to just one or two types of insects. For now, the number of species was infinite, as long as he could summon and sign a contract. Once he reached level 20, he could go to the bug realm again. However, he had to settle things here first. In terms of his own strength, after this matter was resolved, he would have to relentlessly pursue skills and equipment. Lin Hao, I had some prejudice against you before. I apologize, Shen Ziqing said, looking at the dozen or so corpses beside her. These were class users who had died in the previous waves of attacks. If it weren't for you, many more people would have died. Lin Hao glanced at her and remained silent. In fact, Lin Hao didn't care about any prejudice. In reality, apart from making things difficult for him the first time they went out of the city, Shen Ziqing had not harmed him at any other time. The city guard has dispatched 50 class 30 or below individuals. This time they represent almost everyone at this level. We previously thought we had enough personnel, but now it's clear we are far from it. If you hadn't been here, we might have been annihilated. You saved us. Shen Ziqing, a forthright and strong woman, was now certain that Lin Hao was the one turning the tide. Lin Hao, however, shook his head. Don't get too optimistic yet. While we've mostly held off the demon hordes, the three strongest ones haven't made their move. If things go south, you all need to retreat quickly. After several rounds of fighting, although over a dozen class users had fallen, hundreds of the thousands of demons were also dead. The remaining scattered ones could no longer form a cohesive attacking force. Of course, almost all of them were killed by Lin Hao. Following Lin Hao's gaze, Shen Ziqing saw the three super demons in the sky and her heart tightened. It's those detestable insects again. The demon saintess stared intently at the Gold-Eater Beetles rampaging through the battlefield. These insects are indeed hateful, but they aren't invincible. We've already killed dozens, and there are only about 100 left. Destroying them isn't too difficult, but we can't let them get close, or we won't be able to withstand them either. The vampire Vlad said coldly. I'll deal with those humans first. Whoosh! With whirlwinds swirling around her feet, the demon saintess flew towards the group. At the same time, a magic book appeared in her hand, and she chanted, "Gale Dragon Roar." 4 powerful tornadoes materialized out of thin air, rushing towards the group. "Everyone, be careful!" Seeing the super demon attack, Chen Ziqing shouted loudly. The 20-odd damage dealers unleashed their attacks, targeting the tornadoes. Boom, boom, boom. 1 tornado dissipated. 2 tornadoes dissipated. 3 tornadoes dissipated. However, the 4th one struck the group. Instantly, 4 or 5 people were swept into the air. "Everyone, focus on protecting Lin Hao," Chen Ziqing commanded. "Go!" Lin Hao waved his hand, and 20 gold-eater beetles detached themselves, flying straight towards the demon saintess. Wind balls, the demon saintess chanted a few words, and countless swirling vortexes appeared before her. These vortexes enveloped the gold-eater beetles, trapping them tightly. Lin Hao frowned. Although the gold-eater beetles weren't harmed, these 20 couldn't break free easily. This meant the opportunity to kill the demon saintess was lost. Seeing this, the vampire behind them pulled out a grail-like object. He poured it towards the void, and a stream of cyan liquid cascaded down. It transformed into a cyan mist and flew over, engulfing the demon saintess's tornadoes. Instantly, the gold-eater beetles were all coated in this greenish-blue mist. Such potent poison! Lin Hao immediately felt the life force of the gold-eater beetles rapidly draining away. The previous 30 gold-eater beetles had died in this very manner. If this poison were unleashed upon them, no one here would survive. "Chen Ziqing, I'll have a dozen gold-eater beetles assist you. You all retreat and deal with those scattered headless night demons. Absolutely do not let the 2 demons in the sky get close. If they fly towards you, abandon everything and run for your lives." "What about you?" Chen Ziqing asked anxiously. "I'll be fine. They can't kill me. I'll command my pet bugs to defeat them." "Okay." Chen Ziqing couldn't fathom what Lin Hao was relying on, but she had also witnessed the potency of the poison released by the vampire. She directed her team, were falling back 500 meters. "Trying to escape? You pathetic humans will all die here today," the vampire demon said coldly. "Endless toxins." He swung his holy grail, and 100-meter wide wave of cyan mist rained down upon them. Lin Hao's face changed dramatically. "Quick, run!" The class users hurriedly retreated. But it was a bit too late. About 10 of the slower class users, including Lin Hao, were enveloped by the cyan mist. Instantly, Lin Hao felt his heart racing, his muscles contracting, his skin burning as if scalded, accompanied by stinging pain all over his body, dizziness, and a hazy consciousness. He was poisoned. And it was a potent poison. Lin Hao watched his life force rapidly deplete. Those dozen or so class users writhed on the ground. Within moments, their faces turned ashen, and they were on the verge of death. "Lin Hao!" Chen Ziqing cried out in alarm, seeing that Lin Hao had also been afflicted with the potent poison. "You all leave quickly. You can't withstand this poison," Lin Hao shouted. Less than a minute later, the dozen or so class users struggling on the ground went still. Motionless. They died. While directing the others to retreat and handle the remaining demon knights, Chen Ziqing kept an eye on Lin Hao. Her face was extremely pale, and she murmured, "Lin Hao, you must be all right." Snap! A fairy butterfly fell from Lin Hao. It had apparently exhausted its life force for Lin Hao and died. Oh no, this poison shows no sign of receding. If it remains this potent, doesn't that mean I'll die soon, no matter how much HP I have? Lin Hao's expression changed drastically, looking extremely grim. Chapter 68, 30 minutes of fierce battle, everyone is losing it. Suddenly, Lin Hao's expression changed again. All the gold-eater beetles that were trapped in the demoness saint's wind vortex and poison had now lost contact with Lin Hao. Dead? Dead. 20 gold-eater beetles, trapped in wind vortexes and poisoned, could no longer endure. Their life force depleted, they died one by one. These pet bugs were always incredibly powerful, immune to fire, water, and mental attacks, with robust health and vitality. Yet, even they couldn't withstand this potent poison. They flew out of the wind vortexes, falling to the ground, motionless. Lin Hao's gold-eater beetles suffered another loss, dying right before his eyes. Before reaching this final destination, dozens of pursuers of the banshee had also suddenly died. Now, 20 more had perished. Nearly 50 had died already. 10 remained with Chen Ziqing to assist him in fighting the headless knight. He could now command only about 100. Crack! Another sprite butterfly died. Fell from Lin Hao. In the past minute or so, he had lost over 10,000 health points. Lin Hao's life continued to rapidly fade. The potent poison seemed endless, constantly devouring Lin Hao's life. Come back! Lin Hao's eyes turned crimson, and he let out a great roar. About 100 gold-eater beetles disengaged from the fight and flew towards Lin Hao. If they couldn't kill the 3 demons in a short time, not only would all the gold-eater beetles and sprite butterflies perish, but Lin Hao himself would be poisoned to death in this dungeon passage. Wind vortexes. At this moment, the demon Saintess saw Lin Hao's gold-eater beetles flying towards him and continuously cast wind vortex spells, intending to trap and kill the gold-eater beetles. One wind vortex after another formed. The demon Saintess only stopped when her face turned pale and she swayed precariously. By then, 40 to 50 wind vortexes had appeared around her. One by one, the wind vortexes began to engulf the gold-eater beetles. Scatter! The roughly 100 gold-eater beetles quickly dispersed. One by one, gold-eater beetles became trapped in the wind vortexes. Soon, 40 to 50 gold-eater beetles were ensnared. However, many gold-eater beetles flew towards the 3 demons from various directions. The 3 demons were startled. They dodged rapidly, attempting to evade the pouncing gold-eater beetles. But constant evasion inevitably leads to a slip-up. Eat! A scream of agony. The heavily wounded banshee, moving slower, was pounced upon by about 10 gold-eater beetles. Except for a few gold-eater beetles that were swatted away by the banshee, those that landed on it quickly tore into its flesh and madly burrowed into its body, gnawing at its internal organs. Blood rained down through the air. The winged banshee shrieked and crashed to the ground. Rumble! Kicking up a large cloud of dust. Wind barrier. Seeing the banshee screaming under the assault of the gold-eater beetles, heavily wounded and falling, clearly close to death, the demon Saintess's expression changed drastically. She quickly cast a barrier around herself. Gold-eater beetles continuously charged forward, only to be blown away by the wind barrier. However, this wind barrier was different from the wind vortexes. The vortexes trapped the gold-eater beetles inside, while the barrier merely blew them away. The blown-away gold-eater beetles were not significantly harmed. They flew back and continued to attack the demon Saintess. At this time, many gold-eater beetles also pounced towards the vampire demon. However, the vampire demon's speed was extreme, far surpassing that of the banshee and the demon Saintess. It darted and weaved, continuously releasing poisonous mist to contaminate the gold-eater beetles trapped in the 40 to 50 wind vortexes. The gold-eater beetles attacking it relentlessly pursued it from behind, unable to land a successful strike. This demon Saintess and vampire are too difficult to deal with, especially this vampire who is so fast, and gold-eater beetles are melee pet bugs. It would be great if there were some ranged pet bugs, we wouldn't be so passive. This is another weakness. Snap! Another sprite butterfly died, falling to the ground. Lin Hao gave a wry smile. After class awakening, he traversed the bug realm, acquired gold-eater beetles, entered dungeons, attacked the wilderness, fought wilderness bosses with Zhao Shaoling, defeated the 4 demons of Yangcheng, cleared the Lost Mine dungeon, and killed Long Zhetian. In a series of battles, he was virtually invincible. He had also grown accustomed to his own invincibility. But now, facing skilled opponents and intense battles, various weaknesses within him were being exposed. If he hadn't obtained the sprite butterfly in the grass at level 10, he would have died countless times by now. If I survive this time, it will serve as a clear self-assessment. I'll know how to improve myself. Chen Ziqing and others stood in the distance, forming a formation to fight the headless knights and other demons. Although it was tough, with Lin Hao's dozen or so gold-eater beetles assisting, there was no major threat to their lives. Chen Ziqing stood among the crowd, his face a mixture of shocked disbelief and worried concern as he looked at Lin Hao. Half an hour passed, and Lin Hao was still in a bitter struggle with the two demons. As for the Banshee, she had been killed beyond any further possibility of death half an hour ago. That potent poison could kill a level 30 class user in less than a minute, meaning it could drain tens of thousands of health and life points in under a minute. But Lin Hao has been poisoned for half an hour. Doesn't that mean his health is no less than 300,000? My heavens, how is that possible? Someone like this, I haven't even heard of them, let alone seen them. They completely defy all understanding. Lin Hao, how many trump cards do you still have? But no matter how many trump cards you have, if your health continues to deplete like this, you won't be able to hold on. Perhaps you could die at any moment? Please don't die. Please don't die. If such a peerless genius, one who appears once in a century, were to die, it would not only be a loss for Yang City but also a tremendous loss for all of Great Xia. Moreover, if you die, none of us here in the passage will be able to escape, and we will all perish. If we fail, the mission to sever the passage will also fail. If it fails and a D-class rift forms, demons of level 40 will continuously pour into Yang City, and most of the millions of citizens in Yang City could be killed and devoured by demons within a single day. And they might even spread from Yang City to the entire country. Lin Hao, oh Lin Hao, you now hold the lives of over 1 million people in your hands. You absolutely cannot die. At this moment, Lin Hao's face was ashen. Most of the sprite butterflies on him had already died, his time was running out. His gold-eater beetles had also lost 60 to 70 of their numbers during the half-hour battle. Only 30 to 40 remained. And even now, neither the demoness wind barrier nor the vampire demon's evasive maneuvers had allowed the bugs to break through their defenses or penetrate their bodies. Could it be that I'm going to die here today? I still have to find my sister, I can't die yet. Lin Hao's eyes were bloodshot, his face contorted as if he had become a madman. However, it wasn't just Lin Hao. The demoness and the vampire demon were also inwardly suffering greatly at this moment. They couldn't comprehend why that seemingly weak human was still standing there after half an hour. They knew the power of the endless poison better than anyone. Over the past half hour, it must have drained hundreds of thousands of his health and life points. But why wasn't he dead yet? Could a level 19 class user possibly have hundreds of thousands of health and life points? Unbelievable. And those terrifying bugs, they didn't dare let a single one get close. The harder it was to kill them later, the more difficult it would be. And after half an hour of high-intensity use of mental and physical strength, they couldn't sustain it any longer. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed suddenly. Finally couldn't hold on, could you? The demoness wind barrier grew thinner and thinner, her mana depleted to the point where she could no longer maintain it. A gold-eater beetle broke through and pounced on the demoness. Simultaneously, the vampire's movements became sluggish. A gold-eater beetle landed on its foot and began to tear at it. It's time for my counterattack. Chapter 69, Defeating Two Demons, Ascending to Level 21. Once the demoness and the vampire demon's defenses were breached, it would be the gold-eater beetles' turn to show their might. 1, 2. Gold-eater beetles continuously pounced onto the demoness. Blood rained down from the sky. The demoness' exquisite face was now contorted in agony. Lin Hao, it's you again, you're the one ruining my plans again, the demoness glared at Lin Hao. But don't get too pleased with yourself. If my true form were here, 10,000 of you would be dead. This is just a clone of mine. Even if it dies, it only slightly wounds my vitality. Lin Hao, the entire abyss will remember you. Unless you hide in the human realm forever, you will face endless pursuit from the entire abyss the moment you appear again. Lin Hao sneered, a defeated foe who has been slain by me twice dares to boast. Don't talk about the entire abyss chasing me. Sooner or later, I'll overthrow your entire abyss. You all just wait for me. A surge of anger coursed through Lin Hao. He had suffered heavy losses in this bitter fight against the two demons. Out of the 170 Gold-Eater Beetles, very few remained. Even his trump card, the spirit butterfly, which was meant to save his life, was almost entirely wiped out. If the other party hadn't collapsed first, he would have been the one to break down. He never imagined that one day he would fight to such an extent. As for the abyssal demons, they were natural enemies of humanity. When the two met, it was a fight to the death, rendering any threats meaningless. Lin Hao. With a final, resentful roar, the demon princess crashed from the sky towards the ground. Demoness Saintus. Die. You killed the Demoness Saintus Lord, and gained EXP points. You obtained the item Magic Book, Key of Solomon. Almost all the remaining Gold-Eater Beetles were pouncing on the vampire demon at this moment. At the same time, all the Gold-Eater Beetles were greenish-blue. This vampire demon not only released terrifying poison, but it was also composed of poison itself. At this point, Lin Hao was using all his trump cards, determined to kill the vampire demon. Fortunately, the vampire was also on its last legs at this moment. Your name is Lin Hao, correct? The vampire floated not far from Lin Hao. You are very good. Among humans, you are the strongest I have ever seen. No, you are even stronger than those class users of level 50 or 60. Its blood and pieces of flesh kept falling. However, it seemed to not care at all. Its gaze was very calm. I am Count Vlad. I was defeated by your strength, and I have no regrets. We will meet again, Lord Lin Hao. This vampire, Vlad, bowed slightly to Lin Hao. And then, his entire body was dismembered by the Gold-Eater Beetles, scattering into pieces of flesh and bone. Vampire demon. Dead. You killed Count Vlad Lord, and gained EXP points. You obtained the magic scroll, Endless Poison. You leveled up to 21. Finally, they're all dead. Those two lunatics. One spews threats, the other bows in return. Damn it all, they're both lunatics. If they're going to die, why all the theatrics? Lin Hao collapsed, kneeling on the ground. The Gold-Eater Beetles that had killed the demoness and the vampire also fell to the ground. This time, we truly threw everything we had into this. Lin Hao gave a wry smile. Of course, after a day's cooldown, he could continue summoning Gold-Eater Beetles, replenishing them back to the current 21 level, 210 in number. However, to replenish 200 or so level 21 Gold-Eater Beetles would likely take about a month and a half of recovery time. Besides, there was still the matter of replenishing the sprite butterflies. With the vampire's death, the poison on Lin Hao's body slowly began to recede. Thankfully, if this poison had persisted, it would have been fatal. Lin Hao looked around with a bitter smile. We've used up all our reserves. Fortunately, it ended in victory in the end. Lin Hao. A call came from the distance. Chen Ziqing rushed towards Lin Hao. The battle at Lin Hao's location ended, and the ones elsewhere concluded almost simultaneously. Chen Ziqing ran up to Lin Hao, and then she threw her arms around Lin Hao. Lin Hao was slightly taken aback. What was wrong with this girl? Lin Hao, so many times I thought you were going to die. Chen Ziqing held Lin Hao tightly, trembling slightly. Without you, we all would have died. Thank you for saving us, for saving me. Her arms wrapped around Lin Hao's neck. I fought them with all my might just to survive, Lin Hao said, feeling a bit uncomfortable as Chen Ziqing squeezed him. Lin Hao felt a bit awkward. This girl, usually as agile as the wind and as composed as a statue, appearing like a soldier, unyielding and rigid. But unexpectedly, her actual body was so soft. Yet, it possessed an astonishing elasticity. Any experienced man knew women like this were top tier. Who would have thought? No, Lin Hao, you saved my life. Lin Hao wanted to push her away. But then he thought, this was a shared ordeal, a near-death experience for everyone. A bit of emotion and sentiment was only natural. Forget it. Deputy Envoy Lin. At this moment, Zhao Hu and a group of city guards approached, some limping, others hobbling. They had fought fiercely, and several had died. As for injuries, everyone was wounded, mostly severely. They had exerted their last ounce of strength. However, the joy of surviving radiated from each of their faces. Hearing Zhao Hu's voice, Chen Ziqing gently pushed Lin Hao away and stepped back, separating herself from him. Her face was flushed red. Deputy Envoy Lin, all the demons in the Dark Land have been killed. If we press forward, we can sever the portal's link, Chen Ziqing said, taking a deep breath and speaking calmly. We just need to put in some effort to destroy the formation at the portal's entrance, and the entire passage will collapse. From then on, the Dark Land will no longer be connected to the abyss. You all go break it. I'm too tired, I need to rest a bit. Lin Hao said indifferently. Understood. Chen Ziqing acknowledged his words. At this moment, she didn't seem like a commander at all, acting more like Lin Hao was the one in charge. Lin Hao suddenly felt a strange sensation. Chen Ziqing led the city guards to sever the portal. Lin Hao looked towards the ground in the distance. Many corpses of Gold-Eater Beetles were scattered there. But Lin Hao felt that his spiritual connection with several of the Gold-Eater Beetles inside was still intact. Some aren't quite dead? Did they come back to life? Just as he was pondering this, buzz. Over 20 Gold-Eater Beetles rose from the ground into the air. Come back. Lin Hao made a gesture. Those 20 Gold-Eater Beetles flew over. They circled Lin Hao briskly. For some reason, these Gold-Eater Beetles, having faced death and revived, looked the same, yet Lin Hao had a peculiar feeling. What feeling? He seemed to sense that these 20 Gold-Eater Beetles felt a sense of joy upon seeing him. Chapter 70, Pet Bug Evolves, upgraded to elite rank. What was going on? By signing a contract with the Gold-Eater Beetles in the bug realm and using them as his pet bug template, Lin Hao could summon Gold-Eater Beetles. As long as he leveled up, he could increase the maximum summon count, summoning more pet bugs. Simultaneously, the pet bugs he summoned had no independent consciousness. They acted entirely according to Lin Hao's thoughts and will. This was all standard procedure for the Insectomancer class. However, at this moment, Lin Hao felt that these few Gold-Eater Beetles seemed different. They had leveled up and developed faint individual emotions. Although they still acted strictly according to his commands, they were already different. In their flight and movements, they seemed more agile and fluid. Could it be because they reached level 21? Lin Hao looked into the distance, where about 10 Gold-Eater Beetles that had stayed behind to assist Chen Ziqing and the others were located. Come here. Lin Hao called those Gold-Eater Beetles over. The Gold-Eater Beetles flew over. Indeed, upon closer inspection, they were different. Lin Hao observed and compared them carefully. This batch of Gold-Eater Beetles was the same as before, completely unchanged, in their familiar, normal state. What about those 20 Gold-Eater Beetles? Lin Hao looked at those special Gold-Eater Beetles. Instantly, he was stunned. Their names had shockingly changed to Level 21 Gold-Eater Beetle Elite. And the names of the 10 Gold-Eater Beetles were still Level 21 Gold-Eater Beetle. After a period of combat, can pet bugs evolve in addition to leveling up? Although these 20-odd Gold-Eater Beetles were all level 21, they had evolved from normal to elite. Becoming elite pet bugs, they had developed a sliver of independent consciousness. The entire bug was no longer stiff and rigid like before. It appeared more agile. So that means, could it be that one day, elite pet bugs might evolve into bosses, lords, or even kings? It's possible. Highly possible. However, regarding how they evolved, Lin Hao pondered for a while but found no definitive answer. For now, he could only assume that after numerous battles, they accumulated experience and finally broke through to evolve. Unable to find an answer, Lin Hao wasn't in a hurry. This matter could be addressed slowly. Besides becoming more agile after evolution, would the pet bug stats also change? Lin Hao views the stats of the normal Gold-Eater Beetle. Level 21 Gold-Eater Beetle. Strength, agility, 9,600. Spirit, 9,600. Stamina. Skills, Berserk, Accelerate. Berserk, when the Gold-Eater Beetle is in a berserk state, its attack power increases by 200%. This lasts for half an hour with a 2-hour cooldown. Accelerate, while in an accelerated state, the Gold-Eater Beetle's movement and attack speed increase by 200% for half an hour, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Seeing such monstrous stats for a level 21 Gold-Eater Beetle, Lin Hao gasped. Under normal circumstances, they shouldn't reach this level. It must be that his god-tier talent, skill enhancement, has leveled up again. And, a new skill, Accelerate, has been added. Doubling movement and attack speed is equivalent to doubling the attack power again. There aren't enough words to describe it other than monstrous. Lin Hao eagerly opened the Elite Gold-Eater Beetle's status panel again. Instantly, he was dumbfounded. Level 21 Gold-Eater Beetle Elite. Strength. Agility. Spirit. Stamina. Skills, Berserk, Accelerate. Berserk, when the Gold-Eater Beetle is in a berserk state, its attack power increases by 200%. This lasts for half an hour with a 2-hour cooldown. Accelerate, while in an accelerated state, the Gold-Eater Beetle's movement and attack speed increase by 200% for half an hour, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Seeing such monstrous stats for a level 21 Gold-Eater Beetle, Lin Hao gasped. Under normal circumstances, they shouldn't reach this level. It must be that his god-tier talent, skill enhancement, has leveled up again. And, a new skill, Accelerate, has been added. Doubling movement and attack speed is equivalent to doubling the attack power again. There aren't enough words to describe it other than monstrous. Lin Hao eagerly opened the Elite Gold-Eater Beetle's status panel again. Instantly, he was dumbfounded. Level 21 Gold-Eater Beetle Elite. Strength. Agility. Spirit. Stamina. Skills, Berserk, Accelerate. Berserk, when the Gold-Eater Beetle is in a berserk state, its attack power increases by 200%. This lasts for half an hour with a 2-hour cooldown. Accelerate, while in an accelerated state, the Gold-Eater Beetle's movement. Holy crap! All stats doubled. I'm rich. Lin Hao was ecstatic. This time, I didn't lose any money. On the contrary, I made a killing. Although I've only evolved about 20 Elite Gold-Eater Beetles. These stats are just too monstrous. Great. 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 With these stats, I can totally outclass other class users of the same level by 100 miles. As for what he needed to do next, whether it was the upcoming National Martial Exam, or heading to the capital's Qingbei Martial Arts University to enter the Azure Dragon Academy after the exam, Lin Hao felt more confident than ever. He would find his sister soon. If she was forced into a corner by some forces, then I'll take care of all her enemies for her. Lin Hao suddenly remembered something. Summon. 5 brand new level 21 Gold-Eater Beetles materialized from the void around Lin Hao. Summoning 5 level 21 Gold-Eater Beetles consumed half of my mental energy. Lin Hao looked at his status and let out a wry smile. Normally, it would take a full day of meditation to recover his mental energy from empty to full. If it's like this, who knows how long it will take to summon a full contingent of Gold-Eater Beetles? At least half a month. Not to mention, there are still a large number of spirit butterflies to summon. It seems that if all else fails, I'll have to buy some recovery potions to speed things up. Lin Hao looked at the new Gold-Eater Beetles that had appeared and immediately checked their status. Level 21 Gold-Eater Beetle. As expected, the summoned Gold-Eater Beetles were just ordinary ones. It seems that for Gold-Eater Beetles to evolve from ordinary to elite, they need to go through a lot of battles, or perhaps some fortunate encounters. I should be content with having 20 elite Gold-Eater Beetles all at once. Lin Hao smiled. Even though the newly summoned Gold-Eater Beetles weren't elite, he wasn't discouraged. His life had only just begun. One day, he would have a large number of elite Gold-Eater Beetles. He would also have boss-level ones. Lord-level ones. King level 1s. Lin Hao also opened his own status panel. Name, Lin Hao. Class Insectomancer. Level 2-1. Strength, 320. Agility, 320. Spirit, 650. Constitution, 320. Class skills, Insect Contract, Pet Bug Summon level 21. Talent skills, Skill Enhancement level 3, Position Swap, Bug Realm Traverse 3 times. Summon level 21 Gold-Eating Beetle, current count 31,210. Summon level 21 Spirit Butterfly, current count 11,210. Looking at his status panel, Lin Hao's mood was complex. Firstly, his stats were unremarkable, typical for a level 21 class user. But compared to his pet bug Gold-Eating Beetle, he, the master, was like a beggar, utterly pathetic. It's time to equip myself with a full set of stats boosting gear. Secondly, his most crucial talent skill, Skill Enhancement, had indeed leveled up to 3 as he broke through the critical level 20 mark. No wonder his pet bug stats were so high. It was a 30x amplification. Thirdly, Bug Realm Traverse had indeed granted 3 uses. Last time, in that grassy area, he had left a Gold-Eating Beetle as an anchor point. Next time he enters the Bug Realm, he could use Position Swap to go directly to the grassy area, instead of wandering around like a headless chicken as he had in the past few times, appearing in various bizarre places. Chapter 71, if it weren't for him, we wouldn't have survived. It would likely be a long time until he reached level 30 and gained another 3 traversal opportunities. These 3 Bug Realm Traverse opportunities were extremely precious and needed to be carefully planned before execution. As conjectured, the summon limit for Gold-Eating Beetles and Spirit Butterflies had indeed reached 210. However, it would take a considerable amount of recovery time to summon a full contingent. Perhaps he could go to the trading center and buy some expensive recovery potions to assist. Later, I'll check the trading center to see the market prices. He had been busy leveling up during this period. Just then, with a loud boom, Lin Hao looked up and saw a white light shooting up into the sky from the far end. Following that, the entire gloomy area seemed to shake. Chen Ziqing walked over with an excited look on his face. Lin Hao, the passage to the abyss has been severed. The rules here will change. According to the usual EXP, we will be forcibly teleported out of here in 10 minutes. Lin Hao nodded. The abyss crisis is over. Lin Hao, if it weren't for you this time, the outcome would have been completely different. Not only would everyone here die, but Yangcheng might not have been safe either. Chen Ziqing looked at Lin Hao and said earnestly, "Your contribution this time is immense. I will report it truthfully to the military. You will also receive all the profit shares from the subsequent resource development here, but according to regulations, the individual share cannot exceed 5%. Chen Ziqing brought up the matter of individual profit share now as a way to preemptively manage expectations. He was afraid Lin Hao would be disappointed or angry later, especially since the combined contribution of everyone else might not equal his alone. Even 5% is quite a lot, Lin Hao replied. Future development would require substantial manpower and resources, and there would be various factions to balance. Moreover, if the total revenue reached tens or hundreds of billions, 5% would still amount to billions. He was just a high school senior. If his net worth reached billions, he would undoubtedly be one of Yangcheng's wealthiest individuals. He couldn't have even imagined such a possibility before. Last 10 minutes, everyone search around. Anything you get now is yours to keep, Chen Ziqing said to the people around him. Upon hearing this, everyone excitedly dispersed to search for resources. They had been busy fighting earlier, and with demons everywhere in constant danger, they hadn't had the chance to collect even valuable items they spotted. Lin Hao, aren't you going to search in these last 10 minutes? Chen Ziqing asked. Lin Hao shook his head, no need. I'm going back to find my classmates. Outside the passage at this moment, City Lord Chu Yuan, Zhao Kaijun, and a group of elders from prominent families were waiting. Their expressions were grim. Several hours had already passed. Yet, not a single person who entered had emerged. This indicated that the people inside had not yet completed their mission of severing the passage. General Zhao, do you think they can complete the mission? Shu Yuan asked, his face darkened. Zhao Kaijun pondered for a moment and slowly replied. It's hard to say, but we did our best. Those sent in were elites from the city guards around level 30, and the prominent families also sent their top experts. If they fail, a large number of abyssal demons will pour in through the Shadowlands. Are our contingency plans in place? Shu Yuan asked again. City Lord, rest assured. All 30,000 city guards have been mobilized and are ready for battle outside, Zhao Kaijun said solemnly. General Zhao, oh General Zhao, you are truly foolish. You sent those students into the Shadowlands. How will you explain that to old Mo later? Master Zhao glanced at Zhao Kaijun and couldn't help but say. Master Zhao, you said that more than 10 times in the past few hours. Zhao Kaijun replied with a wry smile. Humph, Master Zhao, regardless of whether he was a general or not, said unreservedly. Especially that Lin Hao. Do you know how much effort and resources old Mo invested in training him? I don't care about the other family disciples, I can guess the motives of their parents. However, you really shouldn't have let Lin Hao in. What use is someone of his level in there? It's just sending him to his death. Zhao Kaijun could only offer a wry smile, speechless. He fiddled with the recommendation letter he had prepared in his pocket. If Lin Hao were to meet misfortune inside, as Master Zhao kept repeating, then he would have truly done more harm than good with his good intentions. He wanted to give Lin Hao an opportunity. But what if it turned out to be an opportunity for death? He felt conflicted. Lin Hao, it's great that you came. We're here, absolutely terrified. You stood up as she saw Lin Hao approaching, letting out a sigh of relief. Earlier, Lin Hao had told them to stay put and not move, so they were hiding in a mountain hollow. We just felt a disturbance throughout the entire passageway. Lin Hao, did something happen? Ning asked. The danger has passed. We severed the passageway. Lin Hao said with a smile. I knew it. With Brother Hao here, we could definitely complete the mission, Lin sure rushed over. Her admiration for Lin Hao had reached a point of blind worship. Mu Shui stood aside, quietly watching Lin Hao. This person has once again created a miracle. 10 minutes later. In the desolate land, everyone felt their bodies tighten as if an extremely powerful force was pushing them, forcefully teleported out by the dungeon. Several beams of white light flashed. Everyone reappeared at the entrance of the dungeon. Ah, excellent, excellent. You've finally come out. Zhao Kaijun laughed as he rushed to greet them. Uncle, we have not failed in our mission. We severed the passageway, but many people died. Chen Zicheng's expression fell. The important figures outside looked at the returning expeditionary force. Compared to the large contingent that went in, very few had managed to come out alive. Out of the 100 people who entered, less than 30 had emerged. It could only be described as a brutal battle. Elders from various influential families were searching for their own people. Some were overjoyed, while others were crestfallen. Yu, Ning, and the others were greeted by their respective families. Lin Hao, I'm very pleased that you understand the importance of choosing your battles and didn't push yourself too hard. Surviving is the most precious thing, said Master Zhao, who had been worried about Lin Hao, with relief. He had watched Lin Hao grow through his class awakening and had a good relationship with Principal Mo. He didn't want to see Mo's hard work go to waste. In his mind, Lin Hao had prioritized his own safety to survive after entering the desolate land. Chen Zicheng stepped forward and said, Master Zhao, Lin Hao wasn't just saving himself. Do you know that Lin Hao killed almost all the demons in the entire passageway? If it weren't for him, more than 20 of us here wouldn't have survived. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have been able to sever the passageway either. He saved us. He saved the entire Yangcheng city. Lin Hao. Not only Master Zhao was stunned. All the influential figures present turned their attention. Zicheng, tell us about how this expedition went. Zhao Kaijun asked. Chapter 72. If you want to move against him, first ask if our military agrees. Okay. Chen Ziqing began to recount the events after entering the desolate land. The power of the demons made everyone frown. The demoness' astonishing regenerative abilities left everyone incredulous. Finally, the terror of the demoness saint and the vampire demon shocked everyone. Especially the vampire demoness' deadly poison, which could almost instantly kill a level 30 class holder. This success was sheer luck. I never imagined the enemies inside would be so powerful, said an elder from an influential family, sighing with emotion. What luck! Lin Hao risked his life to fight for this. Chen Ziqing retorted. Ha, Lin Hao, you truly didn't disappoint me, Zhao Kaijun said, extremely pleased. City Lord Chu Yuan smiled. Lin Hao, you have made a great contribution this time. On behalf of the millions of citizens of Yangqing City, I thank you. We will definitely give you the highest share of the subsequent dungeon development profits. You are too kind, City Lord. Lin Hao replied. That sounds nice, but for a level 19 class holder to be described so miraculously, only fools would believe it, right? Suddenly, an elder from an influential family said coldly. You few are all military representatives, you must be praising each other. This family was a subordinate of the Strongman Guild and had a prior feud with Lin Hao. Now, hearing Chen Ziqing constantly emphasizing Lin Hao's contributions and attributing most of the credit to him. With the decline of their influence, the family would receive fewer benefits in the future. There's no praising. We are all witnesses to Brother Hao's sacrifices, Lin Shi quickly interjected. Ning, Yu, and the others also chimed in their agreement. Saying you killed so many demons, but who knows what really happened? It's all just talk. Anyone can say anything, the elder from the influential family insisted stubbornly. Just as the argument was heating up, Master Zhao suddenly exclaimed, Huh? Lin Hao, you've advanced to level 21? When Chen Ziqing spoke of Lin Hao's mass slaughter of demons, he had been somewhat skeptical. He had always believed that Lin Hao's advancement to level 19 over the past 10 days was due to principal MOS resources and intensive guidance. A favored individual had suddenly transformed into a formidable warrior. He truly couldn't process it immediately. Hearing Master Zhao's exclamation, everyone else also looked over. It's true. I remember he was indeed level 19 when he first went in. Back then, I wondered what use such a low-level person would be inside. Advancing to level 21 in just a few hours, leveling up twice than how many demons did he kill? Back in the day, it took me half a month of battling monsters, killing tens of thousands, to go from level 19 to 20. And he has even leveled up twice now? My heavens! How many demons did this Lin Hao kill in there? Probably tens of thousands. The elder from the influential family who had been calling Lin Hao a fraud dared not speak another word. Actually, it wasn't tens of thousands, just a little over 1,000. The demons inside offered much more EXP compared to the scolding outside. Suddenly, an angry voice rang out. Lin Hao, where's Long Zetian? Did you kill him? The speaker was Long Wu from the Mighty Guild. As soon as his voice was heard, the surroundings fell silent. After all, the Mighty Guild was a force comparable to the local military, and this involved murder, with the deceased being the guild's young master. Long Wu, what nonsense are you spouting? Chen Ziqing was the first to step forward for Lin Hao. She had shared hardships with Lin Hao and had personally witnessed how he protected everyone and battled the demons. How could such a savior and hero be slandered? Although Long Zetian wasn't high level, he had many experts around him. I don't believe he was killed by monsters in there. Long Wu saw the survivors emerging, and Long Zetian was not among them. His heart was filled with complex emotions. The Mighty Guild had sent over a dozen people in this time, and all of them had perished inside. Even Long Zetian, the most crucial member, was dead. He had quietly asked others and learned that Long Zetian's team was alive near the end and had a verbal altercation with Lin Hao. Then, they had disappeared. He knew even better that Long Zetian had spent a hefty sum to hire 2 assassin experts for this expedition, intending to kill Lin Hao inside. Lin Hao was alive, Long Zhetian was dead. Although there was no direct evidence, everyone likely knew that Lin Hao had killed Long Zhetian in self-defense. Long Wu, people respectfully call you Master Wu, but how can you speak as if you're spewing nonsense? What do you mean he shouldn't have been killed by monsters? Chen Ziqing retorted without any hesitation, unfazed by the mighty guild's immense power. If it weren't for Lin Hao, let alone someone like Long Zhetian, even I would have died. The mighty guild is powerful, but can it contend with 50 military experts? So, according to you, everyone who died at the hands of the demons inside should be blamed on Lin Hao? Don't you find that absurd? Why do you speak like a child? Even Long Wu, who had weathered many storms, was speechless at this moment. After all, he had no proof. He couldn't say that Long Zhetian coveted Lin Hao's Night Star heart, leading to a conflict, and that one of their objectives inside was to kill Lin Hao. All he could do was glare fiercely at Lin Hao. Enough! The city lord, Xu Yuan, intervened at this point. Long Wu, stop with your speculations. Lin Hao is now a hero who has saved millions in Yangcheng City. He is not a civilian class user for your mighty guild to bully at will. City Lord Chu, that's not what I meant. After all, everyone knew that Long Zhetian and Lin Hao had significant animosity before entering the Darkland, Long Wu quickly explained, not daring to slight Xu Yuan. Conflict? Long Wu, how dare you say that? Wasn't it your strongman guild that tried to snatch other people's things? Xu Yuan's expression gradually turned cold. Long Wu, you can relay my words to Long Tun. Lin Hao is one of ours from the military. If you want to move against him, you'd better ask if our military agrees first, and ask if the other guilds Lin Hao saved agree first. I don't agree either. A plump man with a thick gold chain around his neck stepped forward. Lin Hao is my son's deskmate. Anyone who moves against him is making an enemy of me. I don't agree either. Ning Mahua stood up. I don't agree either. The Lin family stood up. I don't agree either. The Mu family stood up. In an instant, 7 or 8 prominent families stood up. Long Wu was so angry that his facial muscles twitched. The military, and these prominent families, had actually united against the Strongman Guild because of Lin Hao. In this situation, even if guild leader Long Tun were here, he would have to compromise. It was certainly not something he could afford to provoke the Strongman Guild into. Fine, if I can find proof, then you'll have nothing to say, right? He forced himself to say. At this moment, Zhao Kaijun, who had been silent, said lightly. Enough, Long Wu. Let's talk when you have evidence. Your Strongman Guild should be grateful to Lin Hao. After all, if the demons had charged into Yangcheng City, it's debatable whether your Strongman Guild would still exist. Long Wu lowered his head. In the past, when the Strongman Guild made a statement, who wouldn't listen respectfully? But today, his words had incurred the wrath of everyone present. Fine, I admit defeat this time. Let's go. Long Wu led his subordinates and left. He felt too humiliated to stay any longer. Chapter 73, Instant Wealth, a fortune of 30 million. Lin Hao, thank you for saving Ning and countless people in Yangcheng City. How about this, give me your Heart of the Night Star, and my Ning family will help you gather the materials and craft the finished necklace as a token of our gratitude for your kindness to our family. Previously, Ning Mahua had intended to use the crafting list to gain leverage over Lin Hao. Now, it had turned into them offering to pay for the materials and craft the finished product for free. Old Ning, if you need more materials, feel free to take anything from my Lin family, the Lin family head said with a smile. Count me in too, the Mu family added. Several other prominent families also expressed their willingness to help. Then I'll thank President Ning and all the uncles first. Lin Hao was overjoyed. He certainly wouldn't let such a great opportunity pass him by. Equipment that grants +1 to all skills was priceless. Lin Hao, you are very powerful. Sanglong Academy welcomes you. Zhao Kaijun produced a letter of recommendation and handed it to Lin Hao. Thank you, Uncle Zhao, but the college entrance examination hasn't started yet. I'm not sure if I can get into Qingbei Martial Arts University. The letter of recommendation was indeed one of Lin Hao's primary goals for entering the Dark Zone this time. He hadn't expected Zhao Kaijun to have it prepared so readily. It also indirectly proved that Zhao Kaijun had immense confidence in Lin Hao. Ha ha! Lin Hao, with your strength, what's the college entrance exam starting the day after tomorrow? If you wish, City Lord Chu Yuan can directly recommend you for admission without an exam. That's right, Lin Hao. I have the authority to directly recommend you for admission without an exam, Chu Yuan added with a smile. As a high-ranking official in Great Xia, Chu Yuan, who governed a region, had the authority to recommend individuals for cultivation. Thank you for your kind offers, Uncle Zhao and City Lord Chu. However, I'll pass on the special admission. I'd like to take the exam and see how I measure up against other third-year students. Good. That's the spirit of a true man of Yangchang. Master Zhao, who had been mostly listening, gave Lin Hao a thumbs up. Zhao Kaijun continued, Lin Hao, I have more good news for you. In recognition of your significant contributions, City Lord Chu and I have decided to reward you with 100,000 merit points. Merit points? Zhao Kaijun had mentioned this when he invited Lin Hao into the Dark City earlier, but Lin Hao hadn't paid much attention at the time, as his focus was on the letter of recommendation. Lin Hao, don't underestimate these merit points. They are far more valuable than money, as you will come to realize later. These 100,000 merit points represent a significant expenditure even for our Yangcheng military. It's a sum we've accumulated over a long period. Thank you, Uncle Zhao and City Lord Chu. Another valuable item acquired. Alright, you can all go back and rest. We need to discuss subsequent matters and will inform you of your personal profit-sharing ratio once it's finalized. Okay. After the military leaders finished speaking, they walked away to convene their meeting. Once the dignitaries departed, Yu, Ning, and the others surrounded Lin Hao. While the leaders were speaking, the younger generation didn't dare to interject and simply listened quietly. Amazing, boss. Your leveling speed is incredible, you're already level 21. You approached Lin Hao and gave him a thumbs up. Yesterday, Ning and I collected 10 dungeon cooldown stones, but you won't be able to enter the Lost Mine anymore. If you could lead us through the Lost Dungeon 10 more times, boss, I might be able to reach level 20. Da Peng, what level are you now? Ning asked from the side. I was lucky enough to meet the boss when I entered the Darkland, and then I followed him for a while. I went from level 17 to my current level 18 with 70%. You're even higher level than me. Ning said with a hint of sadness. Yesterday, Lin Hao boosted Ning from level 12 to level 17. She couldn't kill any demons when she entered the Dark Land this time, so she didn't gain any EXP. You leveled up from level 10 to level 16 yesterday. Today, his trip to the Dark Land brought him another boost, reaching over level 18. If Brother Hao reaches level 21, he'll definitely have a better chance of getting into Qingbei Martial Arts University. Lin sure smiled. But then she gave a wry smile, but this is bad news for us. We can't level up anymore. If Brother Hao takes us through the Lost Mine another 10 times, we might even be able to get into Qingbei Martial Arts University. Lin Hao chuckled, you can find another dungeon, and I'll take you guys through it for a day. Or, after the big exam, we can team up again if there's a chance, and it won't be wasted. Forget it, Lin Hao. You've worked hard all day today and need to prepare for the big exam the day after tomorrow. Let us team up when we get to university. Ning said. Lin Hao nodded. Actually, with your current levels, all 4 of you have a high chance of getting into Qingbei Martial Arts University. Mu Shui said from the side. In previous years for Qingbei Martial Arts University, generally, level 15 and above had a chance, but 17 was safer. Da Peng is level 18 now, UNC is also level 17, and even Lin Shi is level 15. Unfortunately, I already went through Class Awakening last year and didn't go to university. It's a shame I wasn't as lucky last year and didn't meet Lin Hao. Back then, I took the big exam at only level 12 and ended up getting into a third-rate university, which I didn't attend anyway, Mu Shui sighed. I'm the lowest level. Lin sure felt like crying. I want to go to Qingbei Martial Arts University too, and then stay by Brother Hao's side. This man has once again created a miracle. Mu Shui looked deeply at Lin Hao, thinking to herself. He has the ability to completely change people's destinies. Under normal circumstances, Yu and Ning would probably only get into a decent school, but now, they both have a high chance of getting into the top-tier school, Qingbei Martial Arts University. Boss, after leaving the dungeon, I received news that all the 30-plus silver-grade equipment we found in the lost mine yesterday was sold for a total of 31 million. I'll transfer it to you shortly. Just as he was about to use money, it arrived. Lin Hao said softly, we 5 were in the dungeon together. Just transfer 60 million to me. No, Lin Hao. If we had agreed on an even split beforehand, you could take 60 million. But this time, you get 30 million, and we'll each take 1 million. Ning suddenly said, her expression firm. Yes, that is what we think too, Lin Shi and Mu Shui chimed in. If you consider us friends, please accept this proposal. Otherwise, you're looking down on us. Lin Hao looked at the 4 people in front of him, all with determined expressions. If he refused again, they might actually get angry. All right, Lin Hao said helplessly. He really needed a sum of money. Tomorrow, he not only had to buy a large quantity of recovery potions but also get a new set of equipment to prepare for entering the bug realm. Just half a month ago, he was a penniless nobody, struggling for 3 meals a day. But in just half a month, he, still a high school student, had amassed 30 million. This world truly is a world for class awakeners. Without class awakening, it's hard to even be considered human, Lin Hao mused. Chapter 74, The Perverted Magic Book, Key of Solomon. Da Peng, help me sell these equipment too. Last time, Lin Hao had estimated that the silver-grade equipment could be sold for around 25 million. He didn't expect you to sell it for over 30 million. This kid used to be a slacker, incapable of doing anything right, but he inherited his nouveau riche father's genes. He had a great talent for buying and selling. Besides, Lin Hao felt he didn't have that much time to deal with these trivial matters. Lin Hao emptied his backpack, scattering over 1,000 demon-grade equipment items on the spot. They formed a mountain, glittering gold. Holy crap! Yu, Ning, Lin Shi, and Mu Shui all swore in unison. Boss, you really are a freak! Yu exclaimed. I still have 400 or 500 demon-grade equipment pieces you gave me, not to mention countless cobalt ores, black lotuses, and so on. Lin Hao, Chen Ziqing just said that you turned the tide, and perhaps some people still have doubts. If those old guys were still around and saw this equipment, they'd probably be shocked speechless, Ning also sighed. Talking about turning the tide, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Brother Hao single-handedly cleared the entire dungeon corridor. That's terrifying, even the usually composed Mu Shui sighed. All right, boss, leave it to me. You slowly picked up the equipment from the ground. After parting ways with you and the others, Lin Hao returned home. Just then, Lin Hao received a message from Zhao Kaijun. It stated that after discussions among the high-level officials of Yangcheng, they decided to give Lin Hao 20% of the subsequent development profits. After estimation, it would be around 2 billion. However, this would only be received after development is completed, perhaps in half a year, perhaps in a year, but no longer than 2 years. They assured him to wait patiently. This was great news. The personal cap had risen from the stipulated 5% to 20%. This must be a special arrangement. Although this money wouldn't be immediately available, it wouldn't take too long, and Lin Hao wasn't in a hurry. At this moment, he received the payment for some equipment that he and Zhao Shaoling had previously sold. The total profit from various materials and equipment amounted to 7 million. His net worth was now 37 million, enough to do many things. Moreover, he still had several pieces of super-grade equipment on him. One was the 3 gold-tier equipment obtained from defeating the wild boss gnome Goblin King Celsus with Zhao Shaoling. Since they required level 20 to use, he had kept them in his backpack without dealing with them yet. There were 4 top-tier items among them. Lin Hao took them out and examined them. Celsus Staff, Gold Tier, Spirit plus 100, Constitution plus 100, increases power of spirit-based skills by 15%, usable after level 20. Celsus Dagger, Gold Tier, Agility plus 100, Constitution plus 100, increases power of agility-based skills by 15%, usable after level 20. Celsus One-Handed Sword, Gold Tier, Strength plus 100, Constitution plus 100, increases power of strength-based skills by 15%, usable after level 20. Magic Scroll Death Sun, usable by Spirit-based class. Upon use, you will acquire the Fire Magic skill Death Sunday, usable after level 20. Evidently, Lin Hao could use the staff and the Magic Scroll. Especially the Magic Scroll. Death Sun was a forbidden spell that had nearly killed Lin Hao and Jia Shaoling when Celsus suddenly cast it. Lin Hao took out the Death Sun scroll. Learn, he willed. A golden light flashed, the magic scroll disappeared, and simultaneously, a new entry appeared in his skill list. Learn skill, Death Sun. As a spirit-type class user, Lin Hao could learn all sorts of spells, including Ning's lightning spells. Of course, summoning spells were the most natural fit for him. But hey, having more skills never hurt. Lin Hao checked the spell requirement for Death Sun, which was 900 points. This meant that with his current spiritual power, he couldn't even cast Death Sun once. Damn, this is so rigged. As expected, forbidden spells aren't that easy to use. He recalled that Celsus had been nearly incapacitated after casting this spell once. As for the staff, its core attribute was increases spell power of spirit-type skills by 15%, a stat that many would fight tooth and nail for. However, the Spirit plus 100 stat wasn't very satisfying for Lin Hao. As a summoner, his spiritual power wasn't particularly strong. Generally, summoners didn't need a lot of spiritual power to summon. Only a freak like Lin Hao, who currently needed to summon hundreds of pet bugs and countless more in the future, would find this an issue. Therefore, what was originally an ample spiritual reserve had become an unbearable weakness for Lin Hao. From the Dark Land, after defeating the Demoness Saint and the Vampire Demon, he had obtained 2 more top-tier items. He hadn't had time to thoroughly examine them yet. Lin Hao took out the grimoire, Key of Solomon, and began to examine it. Key of Solomon, unique. A grimoire once used by the young Abyss King Nicholas, it records 100 spells. The holder can directly cast spells from it. However, these spells are currently sealed, and each seed of magic can unlock 1 spell. Equipped, Spirit plus 50%. Currently unlocked spells, Tornado, Wind Burst. Holy crap, I've struck gold. Lin Hao was completely stunned. Even with his usual calm demeanor, he was astonished at this moment. If the Demoness Saint were here, he'd really want to kiss her. She was just too amazing. This grimoire, the Key of Solomon, was simply incredible. A unique item. This item had no level restrictions, and equipping it granted a 50% increase in spirit. This was a percentage-based stat increase. This meant it wouldn't become obsolete even when he reached level 100. Without a second thought, Lin Hao equipped it immediately and instantly felt his spiritual power become incredibly abundant. Lin Hao's original spiritual power was 650 points, and now it had jumped to 975 points. With this, he could now cast Death Sun once, which he had just learned. However, to be honest, Lin Hao's spiritual power was almost never at full capacity, as he was constantly summoning pet bugs. It was simply not enough. This Key of Solomon grimoire was likely a divine tier item. He never expected that after defeating the Demoness Saint, such an item would drop. Lin Hao opened the Key of Solomon. Each page recorded 5 spells, with 20 pages in total, making it 100 spells. There were spells of fire, earth, wind, water, lightning, dark, elemental, spirit, and support healing, a wide variety, but dark elemental spells were the most numerous. Fireball, Stonefall, Wind Shear. Of the 10 magic skills in the last 2 pages, all of them were actually forbidden curses. Chapter 75, Endless Poison and Frenzied Summoning. However, almost all the magic names were dark-colored. Currently, they are all sealed and cannot be used. Only the 2 simple spells, Tornado and Wind Gust, were bright-colored. This means, out of the 100 magic spells, only these 2 can be used. What a shame, it's like having a treasure mountain but being unable to use it. Lin Hao sighed. As for the spirit seeds needed to unseal them, he had never heard of them before. However, he believed that since they had a name, they could probably be found on the trading center later. Lin Hao took out another acquisition. Magic Scroll, Endless Poison. Endless Poison. After casting this skill, the poisoned person's blood provides nutrients, slowing the decay of the poison. It decays by 1% per minute. Level 25 required to learn. Truly overpowered. Back then, Lin Hao was poisoned by this skill and lost about 12,000 HP per minute. It decays by 1% per minute. It's almost as if the poison remains at full strength, only slightly diminishing. If we have to calculate the maximum duration, this skill can poison someone for an hour. An hour is 60 minutes. If it drains over 10,000 HP per minute, then a single poisoning could potentially deplete 300,000 to 400,000 HP. Lin Hao had 50 sprite butterflies, each providing over 10,000 HP to Lin Hao. Lin Liang almost died too. In this world, how many people have hundreds of thousands of HP? Even tens of thousands is probably rare. Therefore, this skill is almost a guaranteed kill for anyone hit by it. And it's an area of effect skill. Facing an enemy of millions, casting this skill would spell doom for every single one of them. It would be incredibly powerful to learn this skill. Unfortunately, you need to be level 25 to learn it. Lin Hao is currently level 21. He needs to level up 4 more times. Lin Hao regretfully placed it into his backpack space. With this slight improvement, Lin Hao's strength increased significantly. First, learned the Death Sun spell. Second, equipped Solomon's Key Grimoire, greatly boosting his mental power, almost doubling it. Third, through the grimoire, mastered 2 spell skills, Tornado and Wind Burst. He now has over 30 million, so it's time to enter the trading center to buy some recovery potions and equipment. Lin Hao entered the trading center. He first searched for recovery potions, specifically focusing on items that restore mana, meaning mental energy. He didn't realize until he looked, but there were dozens, even hundreds, of different types of recovery potions, a vast array of options. However, potions for restoring mental energy primarily fall into 2 categories. One type instantly restores full mental energy upon use, with the effect immediately depleted. These are mainly for combat but cannot be used indefinitely due to body cooldowns. These are extremely expensive. The other type slowly restores mental energy, for example, recovering 10% per minute, with the effect fully consumed after 10 minutes. These are slightly cheaper. But even these are still prohibitively expensive. Lin Hao quickly identified a potion called Intermediate Blue Spring. It restores 100 points of mental energy at a rate of 10% per minute, lasting for 10 minutes. In other words, 1 bottle of Intermediate Blue Spring can restore 1,000 points of mental energy. The cooldown period is half an hour. That's not too long. Instant use potions typically have cooldowns of 1 to 2 hours before another can be consumed. Lin Hao did some calculations. Currently, summoning a level 21 Gold-Eater Beetle requires about 100 mental energy. At Lin Hao's current mental capacity, he can summon approximately 10 Gold-Eater Beetles at full strength. He needs to summon 210 Gold-Eater Beetles and 210 Sprite Butterflies, which requires a certain amount of mental energy. That means he would need to drink 42 bottles of Intermediate Blue Spring. Drinking the potions would take 420 minutes, and the cooldown time would be 1,260 minutes, totaling 28 hours. So, even if I chug potions non-stop, it'll take 28 hours. That's more than a day and a night. Lin Hao gave a wry smile. 1 bottle of Intermediate Blue Spring costs 100,000. To restore his full strength before the major exam will cost him 4.2 million. This money is just flying away. Different people have different perspectives on money. In Lin Hao's view, in this world, money exists to serve strength. The stronger you are, the faster you earn money. Lin Hao didn't hesitate and ordered 10 bottles. He paid 1 million directly at the trading center. Soon, the merchant sent a message, asking Lin how to open a teleportation channel. A flash of white light, and 10 bottles of potions appeared before Lin Hao. This was a channel constructed using a small item teleportation array. Come out. Lin Hao still had half of his original mental energy remaining. 5 level 21 Gold-Eater Beetles materialized around Lin Hao. Then, he stored these 5 Gold-Eater Beetles into his pet space. After summoning the 5 Gold-Eater Beetles, Lin Hao felt a wave of dizziness as his mental energy was depleted. He picked up a bottle of intermediate blue spring and chugged it down. Then, his mental energy began to recover rapidly. As the 10 minutes neared completion, his mental energy recovered to 975 points. Lin Hao then summoned 10 more Gold-Eater Beetles. After the half-hour cooldown period ended, Lin Hao drank his second bottle of potion. Honestly, very few players like Lin Hao would play this way. Firstly, no one suddenly needs tens of thousands of mental energy to use. Secondly, this is a crazy way to burn money. Most people would meditate to slowly recover their mental energy and then use it gradually. But Lin Hao didn't have that much time to wait. The effect is quite good. Lin Hao was quite satisfied. He then placed an order for another 20 bottles of intermediate blue spring. That's another 2 million. Even the merchant owner was astonished. Although potions are a hard currency and many classes need them, in his small shop, each order was usually only for 3 to 5 bottles at most. Someone like Lin Hao, who first ordered 10 bottles and then, shortly after, ordered another 20, was unprecedented. In the years he has been running the shop, this is the first time he has seen this. I'm going to strike it rich today. The boss was overjoyed. Then, his service attitude was superb, and he even gave us 5 bottles of little blue spring. Each bottle only restores 100 points, so 5 bottles are 500 points with a 10-minute cooldown. It's better than nothing. Lin Hao accepted them as well. Thus, Lin Hao began to drink potions, summon, drink more potions, summon again. He entered a mode of frantically burning money. While waiting for the cooldown, he continued to browse the trading center. This piece of equipment is quite interesting. A piece of equipment caught Lin Hao's eye. Mage Robe of Spirit, Gold Grade, Spirit plus 500, usable at level 20. Crafted by Luo Shuiao. Description: one of the 3 pieces of Spirit set. Equipping all 3 increases Spirit by 1000. Equipment specializing in increasing Spirit was exactly what Lin Hao was looking for. Looking at the price, 9 million. Unexpectedly, this piece of equipment wasn't dropped by monsters but crafted by a maker. And it seemed to be made by a girl. Ever since awakening his Insectomancer class and leveling up rapidly, Lin Hao had rarely paid attention to other utility classes. It seemed he had underestimated these class players. He had worked his fingers to the bone and only earned around 30 million. And she sold a single piece of equipment for 9 million. Chapter 76, The Spirit Set, Luo Shuiao. Below the item were many comments. Selling this junk for 9 million, is this Luo Shuiao desperate for money? What's the use of so much spirit? For this price, you could buy equipment that enhances skill effects. Just passing by, lol. This item has been listed for over a year, right? Still here? Ha. This equipment is worth 7 million at most. It seemed this piece of equipment was quite controversial. It wasn't surprising, as most popular equipment focused on increasing attack power. However, Lin Hao was very interested in the 3 pieces of spirit set. The extreme increase in spirit perfectly suited his needs. But if it were just one piece of equipment, it wouldn't have sparked such strong interest in him. The description mentioned it was part of the 3 pieces of spirit set. He wondered if the other 2 pieces were still available? Lin Hao typed Luo Shuiao into the trading center search bar. Then, all the items listed by her appeared. Luo Shuiao wasn't a particularly prolific crafter. However, she had 20 to 30 pieces of equipment for sale. Yet, the items had been listed for a long time, and her sales rate wasn't very high. Lin Hao briefly browsed through them and found that almost all of Luo Shuiyao's equipment for sale followed an extreme build philosophy. Just like this spirit set, it completely focused on increasing spirit, disregarding other bonuses. It was evident that she was a crafter with a very distinct personality. The other two spirit items were still there. Both had been listed for over a year without selling, but their owner, Luo Shuiyao, had kept the prices unchanged. Generally, sellers would lower prices if items remained unsold for a period. Sometimes they'd even sell at a loss to free up capital for turnover. But Luo Shuiyao showed no intention of doing so. Perhaps she wasn't short on money at all? Otherwise, listing dozens of items for sale would tie up hundreds of millions in capital. However, Lin Hao wasn't particularly interested in learning more about the crafter, Luo Shuiyao. The second item was a ring. Ring of Spirit, Gold Grade, Spirit plus 500, usable at level 20. Crafted by Luo Shuiyao. Description: one of the 3 pieces of Spirit set. Equipping all 3 increases Spirit by 1000. Price: 9 million. The third item was a pair of shoes. Spirit Boots, Silver Grade, Spirit plus 500, usable at level 20. Crafted by Luo Shuiyao. Description: one of the 3 pieces of Spirit set. Equipping all 3 increases Spirit by 1000. Price: 9 million. The Spirit set. Robe, ring, and boots. Each item grants plus 500 Spirit, totaling 1500 points for the 3. Combined with the set bonus of 1000 Spirit, that's a total of 2500 points. Lin Hao's base Spirit at level 21 was 650 points. With the 50% bonus from Solomon's Key, it reached 975 points. If Lin Hao equipped these 3 items, his base Spirit would become 650 plus 2500 is equal to 3150. With the 50% bonus, it would reach a terrifying 4725 points. This was on a completely different level compared to his original base stats. The set bonus of an extreme 2500 points was already incredible. Coincidentally, Lin Hao obtained Solomon's Key, a divine item that amplified this extreme bonus to an unbelievable degree. In Lin Hao's opinion, 9 million for each of these 3 items was not expensive at all. Even a value of over 10 million wouldn't be excessive. Especially since he already had Solomon's Key, Lin Hao wouldn't hesitate even if the price was 15 million, let alone 9 million. He calculated his net worth. Taking all 3 items would cost 27 million. Lin Hao's previous net worth was 37 million, and he had estimated spending 4.2 million on potions. If he bought these 3 pieces of equipment, that would be another 27 million. That would bring the total to 31.2 million. After all the additions and subtractions, only 5.8 million remained. After finishing his calculations, Lin Hao gave a wry smile. Damn it, this money barely got into my hands a few hours ago, and it's already gone. However, once you dealt with the over 1,500 pieces of demon equipment and a series of items, and after he himself disposed of the 3 pieces of golden equipment that were useless to him, it was estimated that another terrifying sum of income would come in. The largest sum of money was the dividend from the development of the Dark Land Dungeon. Zhao Kaijun mentioned that it was expected to be hundreds of millions, but it would take too long. He couldn't wait now. Lin Hao quickly made a decision. He clicked place order on the mental power robe and paid 9 million. Jing Cheng. The 3 top aristocratic families in the Great Xia dynasty today are the Luo family, the Chun family, and the Yin family. At this moment, in a workshop within the Luo family's compound, a woman in her early 20s, exceptionally beautiful, sat in a recliner. She leaned back, slouching lazily at a 45-degree angle, with her legs crossed and resting on the table in front of her. Her posture was far from graceful. In her left hand, she held a book titled An Exposition on Demonic Forging, engrossed in reading, while her right hand continuously reached for the table, picking up potato chips and popping them into her mouth. Crunch! A young maidservant pushed the door open and shouted excitedly. Miss, the mental power robe you listed for a year finally had an order placed and paid for just now. Upon hearing this, the woman turned her head, closed the book, and her beautiful, large eyes sparkled with brilliance. Heh, finally, someone with taste. Ha, after a year of being broke, my happy hour is finally here. Xiao Lu, call my girlfriends immediately and tell them to meet me at heaven on earth tonight. Food, drinks, entertainment, and male escorts, it's all on me. I knew you'd say that. Hurry up and tell them, whoever doesn't show up has to treat next time. This woman was none other than Luo Shuiyao, the creator of the mental robe that Lin Hao had ordered. Okay. By the way, the person who bought the items didn't contact you to negotiate the price? No, miss. It's strange, isn't it? Usually, people who buy your creations haggle endlessly. This person just placed the order directly without any negotiation. It seems like a big shot. Luo Shuiyao's eyes twinkled as she chuckled. Xiao Lu pushed the door open and went to arrange the rendezvous with Luo Shuiyao's friends. Luo Shuiyao stood up and stretched languidly. Her S-shaped curves were incredibly alluring. All right. My funds have been tied up, and I've been living frugally for a year. Tonight, I'm definitely ordering 10 male escorts to announce my grand return to the scene. Clang! The door was pushed open again. Xiao Lu walked back in, her face beaming with excitement. She waved her hands and shouted. Miss, that person just placed 2 more orders and bought your ring and shoes. And still no haggling, just placed the order and paid? This time, even Luo Shuiyao was intrigued. Yes, miss. It's so strange. Nearly 30 million, and they didn't even bat an eye. Chapter 77, Re-entering the Bug Realm, Island in the Sea. Little did Lin Hao know that his purchase of equipment would cause a small stir among the sellers thousands of miles away. He was currently admiring the 3 pieces of mental equipment he had acquired. After spending over 20 million, his spiritual power had surged from 975 to 4,725. This represented several qualitative leaps. With this amount of spiritual power, he could cast the Death's Blazing Sun ultimate spell, a near impossible feat, 5 times. What a steal! Lin Hao was not unaware of the practice of contacting sellers to negotiate prices. It was just that, firstly, he felt these 3 pieces of equipment were not expensive at all. On the contrary, they were a bargain. What others disdained, he considered a lucky find. His powerful spiritual energy was precisely what suited him best. Secondly, he was too lazy to haggle with the seller. In his opinion, it was a complete waste of time. Upon equipping the 3 items, Lin Hao's spiritual power instantly jumped to 4725. Announcing this would likely shock many to their deaths. Checking the time, it was already past 8 in the evening. He had been frantically consuming potions and summoning pet bugs for 4 hours already. So far, he had only consumed 6 magic potions and summoned 60 pet bugs. Among them were 50 gold-eater beetles and 10 sprite butterflies. He was still a long way from the full complement of 420. Lin Hao gave a wry smile. However, despite the wry smile, his actions were swift. He downed another magic potion as if they were free. Time ticked by. Before he knew it, it was midnight. By then, he had summoned a total of 120 pet bugs. He only had 1 day left before the national examination. Before the exam, he still wanted to enter the bug realm one more time. Therefore, he needed to be fully prepared. Lin Hao had no choice but to summon while resting with his eyes closed. By noon the next day, he had summoned another 180 pet bugs. Now, including the stragglers from before, he had a total of 350 pet bugs. Among them, 300 were gold-eater beetles, and 20 of those were elite grade. Their stats were double that of the regular gold-eater beetles. Besides their superior stats, when Lin Hao deployed the gold-eater beetles and divided them into squads, the regular ones seemed to follow the elite ones as leaders. This subtly formed a formation of elites leading the masses. The combat effectiveness of these squads seemed more intelligent and superior to the previous disorganized mob. This greatly surprised Lin Hao. Could his insect army continue to evolve and optimize? He suddenly felt that if this trend continued, There might be some great surprises in the future. In addition to the 300 gold-eater beetles, he had also summoned 50 sprite butterflies. His strength far surpassed what it was when he first entered the Dark Land. It's about time to enter the bug realm. Reflecting on his previous excursions into the bug realm, he had made 6 attempts, with 4 ending in failure. The other 2 attempts had yielded results. One earned him the Gold-Eater Beetle, which propelled his rise and remained his primary fighting force to this day. The other time, he obtained the Sprite Butterfly. This granted him near invincibility, making him a living tank. The last time, he had learned his lesson and cleverly placed a Gold-Eater Beetle in the grasslands as bait. Afterward, he realized that his Gold-Eater Beetle had stayed in that spot. This meant that when he entered the bug realm again, he could reach that grassland by swapping positions. Besides fairy butterflies, he found many other good insects there. If everything went smoothly, after traversing the bug realm again, he could use that location as an anchor point. He wouldn't be teleporting around aimlessly. The success rate would definitely increase significantly. When he drank the potion again, Lin Hao didn't summon his pet bug. 2.5 hours later, his mental power recovered by 400 points. That's about it. This time, the traversal used 10 times the mental power of the last time, so I'm not as passive. After he adjusted his breathing for a minute. Bug realm traverse. A flash of white light, and he disappeared from the house. Soon, he reappeared on the beach of a small island in the bug realm. The humid sea breeze ruffled Lin Hao's hair, and the air was filled with a salty scent. He immediately felt the flow of mental power from his body. However, compared to the visible dissipation of mental power before, it was now almost imperceptible. Come out! 100 Gold-Eater Beetles materialized around Lin Hao. He wasn't sure if this place was dangerous. He decided to release some pet bugs first to protect himself. With the Gold-Eater Beetles around him, Lin Hao felt much more at ease. A gentle breeze swept by, accompanied by the sound of waves. Lin Hao suddenly changed his plan. He had originally intended to use the position swap ability immediately upon arriving in the bug realm to go to the place where he summoned the spirit butterfly last time. But now, he decided to explore this area first. He would teleport there later. He definitely had to go there. He couldn't forget a certain type of extremely fast bee-like insect from that place. Without a doubt, it was an insect similar to an assassin. It was a shame that his last chance then was used to contract the spirit butterfly. However, he was very satisfied with obtaining the spirit butterfly. In the battle in the Land of Shadows, without the spirit butterfly's life-sharing skill, he would have died many times. The insects in the bug realm were somewhat similar to classes in the human world. If the Gold-Eater Beetles were a combat class, then the spirit butterfly was similar to a support class. Because his mental power was now abundant, unlike before when he only had a few minutes or half an hour, he felt rushed. Therefore, Lin Hao was not in a hurry this time. I wonder what kind of pet bugs I can get this time, I'm so excited. Lin Hao looked around. Although he was just standing on the beach, he couldn't fully survey the entire island. But Lin Hao could basically tell that this was a small island in the middle of the ocean, and it wasn't large. The mountain was mostly rocks, with only a few sparse coconut trees. The sea breeze blew, and the coconut trees swayed gently. This did not seem like a dangerous place. Lin Hao took a step, his feet sinking into the sand, and began to walk around the island. In the shallow waters, many flying creatures, resembling seabirds, soared in the sky above the ocean. They were very fast and kept their distance from Lin Hao, so he couldn't get a clear look. Sometimes, they would dive down, plunge into the sea, and snatch fish from the water. However, after watching for a while, Lin Hao realized that those were not fish at all, but insects that looked like fish. Lin Hao was an insectomancer, highly sensitive to insects. This bug realm is so strange, it seems to only have insects. In an hour, Lin Hao walked the entire beach of the small island and returned to his starting point. During this time, he had only seen flying insects in the sky. Of course, there were also many swimming insects in the water. The species here were relatively scarce. However, it wasn't surprising. Surrounded by the vast ocean, thousands of miles from land, it was already good to have any life forms at all. Just as Lin Hao was about to leave, a flock of hundreds of bird-like insects landed in the forest at the island's summit. Let's get a closer look at these bird insects. Lin Hao started climbing the island. The island wasn't very high, at most about 20 meters above sea level. Seeing Lin Hao and his gold-eater beetles approaching, the bird insects were startled and flew away in a flurry of wings, scattering in all directions. Then, they began to circle around the shallow waters. Lin Hao couldn't help but smile wryly. Chapter 78, Contract, Confronting. Let's go, there's no point in lingering here. Just as Lin Hao was preparing to use position swap to leave, suddenly, something unexpected happened. Splash! The seawater suddenly parted. A colossal creature leaped out of the water. Its size was larger than 3 football fields. The immense form cast a shadow over Lin Hao. The fish-like creature opened its massive maw and, in a single gulp, swallowed hundreds of bird insects. Holy crap! Lin Hao was startled. What the heck is that? It's terrifying. He hadn't noticed this creature in the sea before. If it had suddenly attacked him, he would have been annihilated without a trace. Lin Hao shivered and immediately ducked down, hiding among the few trees on the mountaintop. He had been wandering around for about an hour without sensing any danger, and he never expected such a colossal creature to be here. Lin Hao broke out in a cold sweat, terrified. He had been walking right by its mouth. After devouring the bird insects, the giant creature didn't return to the water. Instead, it unfurled its fins and soared into the sky. Holy crap, a giant, flying fish? It looks a bit like the Confronting described in ancient legends. Lin Hao remained hidden, glancing at the creature out of the corner of his eye. In the northern darkness there is a fish, its name is Confronting. The Confronting is so big, I don't know how many thousands of miles it is. It transforms into a bird, its name is Peng. He recalled the legends of the Confronting. No, that's not right. The Confronting was said to be thousands of miles long. This creature was far from it. That creature, circling above the island. It clearly saw Lin Hao as well. But for some reason, it didn't seem to have any hostility towards Lin Hao. As an insectomancer, Lin Hao was extremely sensitive to the emotions of insectoid creatures. Since there was no hostility, he no longer stayed crouched on the ground but stood up. He even cast a detection spell on it. As expected, he still couldn't see its status. If I could contract this guy, that would be incredible. And totally awesome. Lin Hao exclaimed. However, that was impossible. After several trips to the bug realm, Lin Hao knew that he couldn't contract high-level creatures at this point. This bug realm is truly magical, even having creatures similar to the ancient mythical Confronting. I really want to grow stronger quickly, become powerful enough, and then explore this world. Lin Hao had already decided to leave this place and head to the grasslands. At this moment, the creature seemed to have become interested in Lin Hao. It floated in the air, its massive eyes fixed on Lin Hao. Just as Lin Hao was preparing to use his position swap skill, suddenly, a voice seemed to ring out. Why not try contracting it? If the contract fails, you can still teleport away. It's not like you'll lose anything, at most some mental energy. With this thought, Lin Hao's heart began to pound violently. Should I give it a try? Lin Hao gritted his teeth. Insect contract. He activated his class skill, linking his mental energy to the colossal being soaring in the sky. The other party didn't seem to resist. Whoa! It's actually a larva. Lin Hao felt its consciousness. It's quite similar to a human infant. Instantly, Lin Hao's heart pounded fiercely. There's a major crisis here. Crisis since there's a larva, it means there's a pair of adults nearby. The larva is already several football fields in size. How enormous would the adults be? Opportunity. It's not that he can't contract it, as he initially thought. Rather, there's a great chance. Lin Hao continuously influenced it, his mental energy rapidly depleting. Soon, 1,000 points of mental energy were gone. The creature still hadn't been contracted. But it wasn't resisting violently either. Another 1,000 points of mental energy vanished. The creature seemed to have assimilated much of Lin Hao's emotions. There was hope. However, its massive size meant its spiritual sea was also immense. Even as a larva, it exceeded Lin Hao's expectations. Before long, another 1,000 points of mental energy were consumed. In just this short while, 3,000 points of mental energy were gone. Lin Hao's remaining mental energy was dwindling. He couldn't hold on for much longer. However, at this moment, the creature's consciousness was filled with goodwill towards Lin Hao, largely assimilated. Lin Hao's eyes turned red. A larva. This was an unparalleled opportunity. If he missed this, who knows how long it would be until another chance. Perhaps, there would never be another chance. But the mental energy consumed far exceeded Lin Hao's imagination. Even for a larva. Assimilating over 3,000 points of mental energy still wasn't enough to subdue it. If it were his own pitiful spiritual power from before, this would have been impossible. However, now, it seemed there was a possibility of success. But his spiritual power was almost depleted. This familiar, helpless situation again. Lin Hao gave a wry smile. Contract with me, damn it. At the last moment, as Lin Hao's spiritual power was completely exhausted, he roared. You have successfully contracted with the Kuanpeng. It worked. Damn it, that was exhausting and dangerous. At this moment, Lin Hao's body turned into a white light. In the last second, Lin Hao suddenly saw the sky darken. A fish head, of immeasurable size, appeared. With a long cry of woo. The sound was filled with anger. But Lin Hao had already vanished. He returned home. Lin Hao's eyes snapped open. I succeeded, ha ha ha. That was close. If it were any later, the contract wouldn't have been made. Or, if it were any later, and its parents returned, I might have died. Let's see what it is first. Lin Hao walked out of the house. Floating in the sky outside, there was a large fish, over 20 meters long and 7 to 8 meters wide, gently flapping its fins, looking at Lin Hao with a bewildered expression. This was a bit different from its appearance in the bug realm. The current large fish seemed to be a phantom. Unlike in the bug realm, where it was completely corporeal. As he was thinking, the flying big fish suddenly shot into Lin Hao's body. Lin Hao immediately felt completely different. Kuanpeng, one of the ancient divine insects, it's a great fish and a great bird with stats, symbolizing power. The Kuanpeng has 6 stages of growth. Its ultimate form is 100,000 li long, capable of soaring to the heavens to embrace the moon or descending into the deepest underworld. The current stage is the first stage of its juvenile form. First stage juvenile? He checked the pet bug Kuanpeng's panel. Level 21 Kuanpeng first stage. Strength. Agility. Spirit. Stamina. Skills, flight, buff. Flight. When the Kuanpeng merges with the Insectomancer, it can grant the Insectomancer the ability to fly. Buff. The Kuanpeng can grant a 10% stats increase to the Insectomancer. Ha. Ah. It's a support-type pet bug. Lin Hao was slightly disappointed. But he quickly became overjoyed. These 2 skills. They are incredible. Lin Hao quickly opened his own status panel. Name, Lin Hao. Class Insectomancer. Level 21. Strength, 3,320. Agility, 1,320. Spirit, 6,225. Stamina, 2,320. Class skills, Insect Contract, Pet Bug Summon level 21. Talent skills, Skill Enhancement level 3, Location Swap, Bug Realm Traverse 2 times. Summon level 21 Gold-Eating Beetle, current count 31,210. Summon level 21 Sprite Butterfly, current count 11,210. Summon level 21 Kuanpeng first stage, current count 11. Have I become this monstrous? Lin Hao murmured. Am I still a level 21, spirit-type insectomancer? Chapter 79, Traversing the Bug Realm, Encountering Another Battlefield. Such powerful stats. This support-type Kuanping provided him with a tenfold increase in stats. Before, Lin Hao always felt ashamed that his pet bugs were so powerful, but he himself was like a waste. He had almost no combat power. Although the combat power of his pet bugs was also his combat power. He was still truly unhappy deep down. Now, it was good he himself was also starting to soar. With such powerful stats, he could do much more going forward. Lin Hao's current strength far surpassed his peers, making him almost a monstrous anomaly, but Lin Hao didn't feel invincible yet. His ultimate opponents, his ultimate enemies, were not his peers. His sister's strength was certainly not as great as his current self, but she was still strong. Yet, despite that, she was still trapped in hardship. Were her enemies those powerful guilds? Or the abyss? Lin Hao noticed a section in his status. Summon level 21 Kuanping first stage, current count 1-1. This meant that, unlike the Gold-Eater Beetle and the Sprite Butterfly, the Kuanping could not be summoned an infinite number of times. At least, for now, he could only summon one. Perhaps, divine beasts like the Kuanping were too heaven-defying to be easily replicated or fissioned. However, it was only the first stage. He didn't know what changes would occur as it evolved further. It might not always be a combat support. Checking the time, Lin Hao had only been in the bug realm for a little over 2 hours. He still had 2 more opportunities to traverse the bug realm. But his spiritual power was now depleted, and he needed to recover fully before entering again. It would take another 4 hours to fully recover. Lin Hao picked up a bottle of Zhanglan spring water and gulped it down. Plus 100. Plus 100. His mental power was rapidly recovering. Finally, as it neared 8 o'clock in the evening, his mental power was just 1,000 points short of being fully restored. Lin Hao downed another bottle of Zhanglan spring water. Lin Hao reappeared outside. There was still one skill he hadn't tried yet. Fly. He whispered softly. Instantly, a surge of power coursed through him, and his body slowly began to levitate. Whoosh! Lin Hao's body flickered, and he shot straight into the sky. Lin Hao stood high in the sky, overlooking the entire city of Yang. The lights were brilliant. Looking at it at night, this place was quite similar to Earth in his previous life. If it weren't for that high wall, and the countless monsters outside waiting to devour people, this world would seem to be still beautiful. Whoosh! The strong wind swept by, ruffling Lin Hao's hair and clothes. The speed reached 300 to 400 kilometers per hour. So fast. For more than 10 minutes, he circled in the sky. On the ground, he didn't notice at all. Awesome! It felt absolutely amazing. Some class users in the human world can also fly. But they are all high-level individuals. Lin Hao remembered that in the Dark Land, the vampire could fly because he had wings. The demon saintess can also fly because she possesses the magic of wind. Someone like Lin Hao, who is only level 21 and can fly, is probably one of a kind, right? With a whoosh, Lin Hao returned to the front of the house. Bug Realm Traverse. With a flash of white light, Lin Hao disappeared from his original spot. At the same time, he appeared in the bug realm. Ha! At this moment, Lin Hao felt the ground beneath him shaking continuously. Suddenly, his entire body, along with the ground, lifted into the air. Lin Hao was startled. He saw clearly. He was standing on the back of a colossal creature. This creature was so immense that its head was out of sight ahead, and its tail was out of sight behind. Judging by its physique, it looked somewhat like a dragon. This bug realm truly has everything. Lin Hao shook his head. Whoosh! He used the flying ability bestowed by the Kuanping to leave the back of this behemoth. It's huge, so huge, this thing. Suddenly, the body of this dragon-like monster curved slightly, and its head, seemingly miles away, turned to look at Lin Hao. Lin Hao instantly felt a terrifying pressure bearing down on him. His body stiffened, making it difficult to fly. What is this thing, so terrifying? Lin Hao plunged straight towards the ground. Am I going to die here? Position swap. Lin Hao was decisive. Realizing the situation was dire, whether falling to the ground or provoking the attack of that behemoth. It was a dead end, so he immediately used the location swap. Instantly, he appeared in another place. Here, the grass was lush and green, full of vitality. This was the place where he had come before and obtained the sprite butterfly. It actually worked. Lin Hao's heart rejoiced. At this moment, the Gold-Eater Beetle, which had swapped positions with him and appeared in his original location, suddenly lost contact. It's dead. Lin Hao's expression changed. So, if he had been a little slower just now, or hesitated for a moment, he might have been the one to die. I don't know if it was the giant creature just now or something else. I just thought my strength had skyrocketed and I was a bit awesome, but in reality, it's extremely difficult to survive here. My strength is still insufficient. I don't even know how many levels I need to reach, or how strong I need to be, to survive here with ease. Come out. Lin Hao whispered. About 100 Gold-Eater Beetles appeared around Lin Hao. With a thought, 4 or 5 Gold-Eater Beetles flew off in different directions. They landed stealthily in various spots on the ground. After finishing this, Lin Hao slowly lifted off the ground, maintaining a hovering state as he began to survey the surroundings. It seems a bit different from last time. Lin Hao walked and looked around. Last time I came, the grass was lush green, various flowers were in full bloom, and bees and butterflies were everywhere. But this time, the scenery is the same. However, the insects are gone. What happened? Or, is the timing off? Lin Hao found it very strange. After walking for a few hundred meters, he didn't see any insects. Did they all leave? In the far distance, colorful lights flickered. After a while, various sounds of bang 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 could be heard. Another battle? I remember the second or third time I teleported into this bug realm. I also encountered a major battle. At that time, it was a large-scale battle between giant insects. He hid in a mountain hollow, not daring to move, until his time was up and he was teleported back. And now? He gazed into the distance. He could only see various spell lights on the horizon, but no insects. Come out. Another 100 Gold-Eater Beetles appeared around him. These 200 Gold-Eater Beetles circled Lin Hao. Whoosh! Instantly, Lin Hao shot off like an arrow towards the battle location. His speed was extremely fast. But he still flew for almost an hour before approaching the edge. As expected, it's another insect war. This time, there were insects of various sizes participating. Generally, there were more smaller ones, at least not like the colossal dragon from before. However, the number. There are so many. Densely packed, filling the sky and the ground. Perhaps hundreds of thousands. Chapter 80, Joining the Battle, Casting the Death Sun Spell. This world seems to be the same as the current human world. Fighting and brawling are common occurrences. Lin Hao smiled helplessly. He stopped and didn't get any closer. He was already accustomed to being cautious in this bug realm. When he first entered at level 1, he almost got chopped by that mantis bug. Later, he encountered alligator bugs, centipede bugs, and just now, the dragon bug. Compared to them, their levels were higher than Lin Hao's, and the power gap was significant. But without realizing it, Lin Hao had also grown, his strength increasing dozens of times. He watched from afar for a while. He felt slightly relieved. This battle, from what he could see, didn't seem to involve the kind of world-ending destructive skills used by the giant insects before. The battle was between levels 10-50. This is more like it. If a world were full of top-tier beings, how could anyone survive? Lin Hao noticed that one of the factions engaged in the battle consisted of insects of the same species, appearing like locusts in dark brown and black. However, the locusts here were not like those in the human world, which are only about 2 fingers wide. These were as large as an adult human. At first glance, the sky was filled with locusts, ferocious and terrifying. These locusts fought fiercely. Some pounced directly onto their opponents, biting them. Others spat venom to kill their foes. The other side of the battle consisted of various types of insects, a motley crew. In fact, he even seemed to see the silhouettes of gold-eater beetles and spirit butterflies that he owned. Those locusts seemed to be the invaders. After watching for a while, Lin Hao retracted his wings and landed on the ground. He shook his head in frustration. There were no insects in the vicinity anymore. As for the distant battle, he had no intention of participating. There were too many of them, and it had nothing to do with him. It would be better to wait here and see if he could pick up any stragglers, perhaps contract a bug later. That would make the trip worthwhile, and he could add another pet bug to enhance his strength. Therefore, he lost interest in watching and simply lay down on the ground. A gentle breeze blew, the grass was lush, and it was quite comfortable. Last night was tough, taking medicine, summoning, resting, taking medicine, summoning, resting. It was quite an ordeal. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Hao suddenly frowned. He sensed it again. It wasn't his imagination. The gold-eater beetles and spirit butterflies around him were actually becoming restless. At first, he thought it was his imagination. But upon sensing it again, it was indeed true restless. What's going on? This had never happened before. What were they trying to convey? It seems like they're trying to send me a message? Lin Hao carefully felt the emotions transmitted by his pet bugs. What? They want to fight? Lin Hao was startled by this realization. He had always thought that the pet bugs he replicated and summoned were machine bugs with no emotions. They only obeyed his will and commands. But it seemed that wasn't entirely true. They did have emotions, albeit very faint. Especially the upgraded elite gold-eater beetles he had released. Their emotions were even stronger. The higher the level, the stronger the spirituality. Lin Hao even had an illusion, as if they wanted to say something to him, but the information transmitted was too weak and not easy to capture. It seems that he doesn't understand the class of insectomancer and the pet bug he summoned well enough. You want to go kill those locusts? Lin Hao sensed it repeatedly, confirming that they conveyed such intentions and thoughts. Lin Hao looked towards the battlefield again. More than half of the bugs fighting there had already been eliminated. There were only tens of thousands of bugs left. Countless dead bugs littered the ground, densely packed. The locusts seemed to be stronger, dominating the various bugs. Should I join the fight? Lin Hao had observed earlier that with his current strength, he could indeed intervene in the battle. Although it wasn't entirely safe. He had about a 70% chance of either fighting or retreating. Unknowingly, Lin Hao's strength was no longer that of a beginner. Alright, you are my companions, and you've been fighting for me all along, so I'll help you out. However, I must do what I can while ensuring my own survival. With his mind made up, Lin Hao immediately took action. He leaped upwards, a Kuanping phantom appearing behind him. Then, skimming the ground, he rapidly flew towards the battlefield. The green grass swayed on either side of him. He stopped not far from the battlefield. He suppressed the agitated gold-eater beetles around him. Then he softly chanted, "In the name of death, I summon the flames of the blazing sun, incinerate all things in the world and return them to the abyss of nothingness." 5 minutes passed. The casting time for this spell was incredibly long. Fortunately, the various bugs in the battle did not notice him. Death Blaze, a level 5 fire magic spell that creates a blazing sun. The sun's rays produce intense heat, with attack power related to the caster's mental strength. Duration, 1 minute. Range, 100 meters. Lin Hao had been attacked by this magic when he was level 16 and exploring with Zhao Shaoling. If he hadn't had his elf butterfly back then, he would have died. Moreover, the heat from those rays was terrifying, even burning through Lin Hao and Zhao Shaoling's clothes. The incantation was complete, and the spell was cast. Lin Hao felt a portion of his mental strength depleted. At the same time, a giant blazing sun appeared above the heads of the locusts. and it emitted scorching rays that fell upon the locusts. Instantly, some of the lower-level locusts were incinerated and fell to the ground. Holy crap! Lin Hao was startled. Was this really the Death Blaze spell? The Death Blaze he unleashed now was about 30 times larger than the one Celsus had cast. And its range was far beyond 100 meters, likely several miles. What was going on? Could it be that his talent skill enhancement, was amplifying it again? Skill enhancement level 3, smiley face. Skill amplification level 3, hosts all skill effects are enhanced by 30 times. As the level increases, the amplification magnitude increases. If that was the case, wouldn't all his spells, even the simplest basic ones, be outrageously powerful? He hadn't expected that his god-tier talent could not only enhance the field of insectomancer pet bugs but also his own spellcasting as the master. It amplified him as well. It seemed that not only were the pet bugs powerful, but the master himself also possessed terrifying combat power. With this thought, a magic book appeared in Lin Hao's hand. It was the Key of Solomon. Wind Vortexes. This was a simple, instant cast spell. At that time, the demoness saintess had cast dozens of them consecutively, trapping his Gold-Eater Beetles. A vortex of wind appeared among the locusts. Thousands of locusts were swept into the wind vortex. As expected, this wind vortex was tens of times larger than the demoness saintess's. The two sides were locked in combat, and the locusts were on the verge of defeating the various bugs. Unexpectedly, a drastic change occurred. Two terrifying spells suddenly appeared on the battlefield. They annihilated a large number of locusts at once. Lower-level locusts within the spell's range died in large numbers. The situation was reversed. Although the various bugs didn't understand what had happened, they saw their chance. Squeak, roar, they counterattacked. Chapter 81, Reaching Level 22, Contract with the Purple Lightning Mayfly. You have killed an Dark Locust and gained EXP. You have killed an Dark Locust and gained EXP. You have killed an Dark Locust and gained EXP. You have obtained item, low-grade insect crystal 2. You have obtained item, low-grade insect crystal 2. In an instant, hundreds of messages flashed across Lin Hao's status panel. Ha! Lin Hao was startled. This. His EXP bar was visibly rising at an astonishing rate. It increased by 5% in one go. He was now at level 21 and 5%. Holy crap! This felt amazing. After reaching level 21, the EXP required for each level up was immense. Killing 30 to 50 monsters barely made a dent. But now, with just one or two spells, he gained a massive amount of EXP. Lin Hao suddenly felt like he was back to the rapid leveling experience of levels 6 or 7. Awesome! So awesome! This bug realm is like a supermassive dungeon exclusive to Lin Hao. Not only are there countless bugs for Lin Hao to contract, but it can also serve as a holy land for leveling up. Wind Vortexes. Wind Vortexes. Tornado. Since he decided to act and help the small bugs, Lin Hao no longer hesitated. He was determined to defeat the Dark Locust Legion here. Besides, the rewards are too abundant. Thus, spell after spell was cast. These spells were incredibly powerful and devastating. Every spell cast eliminated a swathe of dark locusts. 10%. 20%. The EXP was increasing at an extremely rapid pace. Lin Hao's intervention as an extra participant in the battlefield caused the absolute advantage of the Dark Locust side to be reversed. Conversely, they were suddenly scattered and in disarray. And under the frantic counterattack of the small bugs, they began to retreat steadily. At this moment, the Dark Locusts also discovered Lin Hao, the participant. A small group of several hundred Dark Locusts flew towards him. From afar, Lin Hao could feel their intense killing intent. Go! 200 Gold-Eater Beetles charged towards the Dark Locusts. Led by their respective elite Gold-Eater Beetles, these Gold-Eater Beetles divided into dozens of small combat squads, full of spirit. Previously, Lin Hao's Gold-Eater Beetle Brigade lacked formation and would just charge forward blindly. But now, they had become like small combat units in an army, with their team battle power greatly enhanced. Lin Hao was overjoyed. The battle in the shadowy land had allowed his 20 Gold-Eater Beetles to be upgraded to elite status. What a great surprise! It wasn't just the number of Lin Hao's pet bugs that changed, but more importantly, their quality had transformed. Those hundreds of dark locusts couldn't even reach Lin Hao. They were intercepted and killed by the Gold-Eater Beetle squads along the way. You have killed in Dark Locust and gained EXP. You have killed in Dark Locust and gained EXP. You obtained item, Basic Bug Crystal 4. You obtained item, Basic Bug Crystal 3. 30%. 40%. Lin Hao became exhilarated as he killed, flying through the air with a phantom Kuan Pine behind him. He moved left and right amidst the battlefield, continuously casting spell after spell towards the dense swarms of dark locusts. More than 10 minutes passed. Lin Hao had killed no less than 1,000 dark locusts. You have leveled up.